Hey everybody, how you guys doing today? I'm so glad to come back here, and for some reason today I feel this energy and I just want to talk about change, man. I posted something earlier today and this is what I said. If you forget about everything, just remember this one thing, that sometimes you might not get to see the change you want unless you change. Insanity is doing the same thing while expecting a different result. You cannot see a different result if you keep doing the same thing. I was kind of like thinking about Africa and the things that we always talk about and we're struggling with. And you guys know that it's a lot of them. We can talk about leadership, corruption, economic dependence, tribalism. We can talk about all those issues. There's so many things that we're struggling with. And maybe you might be tired hearing all these issues all the time, but you know, we have to talk about them. We have to address them, you know what I'm saying? Because there are a lot of people who do not know what Africa is going through, wants to cover the issues that Africa is facing. And us as Swahili Nation One Africa, our job is to address them, brutally be honest with ourselves in order to solve the problem. You cannot solve the issue if you don't know the source and what the problem is. The change that we expect to happen in our country, in our government, societies and communities and our companies, whatever the change that you want, even in your life when you go to personal level, whatever the change you want to see, you have to know that you have to change. This is something that we act towards. If you want to see something change, then you have to change. Because sometimes the thing that you wanted to change is not an issue, but the issue is how you see it. And if you don't change your perspective, then you're gonna keep seeing it negative way, right? That's how you will see it. So sometimes in order to change the situation and the negativity around you is by you becoming positive. If you become positive, you will see it positive. Even if there's a negative things, but your mind will always direct you, will always elaborate things, will always lead you back to the positiveness, you know what I'm saying? Because that's where you are at the moment. And the change that we want to see in Africa, it can only happen if we do change. So instead of sitting down here and talking about change, I will go out and actually be the change that Africa needs. Hashtag Proud African, right? It's very easy for people to complain, to give up, right? Because you don't have to put on effort. It's very easy to lose hope. It's very easy to do that, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to care. If you care much, you're going to get hurt. You don't want to love, because if you love much, you might be betrayed, you know what I'm saying? So it's better to be on the other side of negativity. It's very easy to be in the side of negativity than positivity, because if you want to be in the side of positiveness, then you have to put on effort. And a lot of people these days, they don't want to put effort, you know? So that's why they end up giving up. But this is a message for you, that you are the only one who can change the situation. You can change it. I don't want to put God in this, because I believe that God has already given us ability and mind to think, to elaborate, and to do things. He already given us that. We already have permission. As long as you're alive, that means you still have a job to do, right? The day I die, that means I'm done. I'm finished, right? My mission is done. But as long as I'm alive, it's because I still have something to do. So you already have that permission. But how do you go out and work on that? How do you use the opportunity? Because life is an opportunity that God has given you and me. How do you take advantage of that opportunity to actually bring about change? How do you do that? And that's the question that I want you guys to think about today. And if you can, let me know in the comment section. And when I'm talking about change, I'm talking about, there's a lot of things you don't like it, right? Well, you can change it. As long as you see the problem, you have a solution. Things that you don't like it, I mean, you cannot love everything, you cannot like everything, but there are things that can be changed. And if there's something you don't like, you cannot keep complaining, because it's insane, right? Doing the same thing and expecting different results is insanity. So you need to change. And how can you bring about change, right? To whatever situation that you see. So you can take perspective of your country, right? Things that you're struggling with. I love this one quote I saw on Twitter the other day, and I just had to retweet it because it was really well written. And she wrote this on her bio. She wrote, "Love for your country doesn't mean love for the president or for the leader. Ask yourself how you can contribute to your country." And it reminds me what, you know, love for your people or for Africa, it doesn't mean that you have to love a leader or whatever that disappoints you, because a lot of time we've been hiding under the shadow of, you know what, this government is not doing anything. You know what, there's so much corruption. No matter what we do, we're not going to be able to change. Well, love for your country doesn't mean that you have to love that leader who is screwing things up every single day. You know, ask yourself, how can you contribute? And it's kind of like I'm coming from that point of view, that how can you take advantage of the opportunity, the life you have, to bring about change? Because as long as you're alive, as long as you see there's issues, that means you have a solution, and you just need to figure out how can you figure out the solution. And our job here in Solution One Africa, it's actually to stir up the fire, right? So you might say that you guys are talking too much of this and that, but our job is to remind each other, is to remind that, you know what, we can actually bring about change. You know, we might not bring the solution sometimes because we don't have solution to every issue that is going on, right? But you guys, you have it, because you guys are going through, we are going through, and when we come together as one Africa, think about it, talk about it, I'm telling you, there's high chance, and I'm confident 100% that we are going to bring about change. And that's why I want to reach university students, want to reach to all the students who will actually bring change to the next generation as soon as possible. So let me know, guys, in the comment section what you're thinking, what's your idea, what's your thoughts. And I think this will be an amazing time for you guys to motivate me as well and to inspire me. So I'll be checking on your comments, and maybe we'll come up with something. I appreciate, guys. I love you. Be the change Africa needs. Proud of you. I love you.
Hey everyone, that was awesome, incredible, Mika. As usual, you know, these things that you do, these themes that you set out, they're incredible. And thank you so much for doing this. I don't know the video, like your video is so okay. Come a little bit forward. There's a little bit of a cut. It's cutting you a little bit here on the side. I think you're muted. So. Yeah. So this is incredible. Like, you know, you couldn't have set kind of like the kind of tone that we need to have, the kind of theme that we need to have as we actually march on this path to a united Africa. Part of being united requires that change, the fundamental out of the self. Right, recognition that need to change. So we really appreciate that. So thank you so much for doing that. I don't want to hold you too much in this show, but like you know, if you could quickly like really tell us exactly what inspired this new latest video that you have, and how you would like us to carry on this change theme in our program in the coming weeks and months ahead. But before we do that, I think we need to start our session with a prayer. And since you are here, I'm not going to be the one to pray.
You do it today.
You do it.
Okay.
You do a perfect job. So I want a fixing prayer. I want the presence of God in our midst and in our mix, so that we can actually do the work of God, not ours.
Yeah, indeed. All right, I'll pray a little quick. Well, God, we thank you for today. Thank you for allowing us to come here and to talk, to share, and to talk about Africa. We invite you in this place and use us. Professor Ezra and everybody who will join us here today, I want you to use them as well. I pray all these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. Yeah, incredible. So tell us about this. You know, what is it? What inspired it, and then how you like me as your employee to carry on the theme and to the programs that we have, including this and then the coming work programs. So because these are important themes that we need to embrace, because when we talk about deeply, like in an essential sense, they are about change. I'm talking about week after week about changing our outfit. So changing our mindset, changing our method and our approaches, changing our vision. So what are we? So I'll give you the floor.
Appreciate, my brother. First of all, I'm sorry for intruding your show. And second, you're not my employee.
I want to believe that I'm your employee.
Stop saying that. You're not my employee. We're working together. Um, Man, to be honest, like from the beginning of this year, we have been coming with different campaigns. And the reason why we have campaigns, it's kind of like motivating everybody to know the direction we are taking at that moment, right? When we began, we say that this is the year of action, love, peace, and unity in action. We also say that we have to be brutally honest with ourselves. So that kind of like the foundation of this year and things that we are going to deal with, because these are kind of things that we don't really have, right? People, they talk, they don't do action, right? They just complain, but they don't want to put on the work, right? So we said like, okay, here in Soil Nation One Africa, we're going to do everything right in action, and we're going to be honest with ourselves, even when we're not ready. But we're going to tell each other honestly and truthfully. And I think that's what we have been doing up to this moment. And then later on, we launch another campaign, One Africa, Our Generation, to just remind people that we are fighting for one Africa, and things might seem like they're not changing sometimes, but you know, we are fighting for this because we believe we can achieve one Africa in our generation, not one Africa on papers, but one Africa like me and you, what we're having here, uniting our people through the platform that we have, through different programs and different trips that we'll be having. Want to unite our people in becoming one. And we have seen that, you know, we have been doing here in Swahili Nation. And right now, as I'm saying, I'm going to be having interviews with people with different countries. Like I already started with Angola. Like Angola is the name that those Portuguese they gave to Angola, but the original name of that country is Angola, which means the kingdom, right? And I'm gonna be having interview someone from Namibia, introducing Namibia to our people. I'll be having interview with someone from we've spoken about Somalia, Djibouti. We're gonna be having Eritrea, because we realize that it's almost impossible to achieve one Africa in our generation if we don't know about each other, if we don't know about different countries. And we have a lot of people who do not know other African countries. Even me, myself, I didn't know about Angola until last time. I knew that there's Angola in Africa, but there's details, like a lot of details about Angola, that Angola used to be in the Kingdom of Congo. Like it used to be one country back in the days before colonizers came and divide them. And even right now, there's a part of Angola that is within Congo. Like it's like this Angola, and then there's another part of it. Exactly. Yeah. And I didn't know that. So once we get to know one another, then it's very possible for us to know that, you know, we actually have a lot in common than we think. And it's very easy for us to be united, you know, culturally, financially, and all other different ways. Yes, and then after that, we came with this another campaign, #ProudAfrican, and this one kind of like motivated me after I went to Ethiopia. You know, after we've been talking about the beautiful country of Ethiopia for a long time and issues that they're facing for decades. When I went there, I really experienced it. You know, I stayed there for almost 2 months, and I've seen it with my eyes. And so when I came back here, I launched Proud African because I realized that most of people, they are so proud of their tribe. They're so proud of their roots, which is amazing. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you go to the countries that they're having troubles like tribalism and all those stuff, it's very sensitive issue. So instead of saying, I'm proud this tribe, why don't we say that I'm proud African, I'm proud Ethiopian, I'm proud Tanzanian? Because the moment I say I'm proud African, I connect all Africans around the world with this hashtag right here, and everybody feels like included. And in a way that we are uniting our people through this campaign, Proud African. And the tagline is Be the Change Africa Need, which here is where it came from, that, you know, we want to see change. We want to change. Sometimes we want our leaders to come and to make some changes in our countries and in our systems. But why don't I be the change that Africa needs? Because I see what Africa needs. I know that Africa needs a good leadership. Africa needs people who are not lazy. They're working hard day and night to make sure that they provide for their family, provide for the country, to make sure that things are not the same as it is right now. So why don't I be the change that Africa needs? That's when we come back with #Proud African, Be the Change Africa Need. And now we're launching another campaign, Change to Change. Change Africa. It's exactly the same, like Proud African, Be the Change Africa Need. Now Change to Change. The reason why we're talking about change to change is we say, okay, yes, I want to change Africa, and I want to become the change that Africa needs. And I cannot change Africa. I cannot change my community. I cannot change these things that we always talk about if I do not change. If I don't change my perspective, how I see things, if I do not change the way I do things, if I don't improve, if I don't study, if I don't do research, I cannot see the change that I always say that Africa needs a change and I have to change, you know, to show that change. And that's why we are launching this campaign, you know, change to change or change Africa, because we are determined and we want to go to change Africa. And we know that we cannot change Africa unless we change. We need to change because everything that is going on in this country, we are to blame, nobody else. Most of the time we choose people to blame. We're looking at the white people, we're looking at Asian, we're looking at Chinese and this and that. But, you know, the truth is, if we want to be brutally honest with ourselves, is that we don't want to change, right? And we don't want to, like, we know what is the problem, but we don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it because we feel like it's sensitive and we don't want to change, but we keep like covering the problem and we are putting on the mask. We cannot really see the issue if we keep putting on the mask, and we're not going to be able to change Africa if we do not change. So this is something that it goes to personal level, that yes, you want to change Africa, but first you have to change. I have to change. I have things that I need to change. You have things that you have to change. And a lot of people out there, there are things that we have to change. So basically that's the foundation. That's where this new campaign is coming from. And we're going to have so many different campaigns, you know, coming up. And just to remind our people that this is the direction that we are taking now.
I think, like, if you talk to almost every African, they will not disagree with you with the notion that we need to change.
Yes.
We need to change the way we organize our economy. We need to change the way we organize our politics. We need to change the way we deal with technology and transformation. We need to change, you know, the way we handle environmental issues. We need to change the way we empower and develop our society and our values. We need to change. The list of things that people will have in order to, like, the list of things that people ask for things to be changed is almost infinite. As many as, maybe as much as every citizen of Africa, or African citizens, over 1.4 billion possible changes are out there. But in order to achieve them, I think your point is that in order to achieve this gigantic kind of ask that we are placing on ourselves, we need to be the one to actually begin the process of change. I think how do we get there is essential, that we need to change. Of course, there are many things that you can do to unpack what that means, but it boils down to, from my understanding, like, we have so much to change that the first assignment of change is us, as ourselves. The way we think about ourselves, the way we value ourselves, the way we take responsibility and accountability for ourselves, the way we are part of the world, the way we, that is important. Like, you know, if I am like an educated elite, you know, how well informed am I of the context and the condition of Africans? So I need to change so that I'm more informed. So I think, to me, that is essential. And I couldn't possibly think of any better kind of theme for the kind of discussions that I'm hoping to have in the coming months, in coming weeks, and coming months. So thank you. Really appreciate that. Hope that makes sense. Hopefully I understood your...
Yeah, 100%. You're right on point, Professor.
Thank you. I really appreciate you. And Mika, you're doing an incredible job under difficult circumstances, many difficult things that you don't, you know, all this smile that you guys see hides so many of the things. And then that's one of the things about Mika, you know, he's changed. He's a changed person because he recognizes that he's in a historic position, in a historic time. And then in order to, you know, move forward, he needs to embrace some of the challenges that he's facing. And that's part of the change. I mean, the kind of change that you've done since coming back from Korea, I mean, it's astonishing. So we really appreciate you. We love you so much. And then it's an honor to be next to you. And if I am an employee of you, okay, generally, I'm somebody who rejects the notion of employment.
Yes, yes, yes. You're not my employee. You're not. We
I'm
are working together, my brother.
I'm a co-conspirator of positive change in Africa. So I conspire with you to change Africa for better. So and
Yes.
even the world for better. So I really appreciate you for that. And keep the spirit, keep the positivity, keep fighting for the vision.
Thank
And
you, brother.
we did an incredible job this past Monday with
Yeah.
your interview with Amina. It was
Yeah.
so beautiful to see the two of you, and
Mhm.
she's such an incredible person to
Yeah.
interview.
Yeah.
I don't watch to be to be honest with you, I don't watch the whole thing. I watched part of it, but
Yeah.
but the part that I could watch, given
Mhm.
that I didn't have the time to do it, but it was incredible. And I think like I'm hoping that we keep bringing up these
Yeah.
incredible people.
Yeah.
So it's not just the countries that we're talking about here, right?
Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
not just countries like the
Mhm.
way you're talking about here, in the case of
Mhm.
Angola,
Yeah.
yeah, people in those countries.
Exactly.
We have
Indeed.
people in those communities, and we are
Mm.
now going to get to know about the history of the countries
Mm.
and the people, the 55 siblings that make up, but
Yeah.
the cousins and
Mm.
the sub siblings out
Mm.
there that represents those communities. We will talk
Yeah.
about them. So I'm excited about it. We are excited about
Yeah.
it. So it was incredible. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all
Appreciate Ezra. Appreciate Professor for everything.
that. Okay.
God bless, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to this session today, so I'll be
Okay.
right here listening, man. I
Yeah.
love you and I love what you've done with this. I love the topic of reimagine and revision education in fast changing world.
Yes.
We need this, and this is the change we're talking about. So
Yes.
thank you so
Yes.
much for pouring out your knowledge to us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's get started with this show today. Thank you. We
Okay.
appreciate Mika, the chief executive of the Swahili Nation Network and One Africa. He's just an executor. He's a placeholder. He doesn't nothing more than.
Bye, guys.
Okay, bye.
So you got this. Appreciate my brother.
Okay. Okay.
I'll be right here in the behind the scene.
Okay. So, uh, so let's get started with our show. Okay. Okay. So, this show today is a continuation of last week. Last week we talked a little bit about my just give me a second here. So last week we had this re-envision and reimagining education in Africa in the 21st century. Okay, so I'm going to share the article again for those of you who are interested in reading again. So I'll share that with you, so you could just scroll through it and just read that. So just a quick recap. I'm just doing a quick recap for you guys. So let me just share the screen. I'm going to share the screen. So last week we talked about. So our discussion was based on this title. So it's a document it's an article I wrote about 3 years ago, I think 4 years ago, about reimagining, time to reimagine and re-envision education. And in that, I outline my perspective on what education should be and how education should be moving forward. So this is June 30, 2019. So it's about, it will be 3 years in a couple of months, or in about a month. Okay, so so today I want to extend that, and then I want to add the change video that we watched earlier, and as part of the conversations, and then kind of recalibrate the conversations to embrace the sense of change, and the sense of change, and that sense of change is about this. So this video I want to share. Okay, before I jump into it, I wanna just spend a little bit of time just talking about what are the changing. So what characterizes this changing world? And I know it's a little bit kind of like so there are a number of other great videos, but because of copyright issues, we've chosen this video, and there are the people in it. Don't worry about it. Don't bother yourself too much about it. But just the content of what they are discussing is what is out there, and what so many of us can agree on. Okay, so that's the part. So that's what I'm covering today, and it will help us a little bit with our conversation.
What is this very exciting topic of the future of employment? We are currently experiencing a new industrial revolution. New technologies are coming in to change our world of work. And Carl, you together with your co-author Michael Osborne wrote a very influential paper, which is now many years ago. It was 2013, is that right?
That's right.
Yes. So one of the most quoted studies is very much quoted, but also very misquoted. I think there's some scary numbers in there. The headline figure that is often talked about is that the study predicted that 47% of US jobs could potentially be automated. So maybe we can talk a little bit about that study, maybe what motivated this, the key findings, and what we can learn from that.
Sure, yeah. So what we did back in 2012, or when the study was published in 2013, but I think we started to write the paper in 2011 actually. So what we did is trying to look at how sort of the current pie of employment, how exposed that is to automation as artificial intelligence, urban robotics. All these technologies become more pervasive. I sort of had this dividing line that machines have components that are routine and rule-based that can easily be specified in computer code from the top down. But at the time, we were seeing a lot of examples of computers doing things that were commonly deemed non-routine, like translation work, potentially driving a car, medical diagnostics, generative adversarial networks, and dreaming up fashion models from thousands of pictures and that sort of stuff. So that was nothing that most people would deem routine.
No.
So we tried to figure out what this actually means for the future of employment, and in terms of looking at the potential scope of automatability from technological capabilities point of view. So obviously there's a lot of factors that shape the pace of automation and the extent of automation. So when Nissan produces cars in Japan, it relies heavily on robots. When it does the same thing in India, it relies heavily on cheap labor. And even if Google Translate becomes perfect tomorrow, you still need a certified translator for certain documents to be valid. So unless you certify Google Translate, it's not going to replace the jobs of translators, and so on.
So the headline figure then, those 47, is the possibility of the existing jobs to be automated, but what it doesn't say is the jobs that will create, right?
Exactly. So on the one hand, it's only looks at the potential automatability of jobs from a technological capabilities point of view, and obviously other factors as well, like the relative cost of capital and legislation and consumer preferences, and even potentially worker resistance shape the pace and extent to which automation will actually happen. And secondly, it looks at the pie of employment at one given point in time. It doesn't consider potentially emerging jobs and if I were to go back and ask my great grandmother if I could try time and ask what you say that.
Okay. So I'm just a quick. So I'll share the link to the page if you want to go watch it. I mean, I chose this video because not just because of what's said in there, just because it's just like, you know, it's the least riskiest for the sake of copyright and all other issues that related to copyright. So so that's what I'm sharing. But there's a number of things that are there that really kind of are catchy. Is the, and also it's a conversation with somebody who did a study of the future of work and the future of employment and what automation and what the impact, the potential impact of automations in the coming years to employment and then a related element of employment. So, and that's basically what their discussion is about. So, and the headline number for us to look at is the okay. I don't know why I'm not seeing comments. Okay. So I'm still struggling to figure out to navigate. Okay. So the headline number is 45% of jobs in the United States are in danger of automations. But the kind of automation they are looking at is automation generally for a long time had been in areas. So we automated a lot of jobs for decades now that were repetitive. So they were repetitive. They could be programmed. Okay, these are repetitive type of jobs that you could figure out and then create an algorithm for machines and robots and things like that to be able to do the jobs. So you could automate those things. But what the trend line they were looking at sometimes around 2011, 2012, 2013, which I have been seeing for a while now, is which is quite interesting, quite fascinating, is that which is quite fascinating in it. So I got distracted by the comment. Thank you, Doug. We appreciate that. We appreciate your comments. So the headline, the thing that piqued their interest for the researchers, according to the researchers, is that they were beginning to see automation happening in areas that had a lot of non-repetitive conditions that are customizable. Like computers that use computer vision, that use text analysis to be able to really like come in and provide recommendation engines and things like that. Like so, like computers and AIs that can actually look at, let's say, thousands of different type of X-rays or some kind of visuals. Like it could be the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people that have different degree of kind of conditions, like medical conditions, and then over time the machines are learning to figure out and to diagnose some medical conditions just by looking at somebody's eyes. So things that take hundreds of thousands of hours and years of training, and then machines are learning them in months and hours and days and weeks and months, and they're becoming increasingly capable of carrying out tasks and responsibilities, from driving cars to medical diagnosis to legal advice and everything in between. And then in my article, I talk about this aspect of the changing nature, the changing nature of the workplace, not in lengths, but in some substantial way. In the article I wrote, that changing nature, that kind of characterizes what we are talking about. Okay, so let me just share quickly a little bit from the article what I'm talking about. So bear with me as I share from the article. Okay. Okay, so you look, this is what I wrote there. Without hyperbolic and bombastic rhetoric, I can be confident in predicting the next decades and centuries will usher in another inflection point in human history. This is the change I'm talking about, the changing world we're talking about, the precipitous decline of the need for human as labor inputs into the global production scheme will reach critical mass and will alter for worse, if not intensely embrace, the balance of power that has shaped recent human relations and conditions. The takeover of human inputs by automated and autonomous bots is not an exaggerated prediction. I can confidently claim without the purview of the actual data, and that's now the data backs up this, increasingly backs up this assertion. Where what is in the work is the eventual severing of any human tie to all forms and shapes of production, and the decimation of human pursuits for meaning from a career and occupation will be absolute and final. And we are therefore called to reimagine, reinvent the source of our sense of worth and purpose. Okay, so essentially, it's so this is what I wrote 3 years ago, and it's based on my reading and studying of the sector and the environment, the conditions that characterizes the changes that we're talking about. So the fast changing world that we're talking about, is an increasingly less dependent on you and me to be a labor input, to provide you a path to career. And then we're not talking about low skill laborers. We're talking about high skill laborers that are part of this changing reality. So, every day. So if an AI diagnoses an artificial intelligence diagnosing instrument gets better in hours, in days, it can learn to diagnose problems with human beings equally, if not better, than the typical best possible, human doctor. Chances are, in the years to come, the need for those kind of work, the need where you have to spend not days, not hours, not months, but years being the best possible, professional in that field, becomes increasingly volatile. It becomes increasingly tenuous. And so we're not talking about, the job, the workplace being in danger for mid-skilled, high-skilled, low-skilled. We're talking about super skilled laborers, things that not just get by having years of educations, but by having years of practice, can't be easily replaced, because there are already replacements that are taking place in a very specific areas, but those areas that are specifically being replaced are demonstrating. Yes, people are going to say, okay, people are going to say, just give me a second here. So I got distracted by a message here. So so we're not talking about. So the point here is the change we're talking about is profound and fundamental. The change we're talking about is profound and is fundamental. It's life altering. It's system altering. It is really like it is just the examples out there to demonstrate that what is possible, what is potentially possible with artificial intelligence taking over the workplace, employment is staggering. So this video that I shared with you earlier is talking about up to 45% of jobs in the US are in danger of being automated by such technology. Now they will tell you, oh, there will be new jobs available to replace them. And that's always the argument that I made. Yes, robots took over in the 1970s and the 1950s in automation, the automation of the car industry, right? But the replacement jobs that came in were not equally, in terms of magnitude, in terms of substance, in terms of quality, were not sufficient enough to alter the condition for better in those communities that were decimated by automation in the car industry, by robots. Okay, and those jobs were, those jobs were repetitive jobs that we're talking about. But now we're not talking about just repetitive jobs that you can automate. We're talking about very customizable jobs that you can automate, that require unique qualities, unique experiences, unique capabilities on the human part, and those can't be replaced. Now that's the danger. And they will argue that, oh, a replacement is on the way, but the replacement don't come fast enough and quick enough and large enough to make a meaningful difference in the conditions that will actually will make people feel like, yeah, it's worth the automation. So that's what we're talking about today. We're talking about today, what is the fast changing world that we're talking about? So if you have ideas about like what are we changing, so you can share that in the comment sections. You can come and you'll be able to come in and then really join. I'm going to share the link to call in. You can call in, really share your thoughts on that changing world. And then really, if you have ideas in terms of how education can be the key element. So I argue in my article, education is, so reimagining and re-envisioning education is about that. It's about really fundamentally reimagining and re-envisioning educations in the context of the future, the impending future that's coming ahead of us. And that's the essential argument I make. The world is about to change. And it's not just about to change, it's already changing. It's fast changing. It's been changing so fast. So instead of trying to catch up, instead of an education that always tries to catch up, but always too late to catch up, because the world keeps changing, but we change for the changed world. It's already past. So you already changed. So the education system that we always have is the one that reacts. And what I'm proposing is, let's not react. Let's be proactive. Let's realize, let's understand, and let's appreciate that the world is going to change. The world of work is going to change. The world of employment is going to change. The meaning that we derive from employment is going to change. That meaning, so meaning that I derive from being a career doctor, a career lawyer, a career marketer, a career industrialist, a career architect, a career, those things will change. The meaning that we derive, not just the substance of the job, but the essence that we feel, the feeling of importance, the feeling of value that we derive from the job is about to change. So education of the future of education should be about how do we empower people to reclaim value, to reclaim their humanity. And so I outline, so in my article, and then if you are interested in reading the article and then coming in and giving your perspective on that, it would be awesome. I would love to have you. So let's start, bringing in point of views that are fundamentally in commensurate to the kind of challenge that I'm posing here for you. And then, I would love to hear your thought, ideas, and perspective. If you want to come in and join in, follow the link that is there. Come in and join in, share your thoughts and share your ideas. But if you would like, want to silently, propose your point of view and perspective, feel free to do that on the comment section. So we have about 30 people live right now, and I think we should get more people to come in. So one of the ways to do that is to like, subscribe, and share, and become members, and support the work that we do on Patreon. So we have a Patreon link. We have membership, YouTube membership that you can become a member with as little as $2.99 a month. So supporting the work that we do will be critical. Somebody like Pi, you see a sign on Pi? That's it. That is a sign of membership. So Pi, he's an incredible member. Okay, who's been a member of this work that we do for a long time now, by supporting us on a monthly basis. So you could do that. You could join us. And he shares a point of view here. The fourth industrial revolution is coming, and whether we like it or not. The fourth industrial revolution he's talking about. So, hey, Pi, why don't you just come in and just, enlighten us on your thought on the fourth industrial revolution, if you can. If you can't, it's okay, but feel free to chime in and share your point of view on the live session here, coming online, or even commenting on the comment section. So like, subscribe, share, so other people can actually know that this important discussion is taking place. This topical discussion is taking place. Okay, as we wait, and I also want to take this opportunity to really, really, really appreciate and admire my colleagues, my co-conspirators, my co-collaborators, who have dotted the different sections, different segments, and different shows every day. And yesterday, that was a marathon. I don't know if any one of you have had a chance to visit our website and really check out exactly what these amazing people are doing. Yesterday was African Tradition Day, and they had a marathon of close to 11 hours session. I don't know if there's going to be an 11-hour session, but Tanzan, you are a sport. You just did an incredible job yesterday, bringing in different voices and covering different topics that are important, that are essential, that are critical for the conversation that we always have every day. So in the changing world, we need to understand what is changing. What's the context of the change? And to me, like this conversation that we have is about really providing you the opportunity to really dive in and understand what's going on. What is essentially taking place on the ground? What is the context within which we operate? So okay. So hey, Ridge. Oh, Ridge, man, we haven't seen you here in a long time. I don't know what happened to you. You need to come and really take over some of the shows. Maybe one show, and we might need a show from you. So, Ridge is an incredible member. Is an incredible family member here from the Caribbean, and yeah, it's a long time no see, Rich. So we miss you. We miss you here on this platform. Sometimes we might need you. So I'm talking about AI. I'm talking about machine learning. I'm talking about, in terms of the technology and the transformations taking place. This conversation is an extension of a conversation that we had last time, and an extension of the conversation that we covered the last week. And it was based on an article I wrote about 3 years ago about reimagining and re-envisioning educations. Reimagining and the re-envision educations. And today I'm extending that, and in a way, the theme of Mika Shavala, His Excellency Mika Shavala, just pointed out. We need to change. We need to change. In order to change, we need to change kind of principle. So what is the changing world? So we need to change, but what is the changing world? So we're trying to understand how we can reimagine and re-envision education in the changing world. That's essentially what we're covering today. And so anybody who's interested in joining us and supporting us and helping us really dive into this conversation, to really hammer down the issues that we have at hand, so you're more than welcome to join us. Hey, Rich, you already organized. You already know what you're going to talk about. So he's saying that, in this conversation, I have to organize myself, big bro. And I'm like, no, you already know. You already organized enough to know what we're talking about. So feel free to come in. And then really it doesn't have to be for an extended period of time. So we would love to hear a point of view and your voice and your perspective. Now I have here a very special guest here who has his own live show. So I'm just gonna show you. I'm gonna let him in a second. He has his live show. It's called Diaspora Talk. And Rich, you are part of that Diaspora Talk. So I'm gonna ask Biggie to come in and then really get you to come and be part of this conversation. Hey, Biggie, how are you?
Hey, Prof Ezra, what's happening? Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, right? The whole 9 yards. May peace be upon you all and blessings.
Yes.
That's how I'm going to start my conversation. Yes. A blessing. Really, Ezra, you're doing a wonderful job on this department. And I cannot thank you enough for what you're putting out there. You're putting your heart, your thoughts, just amazing progresses actually that we see, and people are capturing some of your information also. So I really thank you. I just want to say I'm very happy that I'm part of this team, trying to get this thing moving. Yesterday we had an incredible 11 hours. I caught the last, I think maybe 7 hours or so.
There was a time you were advocating. You were like the peacekeeper.
Oh, you've been listening.
No, we don't need a peacekeeper.
You've been listening. Yeah, I mean, Tanzan did a fantastic job, and at the same time, you got Tanaja, you got a few other people that comes in, and then they get a little bit of hiccups, and but it went very well. I think we understood. We put the message out there. We put all the arguments out there, answer to them, and it was incredible. Again, I've done the long session, but this one really, in fact, we flagged it, and it was too late. It's just, and Tanzan keep pushing. She said, don't worry about me. Let's finish this session. So it was a great discussion yesterday. I mean, oh my God, we covered so many issues about feminism and all that. So
yes.
It was just incredible. Incredible participation. We had full panel. People cannot even get in. It's just, and that's how incredible it was. Very interesting topics.
Yes.
So today, for what you are presenting, is I'll have a little short timing because I have a different meeting with Mika and all. So just to wrap on this, this is a fast-moving, changing workforce that's been required out there, automation, all that. But at the same time, we have time, but we don't have time. It depends on how we're going to react and what's going to be the future for Africa, because everybody's looking at, again, they never stop looking into dividing and conquering Africa in any. It can be on the high tech, on the high advanced way. It's just swift, So I just want to make sure that our brothers and sisters are ready for this challenge and upgrade our infrastructures and upgrade our standards of when it comes to education. And actually, one of the things are that we're talking about vocational kind of skill sets and being engaged in any which way. And you brought up some subjects before that 23% of Africans are entrepreneurial, natural, and how to use that and bring them into the digital world, okay? And how to get them exposed out there. We were talking yesterday on a few things that uh, one of my things that I really want to see is made in one Africa, and you can put the country that produced it, and it's just like having a Gucci and or whatever that high brand that you have to brand our own brands and share it. I mean, we have the continent is big enough for us to share and trade among ourselves, and we still save a lot of money on the export taxes and all that. We can save a lot of money. It's going to stay within African. So keep in mind always our what we're striving in education. So education per se, not just a scholar type, but at the same time, a skill set that requires to advance the manufacturing side of the house, the agriculture part of the house, the whole infrastructure, all that, it'll give us access to from one point to another and communicate and collaborate together. So that's what I would say on this upcoming. I mean, it's there. Some people catches it, but sometimes when it comes to the African continent and being in that digital world, it's kind of hard. The direction of investment, for example, if you want to invest in Africa, Nigeria has its own stock market. Oh, other part of the country, South Africa, and all that. But we want the whole African continent to really have this platform of trades. And just like the US, the West, China, Japan, they got their own DAX and stuff like that. So it's something that we're going to go toward there now that we start developing.
Let's dive in a little bit quickly before you go. And let me know anytime you want to go. But I want to dive in a little bit on some of the things that you pointed out. And I think essentially what Mika's video on change is, and then his argument is rational, is that and I tried to say at the beginning of the show when we talked about what inspired the new campaign, the change campaign that he started, is that essentially what he's saying. These are things you're talking about changes. We need to change the way we capitalize on our resources. We organize our resources. We need to change that. We can't just be, tiny fiefdoms, 55 fiefdoms all over the place. We need to organize them. And the way I'm saying, when Rich comes in, he will talk about it. We need to really organize our energies that are spread out all over the place. Right? This is the change that you're talking about. But
Absolutely.
What Mika is saying, that in order to do that, you need to change. I need to change. Well, our problem is not that we don't know what needs to change. Our problem is that we haven't changed. And my argument is that if you don't reimagine, and if you don't re-envision education in the 21st century, we will not be able to organize and recalibrate ourselves to the change that we need to make. That's the argument I'm making. So what do you think about it?
Oh, absolutely. We need to reimagine and change. Change comes within. You have to change into making changes. You see, even Einstein has something. Don't expect a change without making any change, because it becomes insanity. You know what I mean? And that's what we're gonna have to reimagine. Definitely, I'm with that.
Yeah, but what does that like? So to me, like this is my argument. I want people to really debate them and then really get into them. And then like my point of view is that like since the world is changing and fast changing in ways that we cannot catch up to, okay, we need to take a pause, like you said. So, like earlier, you said yes, things are moving fast, but there are things we need to act on quickly. But there are things we need to take time and act on, which is the part I'm talking about right now. The part that we need to take a pause and really lay out exactly how we're gonna go forward. And what that part is, okay, look ahead. The next 50 years, this is how the world is gonna be. In the next 50 years, we can pretty much predict to some degree of certainty what the world is gonna be. Okay, what Africa is gonna be. In the next 50 years, we can predict the population of Africa. Unless we have a nuclear disaster that wipes out huge portion of the society, chances are the next 50 years, we're going to more than double the population. So that means there's going to be more people hungry than they are right now. What if in the next 50 years, if we don't stop the way we fight each other, the next 50 years, our fight will double, will quadruple. So what I'm saying is like, let's take an education that says, okay, this is going to be the future. And this is how, like, if I'm teaching a 5-year-old child right now, in 15 years time, this is the world I imagine they're going to face. This is the world of employment is going to be like this. The world of technology is going to be like this. The world of environment is going to be like this. Population is going to be like this. Economy is going to be like this. And this is the one I'm going to prepare them to take a pause in time and really reimagine and re-envision. But what does that mean to you? Like for you, what does that mean? Like that pause today, and as based on the proposal I put out, what does that mean? Like what are the things that that need to be changed? You know.
One is I would definitely look into what we have available on the ground, meaning from the education, technology, and everything that we have. Do an assessment and see your forecast that what is achievable on what is the first steps that we need to take.
Yes.
So we need to reassess on where we stand right now. In order to get from point A to point B, we just want to make sure that all our ducks are in a row and make sure that everybody that is in certain, you can take it by sectors, okay? And you have a baseline. This is where we're at. And what does it take for us to take a leap? It's like a leap to get really on that competitive edge.
Yes.
What kind of human resources that we need? What kind of skill set that we need? We need to identify our power versus our weaknesses. And our weakness, we can cash in on it because now we identify it. Now the problem is everything is weak in a certain level. Okay, it's kind of flat line. There's nothing that's going to pick yet. But once we identify that level and we put a baseline, and then you project with the forecast and what you have upcoming, and what is the part that we can seize and reinvigorate the youth into participating in those skill sets and what they require from the investment aspect of it to advance them to the next level along with technology. So I think that's what I look at, is to sit down and have a clear thought where we're at and start a baseline, from the baseline across. So you can take some pilot programs where you can pick certain countries and then see what their progress is, where they're failing, and where they can fulfill. And is it really something that we can replicate to different other regions in the continent? That's how I envision it.
Thank you, Rez. That's incredible. I really appreciate that, Biggie. I want to welcome, other team members. We got Reach in the house. I mean, it's been a long time for me seeing Reach here in the house. Oh, he just dropped out. So hopefully he comes back. We got Mondetezi. Mondetezi, the most reliable presence in our platform, and I appreciate that. So thank you for joining us. Region Monetezi, welcome. I appreciate you for being here. And Monetezi, you're always here, so I'm gonna start with Rich, who hasn't been here for a long time. First, justify why you were absent and quiet. I'm sure you were planning and plotting some kind of work that you're doing in the background, and you've been working on. So hopefully those things are going as well as you like, and then or as fast as or as good as you would like them to go. But otherwise, just give us some kind of some things to catch up on what's going on with your life, and then your thoughts and ideas on what we'll be talking about today. Yeah, Rich. Hey, Rich. Okay, Rich is having a little bit of problems. So Monetezi, come in and just take until Rich gets his network issues. I think he moved into some kind of network dark spots somewhere. Hey, Monetezi, welcome to my show. Welcome to the show on education for the 21st century. So take over, please.
Yeah. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, doing good, doing great.
Yeah, I came in when I heard you guys talk about the stock market, African stock. I think Ethiopia is launching its own stock market
very soon.
Somewhere soon, right? Yeah, I heard the news about that. And
they just signed a deal yesterday with some capital,
Yeah, I heard the news, and there's also, I think they're also signing deals I think there will be an African stock market. I think it's already the one.
Monetezi, just give me a second. Let me have Regis now doesn't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna have him speak a little bit, and then he can drop out. Okay, sorry about that. Rich, go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, I didn't even catch what you wanted me to talk about. You said give you a little rundown of what's been going on.
Yeah. Like what's up? What's going on with on you? I haven't seen you in a while, right? So, give us some kind of some programs and.
Well, same old same. I told you guys when I met you first, when you don't see me working. You don't see me working, brother, because this is my life.
Yeah.
So, same thing you're talking about. Education is your life, though. Like I see your methods working with me already. If those guys don't know, I'm telling them now. This guy, his methods are working, man.
Really?
Yes. I even met one of your other students, young guy, like he's in high school right now. He's in Ethiopia, actually, in the Amhara region. He told me.
Yeah.
Smart guy. He was straight up with me first. I think he's like maybe 16, 17.
Yeah, I was 18.
Yeah, I think his name is, and what I won't say his name.
Ladem, yeah.
Yes, him. So he told me, he was straight up with me, and he told me he doesn't know a couple of things, and he said, give me a week, I'm gonna be up to speed. And so said, so done. Like a week after, he gave me 3 projects, tell me this is what he did. I must tell him whatever I need help with. So the internet has made it so accessible, to have collaborations and so on.
Yes.
And I think that this will play a big role in what we are trying to do and what we are trying to overcome. But yes, your methods are working. About what I believe what will work in the future even more than what we're doing now is when we have education that we can apply. Because for me, in high school, that was the biggest thing for me and my friends. We always used to question each other, like, why do I have to learn all these complicated mathematics and we only gonna get a job in the bank? but we don't want a job in the bank, so we didn't thought it was important. Like, why would you learn French when the only language you speak is English? You're not going to any French country. So we dropped French too. But now I'm in Canada, and Canada is half French, half English. See? So a lot of times we neglect these things because there's nowhere to apply them. If we can build our systems enough so that our students don't have, our children don't have to be going to other places or dropping subjects like that, it will be a lot better. It will spark their interest more. For me, also, when I was in university, I didn't go there to memorize things, you know. I went there because I wanted somebody to show me, like, just spark my imagination a little bit. I don't need everything. Just spark my imagination, get me interested to the point where I could do it on my own and I could find joy out of it. It doesn't feel burdensome, you know. That if we can achieve that, that would be good. But in order to achieve this, we have to have our own platforms where our children can apply what they have learned. Like this might be like a little big right now, but like a space agency. Like, we have so many physicists and engineers in Ethiopia that are coming out of Ethiopia and going to other places to work, right? If they had those kind of things, if they had those kind of platforms in order to apply what they're learning, then we can start to go on our own trajectory, because then we can make our own decisions in these companies, and we can use our talent and our skills to improve and our own lifestyle. And I also believe education to application, application to education, and if we could achieve that, that would be great. That's what I think about it.
Rich, I want you to take on this, okay? I want you to. This is my assertion. Okay, now that you see me as a credible person in the education, and what I talk about from your perspective would be somewhat more credible than anybody that you can think about when it comes to education, right? I'm based on your experience with some of my students, my graduates, because that I've experimented what I'm talking about. I'm not talking. I don't come here to talk to you guys about education ideas without having done some work on it, or without having experienced some of it, without having tried to apply it to the extent that I'm able to apply. So on a practical sense, a practical research, action research kind of thing. But this is my assertion, okay? Mm-hmm. The biggest problem in education in Africa, not just in education in Africa, but education in the world, is that the future, the impending future that's ahead of us, that we can characterize in many ways, in terms of the environment, in terms of technology, in terms of social and social economic orders, cultural, and all the contexts that 10, 20, 30 years, 50 years, 100 years out. And in the education that we have, the system of education that we have are misaligned. So one of the ways that you can see that the misalignment is that today, a physics graduate in Ethiopia with some astrophysics background will have very little of no use for the context of Ethiopia. So they have to go out there searching for something, or they have to settle down for something that is below what they aspire to be. That misalignment. So if I tell you the future and the education the education that teaches the future, and the context of the future are misaligned, the proof is the way current graduates are misaligned. The way you talked about your experience as students, right? Yeah. That misalignment between what you're learning and what your impending future, what lies ahead of you, that misalignment is current. It's what you experience right now. And then it's what is also going to be experienced in the future. So my argument is that, like, let's take a pause and really completely reimagine and re-envision education based on what we envision the future to be. What we predict the future to be.
Yes.
So what we forecast the future to be. And if I can forecast the future to be, it's going to be technology ridden. It's not based on out of the blue. I'm not just coming up with some like like out of nothing, is based on the prevailing conditions of what we have experienced. Today was a future at some point. Okay, when somebody predicted today, or at least forecast today, with a good degree of insight and wisdom, and said, you know what, the future is going to be AI, and then in the midst of moments when AI technology could not succeed, they started it. They called it they even had what's called an AI winter. The AI winter was, I think, 20, 30 years of where nothing happened in it. You know, so and then the takeoff happened I think in the late 90s and early 2000s, where when we begin to have all this technology, the internet, the internet connectiveness, and then the amount of data that just started flooding in, and then so Montezzi drop out. Hey, Montezzi, come back. I'm gonna have you as well. We need you here.
That's funny.
So the point I'm making to you is that, like, when I'm talking about the future, I'm looking at it based on now, based on what we've done and what we felt today. And then, so today was the future 10 years ago. And, and then for a large part, we felt our education system has failed.
Yes.
And so we should not repeat that again in the next stage. So instead of saying, oh, AI is now the future, AI is already the past. To me, what I'm telling you, AI is already the past. The future is not just going to be AI. It's going to be something else. It's going to be quantum computing. That's the future. So education then will become like, okay, this is going to be the future. Let's align ourselves to that. The future is going to be 2 billion Africans. That's going to be, I'm certain of that. I'm 95% certain that's going to be the case. Then let's think about how we're going to feed 2 billion people. And somebody's going to say, we don't even feed the 1.4 billion right now. How are you going to feed the 4 billion? That's why you need to think about it right now. So that's what I wanted to do. Anyways, I think you guys are dropping out. So feel free to come back and really share your thoughts on some of my assertions here. So we're talking about reimagining and re-envision education in a fast-changing world. That's what we're talking about. And so waiting for Rich to come back. Rich is having a little bit of network.
Yeah. So sorry, brother.
It's okay. Okay, go ahead.
So your question was, how do we envision the future so that we can start educating people based on what we see 10 years from now, right?
Yes. I want education to be forward-looking. I'm suggesting that education should be about forward-looking. Should be planning about forward. And it needs to be aligned. That alignment has to be there. If there's no alignment, then 10 years will come and you see the misalignment.
Well, you know what? You know what I just be thinking about? Well, first of all, I'm gonna say, like, what I believe is most important if we're talking about Africa and African people is we can use AI to begin to provide for ourselves, to plant, to grow food. That's one thing we need, because I mean, it's 2022 and rice is still being used as a weapon to oppress our people. So we'll have to remove that. If we're gonna think 10 years in the future, we have to remove the need for the basic things like food. You know what I mean? Food, internet, access to information, electricity. We have to make sure that those things are independent. We have those things independent for ourselves. We can manage those things for ourselves so that no one can interrupt knock us off of our trajectory again. Like in the beginning, we used to talk about building back our kingdoms, but also protecting the kingdom that we are building, because we know we're not living in an all holy world. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I think that it's gonna take stages. But if let's do a hypothetical, right? Let's say we already have ways to provide food for ourselves, shelter, water, electricity, access to information. We already have those things. After that, what I believe we need to move on to is I've been looking at some stuff because I was so interested in industrial. I wanted to be an industrial designer so bad when I was younger. I even went to my prime minister. I drew this man. I drew a portrait of him, thinking that he will help me, and he still didn't help me. But anyway, I see these days, you know how they have containers, how they used to have containers, how they have containers now. They ship them, they move them on railways. You know what I mean? I've been seeing a lot of drones that can actually lift containers from one area to the next.
Wow.
They haven't implemented them yet, but this is the future. They're gonna be finished with railways and those big containers soon. I believe this will help us so much because Africa need to be. We need to build a portable Africa. That's what I call it. I call it a portable Africa because we're so far behind. We're gonna have to be so advanced in our thinking that we have to skip stages in order to even reach in the future. So imagine putting down railways all over Africa right now just to ship stuff from one place to the next. That's gonna take years. We don't have that kind of time. So one thing, that's just one thing though. This don't have nothing to do with information technology and all those kind of things, but I feel like this will be so good because these containers can then be used and programmed in to build like portable hospitals or portable schools that can move, hospitals that can move, that can fly and move other places. This is not impossible. They're already thinking about it, but it's still in the future. You know what I mean? So that's a futuristic type of thinking there, I believe, because it haven't been created yet. And if it's one place that needs that the most is Africa, because Africa don't have that type of rail system all over the continent. But we can
doesn't have the time to catch up
to do that stuff. Exactly. But we do have land, a lot of land. We have like 12 million square miles of land that we have to cover, and that people there that we have to support. Have to educate, have to feed, have to make sure they have good healthcare and those kind of things. So this is this. I believe.
I want to even get deeper a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like, from another person's perspective, that I'm actually advocating that we focus on smart, intelligent stuff, but what I'm trying to point out to you, like if we have about 600 million people in Africa right now that are under or on or below poverty line, in terms of when we say poverty, like their access to water, their access to education, basic education, their access to basic health care, their access to infrastructure, their access to all sort of things that will help somebody become mobile, and then that will help them be mobile enough to figure out and solve their problems. These are the people. If they have about 600 million right now, it's gonna be either double or more in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because there is a reason why it's 600 million right now. And it's because of the failing of the current education system that we have, the current social, political, economic structure that exists. So an education that has not activated the smart, intelligent, thoughtful, the change agent, the entrepreneurs to really figure out, okay, there are 600 million problems to solve, and this is how we can solve it. There are 600 million opportunities to figure out how to feed. And so if we don't, if we have failed up to now, is because our education system hasn't envisioned that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, down the line, that poverty line will not magically disappear, will not significantly change, and it will not get rid of itself unless we activate the agents. So education that activate the agents. So it's not just the future. So that person that thinks, so that child that potentially can think of solutions like the way you suggested, it already exists somewhere out there, but it needs to be activated. It needs to be empowered. It needs to be humanized. It needs to be grounded. It's not just enough to know the physics and maths and the calculation, the architecture of doing things, is recognizing what that power is used for. What am I going to use that power for? So I tell my students, like, it's not enough for you to be a coder or an engineer, a mathematician. Those are requirements. Those are standards. I require you to be good at all of those things. It's important to see, what am I going to do those things for? How is that going to make my life better?
Yes.
My family's better and my community is better. How am I going to use that agency that I have derived and built up to translate into community agency? So education that really think that way, it's about activating, because you realize whether it's opportunities or problems, they are huge. And in order to tackle them, you need a vast number of populations, vast section of the population that gets up in the morning and says, you know what, I'm part of this journey. Is and doing that. How do you activate that? So if you don't activate it, the future becomes a present at some point. And then when you analyze that present, you realize you are twice, 3 times, 4 times more likely to be in conflict, 4 times, 5 times more likely to die of hunger and poverty, and they haven't. And then because of that, they are more likely to be under the influence of the powers that be, because they are vulnerable, they are weak. You don't have strength. Your energy is dispersed and disorganized. The way to quote you on this, and I think you've talked about energies before. How we misalign and misorganize our energies. So that's what I'm trying to get at. Am I in the wrong place on this one? Am I wrong in the way I'm understanding it?
No. Well, that's what we need. That's what we need. That's the beginning of the whole thing. See, that's why I created Triangle, because in order to get our people to move, you have to show them the consequences of their actions and their inaction, both of them.
Yes.
Because there are points where your actions have more consequences, but there are points when your inaction have more consequences. You see, if you can get to balance that, then you can know how to move. Also, that's what it needs, because I feel like sometimes when we look at the world and we look at ourselves as educated people and we look at the world, we always look at what we can get from someone. Most of the time we look at what we can get from someone with what we have, not what we can give with what we have. So we're always looking for a job and those kind of things, because we don't have any system that will that will show us that, okay, something that will contain us, something that will what's the word I'm looking for? Something that will motivate us, something to look forward to, because future is forward, right? So if we don't have nothing to look forward to and we're going to the future, then we're really going to just be stuck here if we don't have nothing to look forward to. Also, these same positive feedback loops that all of these other social media networks use to keep us on their platforms, these can also be used for positive stuff. These can also be used to show our people, like, look, this is what you are capable of if you actually come together and think about something, and see a problem, think of the solution, and then start to apply what you know towards whatever the problem is. So most people find so much joy out of solving problems than anything else if they can see it. But if they can see it, then it's a big difference. I feel like that's the beginning of helping our children and our people to think in the future, to think ahead, to show them that it's not impossible for you to think about an idea over here in the Western world, even though you're in the diaspora, even if you're in Africa. It's not impossible for you to think about it and actually start applying what you know in order to solve that problem, and move on to another one, because there's gonna always be some kind of problem, something to improve. So that vision, that's what they see. We have to change what they see in our own favor. Like we have to guide them in a way. So that's why I created Triangle, because I feel like we are having an error in perception, and our perception is the reality. See, we stuck over here in the those of us who are over here, we're stuck over here. We don't even know what's happening on the continent. We don't know what happening home. We don't even call it or consider it home. Some of us don't even want to go back there. because of all the images that they're showing us. You see, they're messing with our perception. While they're showing us images of people starving over there, they're going over there to buy land, build coffee farms, set up logistics, because they're giving us they're giving us the perception that they want us to see. But if we can now show our people what we are capable of, if we work together as one, even it doesn't even have to be an outsiders, then we can change their perception and start moving into the future now. Because now we're not gonna only be sitting there saying, oh my God, somebody help us, or USA bring aid, we need aid. We won't be thinking about that no more. We'll be thinking, how do we buy some land, get some tractors in some area or something, get some seeds, and start moving. And the people who are willing to do that, we pay them. Like they're not working. Make sure they're not working for just because they like work. If they just like work and they're good with financial stuff, then that's fine. If they want to contribute their time, that's fine as well. But we have to have that option where we can support them to find to whatever means, so that they now can feel good actually solving their own problems instead of going to solve everybody else's problem. I think that's how we can move into the future.
I think you really articulated it clearly. Like, it couldn't be any clearer in terms of why we desperately need to change the way. And then of course the change argument that we're making, that you need to change yourself in order to really change this dynamics, the dynamics that we're facing in. So Sam, one of the he's my strongest opponent on the platform. He opposes almost everything I point out and argue, but it's okay. This is a great thing. I love the fact that somebody's out there really keeping me on my toe on this one. But I think so I want to point out, like, we are already a failing society in many ways. We're failing because there's a huge part of our population that either doesn't see and perceive the value in their culture and their traditions and that self-worth, that self-esteem. There's a huge part. They are educated, they are well-resourced, they have a degree of economic mobility, but they don't have intellectual and an emotional mobility. They are stuck in that state of, like, it's helpless, can't be done. And then he argues, like, the word, like, he says I'm wrong, and the reason I'm wrong is because it's impossible. But the thing about it, if I go 200 years from now, go back to 200 years from now, and explain to somebody, one day you could be somewhere else that you're completely unimaginable, and be able to talk to each other, be able to conversate with each other. One day that's going to be a possibility to do. And then, you'll be like, you're dead wrong on that one. It's impossible. What tools? Are you going to do it with some kind of sticks and metals to be able to talk to somebody completely in another and be able to see them? So literally, Sam, the human history is filled with impossibilities. They were once impossible. So, like, it seems daunting and is impossible to completely, fundamentally alter the state and the conditions of Africa, and then use education as instrument for doing that. It's impossible to envision that. What is possible? Impossible is only in terms of time. Time is a factor here.
That's all it is.
It's all time and space. Given time and space, what is impossible is no longer impossible. So the notion of going to the moon is an impossible idea. The notion of telecom, the notion of road transport, the notion of railway, the notion of a pencil. Imagine in the era of ink. Imagine in the era of goat skins.
Man, electricity. The light bulb.
The light bulb. I mean, like, imagine, there were moments in human history, those things were like, if somebody said it, one day, you will even need to use some kind of wax to to light your home. There's just going to be this independent thing that you can plug it into your roof, the ceiling in your home, and then it will light up your room. And that person whoever said that person, maybe in the 15th century, will be considered crazy and mad. And then before you know it, it's known to be crazy and mad. And then who invented it? It's not Edison who did it. It was a black guy who came up with the technology to do it. Telecommunication. It's Africans who did, black Africans who have actually come up with it. So many things are mathematically impossible. And then comes in a smart, intelligent person. What I'm telling you is that, like, we need an education that activates not just one or two handful of them, the millions of them that have the potential to be activated, but they're not being activated. So instead of trying to institute an education system that's so expensive and so burdensome, let's just get rid of this education system that we have adopted from the West. And then it's an education system that is like, for it to succeed, it requires resource. So because we don't have resources, we're not going to succeed in it. So we just get rid of it. Instead of thinking about in terms of structure or organization of education, the way the Swedish are thinking, the way the Americans and the British and the Japanese are thinking, we need to completely reconfigure education from a different angle, from an angle that doesn't burden itself with the need for scale, or the term scale, large scale building of schools, large scale building of policies, large scale this, large scale. How do we miniaturize education? How do we, and before you do that, you have to reimagine it in terms of the philosophy of education. So one of the things that I have practiced is, and I think, Rich, you experience in some of my students, is that I teach them to be human. The schools are about empowering the humanity. The mechanism and the tools, the instruments of math and physics they are instruments. I'm teaching math, but math is an instrument of humanity. I'm teaching art. Art is an instrument of humanity. I'm teaching language. Language is an instrument of that humanity. That process of exploration, discovery, and being. That's what I call them. Explore, discover, and be, and then go through that cycle, that continuous process of humanizing yourself, because that journey is endless. And then you can use the maths to express. So you are the human that has the knowledge, but also the ability to generate wisdom, and then the ability to generate insight. And that's the education I'm proposing, as opposed to, structure burdensome, kind of like, oh, let's teach grade 1 to grade 12 and then university and blah, blah. And I think, to me, that moment will come where we need to do that. But this right now, at this time in the African history, in African time and African point, should be about activating the 20-30% of the population that need to be activated to be entrepreneurs, to resolve the fundamental crisis that exists in our society, the economic, the political, and everything in between. Resolve those things, resolve the crisis of history, resolve all those things, and then transition to a scale issue.
Yeah. Well, also Ezra, and you see how you said activate 30% of the population to help the rest.
Yes.
That's the 30% of the population you're talking about. We are the ones who are going to move our people past the part that we already missed already.
Yes.
We have to get past. We're so far behind. We have to get past certain things first. Not to say what did he say? Not to say. Go ahead, Ezra.
No. He said the term we used was impossible. Some used, but I think, like, we need to change ourselves. I think that 20-30% of the population, that the critical mass that will tip the scale, need to be transformed and need to change. And then we are the ones stuck, and this was considered impossible. We are the ones stuck with the notion that one day our education system will be like Sweden.
Yeah.
One day our education system will be like Britain. One day our education system will be like Japan. But the scale required to achieve that is so vast. The way you talked about the railway is the same problem that you have in education. So we need to say, you know what, okay, let's go back a little bit and really kind of like get rid of the things on the table, and then kind of replant new ideas, new notions. And these new notions is what I'm talking about. And that change, I have gone through that change. I have gone through the system, the very system of education that educated me, that empowered me, realized that I cannot use that to transform up the continent and the population of Africa and then even the world with it. It's too expensive, it's too burdensome, it requires too much administrative overhead. It's just the overhead is too much. Like I went through the IB International Baccalaureate system, one of the best educational experience that you could have as a learner. That empowers and liberates you. And then I was liberated because of that. But just to educate me would cost somewhere between $6,000 and $30,000 a year. Just one person. $6,000 to $30,000 a year. Who has $6,000 per child? When we can only master for the current system somewhere around $400-500 a year.
Yeah, it's a trap.
Yeah, so it's a trap. You're trapped in that system. So what I'm trying to say, like, yes, we need the math, we need the physics, we need the chemistry, but we need the humanity first before those things. Because we are not humanized, we haven't been able to really understand. Because the term humanization, people misunderstand it. Oh, I mean like good. No, both good and bad. There are things I know and the things I don't know. The things I'm good at, the things I'm not good at. That's being human. That being able to understand a true estimation of yourself, being human. And that humanity can only be achieved if you are set on that journey. And education that humanizes, when I say education that humanizes, I'm talking about a learner who realizes their ability and the limit of it as well. A learner who recognizes knowledge, realize knowledge in itself doesn't get you anywhere. So they derive wisdom from it. They derive insight from it. That's who can do it. The conduit of that, the conduit is a human. So if that human is not liberated, how are you going to do it? If you keep dehumanizing the person, how are you going to do it? If we keep chopping the trees to build a spaceship that we have no use for, instead of nurturing the tree to grow and then expand and then really become the shade that we're supposed to be. That's a dichotomy that we're facing. Anyways, please feel free to step in on this one.
I was saying that the 30% that's gonna tip the scale is the ones who already have education, but also have a collectivist mindset.
Yes,
we have to get out of that individualistic mindset, because if we think about ourselves all the time, that's all that's we're gonna help ourselves, and then our children can come and we all at ground zero thinking about ourselves. So the 30% that's gonna tip the scale are the ones who are going to have to bring everyone else up as much as possible up to their level.
Yes.
So using their education and applying their education to the problems that they see their people having. Because to be honest, you can't tell a hungry person how important education is,
No.
That person have to be fed first. If you have any type of humanity, that person have to be fed first before that. And I'm not saying that people are all over Africa are hungry. That's not what I'm saying. But
there's somebody who's hungry. There's somebody who's going to be hungry. Not everybody's hungry, but there's somebody who's hungry. There's somebody who's in the middle of a conflict. There's somebody who can't exercise their true self, their true potential, their God-given, agency. They are all over there, Africa. I mean, there's enough of them.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to think about ways. Like, to me, right now, like immediately, we have to start thinking about ways that we can use our education to start to bypass certain things. Because in the West, they have us. They make us. They make us to believe that in order to get Z, Z, you have to pass to every single alphabet before you can reach Z. By the time you reach Z, you die. You know what I mean? You're on pension, you can't move and those kind of things.
Yeah.
So I feel like the
It's
best
like,
education,
no.
education we can get right now, and the best application we can use with the education we have is to help to bring our people up collectively to bypassing certain things, like that railway idea that I told you about. That's an idea that could bypass so many things, because there's so many places in Africa that don't really have any healthcare stuff and so on. If you can fly a small hospital to an area, do you know how much that would help? Just the notion itself, to people see you coming to help them. Even that alone, that's how a lot of these American corporations get into Africa in the first place. They go with food and those kind of things. It's sad and unbelievable, but it's true. So if we can bypass certain things with our education over here, and we go and we apply it, then we can raise our people collectively to another level. Then we can start educating and switching up the education system that we currently have, because they will see that whatever we are doing is working. And then
I think to me, so there is a potential, right? So say if you assume somewhere between 20 to 30% of the population is potentially that agent, right? That potential, but the education system has to be there, right? In order to activate and channel that in a manner that is, positively impactful. I'm just going to mute you a little bit, okay? I'm muting you just so that you can unmute yourself anytime you want to talk, okay? So if we have to resolve the problem of hunger. It's not enough to get aid to resolve the hunger, because we get aid, but we're still hungry. There's still many Africans who struggle to make ends meet. Very difficult, challenging life that is being an African across Africa, many places, many of the African continent, parts of Africa, the degree differs, but the struggle is more or less the same. Like really facing a whole lot of challenges that are sometimes exacerbated by global events. But even when those global events don't exist, the struggle still exists. But there's somebody out there, or there are people out there, there are groups out there, there are communities out there that can help figure that out. The technology got the same thing, the social issues the same thing, the political issues the same. This whole suite of people that need to be activated. Then education that humanizes does an incredible job of that. So Sam says, so what are you proposing?
Yes, I see that question.
Yes,
man.
I have a proposal. I can show you the proposal. Why not?
Well, I would say, man, I don't know. I would say this, like, our children are gonna have to learn to application. That's what I'm thinking. Because, like, you know what the Japanese did? You know why Japan is such a powerful engineering country? Japan is not a big country, They bought locomotives, they broke them down, they studied them, and they built them back twice as good. That's what they did. So education to application, we're gonna move us so much more faster in the future, because you're not just there, right? You're not just there in a class sitting down waiting for somebody to tell you what to do. or waiting for somebody to give you some stuff to go home to read.
Yeah.
It's going you have to actually see the results of your actions, the results of your education. I don't know how else to put it. I'm not an education genius like
No,
Ezra.
but like this is exactly what it is. Essentially, like Japan saying this is going to be our future. Our future lies in this, right? And then design this an education system that works for that. Germany will say this is where, like, Germany at the end of the Second World War, a completely disastrous place. Anybody who was there will say it's impossible to recover from this. If you were in the middle of it, if you have some, we all have a degree of empathy. If you were in the middle of the post Second World War kind of Germany, the total destruction and devastation of Germany, you realize, it was an impossible, kind of space, right? It was an impossible. It was an so-called potentially impossible to come out of condition that they were in. Of course, it was all sort of prevailing conditions. Their neighbors wanted them to recover. They wanted the Germany to come back roaring. All of that those things do exist. Those external, the extenuating conditions in the environment does matter. So is the case in Africa, where if the West and Americans and Europeans and Chinese and all of them were nice and really gentle and kind with us, and that will make the work that much less. But still, the fundamental thing is that, like, the internal framework that really transformed Germany back to where it is right now is the notion, the realization that our future lies in being a manufacturing hub of technology. And so they realign the education system to meet that. So and Germany, they're very disciplined. I don't support and prescribe the German system of education for Africa, but for Germany, I understand why it works. They realize we need to structure and organize our educations to meet where we want to be in the next 10, 15 years. Because the child I'm educating right now, he's going to be the one, and she's going to be the one to do the kind of things I want them to do. So some people think, oh, we don't know about the future. Oh, you'd be surprised how much we can actually influence the future. You envision to be somebody else. Chances are you're going to be approximately close to that vision than anywhere else. Because the future is undecided, of course. But the one that you envision is the one that's closely aligned to that decision. Chances are you're not going to be far from that kind of vision. So countries like Germany, the same thing. You look at Belgium, like a country like Belgium that depended so much on their colony. They realize the future is not going to depend on their colony. So they have to figure out a way to continue to manipulate countries like the Congo to continue to benefit from Congo. We have to find a way to, like, country like France. How do I the future is not going to be an overt colonialism, but in subversive colonialism. Mm-hmm. So they design an education system, a political system, an economic system designed to meet that. So it's essentially what I'm saying to you is that, think about the future, where the future is. Whether you like it or not, there's still going to be more people in the next future, in the future ahead of us. They're going to be, if they are hungry people right now, there's still going to be hungry people there. If they are homeless people right now, there's still going to be homeless people. You can't solve all the problems, but you're going to activate the agents now that will deal with the problem ahead. So I wanted to share that's a point I wanted to share before I actually bring in the issue of how do I resolve the problem of education. But I think it's important people to recognize that the power of education is so profound, so powerful, and impacting the future. The rest of the world, that's how they do it.
Ezra, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, I can't hear you. So let me go in and come out. Come out and come again.
Can you guys hear me?
No, it's not you. It's me. It's my phone.
Okay. So Okay, welcome back. I like the name, the architect. That is the title, the architect. You guys, you got the architect in the house.
Yes, you know Imhotep, architect
Yeah.
of the cosmos.
Oh man, you are like, you are the next generation already. In so many ways. I mean, the
Yes.
next generation in the house, guys. I mean, like, really like, I mean, really like, it's I would like, to me, like, imagine like an education that saw you when you were a young person and aspiring whatever aspiration that you had. Remember this thing that you're doing with Triangle? You
Yeah.
told me was that it has been a long time coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it came as a very strange kind of vision. It didn't
Yeah.
have clearly, nicely defined things like this, right? Shape or form. It didn't have shape, it didn't have form, but you were witness to a shapeless idea, to formless idea. You were a conduit of that. Imagine an education system that really saw that so early and then quickly activated you on that process of really pursuing that in a manner that empowers you and that humanizes you so that you don't really have the power, but they have the responsibility that comes with it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the resources. I'm telling you this.
And
If I had got to when I went to my prime minister when I was like 17, if I had got to, I would have gone to Australia to study industrial design, and I probably would have been in Africa designing bridges and all type of things. Because that was the plan anyway.
Yeah.
But this plan worked out. But God knows, man. God knows what the earth needs, what his people needs.
Yes.
So I don't even regret that he didn't take me seriously. Honestly, I'm happy right now because instead of me just going to be an industrial designer and only being able to support myself or my own ideas, I support somebody else's business, I end up creating an idea where other ideas can grow. For me, this is way, way more important because to create ideas where other ideas can grow means that you can be almost anything because these ideas are coming out of your idea is basically your idea as well.
Yeah, I was actually talking about the triangle idea. Do you remember the picture you drew?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was actually a vision for real.
Yeah, it was a vision, right? It didn't come in as clear as it looks like right now, right? It's more shape and form right now, but you were the conduit through which that you were able to see that. But I mean, to me, like, there's a portion of the population, regardless of the conditions, the prevailing conditions,
Yeah.
the experiencing conditions, it might take you time, it might take longer,
Yeah.
but you always get to where you need to get to.
Yeah.
Right? You make the whatever necessary steps and choices that you make. Sometimes you might take a longer route, but you still will get to where you need to get to. Even if you don't get exactly where you hope to get in, but you get that thing up to a point beyond which somebody else is willing to pick it up and take it to the next level. But to me, the education kind of thing I'm talking about is activating that early on through a systematic education system. And I want to share that with you guys, a little bit of that, just quickly, what I developed when I did work in my previous work. And it's something that we develop as like, this is suitable to the school, specific to a school, but there's general framework that underlines it. General framework. The general framework is one, you need to have context in education. Context. We need an education that has context in it. When I say context, the context of like a Congolese child, it learns in the context. The epistemological context is not just is not the school context, but the broader societal, historical, cultural, aspirational context that need to be built into that. So that's part of the structure. The other part of the structure is the element of kind of like process of the catalysis, the role of the instrument, the role of education as a catalyst, not as a kind of like an enforcer of behavior, action, and decision choice. That is for the person to make. That agency is for the person to make, but as a catalyst for informing, empowering, and liberating. So that institutional component to it is there. And then there's the other component to it is the element of practice. Like, you know, what Paulo Freire talks about practice, like the practice of liberating education. It has to, so the issue is not in the concept of what you want to achieve, but the issue is in the practice of it. How you practice liberating education is as important as how you verbalize and articulate a liberating education. A liberating education is not about saying like no to modernity, no to work, no to knowledge. The liberating education is allowing the human to determine the extent to which the knowledge they are acquiring can be the source of wisdom and can be the source of insight. So the ultimate goal, so the other element of it is that what is the goal of it? Well, we talked about in other shows in education, this is series of education that we talked about, a full human. Full human means like a fully expressed. I mean, you can never be truly full human. It's for lack of better language, but it's in a sense that somebody who's committed to being in the journey of human. That journey of human being, like being able to learn and grow, that continuously learning and continuously growing, that continuously reflecting, continuously interacting and reflecting on the things that you are becoming, you're exploring, you are discovering, and then you're becoming. And that process of humanity is necessary because that reflection, in reflection you realize my fellow humanity is hungry, my fellow humanity is in peril, my fellow humanity doesn't know how to resolve conflict, my fellow humanity doesn't understand technology, doesn't know how to use technology. That sense of agency will transpire into that community agency where you say, you know what, we can do better as a unit. And then you go back to really kind of reshaping that context I talked about at the beginning. The context, the broader context. So the context of a Congolese child right now is so much acutely about the scars of colonialism. If you're a Congolese child, you will recognize what I'm talking about. But from a historical perspective, we look at it from far. But if you empathize deeply enough to the experience of the Congolese under King Leopold, you know, the incredible trauma they experienced in the 10, 20 years they were under King Leopold, and then the continuation of that trauma through the next generation of colonialists when they realized they got caught red-handed doing, you know, God knows how many horrible things. And then the Belgians became, like, let's polish up this work of King Leopold and do something else. That context still is a prevailing context in the Congolese. But once you humanize that child, that, you know, the context is there, but the humanize the expectation that through the cycle of transformation and change and transcendence, through that growth that will happen as a result of a humanizing education, new contexts can be built. New context that's commensurate not just with the fears, with the worries and the traumas, but also the aspiration as well. So that's what I'm talking about. This system, for a large part, works in the context of the school that we worked on, but the structures that in here can be applied to almost any part of Africa. And that's what I'm suggesting. That's where I'm coming from. I'm not coming here to theorize things about, oh, let's complain about the system. I'm here because of experience. I've seen it change and I've seen it make a difference on people. And then the things I've done are not all perfect, but they are the directions are the right directions.
Hey, Ezra,
yes.
I'm gonna be listening. I'll come back in when I get a chance, but I have to get back to work.
No, I'm done. So you can do your things and then you can just drop out if you want.
Okay, no problem. But wow, this I hope you don't mind. I took a screenshot of your thing there.
Absolutely.
I just want to show my friend.
Feel free. By the way, I want to give credit to people I'm not the only person who work on this. I work with other people, incredible, talented, smart people, by the name of Panos Azandres, who's now the head of the school right now, and then Dawit Alamai, who's now pursuing his PhD in education here in the US. The three of us came together and collaborated to come up with a context for the school, a model for the school we're working on. So that I want to give that credit where it is due as well. It's not just my work. It requires team of people to do this. So sorry, back to you.
No problem. Well, it was good seeing you guys back at work again. I'll come back at work after I go back to my other work. But I saw Tanzan say hi. Hi, Tanzan.
Hey, Tanzan. Yeah, Tanzan's here.
Yeah, I hope everything is blessed.
She read, you know, 11 hours, man. Tanzan, oh my God.
Yeah, and they're coming now too, so I'll give somebody else some space to give their opinions and their ideas. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, man. Thank you, Rich. I appreciate you. Keep doing the incredible work you're doing. You know, this is a change maker, the architect we're talking about.
Yes. All right. See you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Anybody who's interested in coming and joining, I would love to have more people. I know I'm not gonna ask Tanzan to join, but if any one of you would love to join and come and join and say a few things, feel free to come in and join. So we're talking about, like, you know, changing. So this is our topics today. Reimagine and re-envision educations, okay, in a fast-changing world. Reimagine education. So we talked about this last week. It was a topic about this was our topic last week. So we are extending that, and in light of the new campaign that Swahili Nation Network just started with the change to change. So, you know, so the changing nature of it is what we covered today. We looked at the start of it. We started with a video of the fundamental shift that has taken place in the world, and how that shift and that change is actually reshaping, you know, economies around the world, politics around the world. And then a lot of the conflict that you see around the world, the tension that you see in the West, I mean, the reason they are in such a tense, every time the Europeans are in conflict is because they are in the states of change. The history of Europe, every time they embark on conflict, is that all their profiteering just has come to a grounding halt, and now they want to eat each other's profits. So during the scramble for Africa, they didn't need to fight each other because there was things to scramble on. Once they got done scrambling Africa, eating up all the places that need to be eaten up, and then they started saying, "Oh, the Germans say, oh, I'm better than the British. How come the British have more colonies than I?" The French were like, "How can the British have this?" And then before you know it, tension builds up, and that scramble becomes for little. They start scrambling on breadcrumbs. They start scrambling on what? The spoils of, oh, let's eliminate the Ottomans so you can take the spoils of the Ottomans. Let's eliminate the Germans so we can take the spoils of the Germans. Let's eliminate this and let's eliminate that. And that's the Europeans for you. And today they are at it again. The Western powers, this is in their DNA. They just fight over something. Somebody innovates and creates, and then the rest are just like hyenas, just devouring things. Now there's nothing to devour, or what they're about to devour, they're increasingly becoming so limited. That scarcity, and what underlines this? What underlines that scarcity I guarantee you, or what characterizes, not underlies, what characterizes that scarcity, you can see it in your wallet. You can see the prices going up. You can see the scarcity that's just showing up. You go to stores, the things that were available in abundance are beginning to disappear and not be there. So, and then how do they come up? You know, how do those things? So the fault lines that are buried underneath, they get to expose in some kind of like some moments, like it could be an earthquake or a pandemic or some kind of phenomena, environmental, social, political phenomena that would just opens the fault line, make those fault lines visible. In the early 1900s or late 1800s, what was being exposed, in addition to the Spanish flu that exposed the world, or the pandemics and all of that exposed the world, what was happening in Europe was the increasing realizations that there's agency. Human beings are agents. Human agency was so much more becoming more and more acutely aware that you're not just a subject of the Tsar or the Empire of the British or the Republic of France or whatever, but there's a degree of agency that was being. There was a growing working class. There was a growing bourgeoisie, and they were beginning to see like, oh, I'm not just an instrument of empire anymore. Okay, I'm also an instrument of my own welfare and my own well-being, my own economic, socio-economic mobility. And then that fourth line just exposes. By 1914, all the things that are leading up to it were just adding up to it. And then another fourth line was the notion that the whites were superior, were defeated in 1896. 1896, the Battle of Adwa, people ignore it. But that notion, there was a notion pre-1896 world and post-1896 world is a different thing. Pre-1896, the Europeans were so full of themselves. I'm not saying all Europeans, I'm just saying the ruling class of the Europeans were full of that notion that we were impervious, impenetrable. One of the ways you know that they were thinking like this is to actually go back and read some of the articles, some of the notions. They even started claiming that there is no way a black army would defeat a white army. Those Ethiopians are white people in black skin. They even started claiming things like that, ridiculous things like that. What I'm trying to tell you that things like that are, so right now what you see in Europe, what is in the world right now, is all this conflict. You have to understand why in conflict. Why the Russians and the Europeans who were at peace, sharing the spoils and the wealth of their post-Cold War, you know, they've come to terms with ways of sharing that. The Europeans and Russians had a way of sharing that. So how do they come to that? They come to that because inherently that's a problem. There's inherent problem in the European psychology, European thought. Their philosophy in the Western mind of exploitations has gotten to the point where resources have become increasingly difficult to get because now there are more competing forces out there. China is not only competing for resources to produce the goods to supply to Europe and America, China is competing to produce for itself, to empower itself. And that competition creates enormous pressure. So they don't know what the heck to do. And in that space, in that context, that's where we are. So to me, there's almost very little to learn from a European approach to education. There's very little to learn from a European approach to technology and to advancement and progress. Because their notion of progress is exploitation. Their notion of progress is elimination, destruction, extraction. That's it. It doesn't go any. It's material. There is no intellectually, emotionally, spiritual high level. Oh, of course, their philosophy might say that, but the reality is that the Western mindset is broken. So we are kind of like at that stage where we are actually beginning to realize that there's an opening for us to actually feel it. And I'm here in this platform to help feel that feeling, not to kind of find a way to kind of like, how can we mimic the industrial folly and their total elimination of the planet and its inhabitants and extinction of humanity. How can we imitate that? Nah, you won't get that from me. So anybody who's interested in joining in, please feel free to join in. And what I need to pay for my parking space. My car is parked out there somewhere, and somebody is going to extort me if I don't pay for it. So I'm currently trying to figure out a way I'm currently trying to find a way to pay for it. Just give me a second. So anybody who wants to come in, let me know if you're interested in coming in. Is Mondatizzi still there? I don't know if Mondatizzi is still there. I would love to have you here. Sorry earlier. So let me look at the comments. Okay, people are nicely chatting me up. Hi, Marriott. It's so nice to see you here on this platform. I appreciate your presence here. Marriott and Sam, BJ, Briggs, we are all talking to each other. They're having their own life here, their own space. And it's devoid of. Okay. Tanzan says, Sam, you are unstoppable. Okay, they're talking about food. Okay, so the in the chat room they are pointing each other, greeting each other, sharing love and compassion for each other. But nobody showed me love and compassion here by coming in and gracing my platform. And I think, to me, like people are scared to to really like challenge me. Maybe like I don't know if I want to pose that challenge, but to me, like I was saying earlier, like I think like those of you that are struggling to really appreciate some of my point of view, is that it comes from the notion that you need this is the moment, this is the call for change, and the call for change not just to change the context, the prevailing conditions of our politics, our economy, our society, and our world, but also the changing your lenses, the way you see the world, the way you understand and perceive the world, the way you appreciate the conditions that characterize our world. So you're called upon, to really reevaluate and reconstitute new way of thinking, a new way of appreciating the world. And I can tell you this as somebody who studied, like at least closely studied, to the extent I can, the history of the world. I can tell you that what you see right now, the prevailing powers, you see the Europeans are powerful and economically, the Westerns are. It is as much an illusion, as much as a delusion as it is reality. There is some reality to it, Because there's also delusion and illusion to it. So I have Mariette, who was nice enough to really help me transition last week. So thank you for joining me. Hey Mariette, welcome.
Yeah, well, if you're just gonna be sad that nobody's joining you, well, I'll join you just for a few.
Yeah, you don't want me to be sad, right?
Yeah. Somebody has to be first, right?
I'm talking about Europe, by the way.
I thought Sam would be now.
That's I don't know. I don't think we were ever gonna.
I just gave him the chance, you know. He sat this week, right? So it's not fair.
No. Oh wait. Has he ever shown up on?
No. He keeps saying next week when my app is finished or whatever. I'm not even convinced that he has something about language. We need to see proof.
We need to see proof. We need to see proof beyond this argument.
Maybe he's just a troll, you know.
Yeah, no more trolling. We no longer accept you trolling. Anyways,
he doesn't even have a normal
No, but his picture is of Prime Minister Abiy. So I'm like, that doesn't give us any idea, right? He's going to send me a picture of him. So.
Really? And you're going to expose him?
Yeah, I'm going to expose him.
You're going to do an exposure show.
We're going to expose. We're going to expose Sam here. The hidden hand.
Yeah. Well, I was a little bit busy these days.
He wants me to send me.
It's really special.
He's going to send me.
As you know, I'm in Holland. You know.
Yeah.
What?
Holland. How's Holland today? Is it warm?
I'm losing. What did you say?
How's Holland today? How's the Netherlands?
Very warm weather.
What temperature?
We have around 30, and it's May, right? It's spring.
Yeah.
So it's crazy.
Humidity?
92. So it's sweaty.
So it's sweaty. So it must be like so sticky. Not just sweaty. It's also kind of sticky. Are you out? Did you go out and about a little bit? Get sun soaked a little bit. I mean, this is not considered heat wave, but it's warm.
It just got dark now, so I'm now doing my final walk with my dog if he wants to, because he's very lazy when it's warm weather.
Yeah, because they have a fur, right? That fur, we can take off a shirt, right?
Yeah, he can't. But he's the crazy one. He goes lying in the sun, and then he cools down in the shade again, and keeps moving.
What is his breed, and how old is he?
A beagle. I don't know if you know that. It's like a...
What is that? I don't hear
a beagle. A beagle.
Beagle. Oh, I know beagle.
Yeah. So that's his breed, and he's 7. So, they are very stubborn.
So like the breed, I don't know, like how, like what is the average age for that? Generally?
Well, around 15, 16 or something.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's halfway. It's middle-aged.
Yeah, but this is middle-aged. But I mean, this is the moment of like where they become bossy and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. So especially with other dogs, sometimes when he's just not so friendly. Yeah. He thinks, well, this is my street. Go away.
My territory. Yeah. So what is his name, by the way?
Tommy. Yeah.
Yeah. How did you come up with that name, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I always wanted a dog, and my imaginary dog always was called Tommy. So yeah, when I finally got a dog, I couldn't give him another name then, right? That would be stupid.
Yeah.
So that's when it was Tommy.
So the name was picked up before he was even born.
Yeah, years before. It took me more than 20 years. Yeah, I got him as a puppy. Yeah. When he was like 9 weeks or something. So really cute and tiny.
One thing that people don't realize how important, animal companions are, and particularly in the West. And
Yeah,
in Africa,
true.
like, yes, we do have a degree of petting, but in some very limited scale. But most of my dogs and pets are like, maybe cats may be pets, but dogs generally become kind of like guard dogs.
More like the guard dogs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw that when I was in Ethiopia. Yeah, and they were really like making fun of me that I'm walking my dog, right? So they basically don't do that.
Yes.
So yeah. But now one of my friends from Ethiopia, he's coming over to visit me.
Yes.
So that's really special.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's really awesome. So he was.
Friend of you, is he or she?
He. Yeah, he's Ethiopian. He lives in Addis.
Okay.
I visit him there, and with his family.
Okay.
And now he came to Holland, so he will be staying with me next week for a few days. And then
is the best time for an Addis person to visit the
Netherlands? I think so. It's nice weather.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I'm gonna prepare some Ethiopian food. For now, he's staying at a hotel, so I think after 10 days he's done with the hotel food. He's craving for some home food.
So you do cook Ethiopian food?
Wow. Yeah.
Like,
I've made injera before, and I made dorawot, and I made segawot, and I'm gonna prepare firfir, I think, for him for breakfast.
Wow.
So yeah. Just try, right?
Different kind of firfir at different time of the day.
The
morning firfir, people don't know that the morning firfir is cooked differently. Differently than the lunch.
Text me then how. I still have time.
It's a little bit so it's much quicker. So there's a way you could do it quicker. You don't put too much meat into it. If you put meat into it, as much as possible. It's like collate, right? Quick collate. Like so the speed at which you cook it is much quicker. So when you do it, it's like you test the pepper much more pronouncedly than the firfir that you eat for lunch or dinner.
Oh, okay.
You eat for lunch, for dinner, will have to be sigawat, right? So then it turned out into firfir. How long it takes to cook sigawat? Like the simmering that you have to do. So the pepper is no longer as sharp. It's more, It can be spicy, but it's not sharp. It doesn't have that sharp tongue like that.
Well, it is strange to us, because we are mostly like the yogurt type of people, or just bread,
Yes.
We don't eat that heavy stuff in the morning.
Yeah. Kinche? You know kinche?
No.
Kinche is like oats.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we have.
It's more cooked than oats in the West.
Yeah.
You put it in the milk and that kind of thing. You like it's much more sweet, but it's much more salty and with sticky and spicy butter.
Yeah, but we like it more sweet,
Yeah. No, but kimchi is I think it's a barley. It's a type of barley.
Oh yeah. I know that. Yeah. I've heard my friend talk about that as well.
Yeah.
So
basically, what I'm trying to tell you, like breakfast, so different in Ethiopia in terms of the cooking range that you have. And the kind of things that you do cook, and it's one of my favorite things. Breakfast, Ethiopian breakfast is one of my favorite things.
Yeah. Okay.
Even the way we cook the egg is different, right? I'm sure.
Yeah. So I even asked his wife what he likes for breakfast, and then she said he likes tips, and I was like, well, that hardly is like a breakfast thing, for us.
No, by the way, a lot of Ethiopians have polluted appetite. Really polluted, like really kind of like screwed up. The past 10, 20 years, that has been screwed up a little.
Yeah.
So it's no longer.
So we'll see how that goes then.
No, he's gonna be amazed by your skill. I mean, if you already.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, how long were you in Ethiopia, and what took you there?
I was there for 2.5 weeks. And I visited my friends, and we have some sponsored children that we sponsor through an NGO.
What's the name?
Compassion.
Compassion. Okay.
So and I visited them too, because I was, before that, when I came alone, I was there for a fundraising event, and we went to run a marathon.
Oh, nice.
In Ethiopia. That was in 2014. And then I was a bit cured from running. And then I started just walking, like long distance walking.
Yes,
and
walking
so
is better than running.
And in 2018 I went again, and then I did a 50-kilometer walk, just walking in Ethiopia.
Where?
I was in the Hosanna.
Wow, in the south. That's incredible.
Yes. And the first time it was like in Wonchi. That's like a little bit north
No,
from Addis.
Yeah, but
not
they
the Wonchi.
built a resort there.
No, not that. Not that one. The other one.
Oh, okay. Well, Wenji. Is it Wenji?
Yeah, or Wellenjicha, or I don't know. Okay. It was really poor. No, that was in the more around
Oromia.
Above Adama or something.
Oh, okay.
In that area.
Okay.
So that was really dry there, and in Hosanna, completely different environment. You know, like green and wet, and we had a lot of rain when we were there, even thunder, and it was amazing. And then the last time I stayed with my friend, and it was in Wolkite. That's like between Hosanna and Addis. And
Wolkite is the Gurage area, Gurage zone.
Yes.
People.
Yeah.
Very special people. And I don't know if you had Kitfo before.
Have you? It's really nice. What?
Have you ever had Kitfo?
Well, I didn't dare to try it there because I was afraid, because we don't eat that raw meat. You know, I was there with Ethiopian. I was there with Ethiopian Christmas, so they butcher an ox then, right, at the morning, Christmas morning, and then they wanted to feed me the raw meat, you know, and I was like, wow, I don't know. No, they warned me not.
It's different from raw meat, by the way. Kitfo is a special thing.
I know, but it's just, well, I was just a little bit afraid of getting sick, but I said, well, next time I will try it. But
Belgium have a test for raw meat, by the way. I heard there's a delicacy.
They love it, you know. They really. So it was amazing to be there and to celebrate that way. And so that was in 2020. So now my friend, he's living in Addis then. And
are you in love with Ethiopia and Africa?
Yeah. So I need to come back.
Yes, right? It's a very easy question to say yes to, because like it's not that difficult, because I think you've experienced it enough to be able to come to that conclusion, right?
Yeah, well, I was after the other tours I did was with a group, and well, we had like a tight schedule. You know, we are Dutch. We have schedules. You know, we stick to the schedule. So we didn't have time a lot. And then I learned the second time I was there, there was like this whole like coffee ceremony. We never had time for that. You know, we were there for like 10 days or something, and we didn't have time for that because our schedule was so tight. Yes. So when I came home, I was like, well, the next time I go, I'll go by myself, and I just want to enjoy the people and stay there and I have just time for them, you know, not run away. And so that's what I did. And I just, I didn't have like a schedule. I just went with the flow, and it was amazing to be there. And
I think to me, in order to experience Africa, you need to go with the flow.
Yeah, and I just stayed with them at their home. I didn't even have like, I think in the whole 2.5 weeks I stayed in Ethiopia, I stayed for 1 or 2 nights in a hotel, and the rest was just at a home. And the outdoor shower and stuff like that. And it was really the cold shower also, you know.
Yes.
So yeah, it was amazing, and I had so much fun.
Do you find
And
yourself becoming more human or less human?
what do you mean?
Did you find yourself become more human or less human?
More in touch with yourself and with people, and well, especially with different cultures. You know, if you open up and just be yourself and enjoy, then basically you're still the same, right? You're all human, and well, if you just love each other, then it's just fine. You know, you can just have fun and see the world through their eyes and see how they live, and then it gave me a better understanding also about how life is there, and the struggles they have, the lack of water sometimes, you know, for days, no running water or no electricity. Well, here, if it's just cut down for like 1 hour, it's like Twitter is exploding.
Yes.
So that's crazy, you know. So yeah, it takes a lot of patience to stay friends with people in long distance and with broken network sometimes.
Like, this is my notion, Mary. That is usually testament to the character of Africa, that they are resilient enough, strong enough to really withstand some of the things that we granted here.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, we get crazy if it's like if it's not working for an hour, and they are just, oh, it's not working. Well, let's continue what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
It will come again.
Let's find a workaround.
Not a big deal.
That ingenuity is the world. The world. Don't you think the world needs that kind of ingenuity?
I think so. Yeah.
The way we deal with inequities, the way we deal.
But we are so depending also on our network that it's working always. You know, because if here the network doesn't work, basically nothing works here. You know, you can't do a payment or anything because everything goes through internet and everything is connected. So even your home devices and stuff like that, you know, you can't use anything then. The whole world falls apart when
like before you go, I'll let you come in. I just want you to just quickly take this notion I just had, which is that to me, the conflict that you see in Europe is almost similar to all the conflict Europe has had and for many centuries. Every time every time they get to a stage where the Western powers struggle to figure out how to share stuff, then they are at each other's throats. When they're struggling to, like, you know, so the scramble for Africa, they didn't fight each other. They were okay with each other. They sat down in Berlin and then just divided the thing up. But it didn't last 10, 20 years, and then before they are at each other's throats. And then they figure out in Treaty of Versailles how to, reconstitute their relationship. But 20 years later, less than 20 years later, they are still at each other's throats. To me, like, I see that pattern in European history over and over and over again, all the way to Roman Empire. And then is that an indication of something? Or am I misreading am I mischaracterizing or am I misaligning it? There's something to my notion here, that there's like we Africans sometimes we place too much value, too much kind of positioning of the European and the Western as the go-to place for solving our poverty, the go-to place for solving our infrastructure problem, the go-to place for solving our social issues, political issues. But meanwhile, they are actually almost in the same shoe as us, just the material, they look materially different, but the problems, the fundamental problems the Europeans and the Western powers deal with, they still make them as human and as vulnerable as us. And they still can't figure out how to resolve inequity in Europe, or not Europe, in the world, in the Western world, that is inequity, income and social inequities. They still can't figure out political issues, right, left, center. Those things are tension areas. They still can't figure out how to resolve climates. How do you take yourself out of dependency from fossil fuel to renewable? That is something that you still haven't figured out. You probably will not figure out for the next 10, 20 years. So sometimes from an African perspective, we see them as like the standard bearer for intelligent, smart solution for everything. And I see that, no, that's not the case. So what do you think?
Well, I think you have. That's right. And basically, it's we just keep up our appearances. I think, like we think we know everything, but when I was in Ethiopia, I was like, well, I don't think I know everything. There's so much more to know, like how to be a community and how to work together. And that's not what we do. We are all individuals in yeah, we're more like, and what you said about the, uh, the power and what you said about the fossil industry, like the gas. Well,
The
we still,
energy, yeah, the energy
yeah, we
prices.
still get it from Russia. So
I mean, you
yeah,
were at peace with Russia 20 years ago. You figured out a way to source the energy from Russia and then
yeah,
resolve the crisis. But you got to a stage where, I mean, and Russia wants to renegotiate the deal. The Western
yeah,
powers want to renegotiate the deal because it's not sustainable for them.
yeah.
You can see the prices right now. I mean, it's ridiculous how much we're paying for
It's
gas here. Right?
it's crazy. Yeah, yeah,
And
that's
how much
true.
it's
Everything.
impacting inflation right now. And the
And
pandemic, to me,
still,
the pandemic is a way to expose. It takes a curtain off that. The
yeah,
pandemic took a curtain off that things that you hear in the back through stimulus and through these liquid things that you pumping cash, printing cash, and those things
yeah.
will now be exposed.
And I also think, well, while we think we have everything like sorted out politically or something, well, that's completely not the case. But we point to other countries to say, well, look, we are not doing that much damage, like we're not shooting our presidents or whatever,
Yeah.
But sometimes we wish we would, because they are not so good as well. And
Yeah.
they're lying, and yeah, they're getting away with it. And I think that's especially with Corona, that's becoming more and more clear, that there are still so many issues that we also need to address here. And we're not so much different than any other country like in Africa or whatever. It's just
I
we
think that,
cover it up or something, with money or whatever. I don't know.
no, I
It's
mean
just
the degree of development and advancement that Europe has made. There's no denying that. And Europe
true,
and the
but
Western,
if you see now how many job openings there are, it's crazy.
yes.
There are they don't have people for it, like for the normal jobs, for to well, like every technician or everything. Every company has like I think there are like now in breaking records in how many job openings there are. It's crazy.
The same thing here in the US where I am, where
Mhm.
struggling, especially the pandemic has exposed this notion that, okay, I like more flexibility. I like my time I spend with my family. So I'm going to have a higher bar and conditions to accept anything out there. If I can get
Yeah,
away without having to do a lot of work, if I can make earnings, if I can be successful without having to put in so much effort for somebody else, people are realizing. I have friends who were part-time investors, and then the pandemic comes in, they get furloughed, and then they use that time to be full-time investors out there. And then when they like the company come back, say, no, we are opening, come back. And they're like, no, I'm like, I realized there's something I should have realized 10 years ago. I'm not coming back. I have people who I know who are in that space, that country. If if you don't let me work from home, I'm not going to come. That kind of that struggle is there right now.
yeah, that's true. I think so. It's really crazy because now they are thinking about getting people from outside, like even from Africa. On one hand, they are keeping them from entering Europe,
Yeah.
and on the other side, they want to bring them on board to fill out our jobs here.
But the
So
reason they do that is because their immigration system is designed and implemented in another decade, in another era. There is no congruence with the actual reality of Europe right now.
yeah,
Where their policy was instituted in a different time. And that different time, they were interested in suppressing price and wages, right? But these jobs, you can't. They're not the jobs of suppression. Yeah, these are jobs that require skills and talent and expertise. And
and also keep the country running.
Yes.
Like if there are no people to drive the train, there are not going to be trains.
But that job requires a skill, right? And the old system, the person you are migrating will be the person who's cleaning maybe the train, right? But now the job that needs filling is not the cleaning, it's the job of running the train. That requires skills, but the policy they have is for the cleaner, not for the. So there's that misalignment, and they're struggling left and right everywhere you go. Policy mistakes everywhere, from racial issues here in the West, in America, from racial issues to, I live in San Francisco, and the kind of conditions I see in homelessness is staggering. It's staggering, like the kind of conditions, and it's not because they're lacking money. California, the state of California, spends more money on homelessness than the entire budget of the Ethiopian government.
Yeah.
The Ethiopian government has about 11 or 12 billion dollars less than what the California is supposed to take care of: security, education, healthcare, all of those things without money.
Yeah.
So it's not lack of resources it's not lack of money. California is so wealthy, so rich, and then during the pandemic it became even richer. It's not money. It's just they've lost so many things. There's so many mistakes. So it's the same thing across the United States, across you. That sluggish is what's going on in this country, and that creates that kind of it more manifests itself in the outsourcing of you outsource your internal problems to things like outside stuff. Like while the crisis in Ukraine is a crisis, it's definitely a crisis, but it's not the only thing that's underlying the problem.
No.
But it's not the only thing.
No, that's true. But now I need to go.
Okay. We could talk about this at length, so I appreciate you, Mariette, for the company. I really appreciate
because you had another guest now.
Yes, Mickey is in the house. I think it's
okay.
Thank you, Mariette.
Have a good talk.
See you around. See you
later.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Hi, Mickey. Nice to see you. I don't know if I've seen you before, but please, like, if I haven't seen you before, please introduce yourself. If I have seen you before, just remind me.
Oh, hey, Professor Ezra. It's me from a long time. I just changed my avatar.
Oh, image. I love it. I love the picture, by the way.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Africa United. It's a beautiful picture.
Thanks.
Yeah.
How are you? How are you, everybody, doing?
Good. We're talking about Europe. We started talking about Europe and stuff, and I was trying to demystify this thing about Europe, like the way we Africans sometimes look to Europe and look to Western powers to resolve our crisis. We want them to release us of the prison that they put us into. To me, like, they are already in prison themselves, kind of thing. Perspective, like, in terms of how we see that. And I think part of that is our education. The way we see the world is so shaped by an education system that has mimicked, that has mirrored what has been in the West. That we don't realize that the West itself can't distinguish itself from itself and the mirror that it's looking itself into. Like, can't see that it's looking into the mirror. They can't realize. So also, I was exercising since Mariette is from the Netherlands. I wanted to take a perspective on that. But we'll be talking about an extension of an education from last week, where we are also looking at change. We need to change in order to adapt to the changing world. We need to change. That campaign we just started today at Swahili Nation and the One Africa platform. So we're extending it in the educations. We're extending the reimagining, re-envisioning of educations from that perspective. I don't know how much of what we covered so far you've heard, but I think that's pretty much a summary of where we are.
Okay, yeah. I was out for a while. I kept it on, but I had things to do. So, but I saw you starting with the Miki Haile Jesus, Mika Haile Jesus, when you guys started the chat today. Yeah, that's what we
His
call
name,
you
right?
back home.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yes.
so you're right.
That's his
Yeah.
Christian name.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Like the king Haile Selassie, he has his own
No,
name.
that's
He
basically
got.
what it is. Yeah, that's it. That's what the when you get crowned, that's what they
Mhm.
give you. In the
Yeah,
crown,
you're right.
the church used to be the one that to crown you, right? So they were
Yeah, I got
really
you. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I got you. So yeah, I heard what you guys started around the change, and that's what this is all about, I believe, because even if we're re-imaging or even if we're going back, we're still changing. Even if, like, to summarize it, even if we go back to our roots and our culture and to our old system of education or anything in our life, that means we're changing. So we need to be open to change at every point. And I believe the way we need to change in this time is to the modern tools that we have and change to the old system that used to work at the most efficient time, because Africa used to utilize all their resources from human to material to uh, education through books to everything. So we need to go to back to that change at the same time using our modern tools that the world provide us to 21st century. That's how I believe is re-imaging in some perspectives.
I think we can do a lot of shortcuts. I think Rich, who came in earlier, talked about really like the really like breaking through, like kind of having breakthroughs in the way we do a lot of things. And then so he was pointing out the kind of like a technology, a drone that can lift those shipping containers. So in the
Yeah.
US, here in the US, and sometimes you run into them, they're like sometimes so long, so they stretch so long, they just pass, like you start. There was a time I waited for 15 minutes for the train to pass by before I could cross it. It was such a long one. I counted 200 of them before I stopped. Oh, there's too many of them to count. So they have a logistic system that depends on trains, the railway system, and that they transport those containers. And for Africa to catch up with to the railway system that the West and then even Asia has, it's going to take a lot of resources and time. We might have to devote all our investment to it before it becomes successful, because Africa is vast, it's huge. The continent is much larger than any of the areas that have developed. Europe is much smaller. How many Europes can we fit into Africa? So, so he was saying that there's a technology that's being tested right now, a drone that can actually lift that container. So you could so a drone, essentially, you don't need a human being, right? So we could literally like kind of like configure our logistics systems through that in Africa. So we can circumvent the technology of like rail. Like the way we are circumventing the technology of landlines. I don't know if you remember landlines, phone landlines. So it's so expensive to put landlines. But like for a long time, Africa would needed hundreds of billions of dollars to actually catch up with the landline technology. And then the mobile technology comes in, and like you can actually achieve much more access to communication and telecom with mobile technology so much cheaply, like many factors cheaply. So mobile technology took over. So a lot of European countries, American countries, I mean America and then the US and then North America and in a lot of the developed world, they still have that line across their infrastructure. So like because they spend money long time ago, to build that infrastructure. So if I go and look for a landline in my apartment, it was there. But people don't buy landline anymore. But what I mean is that, like, what you're suggesting, that we should use technology to circumvent like the struggles, like the struggle. So like if we have places in Africa where they can't get educations, we need to reimagine ways technologies can circumvent that, and so they can have access to some degree of education that will be meaningful and useful to them. Is that the other way to understand it?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's the main thing I just wanted to point out, because if we're creating re-imaging it, we're just making reachable to everyone. I think that's the main thing. And like you said, we need to utilize our resources as at the same time modernizing it at the current stages. So yeah, and personally, I missed out on last week's session, so I kind of jumped into this one. With
let me give you. So there's an article I wrote a while back.
Okay.
And that article, it really talks about my perspective. I've talked about education for a while in many sessions. The last one was about my own personal perspective on that. Okay. So so I shared that with the audience, and we talked about it. So that's that's where it came from that article. So there I talk about, like, the way we think about education has to be completely revamped. Okay, let me give you an idea of education. Okay, one of the things that we talked about, and I want you to take on it. And Ethiopia are much better, right? So in Ethiopia, most of the times the education policy. So this is the education policy of the previous government when they came to power. And essentially, they changed, they reconfigured everything, but essentially the goal of the education system, if you ask them what it was to correct what? What was it? To correct, I don't know if you know, but to correct something that was wrong.
Yeah.
So essentially, it was tied and it's a forward actually. So it was built into not the future. Well, the child is the one who's going to school, right?
Yeah.
That child doesn't have anything to do with what happened, what has transpired. So they were trying to correct the injustices of the past. There's nothing wrong with education teaching history. There's nothing wrong. I don't have a problem with that. But it was the goal that's the problem. The goal was that it was backward looking. So what ended up doing was that, we were a country where other ethnic groups and other tribes, other people, our diversity was not recognized. So the education should embrace it. Right? So it's correcting what was presumed as seemed to be the fault and the wrongs of the past education. But it was correcting it on the children of the future. Now, fast forward 20 years later, what has transpired in Ethiopia? What is the prevailing condition in Ethiopia? Is it more tolerance or less tolerance? Right?
Because let me jump in on that. And I think you were saying it was trying to correct the past, but it didn't work on the people that were on the past, because, as you said, the kids are the future. So they should have taught the people of the past about correcting the past, rather than working on the children that don't know nothing about the past. I think that's the problem.
Only exacerbated the problem. Whatever racial tension that we had, whatever kind of like segregations that existed, whatever dominance of one ethnic group over another existed. Today in Ethiopia, people feel more acutely they are more dominated than ever before. The Amharas feel they're dominated by the Tigrayans or Oromos or anybody. The Oromos who feel the Amharas are still dominating, the Tigrayans are still dominating. So you get that domination that was supposed to be curbed as a result of that education system was not curbed. It was exacerbated.
Yeah.
So I say in my argument, even though I don't say directly, explicitly, this is a problem. I'm just giving an example to you, like what the problem was. I say in my article that I just shared that education should be about the future, should never be about the past. The goal of education should be about the future. When I say the future, I mean like there's a child today and there's a future ahead of him. There's no question about it. If a child survives through the various trial and tribulation of life and becomes a 5-year-old kid, becomes a 20-year-old person, that's what? How many years later? 15 years later.
15 years, yeah.
And 15 years later from now, a child today is 15 years from now, what is potentially the prevailing conditions of Ethiopia? What is the potentially the prevailing conditions, what can we forecast for Rwanda? What can we forecast for Africa? What can we forecast for the world? And then I go back to the basics, say like, at this stage of education, they need to understand this. Because if I envision a world of extreme, hyper collaborative world, 20 years from now, 15 years from now, then there is a game I can think about at the kindergarten level that can help impart that and reinforce that. If I envision a world 20 years from now where the way technology is going, which I assert in the article, the way technology is, the trend line for technology is such that over the past 200 years, we have needed less human, because the more productive a human being becomes, the less he need in the labor force. So I am predicting in the next 20, 30 years, we will have less need for human in the labor force because there will be even more automations of it. Hence, so if I can predict 20 years from now, there will be less available, high-paying job for labor. So I have to think about what education will actually empower the child of today to be able to thrive in that era and be able to envision a future that I'm not going to be the one to build. Then 20 years from now, they are the one to build the 20 years, then 40 years, and then 50 years, then 100 years. So it becomes an education always looking ahead.
Yeah, so let me jump on this.
Yes.
It's like a stick, what was that track competition called? Like the 400 or 500 sprint that you pass a stick. Like you have like, I'm not sure, like 5 people or something.
The relay, the relay running, right?
Yeah. I don't know the term, that's why.
Yeah.
And that's how I think that's how you envision it. Like the first runner knows his objective is to win, but at the same time, their objective in general is to win, but his personal objective is to reach the fastest and pass the stick at a safe pace. I think that's what you want to
contribute to that win. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm pointing to. I mean, I couldn't have put a better example to that, but we don't think that way. And then I can give you examples after examples. I think Ethiopia is a perfect example because I studied it closely. And one time they decided to pass on a regulation that says 70-30. I don't know if you heard of it.
Yeah, I think as a curriculum in Ethiopia, I think that's what
70% of the
natural science and social science.
And then it's based on what? It's the realization. Not that, in the future, our economy is going to be so science-focused. We're going to prepare. No, that's not how it came about. The policy came overnight. It was an overnight thing. It's just a realization. One of those advisors, and in the Ministry of Education, one of those foreign advisors, like, that keep coming, that keep changing. One day is Germans who are advising, the next day is the the next day is the Finnish. It just keep changing. Whoever is bringing that $10 million or $20 million, they get the advisory seat, and then the policy changes all the time. That's always how it works. But anyways, one of them probably suggested to them, "Oh, we looked at your hey, salam, Jonathan, salam, Jonathan is here. Hey, Jonathan, please come.
Jonathan, yeah, jump in."
Jump in. And anyways, so and then probably I'm just guessing. I don't have facts, so this is a guess.
Assumption.
Somebody probably making that assumption, because chances are that's most likely what happens. Somebody who gave some tiny fraction of money is asking for it. But this is what I did. They probably realized, oh, you are not training enough scientists, and that's essentially based on what a prevailing set of data, and that prevailing set of data is based on what has happened. There's nothing wrong with looking at that, because if I look at the future, I have to always connect it to the past, because there's a connection between the trend lines, right? There's always interplay. Okay, there's always Sam, I'll get to it when I'm done with the show, if that's okay with you. Okay, so there's always an interplay, but what they did was they say that we're lucky scientists, so let's just do scientists. Then that policy was implemented somewhere, I think in 2010. I don't know if somebody who knows the number can come in. Hey, Jonathan, you can drive and talk to. Okay, anyways, but we can wait for you. Don't worry. We are here.
Reach home safe.
Reach home safely. Anyways, we'll make sure the conversation doesn't distract you from driving. But I'm sure there's a beautiful South Carolina road, and then there will not be any distraction except maybe deers that comes in your way. But anyways, so then they came up with a policy. So I don't remember the exact date. I remember I was in Ethiopia at that time. I was building a school in Hawassa at that time, this special school I was working on in Hawassa. I remember how stupid and it was ridiculous that policy was when they came up with it. But later on, I realized it was in reaction to something. In reaction to something. But what it did was it impacted the future.
Yeah.
Because the impact of that is in the future more than it is in what you failed to do in the past. Like the way I described to you the tension, the political, the cultural, the ethno-tribalism that we are experiencing at the acute level right now. It has always been there. It's nothing new, but just more acute now, because it's the same thing here. And how did it play out? There's more. The economy became more service-oriented in the 10 or so years. I think the policy has been implemented. I'm guessing 2008, 2009, 2010, around that time. I think that's when the policy came up. Around that time, if I have somebody who knows the number, you can give me some. If you know the number, the dates of the 70-30, you can tell us. But today, as we speak right now, in Ethiopia, because of that policy, we have way more graduates of engineering and natural science background. But the way the economy has, over the past 10 years, has gravitated to, in 2020, in 2010, Ethiopian economy was about, I think, 40% service. And I guarantee you today, somewhere by 2015, by 2016, it was about 60%. I guarantee you today is more than 60% of the economy is dependent on service. And when I say service, we're talking about finance, banking. We're talking about telecom. We're talking about education. We're talking about, the hotels and industry, the cafes and all of that. That's the vast majority of it. And then so the 30% of the population that was going to school was supposed to be studying social sciences. Look at what happened. They don't have to compete with as much people. So they tend to be the ones who get much more prosperous, much more success in the social economic apparatus and infrastructure of Ethiopia than the people who are graduating with natural science. Not all of them, of course. Some people can go to the Ethiopian Airlines, but there's not a vast industrial complex. Ethiopia's industry is still about single digits, sometimes double digits, like 9, 10, 11% of the Ethiopia's total output in a given year. So they are like these are sponge factories. If you have a sponge factory, how many chemical engineers do you need? Most of the chemical expertise can be covered by technical expertise, not degrees. You don't need the degrees. You just need technical capabilities, that vocational level knowledge. But if somebody has a degree, probably be one like chemists, right? A couple of chemists, or maybe a small lab there.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Yeah.
So 20 years, by 10 years later, those engineers are much more jobless. They are more likely to be underemployed in Ethiopia. Have you heard the joke of the cobblestone engineers? Like,
Yeah. By the way, let me jump in on. Let me tell
yes.
you a little bit personal fact. I went to Addis Ababa University for 1.5 year. Like I used to go take IT, but it was based on my grade, so I didn't want it. I just learned 1 year of pre-engineering, and then half one semester of IT, and I wasn't interested because I wanted civil, so I straight out jumped and went to private school. Luckily, I was capable because of my family. So I'm about to graduate on marketing, and like you said, on the social side, there's a lot of opportunity. You like I just wanted to back up
Yeah, exactly.
your
Right? That's your personal experience, right?
Yeah.
And then your chances of getting, because the Ethiopian, like if you are somebody in Ethiopia or in Africa, you have to look at the conditions in the context of your environment for you to succeed. If you are pursuing a mechanical engineering, what are the prevailing spaces for you to get employed in? A typical mechanical engineer, what do they learn? What do they go into? I mean, it's not a small thing. I mean, I can tell you that, and I know a number of people who went to engineering background and education. They study. I mean, to the degree possible, they do a very thorough job of preparing them for engineering jobs. And if you're serious enough, you get really robustly, really good education. And if you be that at Addis Ababa University or any other university in Ethiopia, in the case of Ethiopia. But for what? If you become an electrical engineer, which is the one that's usually ranked one of the highest, right? Among the
you're right.
Is ranked the highest. So the highest grade you get, if you don't go pursue medicine, the engineering part you go, the one that's really looked up to the electrical engineering. Most of the time, where do they end up? They end up in the Ethiopian Airlines. A little bit in the telecoms and a little bit in the electrical authority, but not that much. Ethiopia doesn't produce so when you imagine 60% of the population doesn't get electricity, that essentially tells you that the country is not electrified enough to have industries large enough to accommodate a cluster of industries in a high caliber level degree of, engineering background to succeed. So what you end up is you over-educated somebody. So what happens to that person if they are aspirant enough, they are smart, intelligent, and aspirant enough, they will start to look for opportunities somewhere else. If they don't get the Ethiopian Airlines, the few will get telecom, Ethio Telecom, and the few will get the electricity corporations, the few dams that exist. But for the scale we're talking about, the large scale graduates that graduate every year for 10 years at 70-30. Every year, 100% graduates, 70 of them have engineering, some natural science background. So what happens is that you over-educated the society. And then the future arrives. When the future arrives, there's no job for them because you haven't prepared for the future. You educated for what you failed to educate in the past.
Yeah.
You didn't educate for what is impending ahead of you. So Ethiopia, for example, right now, industry zones created 10 industry zones.
Yeah.
10 industry zones. But are they operating at full capacity? No. Why? You ask the question, why? It's not because financial is the problem. It's because the construct of the labor force is not designed and geared toward. For the past 20 years, you should have been preparing them. 20 years from now, we'll be starting our industry zones like the way China has done.
Yeah.
So what we need to prepare the next generation who is going to go into that industry. So, and chances are it's going to be textile. So textile industry is going to be the early light industry. So we need to prepare the next generation, the first generation to do this, the second generation to do this. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
But we didn't do it. So what happens? Industrial zones, all of a sudden, China developed two industrial zones without understanding how China thought about it. And then we just borrowed $1.5 billion and dotted industrial zones all over the place. And we complain, foreigners are not coming to invest. Of course, foreigners are not going to invest more than $2 billion, $3 billion at best, in the best case scenarios. And then, because it's not their country, why would they invest? Ethiopians are not going to invest because they don't know anything about it. Because they were not educated about it. The businesses were not educated that in the future, you'll be running this kind of opportunities. You'll be running deals. You'll be going to Nike. Imagine preparing the next generation of entrepreneurs. If it was up to me, if the next generation of entrepreneurs and marketers, planners, I'll be preparing. Okay, we're going to be a textile-focused industrial zones in 20 years. So we need to prepare the next generation. I need to activate those entrepreneurs early on. And then 20 years comes in, and you go to Nike headquarters in Oregon, and you're going to be dealing and negotiating. And then your opponents are coming from Vietnam. You're going to be dealing and negotiating. The Vietnamese are prepared, organized themselves, planned themselves, and they have a great deal to put on the table. The Ethiopians don't have the offer because they were not prepared. We just say, we have cheap labor. That's all we say. Cheap labor is not it. Productivity is what we care about. So all these things are the problems that are. So when you boil them down, they come down to an education system that never thinks ahead. So always reacting to what has happened, and then end up paying the price again for the future. Because you always 2 or 3 steps behind it. And then because of that 2 steps ahead of you present itself. So Ethiopian kids were not as employable 20 years ago. They are less employable 20 years later.
So, I believe most everybody could understand what you picked up. So, from my point of view, when we come to the binary solutions, I think we should jump into that if it's okay. I think I believe we covered a lot of it. So, as you said, we need to visualize about winning the race. At the same time, how to pass the stick at the right time and the right pace, as an assumption of being what was the race called, the stick passing race. So when we pass those things, as you said, we're coming into a high-tech world right now. When we use our labor resource are gonna shift from one type to another. So we need to build the next generation in a wide range, because their jobs are gonna be taken over with artificial intelligence and so on. So we need to build them in another perspective that they need to see when they need to reshape the education to another dimension. And the next, I'm not sure when they're going to re-evaluate the education system, but we need to build it in a way that's going to be re-evaluated and shifted for a better future. And I believe we're going to need to do that by understanding and keeping up with what's happening, and what's going to happen in the future. So when we start from today, the way I see it, we need to first analyze the potential right now, and that's one of them. Is the main one is education. After education, there's let's take education as informing from a marketing perspective.
Yes.
The next step is persuading.
Mm.
Persuading. After that is making the decision as a customer. So we're gonna inform them today. I don't know how many years it's gonna take, but the next generation, they need to persuade the Africans to invest in themselves and to use and utilize the things that we have, and then make decision. Like, as you said, one of the fields is textile. Textile takes you, like Nike is taking over the world right now with their products, directly or indirectly. But if we had a brand like Nike, which is authentically African, created in every direction and designs that we want it to be, first we need to inform the people why they should buy those things. Next, we need to persuade them. The next step is be at the level of Nike. That's how I see it. And just one dimension of the side.
Essentially, this is what it is. Like, if you look at why is Nike successful, it's not just because they design great technology, great branding, marketing. They actually put the operation necessary to succeed. Like, they have smart, intelligent, warriors on the ground, sourcing different manufacturers, right? From Bangladesh to Vietnam to China, going there, detailing, negotiating every penny of it, making sure, like, the way, like, even the projection of perceptions, like the perception that Nike is employing slave labor, they fight that tooth and nail. I mean, they have the personality, the characters within the organization, right? But to be able to do that, I mean, I think, to me, like, that kind of ruthlessness, that kind of cunningness, that kind of out-compete in the world. Like, let's compete in the world. Let's stand up. But in order to do that, you need to have an educated workforce. You need to have a liberated workforce. You need to have a workforce that has a sense of self-worth. Not just a workforce, a human condition that really allows people to really find a way to exercise their true capability, their true potentials. Can I give you something? I shared the link, and I want to share a little bit about. I also wrote about the one time. So before I left Ethiopia in 2018, there was, right soon after Abiy came to power, there was a meeting of educators from they run the education bureaus of Warada level. They met in Addis, and they were meeting, and then they didn't have any of the private people involved, but a number of people who work in the government right now, who are still in the Abiy government, had visited our school and have seen what we've done. And they've been very like, wow, what are you doing? So impressed. They were so impressed by what we were doing at Labawi. And that's before Labawi became famous and popular, right? And they were like, oh, you guys need to like, so they put in together like a recommendation for us to attend the program. And they suggested that we put together kind of like a thoughts leadership kind of proposal. Like what we think should be thought about, what we think about. So they were meeting to discuss policy on that time. It was soon after Abiy came in. They were saying we're going to change education, blah, blah. But they met and then they discussed this. They were discussing this. And then they had this really silly kind of like in-house kind of policy proposal. And you look at it, a bunch of stuff copy-pasted from here and here. This was not coherent. It was incongruent. It was just last minute. You'd be shocked at how bad it was. It was badly organized. And these are professors with PhD, professor titles, doctor titles that are running in specific areas in the Ministry of Education who were organizing this session. And the people who were attending from Tigray, from everywhere, they were whatever level or district level managers of education bureaus. and we were the only one. Me and my boss, my direct boss, were the only one. And then we were like, and they asked us, okay, this person from work in the government at that time, who just joined the government at that time, said, you know what, you guys should think about like coming up with a proposal, go to this meeting, we will arrange for you to be welcome to this. So they welcomed us, but we didn't get a chance to present, because when we get there, they were not giving us a chance. The only time I got to really challenge them was during the comment section. And then once I came in and really challenged them, the floor just exploded. You have no idea, like Warada after Warada was just standing up and saying even more pronouncedly, more forcefully, and much more really seriously reconsidered education, because they were struggling to implement the education system that they would be forced to implement. So the line of thinking that I share with you guys was widely shared from almost every part of the people who are working on the ground on the Ethiopian educations. And then it got to the conclusion of the at the end of the day, even though we didn't get a chance to present what I'm about to present to you, we just lit the fire. And then that policy, it was supposed to be like, that discussion was like, it was to get a rubber stamp on these really silly things that they put together as a policy change without really changing the policy. But eventually they ended up changing the policy to just 10th grade. They stopped 10th grade and back to 11th grade, to the old way of up to 12. That is just a kind of like a cosmetic change. They still haven't changed fundamental education stuff. But this is what that I proposed, and I want to talk to you not the whole content I've shared. You can read the content in detail if you want, but I want to just share with you just a little bit of some of the things that we covered in that things, and then Mika, you can come in. It's not going to be a long share. It's just going to be a quick one. So I wrote this July 4, 20. So I published this on my website on July 4th of July. That's weird. In 2019. It's like about a few days after I published the other idea. So there's a lot of stuff about policy, idea, context. But I'll just go to the kind of my recommendation that I put in. A recommendation for policy. I didn't get to present it at that time, but I'm just presenting to you. So I recommended that policy, don't just come up with policy that has clear a roadmap, must be generated, must be like clearly articulated, painted, contextually relevant, attainable, realistic, endpoints for stakeholders, and then with endpoints for stakeholders, learners, educators, administrators, managers, leaders, families, communities, taxpayers, everything, like, and a return on investment. All of those things must be thought about in the policy, which they didn't have in those times, and they still don't have that. So kind of like a goal of policy, a goal of education policy roadmap should be to help generate what? A clearly articulated, contextually relevant, attainable, blah blah, kind of which in detail. I'm not gonna go in detail to it, but kind of like with vision, with practice that's aligned with the vision, with economic vision and political visions. A policy with eloquently articulated vision that coalesces around in and has become an organizing force for driving toward education. So education outcome aligned with the economic policy, with political policies, with social policies. That alignment has to be there. So some kind of alignment. Another one that I put in there is a philosophy based on inherent human qualities, good and bad, is timely. That's what we need to meet the demand of now and the future. That's another one I put there. Education policy is thoughtful, frank, and has profound discussion about education practice now and moving forward. That has to be very frank, thoughtful, very deep, which they were not having at a time, which we still don't have right now. People still struggle to have a frank discussion about educations. So the tools of the 20th century problem-solving approach may be far too limiting and confining to help us chart a much more expansive and multidimensional approach that is cognizant of the opportunities present and right now and in the future. So I'm arguing that we are looking at solutions through an era that is long gone and long past. It is not suitable for the time that we are in. So policy needs to do those kind of things. And then humanizing education I talked about is one of the recommendations. At the end of the day, policy needs to will achieve. So I said in conclusion, I said a policy framework that is ours, a policy framework that helps usher Ethiopia and Africa to a global stage, a policy framework that draws from the national and continental aspirations and the expansive vision we have for Ethiopia and Africa, a rationale that points to a more expansive transformational educational approach as opposed to marginal and transactional approach. It needs to be the one that needs to be. So you can read more about it. I know it's a little bit wordy. It's hard to be less wordy, but hopefully it helps a little bit. But I'm not. Sometimes,
it's really good.
I'm not. Sometimes people think that I'm talking here. People think that it's a talking shop, but it's not a talking shop. You know, we like, you know, people here have experience. People, you have experience. You have background. And then you recognize aspect of what I'm talking about. And I know sometimes for the sake of brevity, I'm like trying to really squeeze in a lot of words in them together. And that might make it difficult for people to really understand and get it. But what I'm trying to get you at is that, like, as a simpleton, can think through that. Imagine a bunch of smart, intelligent people, thoughtful people coming together and saying, you know what? Enough is enough. Enough with the poverty. Enough with the backwardness. Enough with always begging and not getting what we deserve. Enough of that. Let's really, like, let's clear the table of this baggage and reimagine the whole thing completely, and then really come up with something that is suitable for us, that we can achieve within the means and the resources that we have. And that will be an input to a much more dynamic and much more vibrant country and continent. To me, that's what I was trying to get at. And I think it's not an impossible thing to do. It's a very possible thing to do. And that's what this conversation is about. This show is about, really, because really, I don't have a burden of running a country. I'm not making a decision. You're not making a decision. So feel free. Let's freely explore impossible things. By exploring it, then we make it more possible.
Let me add, like, there's a point that really touched me, and like is a key word, is the alignment part, because alignment, in other words, the way I understand it, is like integrating the things is the alignment. Like you stated, like every factor from the education in the form of the facility to the social education to the economic education to the every type of the daily life and the way a country is structured and the way a continent is structured. And I believe that alignment is what we're missing. We have educated people as a profession, like you said, doctors, masters, with PhDs, professors. We have people in the social sector that are really good in handling the community and stuff. There are people in the spiritual dimension who teach people about their spiritual things, but they're not aligned with each other. They don't have that alignment. It's coming now, thank God, finally. But it's not at the magnitude of where the uneducated are there, because the well-educated professor in the sector of as the profession is lacking the social and the spiritual part. The socially educated person is lacking the professional part. Yeah, you understand what I'm trying to say. The third one is lacking the profession and the social part. even if he's well educated on the spiritual part. So that alignment, that word, touched me very hard when you were reading your paper, and that's the
Exactly.
main word, the alignment.
Sometimes it's rearranging things. Like so, like it's just rearranging. Alignment is about that because it assumes that things exist, right? So it assumes education exists, right? In the case of this, but alignment means that you want that education to align with where you want to go, where you want to arrive at, that vision that you have. Like we want to end any kind of like we want an Africa that has everyone has access to water, drinking water, right? That's the thing, right? But it requires experts, right? It requires expertise, knowledge, wisdom, and insight. It requires somebody who figures out how do I finance it. It requires somebody who says how do we maintain it, sustain it. It requires somebody who says how do we circumvent the expensive engineering instruments that are required to do this. It requires a whole, but if you don't align it, if the engineer's work is not with the knowledge that I'm actually solving a problem that will fundamentally alter the conditions of 100 to 200 million, 300 million Africans, that is an alignment right there. So then that person recognizes their effort, their engagement in solving that engineering problem is not just solution focused on the mechanics of the engineering, but also the spiritual, emotional, and the intellectual element of it. So that alignment is what is necessary. If education is not aligned with that future, then you don't empower the person you're educating. That's where they are going. That's the direction they're going. So you can't, because the alignment means that. So because I can't teach like a child, let's say a 5-year-old, entrepreneurship. They're too young. But there are qualities of entrepreneurship that I can teach when they're children. So if I want 20% of my population to be entrepreneurs, and then I assume that at least 20% of them are potential entrepreneurs, but I want to translate that into something meaningfully powerful, so that can optimize solution for my community. But when I'm thinking about when I'm miniaturizing that lesson at the kindergarten level, at the preschool level, it's different. So when a child is playing a game, I'm not going to be mad. I'm just going to say, is that game they're playing aligned with the sense of adventure, risk-taking, patience, or resilience that are required for entrepreneurs? To what extent that experience, that lesson, that tiny lesson that is taking place, that Legos that you're assembling, or that those lines, those kids they are playing those games. No, whether you like it or not, kids will play the games. But as an educator, as an education that is aligned with the ultimate objective, will think that to that level, to that degree. And then I was talking about last week, Montessori. Montessori is that kind of education system. But what happens is that a child learns that, but it needs to be reinforced all throughout the education. But not every child is going to be entrepreneur.
Yeah.
There's some people who are just going to be aloof. They're not going to be outgoing, aloof. They're just going to be like content and introverted. So you're not going to force extroversion into introverted. So what do? So you find a way to feed in a world where it's not only for entrepreneurs, but it's also for those people who are interested in introspection. It could be philosophy, it could be arts, it could be culture, it could be policy organization. There are people whose job is to, so there's somebody develop a policy document in America, and it goes to an analyst whose job is to look at it and then see the number out of it. And that person was a child one time, and then the education system has to empower that. So that's what we're trying to do. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And I think, hopefully, I know you get it. Sometimes I'm preaching to the choir, but
I understand. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because you have a lot to give, so we're bound to listen more from you. That's why it's okay. And I personally, as I've told you, I'm near to my level of my youth and my early days of my prime, so that's why I'm bringing up points from my personal experience to help you out in the puzzle that you know already.
Yeah.
So there are people, I think, talking on the comment section. I read a question that said, BJ Riggs. Let me question: what is the primary skill that are needed to be taught to build the Africa of the future? Let me give a simple example from
Okay.
what you said. Simple example is that, like you said, building Lego houses. Simply, what if we use like Africa paintings, like my avatar, simply
Yes.
kids to build this from Legos, like you said. I believe that's the primary part, because maybe a 3-year-old, a 5-year-old can do this if we build that. And as an entrepreneur, it could be a business. If you sell that to all of Africa, the Lego made out of recycled or uh, fallen parts that are not bought from any cost, it could be a major business. This is my education personally. So it's a win-win for everybody, even the creator of the job, the entrepreneur, the kid that's gonna be in the future imagining Africa in his mind from an early age. It's gonna be a win-win, and that's how I believe we can start from the primary parts.
Yes. I think the power of imagination is so acute when you're younger. And that's why play is so important. Play is the most powerful instrument for teaching children. Play and then simulation and play. And you simulate a lot of things. Simulate conflict resolution is one of the things that you simulate and at the early stage of learning. So like like my part, yeni, like no, but it's like and they push each other and then make somebody cry, that child. But you have to incorporate that learning of like collaboration and working together, but at the same time competing, healthy competition. So how do you use it? You need to impart those things so early in the childhood, but you can't leave it there. You have to reinforce it. We have to reinforce it. Those of us with the opportunity to have had really good education, what worked for us is the reinforcement that we got over the course of our education. But it's an expensive one. The way we're doing it right now is an expensive one. What we're trying to find out is how do we do this in a way that is affordable. But I think like I would answer you've given a very practical way of bringing like this to the basic kind of like upbringing of the next generation of the next generations that are imaginative, that are compassionate, that are connected to their identity and their character and their environment, their space, and that has to be reinforced. But I think like I say, like to me, like the large assignment is to me. I said it last week. I'm trying to find it from last week. I don't. Okay. I think I'll just create another one. I mean, this is based on my experience. Okay. The technology of being human is the assignment, the skill that we need in the broader sense. I mean, when you capture everything, but you break it down to specifics, it breaks it down to a lot of the things. But like the sense of human, like how many Africans feel a sense of worth? How many black people in the world feel like they're worth it? I mean, the hundreds and hundreds of years of reinforced notion, whether it was overtly done during slavery time or whether it's covertly done post-slavery, what is the reinforced knowledge? What is continuously reinforced, constantly reinforced, is the notion that a black person is one-third human. So the technology of being human is like the skill that we need. Once you have a sense of worth, then you are the ability to connect with being human, knowing human. My understanding, this is my understanding. The more human you are, the more you are confident of your ability to create, not just only read history, but create history. Paulo Freire has a saying, says the difference between, I'm paraphrasing, the difference between animals and human beings is that humans are the creatures of history. They are creators of history. We can create history. So like you look at African history, they were created by some humans, from the Malian empires to the Great Zimbabwe, to the Aksumites, to the Egyptians, to the Nubians, to the Great Sudan, West Sudan, to the everywhere, to the Congo Empire, to the Bantu Empire, to the Zulus. I mean, like you name it, like incredible histories packed in Africa, and all those were created by humans. So that, to me, like by recapturing our humanity, so education that humanizes what I'm trying to get at, that then we can solve the problem of science. Because the human is the one that is a conduit for figuring out how to navigate from knowing to figuring out how it applies to the future, to envisioning to where it applies to the future, and then to navigate into the insight necessary to make something implemented. Like what is the insight right now? So what insight can I get? Okay, we need to figure this out. We need to figure this. We need to do this. This is the opportunity that we have present. So that ability to navigate is endowed inherently in human. But when you are constantly reinforced, historically reinforced, and then sometimes we continue to reinforce it by saying, "Oh, they keep treating us like shit." Yes, they do keep treating us like shit. They're not gonna stop treating you like shit. Like, sorry for my language, but that's the way it is. That's Africa will always be treated like that. Nobody's gonna give you anything in a similar process.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's like we need to go out of that victimized logic, because it's right. We have been victims throughout history, but we need to pass that stage.
We need to channel that stage. We need to channel that victim to reinforcing, to recovering, to recalibrating, to reorganizing, to reshaping the way we want to be shaped.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody has power on that. Okay, they can prevent me from mobilizing people. Yeah. But they cannot prevent me from mobilizing my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Mobilizing my spirit, mobilizing my emotions toward what I believe is me and mine alone. I determine, to the extent that I have an agency in determining, I can determine. Not and everything, but to the extent I can determine what I believe, what I cannot believe. To me, that's the fundamental technology of being a human.
Mm-hmm.
So the skills that are required to answer the question to BJ Riggs is the technology of being human is not to create a sense that the word human sometimes, because we're so inundated with the notion that human is perfect, that perfection, our understanding of it is not in that context. Human, true definition of I'm capable of articulating an idea that I understand and appreciate, and I'm not good at articulating an idea I don't appreciate and I don't understand. That's human. To the extent that I'm human, that because I'm capable of really going through knowledge and generating wisdom, and from wisdom, insight. That's human. So if I am able to do that, then whatever problem I'm dealing with, so that's how, like, most of the things I've done in my work is me being more and more human that has allowed me to succeed. To me, like, we could solve, if you are interested in solving the issue of women equality, women challenges, or misalignment of social issues, tradition, or technology, whatever it is that you, the more human you are, the more you have the tools, the instrument inherent in you that allows you. So that's why I say it's a core skill set. Being human is a skill set. And I don't know, BJ, that answers your question for you. What do you say, Mickey? Is it too much?
Yeah,
Is it...
no, on point, because it all comes down to being human. Like, and the way I see it, even through this one session, I've generated a more human dimension. Like, I've added, I'm not sure, yeah, to put it in a numerical way, I've added like 5% of human inside of me, because you are having a conversation with Maria, and like you said, she's from the Netherlands, and through our experience, we've had our issues with the Western and in general the yeah, Europeans, and but it added a perspective because she shared her experience with us, and that added a little bit more human. Like, as you said, we're not perfect, even we think good, and I've generated a little bit of a more human inside of me, and that's what it all takes to think positive and change and to do better. Because if we don't, like I said, if we don't stop going treating ourselves as victims, we won't find solutions.
No.
So I believe, yeah, we need to put our boundaries, but we need to be human at the same time, like more.
And I think
I believe a lot of us learned something through this One Africa movement in a short period of time, and we're very lucky, because even to access that type of things and to collaborate and participate in this kind of stuff, we've have a lot of resources covered, especially as Africans, and that comes with a lot of struggle, because some people might want to conversate and participate in this kind of stuff, but they've not even passed those basics, and we need to reach out to them more, I believe, because we're actually the lucky ones having this open conversation. And I like it because it's more international, it's going more international than even bounded into the African concept. It's going out into a humanistic concept, and I just wanted to add that. And
yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. I appreciate you, Mika. I was gonna say Mickey.
Yeah,
yeah. So sometimes I call my Mika Mickey.
Yeah. We're the same.
Yeah,
brothers.
We're brothers of different pronunciation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, to me, like, I think like you, the challenge for Africa is way too many for Africa. I mean, reconstituting the greatness that we've experienced in our history, in African history, and we've had many great histories. It requires that kind of humanity, that kind of sense of destiny, and that kind of sense of agency. And then if you don't empower individual agency, you can't generate community agency. Because individual agency, so like right now you're about to wrapping up your education, right? So you're finishing up your education, and you're thinking in your head, and like the more human you are, what happens is that the more you relish the prospect of the future. as opposed to you. Of course, there's some nerves and worry because some things when you transition from one to the next thing, those things do exist. But at the same time, the more human you are, the more motivated you are by the possibility that is like that is trapped inside you, that is yearning to come out, that is desiring to come out, the possibility of you finding a way to express something that you felt. Now you want that manifest into real, into substance. The possibility of owning something, creating something. Those are human qualities to have. The more people have that, the more we are able to create the transformation. Marie Antoinette says, interestingly, says people who are introverted need extra help with entrepreneurship. I say, to me, I don't think, my argument is that be your true inherent quality more so than being something that you are not. If you have entrepreneurial spirit, you will know you have entrepreneurial spirit. So I actually developed kind of like a metrics for measuring entrepreneurship, and I actually have a questionnaires. People are interested in understanding entrepreneurship kind of things. So I have a formula for it that I use. I made it up. Of course, it's not necessarily 100% proven kind of approach, but I like my approach to understanding entrepreneurship. There's a program I started called something called entrepreneurship. I started an entrepreneurship course for young people in Ethiopia right now, and for that purpose, for really trying to understand people, I actually developed this entrepreneurship toolkit for really what is So I read a little bit and then studied the landscape. So give me a second. Miki, if you have something to say, go ahead. And I'm trying to share something.
Okay. Yeah, I believe on the concept that Maria Antoinette stated is actually you are an entrepreneur, I believe so, as an introvert, but it comes to, I think, more the sociable part, because introverts are more creative and hold back, but they have something in their back, but they don't know how to express it and create it into let's say a product and more of a business, or putting into the ground. But I believe they have something inside of them that's really trapped, and it will come out through some kind of exercise. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but I mean the methods, but I believe it is. I don't know the methods how to take that out of their inside the core, from their hearts. But I believe they have that creative stuff that could be something and influence a lot of people on the ground.
Yes. And I think, to me, sorry. So to me, entrepreneurship, all other things, okay, is really dependent on very, very, very much dependent on.
It's just mind taking comments. It's just to distract us.
Okay. I'm gonna look the user. Yeah, one time we had a very interesting show up Sunday. So people sometimes lose lose themselves, I would say. So sometimes people are they just bots. They just passing on one trash to the next trash. So I feel sorry for that. But so with the entrepreneurship, give me a second. I'm looking at my documents.
Oh.
I together and where is our friend? Jonathan.
Yeah. Nobody's joining us today. What's up, Biggie?
Biggie was here earlier.
Oh, he was on the voice or on the comment section?
Yeah, he came in on the call and stepped out. Yesterday they had an 11-hour session, so you can't. So that's usually what usually it's not usually a good thing to have the next day. Yeah, so.
Yeah, like I believe that too, because I try to come in every day, but yeah, some personal factors. I try to come in on the major topics that I want to participate on and can ship in more.
Okay, so this is something I developed for recruiting like smart, intelligent kids with entrepreneurial thing. So I did a little bit of research and came up with a rubric for analyzing this thing. So I'll share with you a little bit of it, and it might be interesting and useful to some extent for Marie Antoinette. Okay, the part I wanted to focus on. Can you see it? Is it visible? Let me just take out this. Okay. I don't know if you can see, but I'm not going to stay too long on it, but I'll just to give you an idea of like what entrepreneurs, what my study of it. Okay, so so it's kind of like a way of assessing, people. This is the tools we're using to assess people. But the part I wanted to focus on is these two elements here: intrinsic motivation and attitude, and an entrepreneurial and enterprising tendencies. So essentially, what usually entrepreneurs are like, how your entrepreneurial space, your tolerance level for uncertainties. That's one. It's key. Uncertainties, uncertainty avoidance, uncertainty awareness, uncertainty. It's not for risk. I'm not talking about risk. Risk is things that People misunderstand the difference between risk and uncertainties. Uncertainties, you don't know anything about it. So the degree of appreciation for risk and uncertainty is one of the ways that whether you have entrepreneurial spirit. The more you tolerate something like that, the more they allow imagination and creativity. Like the level of imagination, creativity when it's not the artistic expression, rather it's more like the ability to navigate complex set of challenges, being able to see openings when it's not easy for others to see. Imagination is the ability to see the possibility of something about to happen before it happens. So basically, if I have this this is imagined at some point. An entrepreneur imagines this before it became manifest. So the ability to manifest, before it manifests something, the ability to visualize, imagine that. So entrepreneurship is not whether you are extrovert or introvert, rather. from my understanding. Entrepreneurship is more if you are the ability to recognize and appreciate the context of your environment to surpass uncertainties, you know, to go past uncertainties, to recognize the risk and distinguish risk from uncertainties, and plan for your risk and then prepare for uncertainties. That ability to navigate, those are the entrepreneurial spirit. And then the intrinsic motivations are another element that people must really take into consideration. And it's so easy to ignore that, but it's like motivation and attitude can be measured in terms of the ability to recall and remember things, attention and participations, clarity of purpose and life and directions, like engagement with yourself, with others, and with the broader environment, visible, tangible, intangible, and an ability to interact with ideas and experiences. So those are the measurements that really help you kind of triangulate. I would say triangulate. I think Jonathan might not like the term triangulate here, but triangulate toward what is your entrepreneurial spirit, where you lie in terms of your entrepreneurial spectrum. The more you are clear, this one, the intrinsic motivation attitude part is transferable to other competencies, but they are essential to entrepreneurial and enterprising tendencies. Because if you don't achieve this at a higher level, then entrepreneurship is more like a survival for you, as opposed to a place where you thrive. Make sense? I don't know. Hopefully it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
Too much education.
Yeah, I was thinking about. I was brainstorming for a while, and yeah, it makes sense. And I believe is anybody on the comment section?
Yeah, Marianton, you asked the question, right? So.
Yeah. I can't see how many people are active and are viewing, but so.
Yeah, and I only see 6 people active, so it's basically like, you know. Anyways, it's been about 4 hours.
Yeah.
And you know, I think this is an incredible. I've had an incredible session today, and you know, and then it's always I know something to see young people like you feeling like the Africa pride coming in for me. And then you said something I want to say, and I wanted to comment on this before I go into anything else. You said something. It's not just enough to continue to complain about something that somebody complained about 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago. Mm-hmm. Start to complain about things that you hope to achieve that you're not achieving, right? Like start really, like the young people like you, like asking that, saying that, you know, it's not enough. It's not enough to just really say that we are hamstrung to do anything. Yes, it's like you say, like, what can I do even while I'm hamstrung? And I think that's my interpretation of what you said. But not necessarily, I'm not paraphrasing you, but that's my understanding of you. Like you are like the call to action in this One Africa movement is to change ourselves, to see the way to change the way we see ourselves and our role and our part in it. And I love the fact that the younger ones tend to embrace this crazily, like more intensely, more willingly. And I appreciate the fact that there are a lot of people out there who are not here on this platform that are thinking and doing and acting it. They're not here, but they're doing it. They're acting on it. So I appreciate that, what you just said about that like we need to change the way we look at the Pan-Africanism. We come about with Pan-Africanism. The One Africa movement has to be more than just complaining about acting. Like, you know, going saying like we need to return our heritage and writing a letter whether those letters are going to be read or not. And I think that's, to me, and I love the fact that that's the kind of direction that you're going to go. I think you're going to be a marketing genius but with an African flavor to it. Okay, so and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you. I really appreciate you for that.
Me too. Nice to have you on your session. Respect to all, and yeah, we're gonna build this for sure.
Yes.
In a short period of time, and God be with us. And I'm finished on my side.
Yes.
Appreciate you all for having me here.
Yes.
And you too, Professor Ezra. Respect.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wrap it up. Okay. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. You too. You too. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mika. Thank you, Miki. Oh, Maria Antoinette is here. Thank you, Maria Antoinette. Well, I'm about to wrap up. I'll just let you in because Maria Antoinette. If there's anybody else, it will be like, I'm done. I'm not gonna get you. Maria Antoinette, welcome.
I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing. I really, really, really appreciate this effort, and we see the benefits of it. Yeah, thank you. And I wanted just a very quick reiteration of what your Telegram channel seeks to do. Because I'll be honest, I lost the link to enter the channel. Is it only for people who are seeking to be entrepreneurs, or what was it for?
Oh, the thing was like, it wasn't for. Actually, I'll share it again. I don't know if you. So I haven't been on it. I have been busy with something else. I've taken a little bit of a pause, but I'll share it out. Just give me a second. Yeah. So it's not just for entrepreneurs only. Entrepreneurship is not just about business, right? Entrepreneurship is about enterprise. And enterprise, if you have an NGO you want to transform into something, right? You can use an enterprising approach, or you could use the traditional approach of just begging money and doing nothing. So just give me a second. I'll share the. I don't know why it's not. Okay, so I need to update my Telegram app on the window, and I'll share it in a moment. But Marianne, it's really thinking like, I think like my understanding of entrepreneurship is that like, it's not the matter of introverted, extroverted. It's not how well you impress others or not. It's the perception part is part of this being a successful entrepreneur, but it's not the final part of it. It's not the ultimate part of it.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hey, Jonathan. Yeah, you finally properly spelled your name.
Jonathan, how are you, man?
What's up, everybody?
Hi, Jonathan.
Hey, okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hold on 1 second, because I think. Okay, I was having an echo because the other thing was also running. How's everybody?
We're good. How are you?
Good.
Fine, thank you.
One more time, I'm sorry.
Fine, thanks.
Yeah, I haven't actually been on a stream with you, Mary Antoinette. So this is so nice to finally both our voices being at the same time. We always chat on the chat, so this is actually the first time. So here, history is being made.
Yes.
So
hello, what's up, Mikias, and what's up, Ezra?
The first time she came on live was on my show.
Alan. So first of all, I apologize because I'm coming in so much later. I know. For some reason, when I'm driving, I just listen to in the background, but I can't be jumping in, so I apologize about that. But I was listening in and out. Ezra, I keep missing your show because remember I told you when you first started, I said that's the day that I have my class. So yeah, but it's summertime now, so yeah, that's a good thing. At least I can make your shows now, so that's a good thing. But yeah, I just wanted to come in and basically say hello. And can you catch me up? Like, what was the discussion today? What did I miss?
I mean, you missed a lot. 4.25 lots.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. No, like essentially an extension of last week's discussion. So, by the way, Maria Antoinette, I've shared the link to the Telegram. Says Swahili Nation is so I'm managing the Swahili Nation channel right now, so that's why it comes with that name. But essentially the topic of today was this: reimagine and re-envision education. Last week we covered a little bit based on the article I wrote. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, and as you find it. I wrote 2 articles a couple of years ago, just over a couple of years ago, on my website. I mean, I haven't written anything since then, but these are, I thought, were supposed to be kind of like a manifesto kind of thing for what I want to do. But so basically, it's basically like where today we are taking the theme of change to change campaign that we started today. So we're embracing that in the context of what we discussed last week, and reimagining and re-envision education in a changing world. So at the beginning of it, we shared a video of a conversation between a couple of academic experts, researchers, who are even claiming much more forcefully than I have claimed of the fundamental altering about to take place in the world of workplace, in the world of the way the world is run. And as a result of not just automation of repetitive things, but automation of customizable things. They're like experiments that have demonstrated as great success, the ability to diagnose complex diagnoses. You can train an AI to do that in months, not in the years it required a medical expert to do that. And those kind of things are the prevailing condition based on a 2012, 2011 kind of research study. They estimated that over the course of the coming decades, the US is about, they looked at the US, about up to 45% of the jobs out there are destined for automation. A different kind of automations, a unique kind of automations, kind of like an evidence to back up what I claim in my article, which is the labor as a work, as a place for as a space for going to work, right? Working as a means of deriving meaning, career as a means of deriving meaning will have to change, will need to change. So we need to change an education, reimagine education, so it becomes more human. Humanity education is what we need. That's what I propose in the article. Today we try to link it to the changing world in the world, and we had a couple of guests coming in and out. And I was just talking this issue out with Miki in the context of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian education policy, even so shared a little bit about the education policy, a little bit about the entrepreneurship with the question that came from Marie Antoinette, expanded on that. So that's pretty much generally what we did, the general outline of what we covered today.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, we have to do that. So.
No, I think the educational system, and of course reimagining educational systems, especially in a rapidly changing world where everything is being very automized, is very important. I have a couple of things to add to that, because earlier, some of the stuff that I heard, you talked about entrepreneurship. There's this thing that we consider about social entrepreneurship as well, which is a little bit different than just actually opening up businesses. But hopefully you'll have a show on that. But I do want to give a lot of credit to the educational system that does exist in Ethiopia. And I think, Mikias, I heard you say at some point that you went to Addis Ababa University a year and a half or something. But I know so many people, I think I've mentioned this to you before, I've worked with students at Addis Ababa University, It's not necessarily that the educational system is not up to par, but what you are arguing is that it's not up to the changing global system of how the world functions or where the jobs are going to be. At the end of the day, for developing countries in Africa, we're still going to need those service jobs. We're still going to need those very technical jobs that are going to be, I think I've mentioned it in the chats, for example, the way that, and it took them a while to figure that out, but Bahar Dar University actually has a degree now in textiles. And so not just for designers, but for those that are doing textile development and all of that, but it's also linked because there's a Bahar Dar Industrial Park next door, which is predominantly focused in production of, textiles. I like the fact that you're thinking much further ahead, but also what's on the ground and what's happening now also tends to be that we are going to still be physically making shoes and T-shirts and jackets and whatever. That's not going to change anytime soon, huh?
So
I have more problems.
Let me expand a little bit on it. My diagnosis is that we are failing in that. When Bahar Dar University says, "Oh, let's do textile, textile things," from the headline perspective, it is like, "Oh yeah, that's a good thing. Nice for you to catch up." But the problem is that the textile industries are already there, sure of what they need, and they are losing, so there's lost opportunities that are costly to the society. And then what ends up happening is that industries come and go and disappear because time has gone. With time, automation has come. And then with automation, you become even less competitive. By the time the Bahar Dar University's action to adapt to what was needed, which they should have done at the inception of a country that is seeking to go into an industry, they should have done at the inception of it, not at the tail end of it. By the time, because the nature of education, people don't understand. The impact of education is forward, it's not backward. And the forward is different from the backward. So the thinking in this case of Bahar Dar or many of the places in Ethiopia or many of the places in Africa is always like, "Oh, we're missing this." Yes, you're missing those things already. It's the past. It's already gone. It's like trying to change something, the molecules of a river that has already gone. But the new molecules are different.
So what do you expect them to focus on?
So what I'm saying is that, yes, what we have right now is just maintain at best. Just so keep what you're doing, But moving forward, we need to rethink and reimagine and re-envision education. We need complete makeover, complete reconstruct of it, and the image of what I'm telling you right now. Look ahead, because always it's inherent in education that its impact is not on now. It's not in any. If you are going to a classroom to study a 2 week sessions, its impact is 2 weeks later, at best. It is inherent. It's built into it. You can't help it. But the way we think about it, the way we implement it, is based on what we experienced in the past. So we experience shortages in the textile sector. Now we say, let's have something that fix that in some way that. But we fix that, but still the problem is still not going to be fixed, because by the time the person that you've educated to fix a problem, the problem is not just that, but it's compounded to so many other things that you're not educated to solve. You're not empowered to solve. You're not, resourced, mobilized, or activated to solve.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but you still didn't answer my question. So if that's not the focus and you're saying the future, what can you give me a few examples where it should be directed to, instead of, I'm just questioning because I'm trying to understand, okay, reforming education is one thing. Reform it towards what is my question to you back, right?
I say it over and over again. Toward about the technology of being human.
Okay.
And the technology of being human. That's the only saving grace that this is my point of view. And I think I will defend it to the best of my ability, but I'm willing to change my point of view. But to the best of my ability, to the best of my understanding, that is where the future lies for Africa, because we need to figure out being human. And I say this in a sense.
Well, can you operationalize what you mean by that? What do you mean by technology of being human? Like really define it so we understand.
Like, we need to find a way to revitalize the African person as full human. Because the perception and the notions of the African being 1/3 human, whether you like it or not, either is in the subtext or in the context or in the realities and the perception and all of those things, they are pervasive everywhere. They pervade everything. So
let me jump in.
Okay.
Sorry for jumping in, Mr. Professor, and but I just wanted to add a little bit.
Yes.
The technology of being human and building, like you said, we're 1/3 of human because we're producing a textile industry, producing shoes and other products, but because we're not being human, as Ethiopians and Africans, we're not purchasing it. I'm still buying Nike shoes. I'm still buying Adidas, but they're working full-time, going to Bahar Dar University, and going into the textile industry and producing products that are made for me at first in hand, but I'm still purchasing that. So technically I'm not being human in that perspective.
I love what you said. You know what? I love what you said. I don't mean to cut you off right now. This is exactly what the problem is. It's your perception of the quality of the people that I work in the garment industry in Ethiopia. I do. I was on a meeting today, on a garment industry meeting today with Ethiopia. And all these designers that are doing amazing work, they get upset because you, as Ethiopians, would buy a fake Nike shoes before you buy shoes that is made in Ethiopia or clothes that's made in Ethiopia. So maybe the problem is you and not necessarily that it's not there as well. Just want to put that in there.
I mean, the way we perceive, some of us, because we don't experience it deeply, but particularly the Ethiopians, we don't recognize it that much. But the hundreds of years of first overt, like directly, like articulated in all methods and means of saying that a black person is 1/3 human. That was overt. But that notion of a subhuman, the notion of a subhuman, that notion hasn't disappeared.
No, and I think we can all agree on that. Marriott, do you want to jump on that? Because that is true. So I think we could all agree.
If we don't recapture our humanity first, all these things that you guys are talking about manifestation of it. You are talking about the manifestation of it, or a Nike and garment. You see manifestation of it. They're Africans, they are black. Nobody's gonna tell you overtly directly, but the underlying thing that underlines any conversation with you, any connection with you, is derived from their perspective or their notion of your humanity. Not just that, but your own personal perception of your humanity. If you're not fully human enough, you can't begin to appreciate the depth of what you're dealing with. Most of you here, before Maria come in, most of you, the thing that frustrates you, before you come in, Maria, let me give you what you don't recognize. Jonathan, I've never seen you coming from you recognition that there are 16 million people that are without power in Ethiopia. 60 to 70 million people. And not just the number, but the significance of that. And how dehumanizing that is for mothers and families across Ethiopia to struggle on a daily basis with such degree of poverty.
Yeah, we talked about this on Sunday, by the way. You were not on that.
I know,
we've talked about that, yeah?
What I'm telling you, the problem is, that is the Africa problem. But people like you and Sam, every time we talk about actual education, oh, we are okay, we are doing fine, let's do it. We are like, let's not recognize. We are not doing fine. We're doing horrible. And educating the elites that don't recognize the actual true depths of Ethiopia's problem, Africa's problem, and the education is not giving that. If you don't recognize that, then the education is failing already. If you can't recognize the essential fundamental things that constitute Africa are broken, that constitute as a community as broken, from economic to intellectual to spiritual to emotional to history to the whole gamut of they are broken. Who's going to fix that? There's too many things to fix, too many problems to fix. So you need agents to do them. You need to activate people. And then activating them requires not telling people, oh, you're going to solve the problem of disunity in Africa. No. You have to activate humans. And human beings, by their nature, if you study closely, like I have studied closely, by their nature, we are a creature of history. We create history. It means that we are able to navigate what I know and then really synthesize wisdom and insights. That's what essentially what human is. I want to educate the next generation. I'm not saying the next future generations. That's the next few generations on the sense of that humanity, so that they are the ones with the instrument to solve the things that you and I and previous generations keep on stumbling on it. We keep on stumbling on it. Keep on stumbling, stumble, and then we keep saying, "Oh, no, you're complaining too much. Oh, you don't understand." No, that's not it. That is not the problem. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, fine. You know what? I just want to remind you, Ezra, you have 4 activators and 4 literally agents of change sitting here talking. So that's what we're doing. So we're all on the same page. I just want to remind you that. I would give the floor to
I'm provoking you. I'm provoking you.
I know. That's what this whole, I get it. But don't forget, you have 4 activators. Is that what you called us? Huh?
You're representing.
Exactly. And agents of change is what I call us. So we're on the same page.
No, but to me, like the competition is not just with you. No, it's not just with you. This is a recorded conversations, and for as long as it lasts. And so the conversation one day is between some other people that are not going to be visible to us, that haven't yet even manifest. So I take it to that level sometimes. So I'm pushing the boundaries a little bit here.
I think Marina had something to say, and I hope you held your thought.
So I was just considering, the possibility of eventually having that new method of electricity creation. I think they mentioned radio frequency waves. I wasn't really sure exactly how it was done, but eventually maybe Ethiopia could exploit that new technology for electricity, and in addition to the plans for the dam.
I think to me, like, the problem is so vast. I would say all of the problems, all of the solutions. I mean, one of the things that we haven't embraced, we should be embracing in Ethiopia when it comes to the electricity part, is miniaturizing solutions, miniaturization of solutions. Miniaturization solution, meaning that, like, really decentralizing. So one of the things that we have adopted, that's the ill. I talk about it at all. Even now we're talking about education, but we also talk about in all sectors of what we do. Sometimes we adopt what's called scale. Scale is what we adopt from the West, that notion of scale. So if we don't achieve scale, we can't solve it. That kind of struggle, we struggle to that. So what I think is kind of like the liberation of a space where, if and when somebody has a way of creating energy safely within a set of means of within a set of parameters, and then can they achieve that? We should encourage that. That entrepreneurship is required for that. That enterprise is required. That kind of entrepreneurial spirit is required for that, because the problem is so vast. So the gap that is like, you go on research on the shortage in capital and investment, it's so huge that it would take us centuries, I mean, at least decades, if not centuries, to really like completely, truly, fundamentally change the condition of what you're talking about. So anything and everything and all of the above should be resolved. There was a guy in Ethiopia one time I saw on a video who came up with ways of recycling, thrown out plastic. And then he was turning it into, he's a chemist graduate from Addis Ababa University. He was turning that materials into, how does a block person comes up with ways again, like unblock themselves. So this is like YouTube trying to stifle our conversation by adding all this sort of crappy stuff. Sorry, I'm trying to stop.
So I just want to, while you're doing that, I just want to say, one of the things that I'm very consistently in touch with is, first of all, Africans in general on the continent are very creative. Considering the limitations that they have, they find and figure out ways to not only sustain themselves, but to be creative. And I think you started talking about something that something about plastic. But I remember even when they, in Addis Ababa, as you know, they built all these condominiums, and people were living in them, but they never actually gave them a way to actually get rid of their trash. And I remember seeing a video of this young kid, and he was in his teens. And if you live in the West, you're very familiar with the garbage chutes. You on every floor there's like a little room that you go and you throw your trash and it goes down. He created one himself, and then adopted it into all the other buildings, because you can't have 4 or 5 floors enough. These older people, can't the stairs to. So people are creative, and technologically they're creative as well, because for example, in Ethiopia, we have not allowed, and I'm very happy that they are allowing that space for the locals to kind of create their own technology, and whatever you want to call it. But we don't do Uber, but we have Ride, and we have several different services. And as a matter of fact, I think they were chosen, the woman that started Ride was chosen, an entrepreneur of the year or something like that. And so I don't want to undermine the capacity of what we have. And sometimes I agree. Some of the language I find to be a little bit, I'm just kind of.
Why would an entrepreneur be undermined?
I think what we're supposed to do is help build the capacity, because the brain, the energy, the knowledge, everything is there. They just don't have the capacity. No, of course, the problem is, I'm telling you, is the capacity most of the time. They don't have the capacity. They have the capability of doing it. And so my argument with the Ethiopian government has always been, which I've had meetings with them, is why don't you support these small, medium enterprises that are coming from the youth, and especially coming out of the educational system in our fields. So I think that.
Why do you think we haven't supported them?
But that's the argument we should be having.
Why do you think that there's a government official somewhere in the system, in the structure, that doesn't see the value in this?
Well, I'll tell you, most of the time it's because these people are, I think the whole administrative system sucks in Africa.
No, but
it's hierarchical, and let me finish. They put the wrong people in positions that they should not be in. That's a huge problem to begin with. They have no interest in the seats that they have, these ministers of this and ministers of that. It's the administrative system itself. It's not based on merit. No, so that's also a problem. So that is not the problem. Okay, maybe we can all have an argument about that.
No, that's a manifestation. That's a problem. The problem is with the diagnosis. I've heard this diagnosis 100 times, 100 million times. and then 100 million solutions for that diagnosis have been implemented, and 100 million times have come back with the same problem.
So what's your solution?
No, so that's the thing. Like, you need to.
Well, I'm asking you.
Being comfortable with dealing with the actual problems, not with manifesto, with the actual thing that cause things.
And that's what we're doing now, isn't it? That's what I'm saying right now.
You have a repulsion and for challenging thoughts, because it makes you're worried of the specter of how it's going to appear to somebody.
No, absolutely not. I completely disagree with you on that. That's not it at all.
Just convince me then. Convince me.
I just told you, for example, we've had this discussion with ministers where we tell them it's the wrong minister. Like, we cannot deal with this people because they don't even know the job that they're doing. I've had that discussion in Ethiopia, and it sounds like you did the same thing when you were trying to do that when you're working in the educational system.
It's not about knowing. It's not knowing. It's not about knowing and not knowing.
But you can't. We don't have the power to like pull these people off their seat either. But the only thing you could,
it's not.
What I'm just telling you,
if I tell
what
you,
I'm trying to explain to you is to do what I do, which is help build the capacity to support. Because
this is just to me is very top line kind of diagnosis that isn't really truly deeply understandable. If I tell you 60 million people need electricity, the solution for it is not just changing the ministers.
No, okay, now we're going all over the place. That's about electricity. Okay, so no, listen, well, I think Biggie's in there saying garbage in, garbage out. You need to let Biggie and explain a little bit what he means.
No. But you have to listen to this. If I tell you there are 31 million kids, 35 million kids that go into a school, primary education first year, and finish up at 500,000, 500,000 less than that. That's the success result of the education system. That's a huge problem that you have more than just policy.
Okay, I keep asking you, Ezra, and you still have not said an answer to me. What do you want? What are the things? No, but that's what we're doing. You can't just no. You can't just talk about problems. Explain a solution.
You can't overtalk. You can't talk over me and then expect me to understand you. You have to listen to this. The vastness of the problem is so deep. If you come and tell me it's just the lipstick that's a problem, I'm not going to listen to that. That is not reasonable kind of space. That's not a reasonable effort to change anything in this place. It's not reasonable. It's just it's so minuscule to the scale of the problem. I am telling you, it's a fact. 35 million kids get into grade 1, and then at the end of that cycle is 500,000. That should tell you huge problem, not tiny problems. Tiny problems is ministers. Tiny problems is some education officer somewhere in Warada. Tiny problems, that's tiny problems. That's more marginal problems. You call them marginal peripheral problems.
Ezra, you're giving us descriptive. No, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you.
By ironing the shirt. You can iron that shit.
I think we all can look at that data. That's not the point. What is the solution? What I'm asking you, what's the solution?
Forget about solution. First and foremost, get into your head that we are dealing with serious problems, which you don't get. Because you keep going to, if you don't, since you don't suggest solutions, then don't talk about the big problems. That's what you're telling me.
No. I'm asking you genuinely. I love the fact that you're giving descriptive.
Why should I give you a solution when I don't have one?
That's my point. So
exactly.
we all recognize the problem. That's
no,
not
you don't recognize problem. No, you
okay,
that's not true.
Let me jump in. Sorry,
you don't recognize. All this time you're telling me, oh, we solved the problem of this. Oh, basically, this is the.
I said they're trying. Let's rephrase. No.
Let me jump in.
Anyway,
Jonathan and Professor Ezra, let me say something. What I see, Jonathan. Let me tell you from Professor Ezra's perspective. I believe. Do you understand the scale of the problem right now? I think that's what he wanted to show you. Jonathan, can you answer my question?
Well, absolutely. I think we were on the same channel on Sunday
Okay.
talking about the
Okay,
problem. So
then
it's not like
yeah,
we do not. I write about that.
yeah.
My dissertation was about that.
Okay,
Okay, so
nice. Let
I
me
completely understand that. But
okay,
like
let me
just
go
talking about
to
the problem
Professor
does not
Ezra.
solve things.
Yeah, let me go to Professor Ezra and tell him like you're right. The scale of the problem is so high that we need to, I believe, Jonathan was trying to say, we need to notice those marginal things because those were at a level influence and it all adds up. Then I believe that's what you want to state, right, Jonathan? Because the as the ones in authority from the top to the bottom will eventually influence the education system because as the statistics Professor Ezra gave us 32 to 35 million go into the first grade, 500,000 graduate. That means there's something in the full structure and those come from the what are the education level because they're not doing their jobs right. I don't know on this side, to be honest. We all are missing the solution. So
No, but
Jonathan, you're trying
I
to
have
pick them
a
out,
list.
and I believe
Mickey, I have a
Professor
list of
Ezra
solutions.
is trying to the technology of being human. You're Professor Ezra. I believe you're trying to make them understand to be a human at every level.
so that
Yeah.
they can solve the very thing that Jonathan and the Cole and Sam don't get. They will get it. The technology of being human will activate the volume of numbers that you need to really kind of like zoom in to the very specific areas of the problems to solve it. It's like creating, the virus to fight the virus. It's like because it's so pervasive. The problem is so pervasive. It manifests itself in so many shape and form. It shifts all the time. It's so you could like if you so we want to develop Africa as an economic powerhouse. We want to develop Africa so that people feel a sense of worth being Africans. But to solve that, it requires a scale of human ability, not some kind of books or some kind of institutions. It's humans that are going to be able to solve it, enterprising humans that are going to be able to solve it, that are not going to be troubled by the vexing nature of the problems, by the sticky nature of the problems. They're not going to be brought. So I am telling you this based on real active work, active research work on the ground. You cannot hope to educate 31 million kids and then end up with 500,000 of them at the tail end of it if you didn't have a problem that require a vast network of activated minds and hearts and humans who recognize their responsibility, their moment, and their time, and who are able to navigate knowledge, wisdom, insight, and arrive at like apt solutions, not late solutions, not ahead of their time solutions, apt solutions. You can't just do them by just like how many people are on this platform right now? Very few people. And those are the few people who are activated. And those few people who come in, they are fighting to protect the elite. They're fighting to protect me, you, and us. Protect the prestige and the privilege of the elites. And that's my experience working in Ethiopia. Working on the ground, on the floor, in homes and farm homes, and families. That is the exact ministers, you name it. I've gone through all of them, and then essentially you can change the minister. You can put a great minister, you still can't solve the problem because it's too big. Where is the minister going to, even a good-willing, a well-meaning minister, where is he going to come up with a $5 billion?
I think you're stuck with this whole thing I said about the minister, and I have to kind of like a little push back a little bit. I don't agree with what you just said. That's not what it is at all. you don't know me that well enough to even know what I do to even say stuff like that. So be careful. But I have to kind of push back a little bit. But trust me, you're also sitting here. What are you doing? So like we are all trying to do. And I said to you from the beginning, we all can have this discussion. This is a very important discussion to have, right? Right? We all are trying to do what we do at our level, at individual level. Trust me, I am. Maybe it might not be up to your whatever the thing is. And I wish that I think maybe this technology of being human, I don't get it. Because the word technology and human do not mix for me, because humans are not tech, they're humans. But if we're talking about, this is a channel, I mean, this is a session about educational systems and if reforming, and then let's talk about how we need to reform it. But this thing that you just said just before that,
you've never heard
I don't appreciate that human. Personally.
Jonathan,
I'm just
you've never heard the technology of being human, but I have explained it 100 times of what I mean. But you still don't get it.
Absolutely, no, I don't.
So you don't get the human being the conduit of history, the conduit of navigating.
I think what I'm saying, the terminology, I don't think is the right word. I don't put the word technology of being human.
Yeah, like, because what if it was a white person who said it? Would you get it?
No.
Are you sure?
100% sure. I don't. First of all, I teach people not to think about theoretical forms and formats of what the West has ever put out, because we need to have our own theories of understanding humanity. Do
you think you have enough people who are able to navigate knowledge, wisdom, and insights in Africa?
We've been doing that for centuries. We've been doing it for.
Do you think you have enough people to do that?
Absolutely, we've been doing it, and we keep doing it, and that's why I want to kind of push back a little bit, because I see what's happening. Because I think that you're a little bit not giving enough credit to the capacity of the people. I mean, I'm sorry, not the capacity, but the ability to understand that they've been doing that. It's not, they're doctors, they're lawyers, they're people in Africa, all over Africa, that do all these things that we think in the West or whatever, right? But even besides that, right, within, and I'll go back to the traditions sessions, we have our traditions of doing those things as well, right? So if we're talking about educational systems and going forward,
why
it's trying to
Africa? Why do we have persistent problem in Africa?
Then because we need to reimagine. Like I agree with about reimagining education, right? Reimagining not just education. Yeah, but I wouldn't put the word technology in front of that personally. That's
that's exactly. Yeah. You're not willing to exercise uncommon processes, uncommon approaches.
I remember the first week of your show, you said we're gonna definitely like have this kind of hot debates and.
Yeah, but
I could definitely debate with you because I think that you need to change that.
You want to maintain the status quo.
Who said that? Who said that? I never said that.
No, but that's
you're putting words.
You don't have to say them. You have to imply them. You don't have to be stated. If you stand here and fight to protect, fight to preserve, fight to promote, fight.
And how did you come up to that?
Anyone in Africa right now who claims to be doing anything for Africa, a doctor, educated person, that is really ludicrous.
Well, I think Marriott, I think Marriott and I agreed, or if I remember correctly, if anything, is completely the opposite, because we argued one day, not on this session, but on a different one, that actually we do need to get rid of that whole older mentality of what that is. And that also included some of these, of course, people don't agree with me sometimes. So I think you're completely misunderstanding. And of course, I just got in maybe a little too late.
No, but it's fine.
No, I think that you're putting stuff in my. No. Don't frame me that way. That's what I'm saying.
We need to exercise some of these things, because it's just so ingrained, so intertwined in our system that we can't. So the first thing, like change to change. That's exactly what it is. Change to change. I have to change.
We're on the same page on that.
No. I studied it, understood it, and went into it, and loved it, and was for it, and then I had to abandon that completely. That system of thoughts and prisms through which we see the world. That kind of impossibility, That kind of, oh, it's just the way things are. And it's acceptable. It is okay. That is the way it is. Like, if you have uncommon problems, the solutions are uncommon. In order to get to uncommon solutions, you need the human beings to do them. And then the more liberated, the more humanizing the education is, the more likelihood that you will activate those people who are capable of resolving the problems that you cannot even see. That is essentially what it is about. There are people out there who need to be activated, who are not being activated right now. And the reason they are not being activated is because the system of education kind of really zooms in and only generates the tricksters, the trickeries who control the elite structure and then really stifle anyone else. What happens to those people who are like innovative and creative? What do? They end up migrating and running away from the society because they are rejected from the society. We are rejected. The constant rejection that I had to entertain in Ethiopia when I was working in Ethiopia for over 10 years, constant rejections. It's a system that is by design. I call Ethiopia the economy of tricksters. It's owned and operated by tricksters who figure out, oh, this is how you can figure things out. Forget about actually creating and innovating things. And for anybody to come and defend that is ludicrous. There's nothing to be defended in that system. There's nothing. Because it's a system that leaves behind millions and millions of people in poverty and destitution and hunger and wars and unrest and all sort of these things. Not because these people don't have culture, not because they don't have value. They have humanity that is yearning to come out, that have been stifled right now on a daily basis in the education system that are running in the system. And you come in to tell me, oh, the system is just only needs tweaking. That's ridiculous. And there's some.
I got a question, Ezra.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I stated on my private chat, I said it, you know, and I said garbage in, garbage out, right? So that means anything that they're going to be putting on the head of education. My main question is, what language do we use for higher education?
Officially is English, but unofficially is any language and all languages.
Correct. But unfortunately,
in practice,
majority of the universities will teach you in English. And the problem is, at the bottom in Africa, we practice different languages. One, now we got to master the English, or you can go on the west, in the French side, you're going to master French. So I went to French school in the middle in Ethiopia. Nobody speaks French except those who went to French school and those that came in and speaking the language itself. When I learned the language, I learned it from the age of 4. I started from that age, and I grew up speaking French so fluently that people get confused when I landed in Paris. Oh, you lived in Paris before? No. How come you speak so fluent? Okay. So my thing is, if the higher education that you're going to get and to be competitive in that, you're going to have an English. If your English is not set at a younger age, and I expect you to speak English when you graduate high school, it depends who's got the handle of really learning the language further. But the majority is not going to do that. And those that are capable to even pass the English exam and then becomes educators, and they'll become in a position, they studied history in English, but at the same time, when you tell them to write something about themselves, they're getting a hard time to express themselves. Okay, so the baseline that we need to establish, like I said in this conversation earlier, we need to establish a baseline for anything. Are we in the right direction? We're going to have to assess and then look at your forecast on what your results is going to be, and run it as a program, and it has to go across the education system. So you're going to be incorporating when is on the public school, when is time that you're going to start learning really English? When is it practice? Who's the teacher? Who's going to be doing the follow-up? Who's going to give you the books? There's a lot of lack of things at the base. So let's establish the base.
Yeah, but there's no, Biggie, the child goes, and whatever it is, they say, okay, this is your life cycle of learning. So you're starting from this grade 1 or preschool, grade 1. This is so you are in Oromia region, and then you're going to learn in your native language, is a great thing. And then by the time you get to grade 9, that's when you get to learn official national language. This is Amharic, the official federal government language, Amharic. And then that's where you also begin to learn, subject in English. And this is a part of Oromia, not always, implemented efficiently. But by that time, probably like about 70% of the children who started are not in grade 9. They're not. So what happened to them? They only learn the 1 to grade 8 thing, whatever thing that it represents. If it's language, whatever thing that represents, they're learning that. And then from grade 9 to grade 12, there's all sort of ways English comes in, but no educator is sufficiently eloquent enough in the language of English to teach the subject matter. So, and then no student has had sufficient amount of exposure in the early formation days to be able to understand the subject matter in a foreign language. So there's multiple translation taking place inside the classroom. And this is experience, I'm telling you, inside the classroom. There's an English class being taught in Amharic, Oromia, Tigrinya. English class, English language. That's in Ethiopia for you. Because the prevailing student body are too unprepared to be able to handle the educational levels, standards that are set for that level. And then somehow you bungle it, and you take it all the way to university. You get to university, that problem that you haven't resolved in grade 1, that problem you haven't resolved in grade 5, that problem you haven't resolved in grade 9 still persists. And then people for the vast majority of Ethiopians who are going to universities educations, the education they experience, even though they're supposed to be learning in English, they're not, it's just a bungled up thing. It's not just badly implemented thing, bungled. This is really horribly kind of organized kind of riffraff of education that doesn't even resemble anything that is linked to it. So I'm looking at its own standard, its own measurements. On the standard set by itself, it cannot even meet that. And here we have people come and tell me, oh, let's leave the system alone. Leave the system alone. It's doing its job.
Who said that?
I give you fact after fact. I give you data after data, and then the data suggests the impact of university level, the impact of just give me a second.
Mikia speaks a lot better English than a lot of Ethiopians that live here, just so to say. I just want to put that out there.
No, so to me, like you don't have to step them. Because I can tell from your resistance to my point of view. Yes, my point of view, I'm intentionally radical in my point of view, because this is a platform to be radical. I cannot be anything else but radical. And I'm telling myself I'm not being radical enough. And you're telling me I'm being radical.
Ezra, we understand. But the point is, again, I'm going to point out, you have children that start in different language. Then they're going to start majoring at 9th grade, and then you expect them to graduate the whole university level or any other in English. There's a gap.
No, but you know what
So
I'm trying to Biggie.
the
Biggie,
gap
you
is
look at
for
it
me.
from a linear
For me, let
perspective.
me tell you something. Hear me out. And this is my personal experience,
Yes.
and my experience as a student. When I went to lycée, I was a foreigner. Okay, you know why I was foreigner? I grew up with a grandmother that teach me Tigrinya. So when I got outside, everybody speak Amarinya. Now I'm forced in and learning another language. I didn't even master my Amarinya. So it took me so much time of a gap even to relate to the students, the Ethiopian students there with the language. Okay. So I had to break that barrier. And the first thing that I said, my mom speaks French, my father speaks French. Okay. So now I said, you know what? Give me some words, because I'm getting totally lost in this, because they don't speak Tigrinya. And for me to even tell the other students, you know, what the hell is going on, it was very hard. Okay. But one thing that I learned is that at that age, I was so anxious to learn more vocabulary, more words, more things. In 3 months, I already started speaking French. In 3 months. And I'm yet in Ethiopia. Nobody else speaks French outside my realm except my parents. So from that development of carry on and learning the French language, and at the same time, all subjects are given in French language. And I have a Amarinya class, and I also have English class. In fact, the English, we take it, I think was like maybe 6th grade. That's when we start as another foreign language. And even Amarinya is like a foreign language for Ethiopians. We learn so all the grammars and everything, name it. Okay. But that was added later on. But when we graduate from French school, okay, we can compete with the University of Addis Ababa and still show that any lycée that really graduated, we had even national competitions. We're still in high school, and we used to beat the first year and second year university students.
No, but this is
So
the thing.
what happened is all our science, all our history, all the geography, everything is being given in French. So we are really out there with the curriculum. We had books that change edition after edition every year. So when you look at in the general, look at again, I'll give you an example. If you look at St. Joseph, if you're going to look at Nazareth, if you're going to go look at American school, English
I
school,
was St. Joseph. I went to St. Joseph. So.
Right, and at the same time, you know, you really are in front of the English. Your subjects are given in English.
Biggie.
So when you come in,
Biggie,
I'm talking
please.
on
Let me stop you on that one. I want to stress how important what you're doing is. How clear and vivid the system has been. It comes across so clear, no ambiguity, right, to it. Like your experience of the education that you've had was clear. There's no ambiguous, has not been ambiguous. It was thought about and well implemented education system. Whether I agree to the nature, to the value system to it, to the philosophy behind it, that's something that's beside the point. But it was an education system, nevertheless. So yeah, you study in French. This is a French class, it's a French class. But what I'm telling you right now, the education system in Ethiopia, as we speak right now, has not even an iota or a single resemblance to what you're talking about. No resemblance. There is English being taught in other languages. There is English subject in the chemistry class. You have to go to a teacher who cannot articulate the language in English because they are assigned to do it in English as well. And then even if they articulate it enough, a student body that is not well prepared and well groomed and organized enough take it in, you have some of it. And then in the midst of that, you're trying to get people to graduate from that with their head held high, with a sense of self-worth, with a belief, with a sense they will have a part to play, not just in their own life, but a part to play in the society and make a fundamental transformation that the society deserves. You can't even put an assignment on them. You can't even put an assignment on them to find jobs, let alone to think about. So, like, I went through an incredible education system, probably among the most incredible out there in the world. Very few people will have had an experience like I've had going to an international education program, the IGCSE and IB. Very few. The quality is unmatched by anything in terms of not just the normal technical mechanical things, in terms of the high order levels, the critical thinking, the critical vision, the critical sense of self, the sense of worth. IB is unmatched, but it's so prohibitively unreachable, so expensive. Anyways, I don't want to go too far on this one, but I have somebody who I brought in. I'm bringing into this table. I'm going to give him an opportunity to speak. Nathaniel is an incredible, like somebody who, like, I had a pleasure and opportunity to work with up close. Somebody who will be the person to resist my point of view and reject my point of view if he need to reject, and accept if he need to accept. But somebody who's out there on the ground right now doing something about educations on the ground. So just, I know, like, you know, I don't want to embellish too much about you, but Nati, just quickly introduce yourself. And then now we're talking about education in general. And I'm suggesting that we need to re-envision and reimagine education completely, overhaul it completely, and get rid of the current system completely and rethink about it, reshape it from an African perspective, from an Ethiopian perspective, context, and completely from the ground up, and with a view to kind of prepare the next generation of leaders, or the next generation that is suitable and capable of really resolving the true, real problems Africans face, instead of just, you know, dilly-dallying about it and wishy-washying about it. I'm making that claim. I'm arguing for that. I'm using my personal experience in putting together education systems, at least trying to change the education system on the ground and implement systems that some way and somehow work. And I'll talk about the humanizing education that humanizes more and more. It's based on an article I wrote a while back. So that's what it is, a general context of it. But, like, you know, we are arguing, debating these issues. But welcome to my show, my weekly show. Feel free to step in and then share your point of view, Nathaniel. It's so nice to see you, but finally, in a long time. It's been like, how many? 4 years since I've seen you. So it's a pleasure seeing you again. Okay, I'm just going to add you to the stream.
Is my voice audible?
Yeah, it's audible, yeah.
All right. So it's a pleasure to see you again as well.
Yeah.
My name is Nathaniel Guse, and I'm a second year student in Hawassa University in the southern part of Ethiopia. So just to add on what you said, I really do think that we also need to envision the current Ethiopian curriculum, and not just curriculum, but the inner mechanics of the schooling system as well, right? Because it's a very fundamental social system, and people pass through it, you know, for 20 years also. So it really makes up the personality and the way we think and the way we see the world around us, and that is the very deep part of the self, right? The way we see the world, because that is how we react to it. That is the meaning that we give to the environment. So if that is changed by the education system, then, and if we say that we have to re-envision the education system, what we are implicitly saying is that we have to re-envision the way that we perceive the world, right? Because, as Paulo Freire says, it is alienating. It is dehumanizing in a way that is dejects us from the solution making and It's like a false charity thing. Um, it ejects you from your own reality. So we have to re-envision it, I understand, and I agree. But who are we? Might be my question. What do we mean by us, right? So as Ethiopians or as Africans in general, we have to do that. As a world, we have to indulge in this creative and liberating education. But it should also be very inclusive process. And why I'm talking about inclusive, I'm not just talking about including those parts of society which are always excluded, but also the society as a whole. Because education is a social system, and what makes a social system is that society itself is included in it, and not just being affected by it. So as we are also actively engaging in the politics, and notice that we are not political scientists, but every 4 or 5 years we vote, and we stay we choose this government to rule over us and to be our agents, right? Because it directly affects our lives. And so is education. So the society should have a platform with which they could be as powerful as they are in the theoretical sense of politics, right? So, though not realistically in the world. So, what do we do here at Harvard University? Specifically, CEPIT is what we do. The experiment that we do is we're trying to create an educational laboratory, an inclusive platform which could enable and empower people to carry out educational experiments. Right? That is, systematic education. These two ways are ways in which we could reform the education system. And systematic education is through changing policies and governments, administration. So for that, the oppressed needs power or political stake, which the people have none. So what we're trying to do is by carrying out these little experiments or educational models, we're trying to show that the education system can be made more accessible, more efficient, and more quality with these kinds of means, right? So we are carrying out these meaning models, okay? And we are making a prototype of our ideal education. What I find very interesting about it in that process is that the teacher personality, as in we are we are making a way towards reformed education, but we're also very much intrigued and attached to the process and on that, right? So in the process of this reformation or the idea of reformation, we are empowering ourselves and others to critically see the world around us. And as I first said, education is how we see the world. And if we can make that now in the reformation process, we can say that we are being educated. So education is not only a destination, but also a process. Right? So in this process of reforming the education, we are educating ourselves to be more human, more critical, more active, and not just submerged in the reality, but critically and directly interacting with the environment. That is
Yeah.
what it's supposed to be. Yeah, right. So in that process, what I really want the education system to be is, as Paulo Freire said, and I agree with that, rather than being the banking model of education, which knowledge is just embedded in us or deposited in us, I would love it to have a problem posing education where we bring problems from the environment. And we have such an experiment in that it's called sugar problems. So we bring problems from the environment and then we make it a challenge in the education in the school system. So children can engage in this and then solve it, right? It's like a trial and error kind of education. So in that sense, they are saying they are realizing that they can be active, not object but subject in the environment, right? So they can and they do have the power to change the environment around them through education. So it's also a self-liberating process from that oppressive and passive state that I'm only a mere subject in this, a mere object, I mean, in this passive what? So I say, and I totally agree that we should reform it because we should reform the way that we live around the world because it's very, I'd say, materialistic.
Nathan, you're getting away from the mic. Keep your mic
Oh,
up because every time you turn around, you know, people kind of saying they cannot hear you. Go ahead. Thank you.
So, no problem. So, when we're talking about this reformed view of the world, what we're trying to say is that we have to deconstruct our minds and then reconstruct our minds from the type of mindset that we have, you know, we have adopted from the social media, from the news, from the mass media, and from this internet world, right? So this kind of mentality that we have already had should be critically examined, and we have to say, is this worth it? Is it the right kind of mindset that we have, that we should have towards the environment? Is it really ours? Is it Ethiopian? Is it African? And more importantly, if it's the Nazi kind of mindset, because we can narrow it down to the individualistic kind of philosophy that we all have, right? So this kind of reform can come. So totally in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is that this reformation system or this reformation process should not be elitist. It should not be the kind of policy change. And though I really agree with that as well, it should indulge the individuals and the groups and the community and the society in the process of liberation, because that is what it means to be human, and not just to see it from a passive. Yeah.
So like you were Nati, you were no, to some extent, to the degree I was allowed, you were kind of like a guinea pig in my experiment of this kind of approach to education. To what extent would you say that kind of activated you to where you are right now, where you can articulate your own kind of sense of what you believe, what you care about, and you're actually actively on the ground doing this thing you're talking about right now? And we're not just having a conversation here. You're actually somebody, not just in school, but actively on the ground, making those things, those activation, those liberation work that you're doing there, that you actually believe in. So to what extent would you say the attempts to humanize you in your high school experience with us had a part to play, and to what extent it didn't have a part to play?
Yeah.
Frankly.
So the Bawi, or the high school which I learned at, was a very, I'd say historic part in my life. And I don't want to say that in a typical sense of, being grudges, but I want to say that in the authentic one, because it did. What it taught me, or what it made me become, is more of myself. The process, as I said, or the platform that I've found as Lebawi is not a well-made or a well-prepared kind of a finished product. It was a product on the go. So every student that comes to the platform, if they want, if they're willing, can take it up a notch. They can, as humans, are not fully human, because we are, of course, fully human. We are in the process of being more fully human. So is the process of Tabawi. You can come in and then be actively participant in the process. The most important thing that I have found is in Nabawi, amongst many things that I did, is this process orientation. The process empowers people. The process is not something that is just done so that you could reach to the destination. And that is what shaped my mindset and psychology education, right? And not just talking about the classroom kind of academics. Yes. So at CEPID, or at any experiment or project that we do, and we have about 10 education experiments at CEPID as well, it has made me process oriented. Process always, it's about, okay, Paulo Freire in this book that he has, it's called Education for Critical Consciousness, right? So he calls it communication versus extension. So extension is this idea that you extend your knowledge to where there is none. But communication is this dialectical kind of dialogue between two or more people. And that is what I found in Lambawi. Whenever you talk with here, Mr. Ezra as well, because he continuously calls us to his office for informal meetings, and he asks about his life, our lives, and stuff. And also while talking about with talking about many issues and philosophical issues, because I remember we also had this philosophical discussions with Mr. Ezra and other senior students until late in the night. Right? So these kind of dialogues and discussions make you say, I have something to say. I have something to say. I'm not a passive observer. And in this process, and not in the outcome, I'm saying, in the process, I'm being more human, I'm being more empowered. So you grow towards liking the process. You grow towards noticing the process and the change in it. So hence my outlook of the world has been changed in that time.
Yeah. So I think do you feel like more empowered in that journey? More like, do you feel like you were activated?
Of course.
You were okay. Look, by the way, Nathaniel is an incredible. He didn't accept anything I just said. He always pushed back. I remember, like, being my student. This is one of the most incredible experience I had, is having those conversations where, like, you challenge any notions of right or wrong, and then push back, and then demand, a degree of justification and rationale to help you arrive at the conclusion you deserve to make on your own. And I think that element was profoundly central to the thing that we did at Labawi. And I'm showing the framework at Labawi that before I left, we put together for that framework for people to actually, for the school to really have a system to really capture exactly what we're doing. But a lot of people here reject the idea of, not here, but a lot of people reject the idea of a humanizing education. In part, they don't understand it. The technology of being human, or the idea of being human or humanizing education, it sounds a little bit idealistic and out of touch. And that it can, like, you can actually be an incredible physicist, an incredible computer coder, an incredible entrepreneur, and probably the best possible you could possibly be in those space. You could be aspiring to do things, functional things, while at the same time, really, like, because it's not necessarily like one or the other, right? So we're not abdicating the rigor of learning while we're doing these things, because one, it was required by law to do that, but two, but we found a way to use those tools as instruments of practice, as part of the process of that continuous reflection, right? That's self-examination, that continuous, like, exploration, discovery, and becoming process. So if you do you want to add a little bit to that, in your perspective to that, just to give people a little bit of an idea of your experience to it? So we're not talking about, people sometimes might think that I'm talking theoretically, so I want people to understand that there's some practical element to it that could be useful to understand.
May I go on?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So let me add a bit about this, maybe a theoretical view, and then I'll go to what really happened at about it. There's this experiment that we do, of course, because so the main problem here is the mechanization of the math of humanity. And what we mean by mechanization is that the education system, specifically this I know in Ethiopia, and I don't know much about it as well, is that in the name of secularism, you cannot talk about spiritual things or godly things, and then which itself negates the purpose of life because we believe that the purpose is given by God. But you cannot talk about these things. So, no way, no. That's not just that. But you continuously train to do the specific, specialized tasks in the society so that you could be a cog in the wheel. So you'd have this task to do, and then boom, you're done. So what is the general purpose of life? So in the technological if the government brings in this technological gadgets, computers, and if the government wants to digitalize the workforce, then it is obvious that many of these educated people will be out of jobs because what they do will be replaced by computers. And that's not just fictional world that we're just thinking about. We've seen these things, happen in offices. So, what is this human color? What is this human element that cannot be replaced by machines? Because if it's just teaching that we do, if it's just typing that we do, it can be replaced. But is there more to education? Is there more to human beings that can be reflected or that can be excavated through this educational system? So one thing that I have found in Abawi is that it has given me this question. And mind you that I haven't had this question, at least I wasn't conscious of this question until I was talking about, right? Because if you ask a student, maybe a high school student or a university student in Ethiopia, they'll most probably, and I'm pretty sure, they'll tell that they are dissatisfied with the education, right? Because they don't feel humane in it. They don't feel as if they are being themselves in it. They're either being pushed by their parents or by the society, or just they're running with the flow. They don't have the time to stop, critically assess the environment that they are in. So there is not such a hurry in the Bawi or after Bawi, because through your dialogues and through the curriculum and through the extracurricular activities, you're continuously given the platform to critically assess your place, where you're at, right? So this is where it begins. It is the conscious looking. So if you're really listening today, I'm focusing on the way we see the world, right? So the education world. So it gives you the pace, this notion that stop, wait up, take a breath, and then look at your surroundings. So on Friday mornings we have this lecture series with come and talk, and then we have these extracurricular activities. So Paulo Freire, what he calls this kind of education, not the liberal kind of education, but the kind that is implemented in my sense, it is called the oppressive kind of education, right? So this kind of oppressive education, what it does is it distracts you from seeing and critically analyzing the world in which you live. So this oppressive reality that you are in, the hunger, the thirst, the war, the poverty, you cannot see it because from Monday to Friday you are occupied with this classrooms and academics, and on Saturdays and Sundays you are bombarded with these homeworks and assignments. So your mind is preoccupied with all these academics that you cannot see the world around you and contribute something towards it until you graduate. And after you graduate, you have been conditioned to live for yourself and to just concentrate on making a living. You just die that way. So the status quo is not challenged that way. So at Latawi, there's this platform to say it's not just academic. Do something in the community. See a problem in the community and do it. And there's this phrase, of course, and then I repeat it in the same way. I am part of the solution, right? So you can make a solution in the society by saying any problem that you want. So that process itself is, if you want to say, a reform kind of view towards education. the normal kind of education is about giving endless and vigorous academics work. No one says, let me see the world around and any kind of injustice and challenge that. So by getting this kind of platform, and that's a letter for me, by getting this platform to assess your environment consciously and critically, you are given the platform to be. And I want to say this on a more serious. Not all students that get this platform use it, because at the end of the day, it is the individual's responsibility to use what he has got or what she has got in the way that it deserves to be used, right? So I'm not saying that there aren't any people who take it for granted, but for those people who really want to be start from the will, or for the people who want to be actively engaging in the environment, there is ample kind of about it.
Incredible. I mean, I think like this is, thank you so much, Nathaniel. I appreciate you for quickly coming in, really sharing some of your experiences. And Miki is a great admirer of the Labawi academic endeavor. Miki, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Yeah. So meet one of my former students. So if you have any questions to ask, feel free to ask. Any one of you, feel free to engage with Nathaniel if you have any questions to ask him, if you want to interact with him. And, so I know it's late, very late in his time. Right now is what, 2:30 something a.m. over there. So if you have any thoughts.
So a quick question. Lubawi is a private school, right?
Now it's turned to private. It was a non-profit school, but now it's turned to a hybrid profit and non-profit combination.
Okay. Would you agree that the student body in Lubawi is more advanced than the public school that we have in Ethiopia?
No, we selected rigorously from the public school, mostly from the public schools.
So this is opportunity based.
It was like in my time, it was a scholarship program given to students from public school background, but we mixed them up with from private schools as well.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Lubawi is an example that had the opportunity to grow the students and the guidance that you have when you talk about technology and bringing it together. Yes.
By the way, we were highly hamstrung in terms of resources because most of our donors were from outside, from US and outsiders, and generally, white people, they're not so super excited to hear about smart, intelligent Africans that deserve opportunity, that have potential, but they need a possibility. So we had to month to month kind of struggle trying to fund. And one of my work in the background was to turn the progress school into potentially sustainable path. I don't know if it has worked, but something that the hybrid thing is one of those things I worked on before I left, the hybrid between private and non-profit, where you have people where we monetized the kind of values that the school has to bring in those people because in Ethiopia, what will happen is that even if you could pay money, like a huge sum of money, you couldn't get what you could get at the body. You couldn't. There are a lot of families that kept on wanting to be part of it, but they couldn't access for their children because that deep level of humanizing education, that intense level of humanizing education, that is also coupled with rigor and the process of it that Nati described. It's a rare thing. It's not just in Ethiopia, but around the world. We were trying to really experiment deeply in how far we could go with what's called a humanizing education, as practiced at the highest level around the world. But anyways, to answer quickly your question, it was not an easy one to finance and fund. So we didn't have a lot of endowment. We didn't have a lot of technology. We had a lot of handouts, hand-me-down from partner schools, like computers they wanted to get rid of that we turned around, cleaned up, and then student use them. Like, no, really, like everywhere we could just get a resource, we just got a resource. I mean, one time it was some Ethiopian guy came in and met some of our students. He just came in to just do something else, and then he's a big time investor. Like, and then like he was so impressed with the student, like, you know what, I want to build your laboratory. We're not even intending, and he was not intending to come and build a laboratory, but like we had moments like that where people will come in, you know, a Sudanese guy will come in and say like, oh, we need to scale this across Africa, because that kind of like, that's how we string together all the things. And it was, we were building the plane as we were flying it. We used to say that to our students as well, and because it was not an easy thing to build in Africa, but it didn't require a lot of resources to accomplish it. But we learned so much from it, and I was hoping that the higher level learnings will be transferable to other places. But the bigger assignment over there was like, instead of just having one Ezra, okay, it's like, you know, Ezra who's like, I need to change the world. I need to change the world. This world is not acceptable. This world is not acceptable. And I was all alone by myself. And I felt like I was in the company of people who could do better than me. So like, so I felt like for generations to come, like I could just retire now. I'm done. Nathaniel is there to take care of the job. That kind of, like, that's the ultimate thing. So you know, yes, it was not well endowed. It was not well resourced. We didn't have a lot of money. We didn't have a lot of resources, but we tried to make do with all that we have. And the students were part of the problem. They were part of the solution. They will be the actual active participant of the creation of what we were creating. And in part, it was resolving our current problem at that time, but in part, it was also an opportunity to give them a platform to find themselves in the process. So, and then like you know, anyone who graduates from that school, whether you graduate at the highest, fully optimized level or at the minimum level, you are never going to be the same. That's the thing. You will go, some of them will plant the seeds, and then the seedlings haven't started sprouting. So the seedlings sprout out once they left the school. Others, they quickly grew depending on their nature. But yeah. Thank you, Nati. Biggie, thank you for the question. I know they didn't ask the question. Some of the explanation is beyond the nature and substance of the questions, but I just wanted to answer some unanswered questions in the process.
Yeah, so from my overall learning, I'll ask Nathaniel, how would you see the reform of the public school? The same education that you had, the same opportunity, what would you change?
So, I lived in Addis Ababa, which is the capital of Ethiopia. There are many kinds of different neighborhoods in Addis Ababa. There are the relatively richer kind of neighborhoods, poorer kind of neighborhoods. There are, you know, violent kind of neighborhoods. There are, so hence
Don't forget the mic. Keep the mic close. Sorry, you're in and out.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
So since there are many kinds of neighborhoods, and then you can also deduce that there are different kinds of psychological mindsets. So when they come to schools, there are people who are, you know, aggressive. There are people who are, you know, shy, you know, depending on the kind of neighborhood and the culture. So to implement the same kind of school, the same kind of schooling, or the same kind of curriculum, even be it the Bawi kind of school, in every part of Ethiopia and in every part of public schools would be, you know, inefficient. And I don't think it would be good. But the foundation of the Labawi philosophy should be implemented in every place, and that is to be actively engaging in the humane process. So it's not like the one size fits all kind of answer, but according to the context of the neighborhood and the ecological settings of the people and the resource of the places, we should actively include the students, teachers, the administration, and this collaborative work towards being more fulfilled. And every community in the schooling system or in the school in general should realize that they have part to play in this role. So in public schools, I don't know if it's because children don't pay much or because the workers are not compensated for in a good way, but there is lack of responsibility because I've learned in public schools as well. Teachers don't feel as responsible for students as if they should be. So once you're in class and you learn, outside they don't care. Or some people are violent, some people are aggressive, some people are another kind of personality, and they don't get the attention and the counseling that they deserve. Maybe it's because of resources, but as Ezra said, no bad area. By engaging students and the other communities in this, we can solve it collaboratively. So we cannot blame it on just shortage of resources, because we got tons of resources in the students and in the teachers. So if we can create a platform which says you are part of the solution, let's come into this together in every context, in every public schools, in every context of the neighborhood, we can make that happen. And that is the foundational philosophy of the Bowie, I guess. So it's not the specific and exact kind of curriculum that we should copy in public schools, trying to answer your question, but contextually trying to re-engineer the kind of education that we have in every school, and most importantly, together with the society. We are not trying to impose it on people, but collaboratively trying to design with them. That kind of empowerment creates a better and humanizing education. That's what I think.
Thank you so much. Brilliant.
Oh.
Good answer.
Anyone, Jonathan?
Yeah, when he was describing what he was talking about, it's so interesting because I just kind of got a flashback about even in this country about what neighborhoods and what public schools are like. That is a real thing even here, and not to compare at all, but there are similar kind of things that they're trying to do here, what they're called, maybe sometimes they call them charter schools or governor schools. This is kind of trying to kind of balance out this crazy idea that, what people pay for taxes within that neighborhood as a property tax kind of dictates about the quality of educations they get in public schools in the United States. And it's a shame. And that's why African Americans and brown and black people in general have been left out of the educational system here in the United States. So it just completely reminded me of that, and especially when you were talking about Addis Ababa. So, and these schools or these kind of approaches to education is still being debated here. There are a lot of people that are against these kind of school systems, these charter schools, because they feel like they're picking the best and leaving the rest in the dust kind of attitude, kind of behavior. And in some states, they call them governor schools. Again, some of them focus on STEM, some in arts. I grew up in New York, so we had in Queens one that focused on STEM, and then if you were about the arts, you went into the one in Manhattan. If you've ever watched the show Fame on TV, that was kind of based on that. And most people that went to that school, for example, end up becoming artists. I mean, they're the point I'm trying to make is I still feel like there's this thing that will happen where you're picking the best, which I think is great, don't get me wrong. but if you're not really solving the bigger issue about the quality of education. And I'm so glad you brought up the fact that maybe they're not getting paid enough. Well, you don't pay them enough because of the tax base of that, at least here in the United States, that neighborhood, right? And so there's a lot of work to be done in public education in general.
Jonathan, I think just to accentuate the correlation between funding and quality of education system, that correlation is so tight. I mean, like, you go to a public school in Beverly Hills, a public school, it will probably have look and feel like some private institution. And you go to some South Chicago suburbs, it will be like a dumping ground, like with metal detectors, where starting from the age 10 or 11 or 12, the constant reinforcement is violence and security, like your threats. That's the thing that the reinforcing. Even sending your children to school is dangerous. There might be a need to have a warning level. That kind of conditions, because and then it comes down to the nature of the Western style of education system. The Western style of education system inherently is dependent on is capital intensive. It's money intensive, and then if you are just marginally low, it's like a chicken kind of egg kind of no the egg making chicken kind of problem. They say, like, if you think like you can save a little bit of money, reduce the feed by a tiny fraction, and then the reduction on egg production would be significant. There's just that correlation between what you feed the chicken and what it can lay out on a regular basis is so tight, it's closely tied to. And it's similar, I think, with the education system. And that's one of the reasons I actually argue against the notion, I know the notion, but against the embrace of Western education that we have done. And one of the reasons why it's not successful, we cannot master. You talked about the tax base, you cannot master the financial resources. I mean, you're looking at these charter schools, government schools, they are subsidized by federal funding, state funding, that kind of reallocate money from high rich area to wealthy area to these areas. But it just keeps propagating the same problem that you're talking about. It creates new type of elitist kind of minority class. That's another set of problem that is not resolving itself. It creates more problems than it solves. But I think, like, part of the reason why in Africa we struggle, in large part, not in everywhere, but in large part, that we've embraced a system of education that's so hungry for resource, but we don't have the resources to do it.
Yeah, and I kind of want to ask, I want to quickly ask my half Mokshe, Nathanael. You have half my name, so I'm going to call you half Mokshe. But no, I wanted to ask you because, I think I kind of relate everything to housing. It's the kind of condition of housing or neighborhoods that you live in kind of dictates about the education you're going to get, even in public realms, right? In Addis Ababa, when you said that, no, but I think that's what he was saying about in Addis as well. So I'm kind of curious. I know it's kind of like a random question. So do you see that to be the case when you said neighborhoods, right? So is it that these neighborhoods, for example, the Ayat neighborhood, right? So are the public schools in Ayat? Because I think those two things are very correlated. Like I think Ezra put out there, not just the tax base for Ethiopia, but even the housing condition, the kind of people that live there. So are the public schools different according to the neighborhoods? And what kind of people live in that neighborhood? Just in case you want to...
National answers. National answers. Jonathan, so the Ethiopian public education system is not the districts, the property tax that are generated that are funding the public schools. They are from the minister, from the federal government, directly funding them. That is, there's nothing correlated to the type of neighborhood or not.
But that was my question to Nathanael, though. That wasn't for you, so yeah.
No, but I know the fact. I mean, it doesn't like it's just.
But that question was for you, though, so I was asking Nathanael. Yeah.
Let me jump in on this. Okay, Jonathan, I'm sorry to jump in on Nati's question, but because already Professor Ezra started it, like I said last time, like I have two schools right in front of me on my doorsteps. And you know what kind of schools they are? The first one is called One Planet, as in one planet, and it's an international school, if you guys know it from
I know the
Ethiopia.
school.
Yeah. And the one behind it is called Bashalli. Like it's an Amharic version. And it's a public school. And they're attached in like the bounded on their fences. Like they used the same fences. And as Ezra said, it's funded from the government, from the federal level. And this is when the extraneous variables come in. Like I'm gonna take this topic to what was his name? The one who hosts Hidden Hand. Like it's
Oh,
Ryder Coast.
Montezzi.
Yeah, yeah, Montezzi. Yeah, and because I have the one on my personal research and knowledge, there's like I said, extraneous variables that are causing this kind of chaos. Because, as you guys stated, there's a school in Beverly Hills, a public school, but it doesn't match a private school that's based on the South Chicago. Like, it's not even on the same basis and doesn't even compare to the public school that's located in South Chicago. I came to America to visit a couple of times, and I've noticed that. So, this is a chain. It's aligned with the hate it or not, like it or not. It's a change with the politics. It's changed with the financial part. It's changed with the tradition part. It's changed with the hidden hands. The education touches all of our agendas that we create. We talk on One Africa. I can back on that through my knowledge and my research. So when we come to the grounds of it, through my first-hand encounter with these two schools, it doesn't have to do with anything with location. My location is actually a good location. It's around on the Ayat Road Summit, if you guys know it, CMC, and it's a good neighborhood. There's like every kind of people that live there and like the class levels, if we want to differentiate it through those. And it's not based on that because it's on a federal basis that's given to them to
That was
build
my
this.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up all the variables that you need to understand because it's a chain. Because when you teach a youth, you're gonna create the next 30 years. And as the head of the country, you can predict what kind of students what kind of adults you're gonna produce in the next 30 years if it control the education system. And I can personally guarantee you, and with 10 of my fingers stamp on it, there's a agenda to building this kind of schools and the products that are going to be built out of the schools, meaning the people. So that's just an agenda that I just wanted to pick up and put it on position in your minds to consider and hold it into thought. And I believe I answered your question. If not, you got more, please.
I want Nati to address this element of the education system and the impact it has. And I make the assertion, this is the assertion I make, at least the contention I make, is that what we're living in right now is the result of education or miseducation of it. So if we living in a very hyper sense of tribalism and a sense of belonging, the need to belong, the need to control, the need to dominate, it's the presence or the absence of education, or the miseducation. And so I am making the contention that, I'm extending on Mickey's point that if you are looking at education is inherently forward-looking. It's by its nature, it can never be that backward. It just is by its nature impacts the future. Now you can frame it to deal with the past that has happened. And then I gave the example of the tribalism that we have, the heightened sense of tribalism and ethnicism and polarization that you experience in Ethiopia is a consequence of an education system 30 years before it that was trying to resolve a problem that it claimed existed in Ethiopia. And then instead of resolving that problem 30 years later, it exasperated it. So that kind of power that education has, that Mickey alluded to, and that kind of education, is there evidence to back it up, or is it a wrong kind of conclusion, misaligned kind of conclusion? But what is your understanding on that? How education plays a part in the construct of a society, and then how it plays a part in the construct of a future, in the shape and the form of the future, and in the extent to which we can play a part in making something out of it.
Is that question to Nati or me?
Nati.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can answer it. But I think I just picked it up from what you just said. So about 30 years. So the 30-year point you made. So I've just picked it up. So I want Nati to just give it a crack at it, and then others can answer it afterwards.
So going back to Menathan's question, when we're talking about funding, as you said, it's a federal allocation of funds. So as fundings are concerned, the main difference are between private schools and public schools. That's where it is. Not between public schools, because they're funded with the same government. But what I meant to say, when I'm talking about neighborhoods, is the psychological makeup of students and and the community in general. So, as I said earlier on, education is this way of looking at your world and critically engaging in it, actively engaging in it. So, what is education if it's not contextualized, right? So, if we have this kind of education system that works for all, it would be theoretically good, but not realistically implemented, because we have different kind of socio-economic context in societies. So if we are talking about different kinds of psychological makeups and cultural kinds of settings, then we have to design the education system in a way that could empower every individual that lives in that type of neighborhood, right? So quality is a human right. Quality education is a human right. It should be given to all people, relevant and despite of these socio-economic makeups. But of course, we don't have an objective way of measuring quality. But what I'm trying to say is, we have to design this, way of teaching and learning process in a way that is teaching to all neighborhoods. Because I don't know if if you've ever been to Addis, but there are these specifically, I'm sorry, Chadkos.
Yeah, but
sure. So students.
That's my neighborhood.
There, really? Okay.
Yeah,
so
I grew up in that area.
Yeah. So then like there is much of should I say gang violence or group fights, right? So there are lots of beatings and violence and stuff. So this psychological makeup of the children and the youth is in such a way. So how can you be close to students, and how should you teach them? What kind of language should you use? What kind of teaching methods should you use? What kind of counseling and mentoring should you use for those kind of students? And then in another kind of neighborhood, what kind of mentoring should you use? So that's different. We're not talking about quality here. We're not saying that we should compromise quality. But what I'm trying to say is that we should bring this quality in a contextualized manner. So, further extending my point to what Ezra has said, or Ezra has mentioned, this role of education and the social makeup, that has said formally. A child goes into education while he is 3, because he joins kindergarten at age 3 or 4, right? And graduates at 23, average, or 24. So that's a total of 20 years. Okay, 5 days per week, 9 or 10 hours a day. Okay. So this kind of continuous conditioning will obviously shape the mind and the attitude of the person, because that is education, right? It's the attitude and the style that you get. So it affects the cognitive domain, the psychomotor domain, the affective domain. So it will be fictional to say that we are not conditioned by education. Yeah. So the way we perceive things, the way we give value to things, the way we act. And I'm not just talking about, I'm not saying that we are only conditioned by the education system, because there is mass media and social media that plays a very pivotal role. But how we perceive those contents as well is shaped by the education. Because for one thing, we should have been conditioned or taught to be critical. If we were critical, we could have seen all these news feeds and social media contents in a way that was critical. But if we are not raised and educated in a way that makes us critical, then we all just gather all those nonsense from TV, right? So the first thing that education should have done, or should do in the future, is to create these critical-minded students and teachers, so that even if they get many kinds of contents, they're critically evaluated in a way that is productive in the long run. So not just in that, and I want to focus on the school life as well, because the school life is a very important thing that is education, the curriculum. Of course, because the federal system can only design the curriculum and not the personal interaction that you have with students and teachers, right? So the school setting as well affects how you think and who you are. If it's a kind of school that lets you be confident and communicate what you have, then you grow up to be assertive. But if it's kind of go with the flow, go in the mass, don't be unique kind of school, then you'll be raised up to accept the status quo and not challenge any kind of assertions that are not pro you or that are not similar with your ideas. So not just the curriculum, but the context schooling and the schooling system itself affects you, because that is the second kind of society that you live in. There is the bigger society, which is the community, and then there is this school community, which are mostly your age kind of people, right? So in that, you're shaped, because you go into schools, as I said, at age 3 or 4, which is the most vulnerable kind of age, because you're beginning to learn from society at that age, and then you're growing up for 20 years in that kind of community. What they expect that kind of person to be. So that community, in collaboration with the curriculum, shapes the kind of person that the person will become in his later years.
So like extend a little bit on the carnage, the tensions, the hyper sense of kind of tension, the division and kind of like rivalry that have been accentuated in terms of, if you can extend on that a little bit before I give it to anybody else.
Okay, what kind of carnage are we?
So like so the assertion I make is that, like, the fact that we are educated or miseducated.
Yeah.
And then the impact it has is that, like, so I mean, I don't have specific data points, so it's more like a hypothesis more than like really proven point of view, proven hypothesis. It's not yet fully proven, but all the indications are that the education system, the kind of crisis, the social, political, economic crisis Ethiopia finds itself in right now is very closely tied to the missed opportunity of 30 years ago when they designed an education system. And then they designed it in such a way that, we need to address this problem, we need to address this problem, we need to address this problem. But most of those problems that needed to be addressed were not of that generations, but of previous generations. Or like, Ethiopia is an unjust system of representations. So education system need to address that. But instead of addressing that, it's only exacerbated because either properly misaddressed it or wrongly addressed it, Either it's a policy or it's an implementation or it's a process. Here is, in all of that, how do you contend the role of education, and the role of education or miseducation or lack of education that is important in the overall social kind of cohesion or lack of cohesion that we see. But I just want to add even a little bit of data. I mean, somewhere around 30 to 35 million young children go into the primary education. And then like almost barely, I could be wrong. This is the statistics I had back in 2017, but I don't think it would change that much. But the dropout rate is so steep. So you get really like continuous dropout all the way through grade 12. And by the time you get to grade 12, you like, that child that you saw is sent at the age of 4 into school, 20 years later, they are like, or not 20 years, 12 years later, they are almost nowhere near the cycle end, the end of what would be considered the end of a system cycle. And I think adding to that is part of the problem, I think. But what do you think?
Yeah. So I'd say it is, and this is for my part, it's a lack of education. Of course, I've heard people say that it's also miseducation because the politics is very interested in education, social. So it alters the curriculum and the content given. It has been so for long years. I see that in part, yes, I understand. But what I want to focus on here is the lack of education, in the sense that the education could have made this disappear. It could have, made a better kind of future for the country and for the youth of Islam. Why did I say that? Right? So there was this experiment that we were doing, and it was about developing storybooks for children who were, subjects of this war in the northern part of Ethiopia, right? So they were misplaced and they were evacuated from their homes. So there was this project in Ethiopia, in Addis specifically, about how to address them in the education sector. And it was like how to address them psychologically. So everyone was given roles, and Safed and our partner were given this responsibility of developing storybooks, right? So there's this initiative in Addis Ababa, it's called Nabka. It's for kids, So it's about making educative platforms by using clays, right? So they do that, and then we went to the camp, and then we gave them clay to play with and make shapes, and some of them made homes with the clays, and then they said, I want to go back to home. Some of them made guns. Actually, one kid made a gun. He wanted to avenge his parents. And some of them made, different kind of things. So if education was equipped and designed in a way that was contextual to every person's psychological makeup, to every person's current context, to every culture, then we could have avoided this kind of thing from happening. Because if we equip people to critically evaluate the content and the information that they get, and to actively engage in their kind of environment, mind you, and not another kind of environment, but in their own environment, then we could have created a peaceful kind of environment. Peaceful would be theoretical, closer to peaceful kind of environment. So education's role was this, to educate people on how to collaboratively work for the better, for the good, as Paulo Freire says, to make the world more beautiful, less ugly, more rounded. But our education system being uncontextualized, if that's a word, being a general kind of imposed information, robbed us from this humane contribution in our environment. So I'd say it's lack of education, and then still we have this chance to design the education, to reform the education in a way that could be communicated to every people in rural areas, to people in cities, to people who are young, to people who are older, to people who are economically rich, to people who are economically poor. In every kind of classification that I could put them in, education can be made in a way. And now I'm not talking about discrimination or quality compromisation. I'm talking about addressing people in a way that is more personal. If you can have done that, we could have avoided many things from happening, and still we can do that, I guess.
Yeah. I'll let other people step in and then give their thoughts on it. Just few numbers, and I don't take these numbers literally for you. I just have them because they are the available ones here at my disposal. But like they're not necessarily like they are not biblical data. They are data in of themselves. The UN, as it is a self-interested organization. I don't really entirely take their numbers literally, but they give an indication of, at least for the sake of conversations. So the number is, I think this number is at somewhere around 2018 and 2019. There were 26.9 million children enrolled in 39,000 pre-primary, primary, and secondary schools. Net primary enrollment is very high. Enrollment, when they say enrollment, I'm first grade, that's about 99.9%. But by fifth grade, that falls to what, 85.2. Post fifth grade is 85.2. Post eighth grade is 54 percent. And then you have the 2.6 million children primary school age out of school that should be in school, but that doesn't take into consideration the dropout. It's looking at the early enrollment, the actual first class. 60% of students in lower primary schools do not achieve basic learning outcomes. So this usually means they are learning outcomes that are designated at each grade level. And then so somebody is measuring them, testing them out. So this is a very questionable part of the data. So how do you measure that? So I'm not telling you all this in a literal way to take it literally, like as if I am promoting it. No, but just gives us a kind of like a marker for discussion. Pre-primary gross enrollment is 45%, really, kindergarten, early age kind of formation stage, which are critical for child learning and growth. And 24.6% of the secondary school age adolescent 15 to 18 are enrolled in secondary school. Only 24.6. So that tells you an indication by the time. So that high level of enrollment, the 99.9% enrollment is almost signifies the 26.9 million that you see at the top. Because at each stage, at the early stage, at the start point, the gets ready start point, it's very high involvement, and that's usually characterize the true reality of the conditions. By the time children are like at secondary school age, they are 15 to 18 of the years of age, they are out of it. Yeah, different reasons for it, all sort of reasons. But the fact that they don't get the education they're supposed to be getting at secondary school, and then they are competing with somebody who's getting them. So the 24% of the people, the 25% of them, if that's the accurate number, that end up going through the secondary school education, and then of them, then a small fraction of them that end up going to the next level of education system, they are the one who ultimately determine and decide what is truly the problem in Ethiopia, what is probably not the problem in Ethiopia. What is the solution for Ethiopia, what's not solution for Ethiopia. For large part, most of this, dropouts, they are literally more or less taken out of the equations of being part and parcel of the Ethiopian social construct, and part of it is it's kind of like a caste system, It's not a caste system, but a caste system that separates and designates and creates classifications of groupings. of those people who are highly educated, who are acutely aware of what is there, and who feels they can tell the world and they can tell Ethiopians what is the right solution, and then those who are not part of the discussion or the dialogue or discourse, like the way Nati was talking about. So how do you guys see this contextual number? This is the context of data. So how do you guys see? Anybody can just step in.
Yeah, let me chip in on some things.
Okay.
Like from the data you forwarded, from the information, yeah, it's basically on the, you put it into numbers what I was personally thinking, and I believe all of you are. So when I put it into the question you asked, are we miseducated or lack of uneducated and other things? The way I see it from my personal education is we we segmented the education. That's the main problem, I believe, because we saw we created a miseducation at some sectors in a geographical or a demographical way, and created the same thing, lack of education, in a geographical and at the same time demographical way. And when we come to the generalized, which is one nation, as we're seeing as in Ethiopia perspective, when this two come together, we're creating a one nation, right? So the miseducated and the uneducated and the modern education status create conflict, because the miseducated has totally different concept that is more of, because he's miseducated, let's, as an example, if I go to an urban school which is also a private school, and learn most of my courses with English, and listen to English music and the social factor, and relax and have fun at an English based recreational centers, I'm gonna be more of an American and a British than more of an Ethiopian. And that's the miseducation in my perspective. This is a personal point of view. And when we say the uneducated, with the lack of the, like I stated, the geographic and demographic, they go to the rural areas. They might be educated on the basis of their previous history, is based on the churches, mosques, and those kind of stuff, and educated on the more of the handcrafting and this kind of perspectives. But these two are going to be based on the same nation. So when we see the nation-wise, the leaders and the representatives are going to put them on the modern education. So who are they going to pick? It's most likely going to be the miseducated, because they're the products of the modern education, which creates the oneness in the world. But if those miseducated, luckily, I believe the ones, especially on this platform, went to those miseducated platforms and schools, but we never left our traditional perspectives, because if I even was going to places that are, like I said, watching football, which is Western culture, partying and chilling at a Western vibe. But when I came back home and to my neighborhood, it was so local that I've never forgotten that dimension. But I have friends that completely forgot that dimension. And that creates a conflict. That's why we're conflicting on the ground that manifested it. So as the numbers indicate, I believe on the first term, the 26.9 million that went to primary school were all Ethiopians, as in the psychological and the other dimensions. When they went to the 5th grade, they became realizing with the modern education, and some of them couldn't cope because you need support. Like if you want to learn English, learning in classrooms the English subject, let me say 4 hours a week, isn't enough. You need to watch English movies, you need to listen to English music, you need to read English books, and most of them weren't accessible for them. I believe so. It's just an assumption, a hypothesis. So I believe that's one of the reasons that it dropped like 14% and went up to 85%. And you can chain it from then on, because those are the main years of a kid to educate himself and to be open-minded. So I believe that's the main reasons we're at this point of discussing about the future. And that's what I can share to you from the past. It's mainly focused on the geographic and demographic aspects. And then when it comes to the oneness in the society, we're so differentiated that we couldn't cope with being one unless there are some people, like I stated, that know both sides and how to manage it and fix it for the future. That's how I see it.
It's incredible. Thank you. That's such a very insightful perspective on your part, and especially the personal perspective matters, like the way you see, the way you experience, how, and then integrating, kind of giving life to the data that we're looking at, right? When we say 63% of the students in lower primary school do not achieve basic learning outcomes, whether the validity of the number that are aside, this is a high number, and that indicates a degree of struggle on the part of primary level going students, and meeting the very standards that the system has set out to achieve. Not even my standard, their own standard. So that kind of struggle plays out in all sort of ways and shape. I mean, when you have even if you have to go to 2-3 kilometers walking, right? And then if you are living in a rural area where you have chores, you have to come back, take care of the animals, you have to go to markets in the morning and then find a way to get back. Like, imagine, like, even from an urban, kind of semi-urban area, like a child in Shashamane who has to, let's say, pile stuff, get up at 3 a.m. in the morning, get to Awasa on a donkey cart, right? Dump the stuff in the market for whatever thing that needs to be sold, and get on that cart and get back to Shashamane, go to school in the afternoon, because they are in the afternoon section somewhere in Shashamane. I mean, this is not even in rural area, this is urban. I mean, I can relate to that child because I've seen them many, many times, not just even far away. So the context that you said, like the conditions, the geographical, the demographical is part of it. And I think that those are the part of the challenges of like the child who's going to school. A child in Lalibela has to walk mountains, like cliffs on the side, watch out, like, a kid, 6-year-old, 8-year-old, or a girl somewhere has to, return back home and has chores to figure out, get water. Those sort of things are really burden children in Ethiopia, right? So those, in addition to the competency and the capability of it. Anyways, whoever wants to step in, just feel free to step in.
Now, I'll just kind of add like actual numbers, because if we're talking about percentage, that's 79% of Ethiopia right now, at least to, what the UN says, right? So 79% of Ethiopia is rural, not, sub-rural the way that the Shashamane is, but rural, like Lalibela, small towns. And so these numbers, when you're looking at them in school systems, I mean, we have to remember that it's pretty much 80%. That's huge. There's only, and then even when we talk about urban, don't forget, what we consider urban is very minimal, and I think it's actually much more than that. We can say 92% of Ethiopia is rural. But I do want to give you something else I looked up when we were talking about this was, well, China was at that in 86. They're at 37% now of rural population. So I think the focus of education and systems in general, and I keep saying this because we're urbanizing so fast and so quick. I'm not saying it's the same as China, but it's a we're urbanizing at a much higher rate than they did. Not just China, but Southeast Asia in general. So yeah, I just wanted to also, these numbers look shocking, but you, Ezra, you just said, like people have to take their kids out of school because right now, because of all kinds of different issues, whether it was, the war in Ethiopia, let's be honest, right? The constant not knowing when your crops could be planted and not even know the fact that they might exist, and all of that. And so the educational system is so dependent on social stability. It's so much larger. They're all so interconnected. It's not just looking at the outcomes of education, but understanding what kind of social stability that exists on the continent in general, and especially for almost 90% of the population that is not in urban areas that even has normal access to education.
Ethiopia generally has a higher rural area than other Africans.
It's the highest. It's like the third or something. Yes, the second or the third.
Yeah.
We're extremely still very agrarian, and I don't. If you've been to, well, what am I saying? I don't have to tell you that. Yeah, we're extremely rural. 90% is huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily all of them are farmers, but they live in the
in rural areas. Yeah, no access to schools, like you just said.
Urban is like. It's like if we are very lax about categorization of what constitutes urban, right? So if you are
I think Addis Ababa supposedly has about 5 million. I think it's more like 6. And then the most closest,
the infrastructure of being urban also takes into account, right? So
yeah, and what we consider urban also in Ethiopia, it's like 200,000 or even 50,000 is considered a city in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
And there's only like a few of them, So anyway, my point that I was trying to make is that these numbers need to be also considered. I think Mikias kind of kept bringing that up, the geographic and anyway. So, but interesting data here.
Jonathan, I've been in the education for a long time, and I've seen the Ethiopian curriculum. There's that aspect of the curriculum that are about civic education. The fact that some children don't get to really truly experience those contents, those actually critical, social, informative kind of content, like civic education, in the truest, in the fullest sense, because they're dropping out on the way. Do you think that has a part to play in the kind of chaos that we're experiencing right now?
Absolutely. I think, but you have to be careful when you say civic, right? You have to be critical thinkers of civic service. They don't even do that in the United States anymore, but they used to do that before. And I love what my other Mokshe said earlier about being observant of, because we, especially the younger generation, and I keep saying this, we have to educate, not only be critical, but responsible absorbers of information, which is mass information that's out there that even the school is not giving you, but outside of it. I mean, in the United States here, we saw what just happened
I want you to relate to the data, like us using data, like the 24.6%. I want you to weave it in so that people understand what it means.
Well, that's okay. So when you talk about civic education, I think that should start within 6th grade or something like that, because I think that's normal. There are countries that do that. For example, Israel. The United States used to do that way back in the day. They've completely cut it off. You still have to register, by the way, in the United States but you don't actually get an education from it, but it's different. There are so many countries that do that. I think Eritrea, for example, does some kind of civic education, right? Yeah. Well, within the public schools, right?
No, all schools are required to teach civics education.
Okay.
Starting from a certain grade, I think grade 5 or grade 6.
In the public schools.
In the public schools. No, all schools. No, it's like all curriculums are the same in Ethiopia. This is legal by law. All curriculums are the same.
I know Biggie was talking about lycée. But
there are regional differences that regions are allowed to implement to a degree, but that said, the format is the same.
Yeah, but I don't think that critical thinking is very much accepted in most of educational systems in general. But in Ethiopia, it's probably even more difficult because you cannot speak against, I mean, the minute that you do. So there's all kinds of questions about that. But I think even at the university level, which is sad, it's very recent that people could actually speak their mind and write about their mind, right? So critical thinking also means that you have some kind of amount of freedom of speech. So there's a lot of things that are interconnected outside of the social development of the country itself. So,
actually, since you mentioned Lise a little bit on that, we had the civic class.
Because Lise is owned partially by the government, right? So it's not completely
that's right. And at the same time, and at the same time, we have Amarinya classes, which will really get grilled through it. You know what I mean? You have to really master that. And then we have the Derg that try to change our way of learning because we're comparing, hey, listen, I'm learning grammar to speak French, and then suddenly you don't learn grammar anymore. You're going to go with the revolution, you know, or something like that. And we just laughed at it, you know. You're talking about 14, 15 years old, you know, when all that comes about, you know.
Did they make you rip up the front page? Because there was Haile Selassie in every textbook in the beginning pages.
Nah,
they made you rip it off?
Nah. And we have some issue with some Amarinya teachers because they were IHAPA and they converted to be, you know, really the cadres and stuff like that. But I think at the same time, when it comes to this international schools, like, hey, you know, whatever the difference beef that you have, we gave you the two hours, whatever, every other days to teach Amarinya. Whatever you want to do with that, you know, it's still Amarinya, you know. So they cannot influence us into the what do you call the government side of being revolutionist and all that. I mean, they tried, but eventually we just fall back. Hey, this is international school. At the same time, we have a competition, you know, with others, you know, that comes in from abroad. So we will be out of luck if we were going to spend so much time without learning your grammars, you know, without learning your vocabularies. So it was a very tough time. But again, it's still the civic part of it is always there.
So Ezra, before I jump off, I have to tell you, no matter what session, which is talking about the hidden hand, culture, whatever it is on the show, education keeps coming up. So we all know that it's the most underpinning problems to Africa. But I think at the end of the day, before even education underneath it, I think is poverty. Until we have a solution for that, even the educational system, and again, education is the way out of poverty. I get that. So I think this is the discussion that we're going to keep having. It's no coincidence. Like I said, education comes up in every show that I've been on for the last 2-3 weeks here on SNN. But at the end of the day, I think it's poverty. And how do we solve that? Is it electricity? Is it access to food? What is it? Is it getting people off the rural areas? What is it?
Nothing. I think, you know, I've been thinking about this a long time. Not a long time, but ever since we started our daily shows. There are some repeat, like you said about the education, repeat things that comes in. And our commentators, Sam, you know, and Johnny Johnson, Mary Antoinette, Mario Leon, anybody that listen to this, we want to really save some of these discussion that we skipped it, saying, hey, you know, we're going to talk about it, you know, during the education part when Ezra is there. You see what I mean? Sometimes Ezra is there, and he heard it too, right, Ezra?
Yes.
When we talk about certain situations.
Oh, he's been on there, yeah. That's true.
Right. And so I think we should take a note and highlight those things and really, there are issues, then they repeat, they are real issues. because certain conversation cannot go forward without resolving that part. So I think
Absolutely,
everybody has the responsibility, whether Ezra is there or not. If Ezra is not there, everybody knows he's going to be right on the panel. But if he's not there, or if he's commenting, then we can attach some of his discussion and ask Ezra in that aspect to elaborate on his next session or something, like a Q&A type of thing. I think we can really have that kind of discussion, and all shows would be aligning also to the answers that Ezra gives, and that will be noted. I think that's the only way we can, because our show keeps running. There are a lot of important issues that we're not saving.
But I just wanted, my point was that how interconnected every issue is, right? So whether we're talking about education, whether we're talking about politics, everything is so interconnected. And I'm just trying to find that, that what is underpinning all of that. I think it's literally just one simple word for me is poverty. And how you solve that problem is
lies in education.
These wicked problems.
Yeah,
right?
let
Exactly.
me jump in on Jonathan. Let me tell you something. Like the term poverty, like the way we understand it, I believe because my understanding shifted. I'm still supporting my previous understanding, which was poverty under the senses of the basic needs, right? Like food, water, shelter, clothing. Like the way I understand the personal point of view, that was poverty on the one side. The next one is education. But as we in this session, I believe we're all blessed with shelter, clean food, clean water, clean clothes. That's why we're sitting here with a computer and a cell phone interacting on that. But we might be poverty on knowledge. We might be hungry on knowledge. You understand what I'm trying to say, right? That's why all these conflicts are created by people with resources, because they're hungry on knowledge. They're starving from knowledge. That's why they're enforcing that on people that are rich on knowledge but are not rich on those needs that we and some people are blessed with. But the way we see it is they're hungry where we have something. But the real part is we are starving. They have the food for their brains and their other souls and spirits and those kind of things. But we don't have the time and the tolerance to interact, because if they are fed right and have a good shelter, they can share their knowledge. But they are saying, let's just use our knowledge and steal from those, because they don't know how to manage it, they don't know how to use it, but they have it and they got it without knowledge because they just came up through system. I just don't want to go further into that, but I just want you to express the word poverty and to widen our scope to this kind of things. So the only way I see it is people that actually experienced both of it could relate and create solutions. And that's
so Mikias, you're saying, I'm sorry, you said Mikias, so you're saying education is what underpins the whole problem of Africa right now, right? Correct?
Yeah, it is. Because
that's why I was telling Ezra, it keeps coming up every time that we talk about everything, because it comes down to education.
I think poverty is a manifestation of not knowing something, not understanding something, and not having the wisdom and not having the insights. That's it. It's basically what it is. Most people are poor because of poor in knowledge, poor in material, poor in immaterial, tangible or intangible. Poverty doesn't have any boundaries. It covers all range, from spiritual to intellectual to emotional to physical, and everything in between. But I think, to me, like the human being that is a conduit of knowledge, wisdom, and insight, that recognizes its place in history, that recognizes I make history, then that's the one that figures out a way. You know what? I can create fire. You know what? I can create homes. you know what, I can turn this piece of thing that doesn't look like cotton into clothes. I think those are the human minds. That's education right there. Education that really empowers the human to really figure out a way to navigate out of poverty. That is education. So, anyways, I think I'm just so much aligned with Mickey on this one. Thank you, Mickey. Anybody else?
Yeah, if I can join.
Yeah.
The most, I wouldn't say the most, but the very fundamental thing that is underplaying here is the way we name things, the way in which we identify things around us, and that is, of course, education. Education in the general sense of the word, which is both formal and informal kind of education. So the way we perceive poverty, the way we perceive ourselves, the way we perceive everything is what really makes up everything around us, right? I don't want to go as far as saying everything is the result of our perception. So naming and how we see things around the world underpins all these things that we talk about in the social context. But if I might add something on this statistical discussion that you had earlier.
Yes.
So this paradox that I see in the investment of education, and as my half Mokshi said earlier,
Okay.
in other countries, and then they invest on more on richer countries, or I mean like richer areas where they give more taxes. They invest more on that, and then you get less quality if you give less tax, and more quality with more. But if you really think about it, we should have invested more, or a country is supposed to invest more on poor areas, in terms of quality of education, so that they can get them out of that poverty that they're in. So investing less on poor areas aggravating the kind of poverty more and more. So hence is the thing here. These kind of the enrollment rate and the dropout rate in our context in Ethiopia, the dropout rate is high, and the accessibility of education is low. So which implicitly tells us that we should have invested more, not just on the accessibility, but on the quality of education. Because, if the enrollment of rate of the total education was, say, like 9%, let's say, that's the number that I made up. So if it's 9%, then additionally, besides investing on the accessibility of education, you should have invested on those 9% so that they could be able to give more to the people who are, in our sense, uneducated. So, but in this kind of education system that we have now, these 9% go out and they're obsessed in making a living and living for themselves, that they are not able to give back to society. And even if they would, as the other person mentioned, they are miseducated. There are lots of this literary text in our Ethiopian context. I don't know if you know Daniel Kibret. He has this one fiction where some university professors went to a certain peasant area, and they were talking in technical words. And, they couldn't communicate with society because they were too educated. So this kind of distinction falls in our society. So even if they would go out to communicate with them, they couldn't. So what they would do is a communication with extension, position. So in that sense, they cannot communicate. But that is, of course, thinking that they are willing to communicate. In most cases, what they would do is they'll get obsessed in getting rich, or being in your kind of zone, or some kind of other thing. So when we're talking about enrollment rate, we're not just talking about accessibility, but we see this certain contradiction that there is lack of quality in those specific number of people who are enrolled in schools. So if we could have invested more on those people who were enrolled we should have solved the problem of the society by helping them solve the problem. You know? So it's like an increasing investment. You invest on these people, and then these people invest on society as well. So it's like growing kind of. So that's I think kind of interpretation that I see.
I mean, Nati, you made a point I've made a million times, but people that are not hearing me on this one, thank you, I appreciate that for making that connection. That, and like, you know, even to make this thing work, you have to invest in it. It's just by its nature. If you don't invest in it, this is the way we've adopted a system that is hungry for resource, and we starve it of resource. For what reason? To get at the end of the day a workforce that that's not productive enough to fit into the industries that we want to build. So industries that we spend billions of dollars building that are not going to take off. I mean, so we are in a conundrum that we are in. I mean, the hypocrisy is astounding. I mean, this is the UNICEF, okay, the UNICEF document, okay. You go to UNICEF, you go to UNDP, and any organization out there that's working on educations, they will say the correlation between the poverty reductions and access to education. Like, they don't even say quality education, but even access to education, accessibility, and then and then a degree of quality to it. The correlation is so starkly like it's just, there's no question about it. They keep preaching it, and then you go to the bank accounts of the actual implementers of this education system, the Minister of Education or the Bureaus of Education. Their bank account is literally zero. There's nothing. Ethiopia can muster, in the best case times, somewhere around $400 to $500 per child per year. No, 400. No. That's about actually $4, not 400. $4 per child per year to actually execute on the responsibility that the UN argues, every organization argues. There's a call, hey, you need to reduce poverty. You need to reduce poverty. They're hammering each other. Oh, you need to focus on reduction of poverty. This is your job, blah, 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 blah. You Africans, you are not, you need to wake up. Poverty reduction is important. Education is important. Blah. They argue that all throughout their literature, that's what it is. But when it comes to actually helping Africans fill in those gaps, they give nothing but breadcrumbs. Ethiopia needs, in my estimates, my crude calculation, somewhere around $5 billion a year to make this thing work. A year. And then cannot even muster half a billion, barely half a billion with aid work, all of that put together. Just on education alone, you need somewhere around 5 billion because the population is so vast and so large. And earlier, Jonathan was talking about the vast ruralness of the conditions of most of the learners. So, like, if this thing fails, and then they make it sound like, oh, families are not interested in sending their children or keeping their children in school, and us, you know, so let's just always probably lunch, and then let's do lunch programs in schools. But that's not the problem. It's not lunch, the lack of the food, the problem. It's just a tiny portion of it. But in large part, most people don't feel that it's a benefit to it. If a family keeps a child through secondary school, I mean, the hoops that they have to go through to get the child through secondary school. If they are a rural family, to get the child through this rural, finding the relative that's close enough to that secondary school and having that child be there and then become almost like a slave employee, you know, cheap labor in, you know, and their cousins and their relatives. And that's what most people who make it in the end, you know, who amazingly make it in the end, you know, of the 24% averaging, and then and somewhere around, let's say, a portion of them makes it through, and they become elites, and they become far removed, and that's the problem. That is essentially where the crux of it, and it's a very sticky problem to solve. And then I say, before I wrap up, before I let you guys,
one thing,
before I let me couch it down a little bit. Let me couch it a little bit.
Yeah, make sure Marianne talk. We got a lady sitting down.
I know. So I say my thing is like, let's just get rid of all of these things, start from scratch, and make it about context, make it about substance, make it about conditions, make it about a human journey, make it about like, the let's use whatever is available within the community of learning, whatever epistemological, to study the epistemological landscape in a community, make it about learning. If the family unit is too far from any particular school, let's not make it about having to travel so far away to go to school. Make it like, let's figure out a way to really miniaturize learning. Miniaturize learning so small, so personal, so family oriented, so easy to administer and execute, so much in alignment with the context and the conditions of how these things, while maintaining the modern education for those people, for those areas that we can actually finance. So yeah, Marie Antoinette, I know I don't come to you, I don't say anybody's particular name, because I'm hoping that you just jump in anytime and you would like. So just feel free to chime in anything.
Okay. Yeah, I was my concern is mainly in the area of decision making in the policies involving the education system. I'll give you an example. In one of the countries in which I studied, the president decided to stop teaching English and replace it instead with Russian because of the ideologies, the conflicting ideologies at the time. He wanted to promote one set of ideology over the other. And of course, there was a lot of hostility at the time as well against the US. That resulted in people being at a disadvantage. And to this day, many people are trying, even elderly people are trying to learn English because they realized that it deprived them of having access to information in various fields of study. And I think we have to be careful when we're implementing policies.
Hola, buenas noches.
Pardon?
Hola, buenas noches. Oh, hola, Pablito, ¿cómo estás? Qué gusto
Okay,
verte.
1 second.
¿Qué tal, Rafa?
I have
¿Cómo
to
andas?
turn this off.
Bien,
Yeah,
felizmente.
I have,
Tranquilo ahí, a pesar de...
yeah, I was thinking maybe we have to be careful when we're implementing certain policies that we don't sacrifice the quality of education as a result. You see, you can create people who are loyal to your country without sacrificing English. As difficult as it seems, it is possible. And there are other countries that are hostile to the US, but still see the importance of English, and they would take other measures to promote the culture of the country and loyalty to their country. Learning English doesn't always mean that you would lose that person and they would be more faithful to Britain and the US instead of your country. That doesn't have to be the result of learning English. So sometimes as leaders, we make decisions that end up it's serving as a handicap to the same people in whose interest we believe we are acting. You see?
Yeah, I think like...
Yeah, I think it was my point that you were picking up, if I'm not mistaken, because I stated a little bit earlier about geography and demography and about English. You're right, completely, Marianata, because when we see a problem and identify it, it also at the same time creates an opportunity because of me encountering English at this high level is also an opportunity if I'm realizing what to put out on the table with the language of English. I am completely not supporting to ban English from my nation personally, but at the same time, I just wanted to notify the power of that language and what is coming through that stream, because most of the medias are dominated with that language. So a lot of negative energy is imposed upon us in the
Yes.
worldwide, because almost every nation in the world has English speaker. I believe this is not proven data, but as an assumption through my mindset, 50% of any population, I believe, at least knows English. Might not speak it or fluently or in any dimension, but at least know how to greet and other things, simply because, let's say, the major media platforms are cover 4 to 5 million of the world's population. So this is also, as it's a problem, it's an opportunity. So if we can shift that
I think to
problem
me,
to opportunity, we can mark it as I see it as an opportunity. I just wanted to notify and inform you the challenge. Yeah.
Like, I really like, to me, as an educator who has worked on this for a long time, I can tell you this: it's better to empower a learner than to focus on mechanics of what they should, think the way we think of learners as in a banking model, which is we deposit stuff and withdraw from them. That approach is essentially so. In some way, I don't know whether Marie Antoinette is consciously aware that's what is coming across, but to me, the parts that I have a problem that I actually recognize and appreciate in Marie Antoinette's point is the complete disregard or lack of consciousness and awareness of the inherent nature of education as an impactor of the future, as a shaper of the future. Because when you come up with on a whim and make a decision because you are experiencing something from, going through some political stuff. Right now, you've gone through some political stuff without recognizing the future and making policy decisions like that, it's going to impact it. And those people who are impacted by those policy decisions are going to be impacted long after those political issues have been resolved or have been forgotten. And I think, to me, I think that's another thing. But the language part, I can tell you this based on my experience. If a critical mind, a well-nourished, well-aware, self-aware, and then a person of human journey of transcendence and self-actualization, they have no problem getting to the language part. Whatever language they need to learn to communicate, they will learn it. And they will learn it. I've had students who got accepted to Ivy League schools and their English was horrible, if not bad. They, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't accept them. But when you talk to them about things they care about, things they value, things that represent who they are, when they are explaining themselves to you, however broken their language, you will understand them. And then those very people, a few months later, a few years later, their language skills is just astronomical. Because once you find yourself, once you find the sense of self, a sense of self-worth, and then the sense of humanity in you, because that's what is lacking. And then we get into this in the weeds of what should be taught, what should not be taught, what should not be given, what should not be given. It's always under the assumption that a human being is a bank that you can deposit stuff into. But in reality, a human being is not. Human beings, even the way our neurons work, our mind, our brain works, it's not like that. It doesn't operate in a linear sense of, okay, I put stuff into you and exactly what I put into you is what I get back. No, that's not how it works. Human beings, the very same amount of data, same amount of experience, same context, everything together and then the outcomes are different. Why? Because each and every human has inherent agency. The inherent agency, either you're stifling it or allowing it to flourish. So education that kind of helps flourish the agency in a way that serves the person and the community. That means that kind of collaborates and cooperates with the community agency. That's what education should be. That's my argument. I think the discussion about what content, what subject matter, what all of those things, I think they're just, to me, they're just not really truly essentially relevant. Whether we speak English or not, they're not essential. They are useful, but they're not essential. They're a distraction from the actual, like, what education reform should be about.
Yeah, I have points that I agree and strongly disagree at the same time. Let me pick them up. Yeah, you're right. Especially a self-actualized person and that can differentiate the good from the bad and other stuff doesn't put language barriers on him. He can learn what he wants and he can acquire what he wants. But people are vulnerable, especially when we see education. We're starting from the bottom. So we need to start from a good sense because we are, the point I am disagreeing is we are banks. I'm not saying on a paper level, but Mickey, let me finish my point of view.
Not about you.
Let me finish my point of view.
Administrative. Nati is about to leave. I just want to say,
okay.
I get to say goodbye to him. Nati, thank you. Really appreciate you for coming in. I know you have assignment to do. It was very late for joining. Can join in. So really
thank you, Mokshe.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nati, respect.
Come back again.
Let me ask you a question, Nati. Did you finish school or are you still Labawi or what? I just wanted to know a little bit.
I'm a House University second year student.
Okay, House University. Okay. Please stay in touch. Visit us.
Come back again every week on Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Your time. We have a live session on YouTube, Aswali Nation. Okay.
Right. I'll join. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, let me jump back into my point. Yeah. And the point I'm disagreeing is it's the nature. What you enter into your mind and body, you get it out. Nothing in return. If good comes in, good comes out. If bad comes in, bad comes out. Because the two sources for entering input is your eye and your ear, right? Because what you see, I'm just simplifying it to the way I understand. You can add to me, but let me finish my point. Your eye and your ear. What you listen, you speak, you're right. What you see, you speak, you're right. Writing and speaking are the two outputs. For simplicity, you can add for me. So if good comes in, especially if you are not differentiating it, you think it's good, but in context, there's only one good and one bad. So I might think it's good when I put it inside, but when it comes out, it's bad. I thought it was good, but it's not really good. So I need to shift my way of thinking. That's being educated in my point of view. I just saw that as a little point you misinterpreted in my sense. And I'm willing for you to show me your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, to me, like ways of knowing, the epistemology is much more nuanced than just the way we perception is one instrument.
Mm-hmm.
The sensory perception is one instrument, but even an ability to analyze. So when you think about the human brain, a lot of the time it's very easy to think in a linear sense. It's a vessel, but in a real actual sense, it's not a vessel. It's a conduit. It interprets, it analyzes, it has a way of filtering, seeing, and so all sort of ways of that. Whatever thing that you pass through that person could be misconstrued, understood, misunderstood. So the way Sam always misunderstands me is essentially that. It's a factor of that. It's like I cannot, no matter how clear and authentically grounded my point will be, Sam will never understand me, because he has framed any processing of information that comes from me through that conduit. So it's not just that, it's not my effort or lack of effort. So the way it is, the way human neurons work is much more sophisticated. We know through knowledge. We know through history. We know through science. We know through our own interpretations, our own understanding, our own experience shapes the way we receive information and then return back to us. So the process of self-actualization is the ability to recognize that your centeredness in that space. That centeredness, you are at the center of it. That you are at the center of, you are the nexus of all these various kind of swirling of data and informations and knowledge and wisdom and insight. So the human element of it, if that element of it is dehumanized, that element is dehumanized, its ability to recognize data, information that is useful to them as useful is very difficult.
Yeah.
Themselves devoid of their humanity. That means the humanity means the ability to be, to exercise your conduit power, your power of conduit.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you've added the, I was trying to only limit it on the physical basis. That's why I stated the eye and the ear and the mouth and the hand, the writing and the speaking. Yeah. So, yeah, in addition, yeah, you can add those fourth and fifth dimensions, which are the, what would you say? Internal part and the mind, the neurons. I believe because my acquired knowledge, there's like fourth and fifth dimension as a human being. We need a wider scope to analyze this because of I need to share the documents that I've acquired, and at the same time also present people that are more sophisticated and can show more data and sides on this. But you're right. I totally understand. I agree with your point of view. We need more knowledge and we need openness. I think we can only reach that with tolerance and openness, empathy. Like we've stated this before on other sessions. That comes with patience, which is tolerance, openness, always open to acquire knowledge, and empathy, putting oneself in another person's shoes, right? So we need
to be like,
amen to that.
Yeah, I swear, because we need to focus on that, and then we need to present documents and people that are more knowledgeable on different factors on our. I really, really love the daily topics that are raised, like the titles, because under those titles we can even involve a lot of individuals who have specialized and mastered on those topics. But we as this family started and just putting the title on, but we need to put the documents and those specialized people on this YouTube, or even in a seminar if face-to-face is possible soon. Yeah, not sure about that, but if you want to go fast, we need to invite people on this platform and the documents in hand. So I want to inform everybody that's hosting the daily shows, starting from the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Sundays, I believe, Diaspora Talks, right? Monday is African Traditions. Anybody specialized on that?
Tuesdays is African Tradition.
Okay, Tuesday.
Bring the receipts is what you're saying. Bring the receipts, and then just be, and then take us to the sixth dimension of what? Yeah, I love that what you just said.
Yeah, that's why we need receipts in Africa. We don't need corruption.
So I want to give Marie Antoinette a chance because I know I was addressing aspect of what you were. So I think there's a huge part I share. It's just the part I don't share is the nature. Language is important, but I think the person who learns the language is more important. That's my point of view. I don't know how she sees that. So
No, I agree. It's just that my concern is that if we need to be world class in our, let's take for example the area of medicine. There is no way that even in Germany they realize that if you have to master a subject area, there's no way you can eliminate English from the system. The way that medicine and science are set up in the world, you need English. And you can, there are other ways of cultivating loyalty to one's country without creating a handicap in areas such as science, engineering, and medicine. You see? So that's why we have to not be short-sighted when making these policies concerning access to information through language. There are many people who have studied English without being sycophants of Britain and the USA. It is 100% possible. I know people feel threatened by the influence of Britain and the USA, and those are valid concerns. But all the major textbooks are written in English. Even in Germany, they have to use other textbooks, and perhaps you can have councils in the Ethiopian setting. You can have councils translating textbooks to the desired language. That may be one route, but one can't just completely ignore all the material that is available in English.
To me, Marian, like me, what I'm trying to say is that I think if the learner is humanized, that's that they have a sense of agency that they are empowered to do.
Yeah.
And then they are able to be critical even in the language that's not their own.
Yeah, listen, you know,
I agree.
I think that's
be critical in it as well.
I'm actually completely agreeing with what Mary Antoinette said, because I think that there's you know, I think there's this complete disregard to the fact that we live in a globalized world. Whether we like it or not, that's where we live, right? And it's not just about Africa as a continent, but we also have to be very respectful about Latin American countries, Asian countries, countries that don't speak anything nowhere near us, that just, it is the language, the international language of function is English. Whether we like it or not, it is. So I think that the idea somehow that the whole entire world can communicate, you know, with a new language from Africa or from whatever, it's not going to happen. So the best we can do is not only use the language, but use the language to also criticize, to have our arguments, to whatever it is. But we have to have one human language. We're all humans. You cannot go tell a Chinese, a Korean, a Japanese, somebody from India, or somebody from Brazil that speaks Portuguese, somebody, well, all over Africa, for example. We cannot. We have to have a language. It is already there. There's nothing you can do about that. So not to accept it and to fight it is ridiculous to me. Let me finish. Hold on. So let me finish. So the best that we can do is not only use the language to, I mean, look at us right now, right? So earlier, I think Natima Adamokshu was here, and I was looking, and the only other person that is not Ethiopian on here is, I should say, because she's still here, is I'm assuming, I don't know what language you speak, and I apologize, I should know, Mary Antoinette, but I'm assuming that you speak Swahili. But I mean, even no matter where I go to, I've seen, no matter where we go, that is the basic language. That if you want to change anything, you have to have the English language. So to fight it is almost self-defeating. So as far as education is concerned,
You say the same
I
thing
know.
over and over again. But the point I wanted to make is that is like people who need to learn English, they are learning it. And people who need to speak the language, they need to speak the language, regardless or irrespective of the nature and the conditions under which they found themselves, whether their system allowed them or not, whether their community did a fantastic job, providing opportunities to learn the language or not. Anywhere in the world you go, that's one of the reasons why the language is widely spoken. It's not because the effort of the English, the British, the Americans, it's not their TV, it's not their...
It's the reach of the colonization is really that's what happened.
It's not just the colonization. No, they didn't colonize Brazil, but there's a lot of people who need to speak English language who speak the language. People who need to speak the English language, they know how to speak the language. That's the thing. You go to Germany, there are people who go through the German education system, but they speak the English language as well, if not better than anybody else, because they realize they need to learn the language. They learn the language. That's it. And
I think as human beings, we should start that way. That's what I'm saying. Let's just start with that.
Jonathan, don't interrupt me because you don't want me to interrupt you, so don't interrupt. The point
I'm doing what you normally do. So
the point I'm saying to you is not enforcement. That's the problem. The lack of it or the enforcement of it. It is the character, the personality, the person who will need to speak English language. You have to realize they will learn to speak the language at whatever age, whatever time, whatever context. That's the prevailing conditions from Latin America to Asia and everywhere in between, where conditions for the language didn't exist. Comes somebody who's excellent, eloquent, and articulate, and not just in speaking it, but also in thinking about in that language.
And scientific language as well. Don't forget that, because if you study medicine and all that as well,
there are people who will learn the language because they need it, and then we don't need to do any enforcing. And then when the need arises, the person who realizes their need, that's the person that we should figure out a way of empowering and then engaging. To me, it's a distraction to tell people let's distract people by saying that English language is important, blah blah. I think to me, a French language is important. Oh, this language is important. It's a distraction. It's a distraction from the primary focus of what education should be about. What education should be about should not be about this content, that content, this outcome or that outcome. Not the external. The person. There's a person who's going through the learning, and every one of you is very uncomfortable with that, to some degree or not. Everybody here is some degree of discomfort when we talk about the person who's going through the actual learning, and then let's make education about liberating that person. Makes you discomfort because for large part most people don't see how that plays out, but that's what liberation is. How can liberation could be schemed and planned and organized? It can't be detailed out and planned at every stage, because this is liberation. You're trying to free somebody from the notion that they are not worthy of being human. And
I completely disagree. I completely disagree. It's not about that. No.
What do you disagree with?
I don't think that is being or feeling that way. It's just being realistic, right? Way? So that does not. Well, what was the last thing you just said?
Liberating education?
Well, no, that's not the part that I'm talking about.
With what you're disagreeing about.
Okay, liberating education does not mean that you have to be so extreme about certain things. I think that you have to adapt. You have to understand the conditions that are on the ground.
No. Well, figure out that they need to be speaking a language that there's a language, there's a barrier between them and then the knowledge, and then you're not going to figure that out.
Well, I'll give you a great example.
Agency, you don't understand what agency is, man. So should I go through about defining what agency is?
I know what an agency is, the ability to do you. That's what it is. So it's not the point.
All you, but some,
okay. But I get what you're saying. That's not the point. But you have to be realistic about what's going on the ground. And so just to speak it and spew it out does not mean that it is what's going to happen. I think that...
What is the reality on the ground?
The
I just told
reality
you
on
the
the
reality
ground
You
is
just
that
see
the
it.
fact that educational systems, if you want to change them, I'm not, to be honest with you, I hate incremental anything because I think it's annoying, right? So incrementalism is a real deal. Like you cannot just go over and change, one thing overnight. It just doesn't happen. So I'm a believer in practical everything. Like not about just changing the educational system, but actually the fact that the people that are coming out from it, what can I do practically? What can I do as a human being, right? So that's what I do. So for me, what you are talking about is so important. That's why I'm here and talking to you. But those are huge things that you have to slowly get to. But in the meantime, what can you do individually? And this is what I loved about your previous student, Nati Mokshe, that was on here, because he's actually doing something. I don't want to hear do something, and I'm trying to do that. For example, in Ethiopia, and I've talked about this with these students that are coming out of these universities. What can I do for them? Right. So I'm trying to get them jobs from here or whatever. Do something. Otherwise, I don't want to hear it. Like, I don't want to hear the theoretical part, because the theoretical part is not practical. I'm not saying that it's not wrong. That's why I'm here. I believe that is so important, because we have to change the whole function. Exactly. Because you're trying. No, you're being very, very.
That's your problem.
But that's my problem.
That's like your understanding of intellectual process, that your understanding of the neurons is very, very primitive at best.
Practical.
No,
primitive?
it's not practical. It's very
what?
primitive.
Did you just call it primitive? You're
It's
crazy.
No,
All right,
that's
fine.
very primitive.
Well,
The thing about it, like,
all I can say is that I know for a fact that
like,
we've put several people through,
I
like,
respect you.
no,
So,
don't go there.
So the process of decision making requires data, it requires knowledge, it requires interaction with knowledge, and it requires internalizing the process. Okay.
I don't know if you read my comment in the text, because just because you come out all educated does not mean that you get anywhere if you don't have a job to even practice that. So my whole entire life and dedication right now is to make sure that people that come out of the educational system in Ethiopia, that they have a job to get to, where they practice what they're doing, whatever it is. So that's my because the educational system is already there. I don't know what you mean. Well, I think there's so many. I mean, Miki asked, maybe you can look at the data. What's the percentage of people that graduate from high school that go to college? It's a lot. It's a lot.
No. From
how many?
That go through secondary education are 23%, but a fraction of them go to the final destination.
Okay, and how many are? I mean, what is the percentage here in the developed countries, like I don't know, Europe, whatever country? Yeah.
I talked about this data a while back, not in the context of Ethiopia. Generally, in Africa, is about 7%.
I just don't want you to underestimate the educational capacity of Ethiopians. That's all. And Addis Ababa University, by the way, I'm going to keep telling you this, they are the smartest people. Sometimes they shock me how smart they are. So be careful what you say about the educational system in Africa in general.
Smart is what? Smart is what? What is smart?
Smart meaning like they've been educated high enough to know how to do regressions. They understand what they are. No. Listen, I know people that came out of Addis Ababa Medical School and did get residency in New York.
Yeah.
And why? Because why? How's that possible? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
that's beside the point. That you're talking about the shining stars. The shining stars of the system. They are there regardless of whether the system is there or not. That's my experience. Every cohort of learner who have 1 or 2 or 3 who are there, whether irrespective of the conditions and the prevailing conditions, whether it's a great school, a bad school, an incredible school, or bad.
I think my Mokshe is the greatest example of it. From Ethiopia, an Ethiopian and a brilliant person.
That's another problem with the Ethiopian mind. That's another problem. You see 1 star, 1 trophy, you go around saying this is my
I know many. No. I'm actually celebrating them.
Are somewhere in the beginning, they are not heard of.
Okay,
Oh,
let me jump
Ezra.
on this. And yeah, we need more trophies, but at the same time, we need to understand how to implement it. Because I was reading the comment section, and you, Jonathan, and Sammy were pointing out we should start from the bottom, because I know we need to visualize our scope onto a wider side, because we're building one Africa. But what are we do? I believe Marietta and Biggie are the ones. Actually, Marietta is only not Ethiopian, but outside of Ethiopia, you're all outside. So, what are we doing on the basis of individual level? Let me tell you what I'm doing right now. I'm following a lot of things that are knowledge based in the spiritual realm, in the ethical realm, in the civics realm, and I'm actually trying to teach people, even my shoe shiner, even the people I meet at the retail stores. If I acquire some knowledge and I see that missing from their perspective, I straight up educate them. And I even learn a lot from them, because I'm open to educate someone. At the same time, they're giving in return. So what are we doing on the simplest form? Jonathan, picked it up on the comment
Oh,
section.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. So I told you earlier I was online today on a Zoom call with Ethiopia, with a designer and a pattern maker. Unbelievable what they're doing, and it was a whole conversation about what they're gonna be doing. I don't know if you know, but like I'm kind of connected with Hub of Africa, which has been doing it for 10 years, which is
Okay.
promoting the fashion industry in Africa. Not like this is not fashion shows; it's the industry. So, and then some of those people that are coming out of there, we're doing a mentorship program right now. So we're just starting the second leg of it, and it's not just only to encourage these people that are coming out of the educational system from, whatever design school or whatever, but to actually connect them with fabric makers to actually do it, and then how to even teach them what is your brand, who are you, but you, and not be like, you remember you talked about Nike earlier, and I kind of brushed it off. I didn't want to really get into it, but it's the fact that why are Ethiopians buying all this crap that they don't need to? Why can't Ethiopians make their own T-shirts? We have our own clothes, for God's sakes. We can make our own things. So that's what I do. I do stuff like that. So wait, I'm not done yet.
Yeah,
I'm not done there yet. And then on top of all of that, forget all of that, and then there's artistic people that came out of that. They're just amazing, cartoon makers or whatever. I've talked about this, I think, once before, connecting with an industry here in the United States. I'm so proud to say, not only are they working together, they have signed a contract. I mean, come on. Like, why do you have to go to India to look for somebody to do digital work when you can get somebody from Ethiopia? I do that. I'm a practical person. I'm not a person that just talks. I actually do. So I will say that I keep continuing that. That sounds very personal right now. Probably I shouldn't go what I just went to, but yeah, that's what we do. And I think sometimes I find that we are kind of a little disillusioned. It upsets you. What's going on? I'm here to complain, try to concur with everybody to say what can we do. But if you cannot individually do something and be engaged to do something, whether it's educational systems, hold on, and even the ones that are educated, what do they do when they get out? Are you helping? What are you doing?
I got you. Jonathan, I got you. Okay, that's called agency. That's you are exercising your agency. But
well, no, I'm making sure that I facilitate the agency of other people, including.
Can I finish? Okay. That's like the agency, by simple definition in Google says a sense that I am the one who is causing or generating an action. That is agency, the ability to exercise something.
Facilitate. Don't say that, no, because I'm a professor at a university.
I'm not talking about the specific things. I'm not talking about the specifics of what you've done. Okay, I'm just talking about the sense that you could do something, you could cause somebody's life to be better. That is the thing. That's you are exercising that agency, right?
Because I believe in that, yes.
No, but you're exercising it. The question is that you're exercising the agency, right? What is wrong with the other person for whom you are exercising for them to actually get to your point where they actually make the conclusion that you're making? That sense that I can determine the outcomes and the cause, and then be part of the actor, the active agent of my own life. What is wrong with that? What's wrong
There's nothing wrong.
There's
nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm trying to say is, I think
No, how
we
is
all
that
have
not practical?
responsibilities. What
How
do
is
you
that
mean?
not practical? You say it's not
Can
practical.
Okay, can you ask that question again and calmly? Sorry.
No, how you said that's not a practical thing, right? You said that's not a practical thing. Like the pursuit of humanizing education is not a practical thing. And then I just told you, you just had a conversation with a very person with whom I work directly on a very this very experimental. Actually, education can do that, even despite the burden of this brokenness. You can still achieve that. And then you saw that, and then you just told me, explained to me how you exercise your own personal agency, where you look at a set of information, a set of data, and you say, you know what, an Ethiopian could do these things.
And this is why I'm so proud of you, Ezra. This is why I'm on this show right now, because I think what you're doing and listening to Nathanael was amazing to me, because I think that not only did he learn from you, he's actually practicing it and pushing forward and doing that. That's what you do. Yeah, thank God for that.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying, like, it's not about it's not about replicating oneself, but what I'm trying to get you, why is that a problem? So you're the people that you're
It's
helping,
not a problem.
with the people you're helping, what is the problem with them having not just access to mentorship, guidance, and opportunities to exercise and practice, but actually that process leading them to be more agents of their own life?
Not only for themselves, but also passing that baton.
Adding a season of agency to it. What's wrong with that?
Thank God for that. No, there's nothing wrong with that at all.
So that's
I'm actually.
Every time I say this, you guys are against it.
I've never said I'm against that. I don't know where you're
against
getting
it.
that
You
energy
say
from.
against it. Like it's not practical. It's not practical. It's the only practical thing that's available to us right now. That's
Well,
why.
you know, thank God that everything that we speak is recorded, because I definitely have never said that. Actually, I'm saying to you, like, thank God, because I just saw Nathanael, and I think, oh my God, not only did you pass that on, but he's passing it on, you know, and I think it's a beautiful thing. And that's what we're here to do. And, you know, sometimes we forget what we can do individually, because we think of the bigger picture, which is governmental and all of that. And I spoke about that earlier. But at the end of the day, it's what we do individually. I'm a practical thinker. I'm like, okay, what is the issue? What can I do? And you do it. And this is why I'm here, and this is why we're all here. And to even learn about, no, seriously, I've never said that about you, but in general, I think I just also want to pass that on to everybody else that's listening, that, you know, don't ever expect anybody to do anything. If you believe in what you think that you can do, don't, you know, that one person that you might work with, or even yourself, by the way, to change your own mentality about things, that is huge, you know. So like yourself, let alone passing it on somewhere else. So yeah, I'm absolutely you're a hero, Ezra. So don't. That's not what I was saying.
No. It's not. I really wanted to say, like, I want first and foremost, I want to acknowledge your sense of agency and the sense of agency of everyone here, regardless of, like, the fact that Sam says prove. That's agency right there. The fact that he is vehemently disagreeing with me, that's agency right there. What is wrong with having more Africans with that sense of critical view? And to me, that's the only thing that's left for us to educate. Because
I don't know. You and Sam, you and Sam have some kind of personal crap that you need to figure it out. I don't know. I'm just laughing at that one because I don't get that. But yeah, whatever.
No, it's okay. So the point I'm making is that it's agency. What I'm trying to get at is, okay, we got 24.6% in this data, and generally this number is similar across sub-Saharan Africa. And I've shared this data in the past videos before, and I'm more than happy to and willing to go back to those data. But the general point I'm trying to make is, what happens to the 84%, or the 86%, or the 80%? What happens to the 80% of students who were supposed to have gotten that civic education, that tolerance, the recognition of each other's? Those people, what happened to those people who could have learned the extra language that would have given them mobility? What happens to those children who could have used some technical capabilities that they could have used to repair or design something in their communities and neighborhood? What happens to the millions of... So to me, in part is just we are not able to teach all of them. That's one of it. That's part of the reason. That's part of the indication of the number indicates that we are not able to teach all of them. But the other part of it is that we have a huge open space, untouched space. This is, I mean, they are not in the system, but they are people who live. They are our neighbors. They are our community members. They are family members who are amongst us. They're not in the process. They're not in the system of learning because the data suggests they are not. But nobody will say to me that if they are not through the process of the education, that should be no education for them. You can't accommodate them. That to me, I don't want to accept. So this platform, this 21st century education platform, is not about eliminating, great institutions like Addis Ababa University. Okay, it's not about eliminating them. It's not eliminating about that. The 7 or so % of the population that gets them. It's about
their self-worth. They work hard to be there, huh?
It's all about focusing about 97% of the population, 93% of the population that should have gone through the university that didn't go to university. Or it's about the 86% of the population that should have gone through secondary education that didn't go through the education. It's about the 46% of the population that should have completed grade 8 that did not complete grade 8. And in those people, what should we do for them? How should we really transform them? Help them transform themselves? What tools do we have? What instrument do we have? We obviously don't have the resources and the money to do them. What is the workaround here? What is the immediate workaround? So my argument is that a humanizing education can be easily implemented through community learning, through community epistemological landscape. Every community has a learning platform, from storytelling to history documentation to activities engagement that characterize the community. You go to Borana, for example. You go to Borana in Ethiopia, for example. Caring for animal is a responsibility assigned to human beings by God. You're not just a shepherd. You are God's agent on this planet to care for the animals that you care for. So the rest of Ethiopia thinks that they are shepherding, but they're not. They are doing their spiritual responsibility. That's learning right there. So how do we create that learning as a formal way of learning, as a substitute to that child in Borana who is not able to go to school? How can we go to every possible place? So how can we go to every possible place? Who should be going to learning? Who should be discovering something? What are the instruments? What resources can we deploy to achieve that? And if you want to understand the deeper and the depth of what I'm trying to get, read the article I wrote. If you have an opposing point of view, write an article and I'll post it on my website. And this is what it's about. It's not about eliminating what there is. It's about building something that for those that nothing exists for them.
Well, I'll just say that it's not about articles to me. It's about people's lives, and that's what I'm doing. That's all I'm going to say on that one. But I agree with you. Like, I think systems... No, I know. Nothing like that. I know that was Ezra, I thought that was a cheap way of saying... I completely agree with you. I think the longer term of understanding systems is very complicated, and I get it. But like I said, and I'm going to keep saying it to you, I think for me, it's more practical about what can I do now. That's what I do. And outside of that, I'm obviously on here and arguing about how we can change that. Systems are very difficult to change. Yeah, they're not easy, So we can have those discussions, but what are you doing now? That's my, that's what I'm more concerned about.
We don't have clarity of ideas. We don't. Look at the way it is so dispersed, so disorganized in the way we're dealing with this issue.
I disagree, but everybody has their own personal ideas about that.
But we are like in an era of, oh, we are all experts, we all experience, and so it doesn't matter your point of view, your experience is like some experience are more important than others, some perspective are more important than others, because
I don't believe that.
there's a little bit of different of degrees of interrogation that you do when you actually work on it. And then so to me I think what we need is that the problem is so vast, we need as many agent human beings with some degree of agency.
Yeah, and agency is actually changing what's happening on the ground. Unless,
No, you can't change those things on the ground all the time.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. It's impossible to do that. It's a huge task. It's a daunting task. You can't move a mountain from here to there. And yes, in your mind and your concept, yes, but reality doesn't work. So you have to figure out a way to just like interrogate first and foremost, fundamentally, what is needed. What is needed?
Well, you know how they say you can agree to disagree. I agree to disagree with you on that one.
You say blankly. I say
I'm about now. I don't have time for that, like long term, whatever. Like even to get that, you need to change what's happening now, and in order to do that, you need to change. Yeah, situations on the ground now. I don't want to talk about. It's again talking about theory, and not about practice. It's not practical things that you're talking about. For me,
have you ever?
I think I have the fair.
Have you ever heard
that experience?
Jonathan, have you ever had this kind of conversation, this level of conversation before?
I have it all the time, actually, but
it doesn't sound
live.
It sounds like
definitely.
you talk the same thing that somebody talked about in the 1990s and the 2000s. Seriously.
Well, I find that a little bit offensive, but that's fine. I mean,
I'm not talking. It's not a characterization of you. The point that you've mentioned, I read them in publications and writings in the 90s.
But that's all you're doing is writing. You're not doing anything. That's my point.
But what I'm saying to you that the ideas are not original. It's not an indication of who you are. It's not a characterization of who you are. I'm not judging you. I'm just.
No, it's not about me. Like even what you're talking about. Like I kept asking you, what solutions do you have, and you still have not told me a solution.
First and foremost, you have to agree the interrogation, the discussion, the actual process of interrogating of what education should be, the philosophy of education is part of the solution. That you need to figure that out, because the why matters. Why, the education of why matters, not just the what and how. It's so easy to arrive at what. It's so easy to start thinking of how. But if you don't understand why you educate somebody, why education? If you don't get that part sorted out, you jump into the how, and then you hope to one day. It's the why is essentially what's the target. Essentially,
listen, I have a lot of respect for you, Ezra, but sometimes you do need a little pushback, because I think that you're over assuming and undermining. So be careful. But in any case, Biggie, what's up? We'll come back.
Why should I be careful?
Well, because you don't know me. So
why should I be careful? It's ideas. Why should idea be careful? It's not a nuclear bomb I'm diffusing. It's not. There's no ego here. I mean, I don't have ego. On this one, I'm interested in getting to the solution more than, because the problem is much more daunting than some sensitivities that people have.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you one last time, Ezra. Can you give me like 2-3 solutions to all the stuff that you've been talking about? Just give me 2 or 3. That's it.
I've said them multiple times, a million times. Why would I so it's not my solution that matters now. I've experimented in my solutions. I know what works on my solution works. I've shared with you earlier the modulation that we worked on, and so you can.
But that reaches such a small population of the Ethiopian population. How does that work for the country of Ethiopia?
It works, but that's not the actual solution for the vastness of the problem.
Again, what is your solution?
It requires collaboration, as opposed to trying to put me in in the hot seat. This is just a ridiculous use of waste of time. I'm not in the hot seat. I'm not a decision maker. I'm not a planner. I'm not an organizer. I'm not a help. I can only help people be informed, understand, have the possibility of interrogating various possibilities that could be exist out there. And so it's for you to come and say, you know what? I get the part about humanizing. This is the part that is missing on humanizing. Or I get the part about the humanizing, but is it relevant to these things? And I get the part about resources. This is what needs to happen. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear original ideas, original thoughts, original perspective of your own. There's no nuclear diffusion taking place here. We're not diffusing any nuclear weapons. We are not. We are creating solutions.
Ezra?
I don't know why people are bothered about being sensitive. And,
Ezra,
you know,
I got one of the things that basically you're laying out what's out there and have a discussion. You pick and choose what you can be able to do and run with. Okay, I mean, when it comes to education, as we know, there's a lot of gray area when it comes to the real application on the ground. Okay,
yeah.
So effectively, like I said in the past, I told you I did a lot of other. When it comes to technology, using technology and to bring it to the ground, where the blockage came is. What you have now, and including the examples and stuff like that we have, implementation of what it needs to be done on the ground, there's a huge gap. So I don't think we can, we cannot hold, or I mean, if it comes to a solution, he might have different variation, but at the same time, there's a lack of funding, there's a lack of other materials and stuff like that we need. For me, I just looked at, when you said we need at least $5 billion a year for the school system, I requested $107 billion for the whole Africa. So it came in like a $1.9 million. So that's a lot of dollars. But again, when you look at it, we have a lot of things in the diaspora that can possibly even, there was a discussion of really get rid of some of the bad credit and like China coming in and all that. And then we can put also some fundings into the education. And now we'll have people that are really expert in matters on how to, whether it's a construction or new school or redoing the school, the existing school, putting all these various things to have attraction and to keep kids in school. Okay, that's a major issue that we're seeing through the percentages, to keep children in school, and all that comes out of these kind of discussions. We cannot really say, hey, you have a solution. You can say, okay, I can do this, and he showed us some of the example of what they did in the school that we discussed with Nati and all that. So what I say is much easier than done. It's much easier to say than being done on the ground, because it's a lot of, I've seen it. For me, I'm not even I participated on education part, but I came in on a high-tech level and how to utilize the youngs and how to bring them in, not just a formal education, but at the same time, there's other education, like you mentioned, like Borona, like the cattle herding and all that. So there's a lot of things that we can do practical. The problem is to keep these kids in school, because they got a lot of other function that they have to do beside just the schooling. Creating an environment where they can learn, all that has an impact. So to get one solution from Ezra right now, I don't expect it at all. At all. It's just near impossible. My research took 9 months just to bring it in paper and trying to really make it effective, and getting all these professors, getting all these equipment that are required, all these antennas that are required. I mean, it was just a massive massive deployment. And I'm talking about 55,000 sites, and you're talking about 395 switches. And to build that and go across all the governments through the nation, in the continent, can you imagine? Because I'm going infringing on their national security, so I have to get a permit. So I left that to the UN to do. The UN looked at it and said, hey, you know, this is perfect. This is really nice. We can work with that. But unfortunately, other things happened where they cannot proceed because there was $5 billion of exploration on this kind of field from Clinton. I don't know if you remember. He gave $5 billion for us to really look into the infrastructure to when it comes to education and all that. And one of them is my presentation. So just that, don't mention that the movement that I'm creating, because now I'm bringing kids to the school. If my school is not filled, what's the benefit? So I came up with other ideas where these kids can be in school while the 10th graders that are out can be covering this. So there was a solution, but it's a solution on a blanket. Is it going to work throughout Africa? But no, it's something that I have to really reconsider. We just put a pilot program, you just run it through, and most of the equipment that requires those days, you know, it's a very piece of equipment that's very expensive, and let alone to have it to the student. Plus, we're talking about power and all that, because like we're talking about rural areas. I mean, we have so much to do to come up with solution. It's just, you know, I take my part when it comes to the technology part. Okay, I can incorporate that. And I know the logistics, I know what it requires, including the designs and all that. But again, I still need a bunch of engineers that's going to come and help me, because I cannot just design the whole thing flat out. I did it on the software that I used in designing cell sites and how to interconnect all these, and whatever the infrastructure that I have available. Forget fiber. Now we got fiber, which is really good, because it advanced me to another level where now you can download things faster. You can put a lot of things in it. And this is just on education. I'm not even touching anything else that is on the ground. Okay. So once you hit the ground, now the ground is a totally different thing. But on the high level, you know, yes, you know, we want to bring the numbers, you know, that we're seeing in here, a better number and progressive. And looking at them, yeah, I look at it year after year, it's the same thing, didn't change. Maybe a few points down if we do some work. And the work is, remember now, when it comes to education, you have to deal with each country, each nation. It's not a unified kind of school system. So when you provide some part of solution to Ethiopian, it's different in the West Africa, or it's different in South Africa. So we're going to have to really re-evaluate what is available, and the fastest course that we can do is keeping the kids in school. You know, we can talk about education all day, but keeping the kids in school is very important. And it varies. You know, Nati came in, Mikas came in, they gave us all kind of scenario, your neighborhood, it's a state funded, for example, for Ethiopia, but how much fund does it have? It's just so much. But at least we're going to start on one thing, is to discuss this until we create and bring people really that can say, okay, I can take this part and I want to take it to a next level. So solution right now for Ezra is you might have
I have a set of solutions. I have proposed my solutions before BE, right? But you know the thing about it, I'm somebody who has realized, yes, my solutions to some extent are valuable and useful, but they're not sufficient to the scale that is required, right? You worked on a real level, And if it wasn't for the politics of the UN or something, it could have made, the next kind of work, the next iteration of improvement in the system much easier, because you would have connected so many spaces, because connection is a key element in the resource mobilization element, because things are so disconnected, so far apart, so isolated, right? That connection that you would have brought to the system. But to me, people who want to deeply understand life, they always fundamentally, at the fundamental level, they always gravitate to the idea of philosophy. That you have your own life principle, life set of philosophies. And usually that's not material. That's not tangible. School is a tangible thing. Like a classroom is a tangible thing. A book is a tangible thing. A curriculum is a tangible thing. But before the tangible, there is the intangible. There is the notions, there are ideas that are percolating out there in the universe that require the human being to organize those thoughts, those ideas, and then kind of synthesize a common, something that we can all come together and agree with. And that usually is on and around the philosophy.
Well, the philosophy about what development means, right? So I think that even education that's what I'm trying to say. It's all about sustainable development goals. Have you met this index? How many percentage of you have this? How many percent? But that's the crazy thing. And I completely agree with you. So we're on the same page on that. So I think that is ridiculous.
That's why it's not practical. It cannot be a practical.
Exactly. Like what I said to you earlier, to me, practical is like when you get out of the system and you've been educated, do you have a job? Are you practicing what you can do? Is the system, is your culture, is the city or the county or whatever you live in, do they have those jobs for you? I think that is more important than all these measurements that the United Nations decides to call about what development is.
Is there something that troubles me?
Which is a very annoying thing. I think development is, first of all, I think we always say that no country is completely developed. It's not, because they depend on each other. I get all of that. But when it comes to the index of, even the numbers that you're giving right here, I'm looking at it, that's on the screen. Those are numbers that the United Nations gave.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And who are they to even say what that is to begin with? And what does that mean?
If you go deeper, different. In another session, we covered this before. They talk about the incredible importance of quality education. They talk about access. They argue for it. But the thing about it, they don't back it up with the resources.
No, they don't. Yeah.
No. Yeah. They just leave you lurching. They give they give you a test of something, but they give you lurching. And then for Africa to be able to mobilize the resources necessary quickly to really ramp up all these things that we're talking about, it's a big ask.
But the honest truth is that you have to understand is that you do have to register. They do come and check. There's percentages that they say, and they literally called sustainable development goals, and that's how you get money from the United. I'm still kind of pissed off about. It is so small, yeah. And you can nowhere get to that level with what they're asking, and what they're even measuring it's not. I don't think it's fair. But yes, we can have arguments about that because I think that's crazy as well.
No, but the thing about we have ideas as to how we can teach the 24.6% of the secondary school age students that are going, if they happen to be there, right? We have ideas about the 7 or so percent. Usually, the percentage at the university level is a factor of availability of space, largely, because the more available space there are, the lower the entry points, the less available, the higher the bar for it. But generally, people. So there's a lot of good progress that I've made in terms of making it available and accessible. But the problem is
it's true, especially for girls. I think they're working towards that.
But the thing about it, hasn't really. I worked at the university for free when I was in Awasa. I used to do a lecture in Awasa, not the Yirgacha fee. When I used to work in Awasa, I used to
good coffee country.
So they used to be incredible thing, like for example, for women, they sanitation work, this kind of thing that actually argues, the Ethiopian government thinks, nice, this is nice, they're thinking this, it makes you really appreciate that. There's no question about it. But the point I'm making here, Jonathan just left, is that we are not talking about what already exists for those who are already in the system. Okay? What I'm trying to talk about here, I think
it's called dropped.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to talk about here, thank you, Jonathan. So what I'm trying to talk about, Jonathan, is not just the practical, because practically we already have the systems implemented to exercise and optimize. I think, to me, schools at the secondary level operate at this level, university level. That's, to me, I must assume they are operating at optimal level. So optimally, that's what it happens. But what I'm talking about, when you have a population of 120 million, and when you have a population of, like, sub-Saharan Africa, somewhere around the 1.2, when you have that kind of significance in terms of size and magnitude, and then you look at the number, and this number is almost similar in my previous study, it's almost similar for the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, secondary school enrollment, primary school enrollment, the staying power, and all of that. When you have, what do you do? Because you go to Ethiopia right now, the people that are being recruited to fight wars, the children that are being recruited to fight wars, who are those people that are being recruited to fight wars? If you ask that question, you realize they are those people, children that are undereducated or miseducated or poorly educated. And then you go to, we are exacerbating conflict because they are creating the conditions for people to be easily susceptible for wrong kind of persuasions, wrong kind of, yes, there are poverty, but poverty in the past hasn't, gotten us to a point where we want to kill each other, we want to cut each other's throats. So
yeah, kind of the way that we were behaving a little bit today. But listen, that's not the point. But at the end of the day,
that's the point.
I think
that's not that point. That's the
well,
point.
I think Ethiopia will be a great example. I think that we can always give Ethiopia as an example. But I think it's a much bigger picture. I think it's an Africa issue.
That is an Africa issue. Is this almost the
yeah,
same?
it is. Yeah, it absolutely is. Because trust me, I have this conversation with my Nigerian friends every day. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you people? Why aren't you rich and take care of your people so everybody's at least middle income? They can't even do that because of corruption. And so this goes back to what I asked before. So what is the underpinning of everything? Is it education? Is it politics? What is it?
It's education.
Yeah.
And then
I know we always say that, but yeah.
The education, the nature of education, the
keeps coming back.
Epistemological level. No, I'm not talking about education and like in a practical sense, in a school sense. I'm talking about epistemology of it, the process at the fundamental level. What is education? Why is education? And what is education? So what is education in Nigeria? Knowing the rules and regulations that governs hierarchy. That's education. That's part of the education. A typical Nigerian who doesn't understand hierarchical process, the chiefs, who is the chief of a community, if you don't recognize that, you're going to struggle in Nigeria. Because that's part of it. But the education system doesn't recognize it in Nigeria. It's a para-education. It's outside the realm of what is education. But what epistemology means, like, how does a child learn? A child learns. What is the landscape of learning? What is the cycle of learning? How does learning take place? Where does learning take place? How do we incorporate learning at every point possible so that the person is empowered and is liberated, so that they make better decisions and better choices in their life? Those are the things that are critical. How many people are able to learn to make good decisions, better decisions, as a result of the kind of education they've received? That's important. And how many don't? Because either they are receiving it or not receiving it, or they are badly receiving it. That is the essence. If we don't get that clarity on this, then we can't talk about how to do that. Because what are you doing how for? How is you are trying to operationalize a vision? How is the process of operationalization? So people people want to jump to how because we don't want to deal and confront the deep and profound issues, so we want to jump quickly to how. But how is operationalization of something. That's nothing else. I want to be at the top of the mountain. How is like, how do I climb? What is the first step? What is the easiest way? What is the entry point? What is the quickest way to start this process of my journey to this crazy mountain climbing? And then, of course, you would adjust along the way as you go, as you climb, the prevailing conditions that you didn't realize existed. You realize that, then you adjust the how. The how is it's flexible, it's mobile. You can always adjust based on prevailing conditions. So the idea of being stuck up in the how is just, if you can see 5 steps, then work that 5 steps. But if you can't
Well,
see,
the first how the first how to is the fact that I have to deal with you. I have to say, but like, no, seriously, I think that everything you're saying is, there's so much truth in what you're saying. I also want to hear from everyone. I think I am not a judgmental person. I think that I'm a pro same kind of conversation that we're having. But I also think that what we're living in each other's little spaces, wherever we're at, matters. But I think we all are at the same place, right? So I'm gonna go to, if you don't mind, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to hear from this idea that I thought about before, and I always said that it's these older people are the ones that are holding us back in so many different ways. And Mary Antoinette had talked about this before, and I thought maybe give her a little space to talk about that.
About specifically people holding us back. Could you repeat the question, please? Address the issue of people holding us back.
Yeah, it's not ideology about just education, but in general, I think that we are being held back a little bit from systems, not only systems, but also cultural. And I know that we've had this discussions in the past, but I kind of want to bring it into education. Is there that problem as well?
I think so. One of the reasons that people leave their countries of birth, in addition to being in search of opportunities to reach your full potential, there are times when the people who feel threatened are trying to preserve certain aspects of the culture that may actually be militating against your reaching your full potential. And that is where we have to be a little sympathetic towards those who love their country, but would like to fully exploit their talents and gifts. I think that is something we should be able to have discussions about that without accusing people of being traitors for wanting to fully discover their gifts in other places. Because really, if we have to be honest, we are being held back from doing that in our local settings. I mean, I see that.
I think that's a great statement.
As someone who is proudly African, but also willing to admit that there are certain aspects of our culture that militate against us reaching our highest selves. It's a simple truth.
I don't have that imposter syndrome at all. I've never felt that. Actually, I think I'm completely the opposite. And thank God for that. But
To me,
I
like,
completely understand what you mean.
like those of us here in this platform are not in the category of the
Imposters.
people have in mind. No, like the people I have in mind, they're not, because the thing about that, you are like you and I, some degree of variation, but have received some of the best thing that you could possibly get, and at least in our educational journey. And I think that to me, like, it's not because I'm gonna, like, I wish everybody gets an IB education. An international baccalaureate education is the best education you could possibly get in high school. There's no education that's better than that, because it covers all the possible grounds that you need to cover, and then it sets you up for life, in terms of the ability to interrogate knowledge, to appreciate knowledge, to get wisdom from knowledge, and to get insight from knowledge. But it's just extremely prohibitive. The barrier to entry to that is just so high. And then it becomes too elitist and then too removed from many people. And many people who are potentially capable of taking full advantage of it are left without the possibility of taking advantage. So then you're left with the next thing. What is the next thing that we should be pursuing? To me, that we should be devoid of our personal feelings and our personal, how we are perceived, and how, because the problem is so big, it's so massive, it's so real for so many people. How I feel, how I perceive, how I feel I'm perceived by others, how I feel about that is almost insignificant in relation to the actual problems on the ground. I mean, it's just harrowing. Like, really, like the degree of empathy that we all have. Human beings are capable of empathy. We all have empathy, and it's some degree, different degree of empathy, but some degree of empathy. At minimum, some empathy there. But I guarantee you that with the most empathetic people will struggle to appreciate the significance of what is actually the problem on the ground, how people go through whatever they are going through, how they are burdened by life, how they're so strangled by lives, how their life is a stranglehold on them, not as opposed to their life is a place of opportunity to thrive, opportunity to be liberated, opportunity to be expressed. It's not even a luxury. It's not even a possibility of thought. So they're fundamental, because fundamental issues are broken. Fundamental issues of our human relations are broken. They are broken the way we. So, and the saddest part is the way the elites, that are those who have found the light, who have seen the light, cannot recognize that they have the responsibility and the burden to illuminate on this darkness. Even if it's not within their means to change policy, even if it's not within their means to build the schools or to build the businesses, but to illuminate on it, through your ideas, through your voices, through your arguments, through your rhetoric. Rhetoric are powerful. Rhetoric are essential for creation of ideas, not just for creation of ideas, for transforming ideas into intangible stuff. So we are missing in that space, and we struggle in that space. And because we are egocentric on ourselves. I think we need to really exorcise that part of it, because the burden that people face on the ground, the millions of Africans that are burdened by the lack and the absence of, reasonable and equitable and just sense of world that really helps them, like at least humanizes them, that sees them as human. That absence is profoundly impactful, profoundly effective, and we need to do what we can. And what we can is just to talk and articulate and use rhetoric as the power of rhetoric to do something about it. Then let's use the power to the fullest extent. Why should I be sensitive to somebody who has the opportunity to make a difference on the grounds is not making a difference? I'm not in the position of trying to protect and preserve the role and the position of any government official or any institution or any leader who has been bestowed with the responsibility to do something about it and not doing anything about it. Why should I be tiptoeing the line because somebody who's supposed to be doing the job and not doing the job, who should be taking the opportunity, not taking the opportunity? I think to me, that misalignment is what is a problem for me, and I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the Jonathan that we should be sensitive to people. And I think, like, people are too incensed. If people are too incensed by the notion, I think it's up to them to deal with it. It's not up to me to deal with it. I think the burden I have should be, what we should have is what we do with the power. So, Maria Antoinette, I think you want to say something.
I think I really wasn't sure what was the root of the misunderstanding at the beginning. I was wondering if the word technology and human in the same sentence was triggering to some people, given the current, what should I say, crisis, for want of a better word.
Yes.
In which people are realizing that there are plans to use technology to establish excessive control over humans. You see, in this current climate, when one uses the word human and the words human and technology in the same sentence, immediately the mind shifts to the current crisis.
Yes.
The future plans. Nobody really generally understands that when you speak of the technology of being human, you're not working with the same agenda as these characters, the powerful characters in the society at the moment. You see, that's where the problem lies, I think. I suspect. Because really, I did a little research on the plans for the future, and many people are extremely worried.
Yes. I guarantee you, it's not going to be, it's not even just in Africa. Maria Antoinette, it's not just in Africa. Just to add to that, it's everywhere. It's a scary prospect everywhere.
There are other people using the expression, the technology of being human. I haven't finished reading what they have written, but I think we need to, perhaps in another session, because it's already late, in another session, we need to just reiterate and clarify again exactly what you mean by the technology of being human.
So as simple as that the technology of being human being is essentially being recognizing that as human beings, we have the capability and the ability inherent means like inherent. This is it's not just, it's in our DNA, it's in our construct that we are capable of navigating life, in the life of knowledge, and the life of wisdom, and the life of insight, the ability to navigate. We have the tools, the instrument. Our neurons have the means. We are our just physical, without even considering the spiritual element of it. Just the material element of our construct is unmatched by any human technology that has ever been created. The technology of being human is about reclaiming the word technology, but for the sense of humanity. It's not about taking humanity to technology. No, it is reclaiming. Technology is about technique, it's about method, it's about approach, it's about processes, it's about systems, it's about outcomes. And every which way you can think of, human beings are endowed with unmatched amount of capability and skills, usually trapped by social construct, trapped by lack of opportunities. So that's what I mean. Generally, that's what the general is.
I think, as much as I hate to admit it, that is a challenge for us. I'll give you an example. A lot of people who have been conducting discussions on various channels with a view to improving the continent have been, but and we saw it with Tanzan's two of Tanzan's sessions, just particularly hostile. And okay, I'm in a position to see that this is the result of the trauma resulting from the places in which they live, the extreme discrimination that they face. And so any topic concerning Africa or African culture or anything concerning that topic, they just enter the room and start, bullying others. And it is unfortunate because it reinforces the stereotype of the extremely aggressive, angry Black man, you see? And that is why, was it yesterday? Yes, yesterday, and the other sessions, some of the Kaiserian Empire, for want of I have to actually say it because people have to know that characters who are coming from that angle are reinforcing the stereotype at a time when we are trying to reclaim the narrative of the dignified Black man and dignified Black woman.
Well, so, I am actually completely, hopefully you're not talking about me, but...
Not about you, no. Okay. I'm actually referring to the characters who came on our site yesterday from the Kaiserian Empire, right?
I wasn't here. Yeah, I wasn't
no,
here.
No, you weren't here.
I saw some
and it reinforced the stereotype of the savage. That's what it did. And so even though I was able to handle it as an individual, it was unfortunate that it keeps happening over and over. And yesterday we tasted it for the first time because those characters came here yesterday for the first time. You see? And that all that is part of education, the emotional intelligence, the ability to I know it's impossible to detach oneself from an issue that affects us so personally, but that is one area in which our education system is not preparing us because we are not communicating effectively when an issue is particularly triggering or painful. It's a challenge that we all have to work on.
I mean, to me, like I come, every time you guys say, I don't know how, it's very hard for maybe for some people to see it. Every time people talk, I come back to the same argument I make. Like, we have to make education about humanization. Education should be humanizing. And humanizing is about those things that you're talking about. It's about really tapping into that inherent human qualities for recognition of power and limits. Recognition.
I'm gonna say something just not to what Mary Antoinette said. It was by actually accident, in a sense, that somebody had posted something in the chats, because I'm not always capable of always being on here. And it shocks me there's so many African channels that are out there completely on another realm, that everything that I hear, it is personal, and I get it, because it might be a channel going on what's going on in Somalia. I get all of that. It's the energy is different. The behavior is different. The talk is different. And it really is really shocking. I was not here yesterday, so I have no clue, but I'm just saying, I've seen that somewhere else recently, and it made me realize, like, social media is probably going to be our a good grace for us to do well for Africa in general, or it's going to completely destroy us. And that's what it's doing to American communities, it's doing it to Europeans, it's doing to everyone. I don't want that. And I honestly, I wish they would shut down everything sometimes, because I think it is this energy of hate that can come off from that you have no control over. And people are not critical thinkers, and we talked about this about education. And they're not going to sit there and think like that. They're not good consumers.
No, but
and everybody's going to have...
To me, like, Jonathan, I keep saying, I sound like, like, sorry for keep repeating. I keep saying the power of education is exactly that.
Were you completely free?
No, not too free. The power of education, if you don't really intently and thoughtfully, intentionally design it, and then actually implement it, and actually organize it. If you don't organize it, the consequence of it is exactly what you see.
And you have to train people like that from when they're kids. That's a very long term. Well, at least to be critical thinkers. You understand what I mean? It's not just about at home, but also at the educational.
It's not about the training.
To be smart consumers of information, because people. Let me tell you what just happened in my state of New York.
As an educator, I can tell you this: that human beings are critical thinkers by their nature. It's inherent in us.
No, they're not.
It's an instrument. It's an instrument that we all have, but it's an instrument either that can be sharpened or completely used for wrong things, or that is out of tune. So the tuning part of it is what education does. So the critical thinking is the critical lens people have, because that's inherent in us, because that's the tool that we use for survival. That's the tool.
Well, let me tell you, I don't know, whatever it is, but all I know is because of social media and just too much information out there, we had some stupid ass 18-year-old kid, white kid, go in the middle of freaking, like, did his research, mind you, smart enough to do his research, and killed a bunch of black people. Okay, so that's my state. Like, I know I'm not from, that city, but the point that I'm trying to make is that we have to teach, and it's happening. I see it in our freaking people that are even on here. They go and they have their own shows, and I see what goes on in the shows, and it shocks me. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is sick. I mean, why would you even allow that kind of conversation to have? Very abusive about women and very cursing. I'm okay with cursing. I'm a cursor. I get that. This is an English word. I get that. But it's not just the cursing. It's the energy and the everything else. And I'm assuming that's what happened here yesterday, because they probably trickled down over here. I was not here. But the idea that this is happening, don't forget, we're just talking about English. It is happening in Amharic in Ethiopia.
I'm selfish. I'm a very selfish person, and I'm selfishly guarding my platform here. I want this conversation to always land into the education, the reimagining and re-envision of education in the 21st century. And that's what I want to, like, those are the prevailing conditions, right? You're describing exactly what you are seeing. And I'm saying that's a manifestation of something deeply, profoundly broken. And what is broken is our education system. And our education system that is devoid of any humanity. And the humanity recognizes what I have agency, but I have limit. I cannot achieve everything. To the extent I can think of something, then I can think about it. To the extent I cannot think about it, it's not my purview. That means that's my limitation. We are limited in sentient beings. That's so the humanity that is need to be empowered is what I'm talking about, and I think that is essentially what is missing, because that's missing what you see that 10, 15 years down the line, the platform, the tools, the instrument that are there are only showing the fault lines that exist in the society. The problem is not just the platform. The problem is just showing the fault lines, the brokenness of people's life, the brokenness of their promise, the promising person that you sent off to school in the first grade, graduates and finishes, and then it's so disturbing to hear them think and act and talk like that. So that is testament of the brokenness of the system that we're talking about.
You know, I'll tell you one thing, Israel and everybody on this panel. There was an 800 number that you just dialed. Actually, it was somewhere in Philly,
yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
You call in that number, okay? And I mean, right when you enter, everybody's cursing each other. They don't know each other from Adam. And I'm like, why did he give me this phone number? He just said, just listen how many people are so frustrated in their life. That was exactly what it was. They cannot say it to anybody, but they will be on these kind of calls and just show their aggressiveness. They're mad at the world. It's like Israel. If you say, "Oh, you give up whatever avatar name, whatever that you can give them, right?" And you just say, "Hey, this is Israel." Oh, Israel, you know, they'll curse you out. I mean, you just got in. They don't. It's just the human nature sometimes. Okay.
No, but that is less than human to me. That's biggie. That's my point. That's less than being human.
And then yes, and then now still the YouTube is kind of control environment. You can report it. You see what I'm saying? Yes. If it is too much, okay. But at the same time, what you see is people still have this energy to really ready to curse it out, tear it down, and come up with some subject that's so unreal. What's going on the ground? Yeah, it's a reflection on how you want it into your world. So our discussion here, we get once in a while we get things like that, and the way it got controlled in is just who you are talking with.
Yes.
It's just, you know, simple as that. You know, the more aggressive, to tell you honestly, my show, there's somebody that's going to be so ignorant and aggressive, click you out. You see what I'm saying? We're not going to tolerate that, because we want to have informative communication. And sometimes it gets heated. Hey, it's normal. But again, we tone down, and somebody comes in and try to break it down. Hey, this is what it is. This is what it is. And then we balance our conversation. Like I said, you know, in One Africa, as well, Nation One Africa, we cannot have the whole world in it. Very few. And those of us that are inviting and people that are joining us, they're commenting, they're here every day, and we're here to do something different. We are working toward a better goal, to a better Africa. So in that aspect, Jonathan, yeah, I just went through some channel. I thought it was a good conversation, suddenly break out to be a different level. So for us, you know, when we get things like that, yeah, so what? You know, it's like, hey, you know, if you have your personal experience, if it is benefiting to the audience, that how you change it, how you better yourself, great. But if you're going to say this is the way it's going to be because of your past, then we have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's bullying others. That's what you call it, a cyberbullying. Okay. The first time that we got where we are able to text on those flip phones,
yeah,
people can type in to curse you out a lot faster. And in fact, this happened to me. When he's got a flip phone and I have a smartphone. I was very advanced because I was in telecom, so I got better phones. So what I did was, okay, you can say all you want, you know. And actually, I recorded my text messages, okay, and I sent it. he called me back. He said, please, I'm technologically challenged, and you just killed all the memory on my phone. I said, so you can stop cursing me out. So I shut him out technologically, because once I maxed out that text message, he had to delete everything in order to get back to me. So finally, I made that kind of decisions, because some people, there's a Makaro.
That's the simplest.
So you give somebody all the thing and
all the advice.
All the advice, and if you don't understand, hang yourself.
If they refuse, let's experience it, let life teach them.
Teach them, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. And to me, to me, whatever problem, and Marie Antoinette, I think I want your take on this. Whatever problem that we are talking about, I think we can generally agree in some way, some shape, and some form, the education system people go through have a part to play in it. So, that's not discounting the people's agency to some degree, that to stand those things. I'm not discounting those things, but we can say to some degree education and the education system and education process, whether it be in school, in the community, and everything everywhere in between in life, that learning environment has a way of enforcing that kind of negativity, negative energy, and the desire for distraction and the destruction of everything around you and everyone. And that said, so the thing I want to leap at, and this is what I want you take on Marie Antoinette, is then hence that's why we need to be very intentional about what we design in terms of education, because of the impact it will have on the future. Okay, if we are experiencing that kind of level of really disconnect, that lack of humanity in people, that sense of disconnect that people, if you're experiencing that, and then to some degree as a result of what they went through in the education system, then henceforth moving forward, we can't just let education be kind of like a pedestrian activity, like a secondary, like, oh yeah, kind of like a sideshow. It has to be the show. It has to be the only show that is at the heart of what we as a society should be thinking about. So what do you think about that, Marie Antoinette? I hope I made sense. The question made sense. There's some points, there's some comments in there, and I'm not trying to lead you in any direction, but feel free to really share your thoughts on that.
I'm wondering if some of the hostility in the education, some of the, not hostility, the disillusionment that some students, that you have observed among students, is the result of hostility from the teachers. What do you think that is a possibility?
I thought that was a possibility, but I ruled it out early on my close lookup. This is a degree to which the teacher plays a part, but you can always circumvent that by empowering students. So by creating the power kind of dynamic in such a way that the learner is as powerful, if not more powerful, and the dynamics of the school, you can easily correct that. You can always rebalance that kind of dynamic. But that's a part to play. But I don't know. Even after doing that, you still struggle. Even in the context of yes, you have outliers. I'm not talking about the mean, the average, but not in the mean, but the outliers of educators that are incredibly that make up for every other, with 5 to 6 teacher that's bad, and 1 or 2 is out there as an outlier, who are not in the mean, that really make up for what all those other people mess up and do badly. But I think it's more than that. It's more than what teachers are and how the teachers. I think personally, my experience is like that. What do you think?
There is an underlying I didn't want to use the word hostility again, but I'll just use it. I'll give you an example. Today, I looked at a YouTube video about, it was a Kenyan dietitian speaking about, what was it, diet in general. And I'm a medical doctor, and I found that the video was fine. I really couldn't find anything wrong with the video. But when I looked in the comments, there was this man, an African man, with a harsh comment. Go back to school. Dietary cholesterol does not cause a problem because the liver is not stupid. And I'm saying, but yes, it's true, there is a mechanism by which the liver can deal with your dietary intake, but an excess of any intake of would cause problems for the human body. I mean, that is just known.
But
This level of hostility with a young Kenyan dietitian, and this African man is punching her in the face on the comments. What is this hostility about?
It's most often than not, I don't want to say it's data backed. Okay, more often than not, at least anecdotally, that is a characteristics of not like somebody who knows, who just discovered knowledge, but doesn't have a sense of understanding, the sense of humanity to discover knowledge by itself. Knowing that fact by itself doesn't give you the kind of insight, because what you just said, it was an insight, right? Like, you know, as a medical doctor, the average person knows, at least somebody exposed to enough data and information knows, like, part of the liver function is managing what? Managing fats, right, in the system and in your body, and the consumption, right? That's knowledge. But people take that knowledge as insight and misconstrued as insight. That's not insight. But the dietitian that you didn't have a problem with, he was giving advice based on insight, not based on knowledge. So people kind of like really have a misaligned can they misposition knowledge to wisdom, wisdom to insight, and so they can't process that. They don't have the kind of the neurological framework, the mind framework, intellectual framework, spiritual, emotional framework to modulate all of those knowledge and synthesize the insight they need to appreciate. Even when you disagree with somebody's perspective, you will just say, okay, what is this? You will just be asking, what is this part? You won't be denigrating the other person. You just be like, what about, have you considered this part? And that's usually what not just a knowledgeable person, but an insightful person does. Insight is a different level of humanity. And in order to access insight, you need to have a high degree of growth, personal growth. People who are not mature enough in that space, who have not experienced enough in that space, they struggle with that. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, it does. I would just like us to address in another session, a later session, the importance of modeling good behavior. It really is something that we take for granted. We just assume that if people know what's the correct way is, they would choose that way. Not necessarily. From childhood, people need to see good behavior being modeled.
I mean, like, you know.
Yes, Marianne, can I say one thing on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, like I said, when you talk to a person face to face versus hidden behind the keyboard, the being aggressive now lately has been shown high statistics because they can say whatever he wants behind the keyboard. And those that now can clearly come up on a panel being aggressive, you can see that clearly what they would have been commenting behind, because it doesn't make any difference. But those that are behind the keyboard and texting these or chatting on this kind of level, these are the ones that I call more dangerous. You know, it's because God knows what else they're going to be chatting on the different panels. So, because it's hurtful. You understand? It's very hurtful. And the one thing that, yes, in our model, like you said, be courteous. You can have a little heated conversation, but at the same time, keep the courtesy. I always said you can attack the idea, but not that person. You know what I'm saying? You can criticize it. But, you know, in that format, I guess, you know, most of our moderators and as well panelists that comes in, we are very much courteous and respectful.
Can I say something? You know what I call it, Biggie? I call it being human, like proper human. Because I think others that are doing what you're talking about are doing it for the hits. They're doing it for the... I mean, it kind of reminds me of... well, I hate to say it, but like the Kardashian of African culture that's happening right now. And I think that it's just about attention. It has nothing to do with nothing. I mean, they don't even really have a really strong, honest discussion about anything. So it's just about getting hits. And thank God that you guys are not doing that. And just stay that way, because otherwise you'll be... I'm sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to give you a props. That's me giving you props, because thank God. Because I saw the other side. I was like, what the hell is going on over there? Like, it's a whole other world out there. And that scares me, because that could be a very disruptive thing for Africa, you know, in general. I'm not even talking about, you know, One Africa, Pan Africa, anything. In Africa in general. Because there's just a lot of people that will do anything for attention.
I don't think it's just Africa. It's almost everywhere now. I mean, if you look at what's going on with Russia and Europe, EU, it's the same fighting, shouting match. They're ridiculous that they can't. They just because of gas and oil, they are willing to go to the risk of total annihilation of humanity. That's the kind of character that defines and characterizes our body politics. That, you know, modeling the Marie Antoinette is talking about, that's how we model at the highest level. We don't have that kind of sense of rigor, but to really say, you know, question those things that are really demonstrating the kind of the fourth lines of our human society, our organized, the way we organize ourselves together. And to me, that is essentially one of the biggest challenges we are facing.
There's not.
Go ahead, Maria.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having a heated debate. I mean, I look at British Parliament all the time. It's practically a football match. But there's a different type of toxic energy that has characterized many of the discussions concerning Africa at this time, particularly toxic, like even worse than the British Parliament. When you cross that threshold, you can't blame people well, they have really reinforced a horrible stereotype.
Yeah.
Marie Antoinette, you know what scares me even more is that we have no control over it, because these American companies that are not, you know, like they shut off the president of the United States got cut off out of Twitter, right? And at the same time, like there was all this madness that was going on in Africa.
Yeah.
My point is, like, I think that we have so little control over, because of all the different languages and that we speak in Africa in general, talking about an African context. And it really scares me, because at the end of the day, whether you're black, white, whatever, I guarantee you, if you're in the middle of a field and you're dying and the only blood that you have is me to save you, I guarantee you would beg me. And I will never let you die. You know, I'll give it to you, but there are going to be some that are just that hateful that will be like, no, I will never have a Christian blood in me, for example. Let's just say. And there will be a white guy that will, like some British, you know, the crazy dude, God knows if he was dying, you not to save his life, you might not even take it. Besides the point. It's just disgusting to me. And every time that I experience that, that's what I keep, like, if you're dying, would you take my blood? Like, would you even take it? Otherwise, you know what? I never have to deal with you, and then I have to tell everybody not to deal with you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the problem with Africa right now is we don't control the social media. And I'm telling you, it's going to be the enemy of Africa, because they're going to use that as a tool against us. They've been doing it, and it's going to get worse.
I think to me, it's like, how do you keep the well-educated, well-informed, smart, intelligent people from thinking deeply to the serious problems that they exist? The real problem that they exist is by keeping them with the notion, with the perception that they are much more bigger crisis at hand than these other serious issues. To me, they, like, you know, because that's how they censor them. They promote these discords that are not discourse, but they are discords. They are essentially like a takedown and a breakdown and then, a dehumanization of other people. That's what they do. It's like somebody's out there who's promoting something like that. They don't have to teach them. They don't have to give them any hints. They have to do that. Their personality, their characteristics, they give them a platform. In our platform, they will try to silence us by trying to make us ghosts in the system, by preventing other people from actually seeing that right now at this stage, Swahili Nation platform is having a reasonable, very powerful, very thoughtful conversation. So the algorithms, they play with the algorithm, manipulate the algorithm to prevent people from having reasonable discussions, so that people like you and me get distracted with this absurdness. And I'm not, and neither should you. Yeah, you shouldn't be even disgusted by it. You shouldn't be even bothered by it, because it exists to make you feel exactly that. What you're feeling right now is exactly the goals and the objectives of such platforms, and to kind of play into your emotions. I personally don't even give a hoot about these people. What they like, I see them as bots. Like I see them like the only thing I feel and fear for people who are participating in such platforms is how low they've gone to what is possible and that resides in each one of them. But God has given the gift of humanity that has been given to each and every one of them, how badly is misused, how badly not underutilized. I feel sad and sorry for them, but I don't feel disgusted about it. I don't feel bothered about it. Because the essential fundamental problems that Africa faces is not the crisis of morality. It's not. Those are the sprinkles at the top. And the reason we are given those as signals is to get us to look at those things, and so that we don't focus on the real target. They are incredibly inconvenient distractions from. I'm not saying they don't exist. They exist. I'm not saying they are not a problem. They are a problem. But they are problems designed and organized for you to be distracted.
And at the same time, when you talk about on the Africa side of the house, they're not as really you think they're connected, because it costs a lot of money to connect to the internet.
Yeah.
So there won't be really good. Thank God for that too. That all of them are not exposed to this nonsense, because they will follow certain things, certain things of importance of their life, something that they can learn from. But all this nonsense that you see on YouTube, they don't have time for that. They see it, but they're not going to be into it.
One point were like they're probably like about somehow 800 or let's say 600 million potential young people that could listen to them, that could pay attention to them. Then just check out how many of them there are. I mean, the internet penetration is quite high in Africa. Even though it's expensive, people don't use them. If people want to go into the internet, they will go to the internet and they will go find. I mean, Africans do use the internet, but not
right.
Obviously, they're not using them to watch this silly nonsense.
That's what I'm saying.
So they're out there watching something and then following something, and most of the time Africans are looking for a way forward. Africans are desperate to get way forward. They're not interested in being distracted, you know?
No, I was just gonna say I think Africans are trying to at least like people like me, and I think many of us that are here are trying to find some kind of a balance. And what I've noticed is this very religious space. And I always said, I love the fact that you guys are, you do your prayers or whatever. But I also find that to be a problem because religion seems to be what divides. Because a lot of these other things that are going on seem to be completely the other side. And what I loved about what Mika did, and I don't even think that he meant it, but it takes people. I grew up that way. My neighbors, we have a family that's intermarriage between religions. I get all of that. But when you have something that's just based on something and you are just pushing that also it happens. And I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it live. Swahili Nation is just a language. I get it. I think that prayers should be prayers and not a religion. I don't appreciate that personally. I think that eventually I had to say it, and I've said this personally to Mika as well. I think that you guys have to stop that. Let me finish what I'm saying. No, don't interrupt me. I'm sorry. I absolutely agree. Let me tell you, I grew up with both. I grew up with all ethnic people. But when you do that, you're already doing that. And no wonder that they're going somewhere else because they don't feel that way. So you can't even have a conversation with people that are Muslims. When was the last time you had a Muslim person on here? So my point is, be careful. No, wait. So I hope for SNN, and it's the best for SNN, is to stop that. Do not make it about religion, because that's what they're using. Because on the other side, that's what they're doing as well. And let me tell you, like I said, and this is why I loved, and I hope that Mika goes that direction. You can pray. I have no problems with that. But the minute that you put that in there, it's the same thing as ethnicity. It's the same thing as tribes. Stop that. Just have a conversation with just being African. Why do you have to even do that? Like, I don't appreciate that. You can pray as just, I don't know, no religion at all. I don't think you can do that. So, but figure that out, and maybe that you can bridge that gap and bring some of those people as well so that way that eventually that we can actually have conversations with each other without all that craziness, which is, tribes, ethnic, religion. I'm so sick and tired of that. So I don't want to hear it in the beginning. I don't want to hear it at the end. I understand that. Keep it to your personal thing, but don't bring it here. That's just my personal, I thought I should just get it out of my system and say that. And I mean that in a good way. I don't mean it in a bad way, but religion is a very personal thing. Just keep it to yourself.
One thing, Jonathan, when we pray, anybody, Muslim, it doesn't matter which denomination you are. You can come and pray. And he say, in the name of Allah, it's your prayer. We're going to take it as a prayer. So just because we end in the name of Jesus Christ, the prayer is the one that's initiated by the person. And he says, in the name of Jesus Christ. I understand that you're trying to say, hey, there's a religion divide. No, we're trying to make a harmony among religion. You can come and pray in any which way you want. If you are Buddhist, you are Hinduist, you're Islam, it doesn't matter. This platform is about the harmony in the religion itself, because the religion doesn't divide us. We are the one that's dividing ourselves, because we always have that understanding. Oh, you know, this blessing. Remember, you were a spiritual people.
Listen, Biggie, I love you, but like, really, you're already beginning with the division right there.
No.
Because then you're no. But my point is, keep the religion away. Period. If you want to talk about education, let's talk about education. Let's not just like I don't appreciate the religion. I'm sorry. I think that it pushes people away. That's all.
Can I ask you a question?
I could understand why religion is divisive, because as someone who reads sacred texts of different religions, when I read what some leaders of some religions write about the followers of other religions, we can't escape the fact that religion has been divisive. I have books in which a rabbi has written things about Christians that are amazingly divisive. I have books of other texts of other religions with the same characteristic. There's no escaping that for some people, the Christian cross, is not a redemptive symbol as it is for me. And they just feel threatened because of traumatic experiences in their country, with which I would not be familiar, but I would understand why. I had to host a show on Swahili Nation once, and at the end of the prayer, I wrote in the chat, Amen and Amin, because I didn't want to alienate the Muslims at all. But I understand why people see it as divisive, even though it is not our intention to be divisive.
I never said it was the intention, but it is. The minute that you bring that up,
like Jonathan, I'm the host of the show. You have not to chime in.
Okay, fine, you can shut me down, but I'm still gonna bring it up because you talk about education. Because if it's about education, I can understand that. Then we can't bring everything up.
Let me talk. Let me talk. You've said your point of views on prayer, and then I think Biggie has said a point of view on the prayer, and I think Maria Antoinette has said it, and I'm the only one left. And you've said twice your point of view on this one, and I'll let you come in and then actually make it so. But I think, to me, I think like you have your perspective has to be taken seriously, taken into consideration in terms of the planning and the execution of the programming. And then in part, I think Sam also points out, there are people out there who see these things as a way of division, but there are also people out there who are people of faith that they see this as a way of unity. And I've had a Muslim person who said, I would rather have a Christian who prays than an atheist who hates God. So there's all sort of variation in terms of how people. So we can't always impose how people feel about this based on our personal perspective. That said, I think it needs to be taken into consideration as to like there's something that like what is the overwhelming sense of like unifying force here that we need to have that allows everybody to come together to unite. And that, to me, that's the answer we're looking for. Not okay, this divides and no this divide. I'm somebody of faith. Okay, I follow what's Christianity, but I'm not imposing that point of view on anybody. And so I'm a person of faith. I'm a human being. I'm not just the ideas and the compilation of ideas that are just spewing out of my mouth. There's a person in there who has experience, who has feelings, who has emotions, who has connections, who has relationships, who has all sorts of things that are part of who I am, that form my identity. So this hide and seek kind of thing, to me, is just like a flawed sense of connection, a flawed sense of safety and security that other people are seeking to derive from a place that they're not supposed to be derived from. This platform is not where you're supposed to feel secure and safe about your religion. It's not. It's not supposed to be a platform of religion, a faith, or promotion of faith and religion. So it has never intended to do that. So to that extent, if people are looking for that, they are looking for the wrong place. But to the extent that there are people who are out there who are struggling to really appreciate and distinguish between being faithful, being part of something, is there intention for something? Like, is there other intentions? Is there other religion that is trying to push this agenda through these things? And there are people out there thinking and feeling that, and they are real and meaningful thoughts. And this must be taken into considerations. And I think that's, to me, I'm somewhere in the middle there, that gray area. So we need to figure that out. I mean, Christians welcomed Muslims when they were being persecuted. Okay? And Muslims built churches when Christians in their neighborhood, in their community, the small minority Christians in their neighborhood didn't have a church. When Christians were being persecuted by some other warriors, there were mosques that were used to host them and house them. Human history is full of it. Hundreds of thousands of stories that
Well, this is about one Africa, so all I'm saying is keep the religion out of it. That's all. Because let's be honest, even in Ethiopia, we're like almost 50% Muslim. I have never seen somebody coming in and praying for Allah and praying for Allah outside. Just keep it out. Just what I'm saying is, if we are being very honest about one Africa, keep religion out. The same way that we're trying to keep ethnicity out. It's just my feeling, and I'm sorry, and I have to say it because
okay. I got a question. That's all. I got a question. Where do you want to place the freedom of religion?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand that question. What do you mean? Freedom of religion means that it's freedom for you to believe whatever. Yeah.
Right. So let's say I'm hosting, and I want to start my host with a prayer.
Well, to be honest with you, I find it personally offensive, to be honest, most of the time, because I think it's unfair, because there are other people that might not want to, just say prayer and just silently pray. But why do you have to say Jesus Christ and all this stuff? Because they might not believe in that. They might not even believe in religion or whatever.
No,
I think that you have to separate that. That's the same thing about ethnicity. It's the same thing.
I am the one praying. All right? I'm the one praying. I'm not praying.
You can.
No, I'm not praying for you. I'm praying. Right? Okay? I wouldn't want a Muslim to pray a non-Muslim prayer. I wouldn't want. I want them to be fully, honestly, authentic about their religion, their faith. It's important to them. And then it's not necessarily an imposition on others.
But you are praying it loud in your voice, so that says something. No,
for myself here.
I'm sorry. You have to agree a little bit with me on
I'm
this
praying
one.
For myself, but I'm not saying I think to me, Jonathan, like what I'm saying to me, like I think like you can't suggest your ideas, but you can't impose your ideas.
I think that you're actually being extremely, well, not extremely. I will say it's okay to pray. That's fine. If you want to pray loud, that's fine. But to do it on a show that is public, in an atmosphere that you are trying to reach as many people as possible that are from all kinds of religions, that's fine. Let them pray. Just bow down and pray silently. Why do you have to do that? Like, I don't understand that part, because I don't think that's fair. That's all I'm saying. So be careful with that, because you talked about education. It's the same thing.
What I'm saying
exactly the same
thing. What I'm saying to you, like I've heard you loud and clear. I think Mika also have heard you loud and clear. But
yeah, I hope I said it loud and clear to everybody.
I've said this before. What I'm trying to tell you that like it's not a fair thing to sound like you want to impose this.
But it sounds like that. It comes across that way.
Yeah, because you keep saying the same thing I've already known and heard you. But I want you to hear the other perspective. I want this to be discussed and as a discourse, but I don't want it to be like a final solution. I'm not deciding any decision on that right now. I'm just trying to kind of like I'm not pushing back to you. I'm just trying to tell you that, like, from my vantage point, when I pray, this is why prayer is important. I'm not doing the prayer because Swahili Nation said you should start the prayer, end the prayer. No, I pray because. But there are obviously aspects of that process that I relate, I recognize from your vantage point. I recognize that how that could come across for somebody innocently, for somebody that could be a divisive thing. And that is important. I recognize that. And I couldn't have recognized until you actually said it. When you said it, I started thinking about it. So that's important. That it's important that people know that why I pray, me as a host. But so it's also important to understand that other people might find aspect of the prayer, not just necessarily the prayer, but aspect of the prayer quite troublesome for them, at least. So so Rich is back. So Rich is back. He's saying, "What the heck is going on?" So Jonathan, what the heck are you doing to the platform? You get in trouble. Rich is having.
Invite Rich.
I'm not trying to get into trouble.
No.
Like, I'm just being very honest.
No, it's a joke.
Somebody had to say it live, and I'm being honest because I think that sometimes that people believe in all different kinds of gods. That's all.
We've heard you. We've heard you. We get your point. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Like somebody coming at the tail end of what we're talking about might misunderstand what we're saying, but the context, the broader context is it's a much longer conversation that we just had. So Rich is just joining right now. We're just hearing the tail end of the conversation. So don't take that, too literally, and then don't have to be like you made a very valid argument, very valid point. It doesn't need to be defended, and that it doesn't need to be argued out. I think we so I think we will take into consideration, the perspective, and it's something that I'll have a conversation with Mika and the team. Okay, can you believe it? I've never done 9 hours without going to the bathrooms. It's ridiculous.
Oh my God.
And without eating food in between.
I didn't even look at it.
I only had coffee in the morning.
9:16.
Can I give you a big props about that jacket? Like, that jacket is sick. I want that jacket.
Only San Francisco.
That jacket is so amazing. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, look at you. Oh, what?
Oh, man.
African, no.
What?
Oh, my God.
No, what is he, that part?
Full time? It's got African pockets like the. What? Nice. Isn't it? This whole time you've been hiding that?
Yeah, you've been hiding that part.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's not like when we have a full studio, we will show it to you. Hey, Rich, I kind of like, I really want, to me, like, I want to really, I think to me, whatever ills that we are dealing with in our society, in our current society, in our future society, I think we need to we the educated ones, we need to change. We need to change. We need to change our lenses. If we need to change our lenses, we need to change the framework through which we see and analyze the world and understand the world. And I think we need to change. I need to change. I need to always continuously change in order so that my time on this planet, your time on this planet, is so short. As much as such a short moment, so short, so brief. We still can make it meaningful for others who out there who deserve to be given the opportunity to find their voice, to be heard, and who God knows. And Allah knows what they could possibly resolve the problem that I couldn't possibly think about. Jonathan couldn't possibly think about or resolve. I mean, imagine like the cohort of smart, intelligent, thoughtful, engaged human people in the world doubles, like the way this group here doubles by number, and that much capability will go a long way in making the world a better place, and a better place, meaningfully better, but not just as a rhetoric of this really like false kind of Disney world kind of better world, but a really better place in that people actually will have meaningful life. They live a meaningful life, and I think, and to me, that burden, that responsibility falls on us. And then I'm frustrated the most. I'm personally frustrated the most when people want to take that kind of like, oh, give me a lighter load of weight and responsibility when it comes to that. It really, like, to me, frustrate me. And sometimes that frustrations, I want to push back. I want to push back to you, to all the audience out there who are listening to us, that it is our responsibility. Like, we have made it. It is our responsibility to open up the door for 2 or 3 or 4 more people out there. And then it's the responsibility of those people that you open doors to open for 2, 3, 4 more, 5 more people. And that's the way that we can fundamentally alter and open the door. I decided at some point in my life, in the education life, I realized I'm not somebody who take credit on the success and failure of somebody. But if I have a part to play in the life of my students and the people I work with and the people I have come across, I have to be a catalyst. I have to be that's the maximum you can go. You can catalyze, but you cannot be an active agent. I cannot possibly be an active agent in the life of Jonathan or anybody here, or anyone for that matter. It's overstated. So
sorry about that.
Yeah.
Ridge wants you to send him a link. He's got something cool to show us.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Sorry to.
Oh no, it's okay.
I'm
So
tired.
what I'm trying to tell you, like this segment I have, I'm going to use it for no other purpose other than a platform to catalyze change, to catalyze the reinvigoration and the invigoration of the humanity that is being stifled left and right by all sort of things. And I want this platform to be a platform to catalyze the education of a generation of people that out there will say, you know what? Yes, I'm confounded, limited, in constrained by this and that or all of this, but within those constraints, I see this opening. I see this opportunity. I see this action that I could take right now. It could be thinking about something differently. It could be making better decisions, better choices. In order to that, it could be about learning the choices that I've made, and then trying to inform the future choices I'm about to make. So to me, this platform is going to be vehemently about that, and I'm going to be crazy about standing up to it. And if sometimes I'm going to be forceful about it, I'm going to be assertive about it. But it's not. There's no malice intended. If people feel emotional about it, they will get over it overnight, because they will realize that, you know, somebody like Ezra will have no ill harms in mind when I'm like arguing, say like, hey, come on, I'm arguing about the big issue here. Like, your personal concern is not my concern. When I say that, is literally, it's just saying that your personal concern is your concern. And the important concern at hand is the world that is in peril, the world that is struggling. So we got the architect in the house. The architect in the house, he's coming in and joining us as a triangle. So thank you. Welcome to the platform. I don't know if you can hear us. Rich, welcome back.
Hey, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay.
Hey, Rich.
Hey, how are you, man?
I'm doing good.
I'm gonna share my screen with you guys so I can show you what I was talking about. Oh, it's not on the screen.
Yeah, you just had a screen, right?
Yeah. Remember? Can you guys see my screen?
It was about to show off and then disappeared.
No problem. I'll show you now. Can you see now?
Yeah. No, but like you have to. Okay. Oh, okay. I just added to the stream.
Okay.
I had to add it to the stream. Oh, I see.
Can you guys see?
That idea you were talking about, that thing that can drop. Is it $59? Are you kidding me? It's not $59.
No, it's a concept.
I started like Googling it. Okay.
Like, oh, this one I gotta shop quickly. I want to own this property.
So look at this, right? So look at this. We're talking about how we can develop and so on, right? And remember earlier I was telling you, because we're so behind, we have to create solutions that will like create loops, like time loops. Like we have to leap so much forward because we lost so much time. off of our trajectory. So I was saying that instead of trying to build a whole bunch of railways so we can trade with each other and those kind of things, we can trade with each other like this. This is not impossible, you know.
Yeah.
Like you have helicopters that take containers already. They actually like take them to different places. They only have 2 wings. These have 4. So I don't know. When I talk about like energy and so on, I know that there are a whole bunch of Africans out there that study industrial design, industrial engineering, computer engineering. That's what all those things you're gonna need for this type of stuff. Programmers, all type of people. We already have those kind of people. We just need to collect the energy, store the energy, and strategically redistribute the energy so that we can build things that would further our own well-being, our own security, our food security, actual security, like educational security, business security, all type of security. We're gonna have to like a PLO Lumumba said, we're gonna have to think without the box now. Like we can't be inside the box or outside the box anymore. Like the box can't even be there when we start thinking. So this is what I was telling you about.
Yeah, that in that technology aspect of it, there is a possibility of building it, but a lot of people that are really worried about the FAA compliance, you know, what not to interfere in the space.
Man,
You see what I'm saying?
let me tell you, man. This is a
But
matter of survival, you know.
right, no, I understand. you know, I used to have a little remote car, you know, electric car, remote.
Yeah.
I always, and this is when I was a lot younger, of course, very young. And in fact, I went in when I visited Paris. The remote control things was so, it's just there's this spark that people have boats that's remote. And for me, all this time I was looking, why not building a car just like that and being fuel free? You just charge it. I had that concept, but I never put it into realization. Now that we have drone, I was thinking about the helicopters. Now they're talking about suicidal drones and stuff like that. Things are getting really big. Like you said, this should not be a problem. Now it's just a matter of the battery, how heavy the battery is in order to really sustain that kind of payload. So I'm pretty sure that they put on $59 right now as a drone, but you're looking at $59 million.
No, this is like the same thing that a helicopter does. It's the exact same thing. It's not different. They already been created already. It's just not being used for this purpose. Just not being altered to use for this purpose. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. We have those huge helicopters.
Don't worry, I'll send you a container full of gifts one time.
Mm-hmm. In fact, when you look into technology like that, there's this technology, instead of having a differential, okay, there's the new concept. I think maybe Tesla's going to come up with it. Is that the motor itself is on the wheels, so you won't have no motor in any type of motor for the hybrid or anything else. It's just the motor is going to be mounted to the wheel. So if one goes bad, just like changing tire, you change it. You take that one out, put another tire with a new motor.
Oh, I know.
So they didn't build the body yet. It's just the concept that they have, because now we have a lot of off-roads driving in the continent.
Of course, that's why.
So they are independently controlled. They don't need any differential. They just automatically kicks in. Just from transmission aspect of it, it doesn't have that. It's just built into it, and it showed some of the advantages. Actually, it has a lot of advantage when it comes to African roads. So if we start building just based on that, it's just putting a body to it. You know, just the car is out there. I mean, the motor is out there.
Well, remember we still have material scientists who's trying to make stronger materials even lighter than the heavier ones.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm just thinking like it have to be. We have to design. I don't know. We have to look at the whole education and design stuff in a way that will serve us.
When you think about it, like if you solve, like, you know, reach, you know, if I may say something here, this is kind of like a breakthrough solution, right? Mm-hmm. So like the way mobile was a breakthrough solution for Africa that was destitute, will never find a way to connect such a vast continent with landline. Mm-hmm. So mobile technology comes in, and then it's such a great circumvention. Help us circumvent, you know, all sort of the barrier to entry, right? So that and then it becomes a breakthrough. Mobile technology is a breakthrough, right? And then I think, like what you're suggesting, like, you know, we are struggling to logistically is a struggle in Africa, right? Logistics is a struggle because the vast part of Africa is not connected, and there is all sort of reason why it's not connected. But the fact of the matter is not connected. So then moving around logistic from one place to another is another issue. Let me give you an idea. For example, from where I come from in Ethiopia, somewhere around 30 to 40% of the actual surplus that's produced in terms of food, agricultural surpluses produced cannot find itself to the place of shortages. So sometimes it becomes cheaper for the government to buy the food from somewhere, brings the food from somewhere, transport it through the global logistics system of shipping, packing, and all that logistics systems, and then getting to the people who need the food. Imagine that.
Exactly.
So 30 to 40% of the food that, so when I did work, an agricultural work in the rural Ethiopia once, farmers were telling us, because the logistics is so messed around, it's so manipulated and all of this convoluted. Sometimes it's not worth even making the effort to sell it. So what they do, they take so they had these avocado trees. They would take the avocado fruit and just dump it on the ground. Let it be a compost. So that because the avocado has to grow another round of fruits. In order for it to grow, you have to cut the fruit out. The one that's already fruiting. So sometimes and the reason is because it's logistic movement, connection between different spaces, different areas of the continent.
Exactly.
Within a continent, within a country, it is an issue.
Exactly. Can you imagine how much problems this solution will solve with trade? Yes. I mean, look at it. The African Free Trade Center just opened up. No railways. Nobody have no money to build the railways. The skills are there, but the skills are not being centered or accumulated or used. Maybe, you know what I mean. So
I guarantee you, Ethiopia will have cheaper oil if it was connected with Nigeria and West Africa through a railway, right?
Of course.
No, not necessarily through railway. Some logistically, if those are connections. Instead, we have to buy expensive oil, compete with other rich countries in an expensive oil market. Meanwhile, Africans could have done our own internal oil market that is dictated by the conditions, the context of Africa. But in order to do that, you need to have the flow, the logistics of flow. And it's not just car transportation roads that are important. They are just whole suite of logistical stuff that
connecting to culture, connecting to similarities, or connecting to differences, connecting to all those kind of things. That's what's gonna end up happening, because that's how cultures amalgamate other cultures. But when people are able to travel to one place easily and get back easily, then they can find a job in a certain place easily. Then they meet people who are like them or whatever, and they start to, like, the whole cultures begin to come as one, even though it have its differences.
Yes. And I think, to me, and I keep going back to this problem. Okay. And I keep going, and I've been doing it for years, and I'm willing to abandon this. Any moment a better one comes. I keep going back to education as a core resolving of this problem. Like, all other things are just subsidiary and secondary. Education is the instrument that will fundamentally alter the contexts within which we can solve all our problems. Because, like, to me, there's nothing more than activating somebody who would otherwise not be activated. And it's such a difficult thing for people to see it, but because I've experienced it, I understand it exactly. Like, you have met some of my students, you've seen them, and I'm not telling you these are like perfect angels. No, they are as flawed as any human being, and they will be the first one to tell you how flawed they could possibly be. But what I mean is that being activated as human means that you're recognizing your power and your limit. And where your limit lies is where you begin to venture out in needing collaboration and cooperation with other people. So then you begin to not want to dictate terms for others. You begin to say, oh, okay, let's figure out a way to iron this conflict, this tension, these difficulties. And this is an area of flourishing. Let's nurture that. Then you begin conversations with those mindsets. And those conversations will go a long way. And how do I do that? Those 20-30% of the population that's not fully activated need to be activated. And at the moment, they're not. And that's why, hence, Africa is struggling, because the very people who will help us figure out, kind of come out of this, crap hole that
I think one of the other problem that we have is also sharing technology. When it comes to network and to share, let's say this drone, for example, that has different pieces to it. And if everybody shares the component, what it requires to build it, you can spread everything across Africa with people that have the skill sets
raw materials
to build that.
Like know-how and skills and technological capability from South Africa, and business acumen from Nigeria, and construction maybe in Tanzania, right? So you could just parts and pieces like
that network. You see, sharing that, because
even the people that can't do that. That's what you see. That biggie. That's what we're missing. We can't do it in terms of, like, we can exercise the idea here on this platform.
Yes,
but
exactly.
You need the people activated. They need the people who say, "Oh, okay, this is the part is needed." You need people who just can zoom into a particular section of the problem and can figure out and collaborate with another person who figures something out, and another person who figures something out. That's how it works.
Yes,
that's how it's done.
So I just throw something simple.
There's no out there.
Yeah, just a simple thing. Okay, where does the money goes when it comes to the so-called foreign currency? It's all the export. And if you look at some of the export, like cell phone, okay, cell phone is a major export. Okay, if we start building, we can build the cell phone. All this Ericsson, Nokia, if you look at it inside, it's made in China or made in Taiwan, made in something. If you really look at the component, but if you really start manufacturing it, we should have our own cell phone. Just like Tesla. Tesla built a new cell phone because he just put the parts together and he started making it. He started with Tesla cars, and then he ended up with rockets, and name it. The sky's the limit. Once we are in the electronic world, and once we start building those things, plus this guy that's going to be a genius guy that really built how to produce electricity out of thin air because of the radio. That's one thing Marie Antoinette was asking. So you in collaborate. Now we can build our own electrical cars because now we got self-generating electricity that you can put into the car. It's just the frame, the wheels, the brake, and whatever the transmission you need. Now I told you there's a motor, independent motors now that you can have independent. Then you have cargo room. Okay, so that means you don't have any space for any other motor. They're all in the wheel. Things like that, sharing information. One thing that I told you, I'll give you an example when I went back home, and this guy's an expert in doing tapisserie in the cars. But there was some big problem in Africa is the sun. It's a beautiful sun, but unfortunately, when it hits your dashboard, if you don't maintain your dashboard, I don't care how much you maintain them, they'll crack because they're made out of plastic. They're made out of rubber. And these things will crack, and nobody knew what to do with them. The other thing that you got to do is order a new dashboard. Or they put clothing on top of it or something like that, which is really dangerous, actually, to put anything in front of your dashboard that's loose. So when I showed him to go to Mercato and get the leather and get the sponge and redo it again, he just looked at me, wow, this is genius. But he was doing this all his life, but never figured it out. So it needs a little touch, a little hands-on, a show how to give that person that is in that same industry to create these things. We have very sharp mechanics in the continent. In fact, if you give them the bolting nut, they can put a car together for you. Okay? If you don't show them the line work, if you don't show them how this thing works, they wouldn't get the idea. They're just going to keep fixing the cars. But we have the people that are skilled that can put a car together. They can take it apart and put it back together. The same thing, if you can do that, you can create your own. You might be replicate the same design, but you know how to put it together. So these are the first thing, because again, we want to tap in to that entrepreneurial ship and get everybody off the ground trying to work on something that they have the skill set with. And then they will employ people. As they employ, then there will be a demand. The demand is, I want to furthermore understand how the aerodynamics works, how these things works, and they will specialize, and that's how we can grow it. It's just sharing it, sharing that information, and sharing it with somebody that's striving to get something done. Like Rich brought this up. This is what Rich want to see, because we know we can have a corridor instead of having all these railways and everything else. You can put a drop shipment. You pick up from the port, drop shipment. If you have trucks, you go in trucks or anything else. You can redistribute that. And
I think Biggie already have one of those drones in his background there. I could hear it.
Yeah. We just started. It just started. You can hear the noise.
Yes.
Just like that. That's crazy.
And actually, you know what it is?
Is that like the rain, or what is that?
No, we talked about the drone, and my air conditioning unit just went on. I didn't even turn it on. I guess my son probably turned it on. So, talking about drone, now I'm looking at the fan. So maybe there's something in it. So we can do that. We can share that.
Sorry, guys.
We can share this kind of information. But in Africa, sometimes when they know something, they just want to keep it until they develop it, and then it takes about 10 years, while it can take you about 5 years of development. It's get that information out, how to network with it, because different component can be fabricated in the continent. The minute you tap in and say, under this component,
it's practical. You see, the thing like it's not because for the lack of trying, BD. And I agree with you 100%. It's not. I sound like I'm starting from a disagreement with you. I agree with you on that one, and that's what is necessary. But the reality, the condition is such the prevailing condition for, enterprising characters, for those innovators, for the creators, is just stifling. And that's why most of the time smart intelligence, creators, innovators tend to exit the Africa space and travel and find much better accommodation in the Western world, because the Western world has done a very good job of creating the conditions on both ends. One on the other end, a stifling condition. On this end, kind of promoting a kind of like welcoming condition for even if you're not going to create the company, but they don't want you to be the one creating the company for somebody else. They don't want you to be the one creating the solution for your country or for your region. So there's a way, in some ways, they'll find a way to stifle you. I mean, but the problem is that more than what the West does is what our society, either intellectually, either thoughtfully, or even unintentionally, by accident or by our natural kind of resistance for any kind of innovation, for any kind of solution, problem solving, we tend not to encourage or promote the people who resolve problems for us. So one example, like I was beginning to give you earlier, a very interesting example is that there was a guy back when I was in business school, and I remember I was so impressed. We had a guest come in, and they were the only one in the United States who figured out a technique to convert plastic waste into crude oil. Not just only figure out the technique and the mechanic, the engineering of it, but they also figured out how to kind of, put it back into the market of oil markets, trading it and that kind of thing. So I was I was so blown. I was so impressed by that ability, that company's ability to have done something like that. And these are people who founded them. And my professor was a member of the advisory board of the company, and it was a privilege to have that intimate personal conversation with the people who invented. I was so impressed by them. And this was in Oregon back in 2011, I think, or 12. But so as I was impressed and I was sharing this with somebody in Ethiopia, it was so impressive. This is what they are beginning to do. They're beginning to find a technique to resolve, how to deal with the plastic waste and that kind of thing. And then this person was right. Don't be impressed. I just saw a video recently in Ethiopia, and which I have here on my YouTube. I just found the YouTube video as BD was explaining, a video sharing about the person. I know it's an Amharic, but the video content, I think, is distinct. It's an old video. It's recorded at a different political time, so you could tell the video quality is just something else. But this person, rather, he said, and he told me, this person actually invented not just turned it into crude oil, into fuel. Actually, people minibuses, these public transportation people will actually go there and buy gas from him. So he was a chemistry major, very smart, intelligent guy, figured out the technique and mechanic that can turn plastic waste into, input into things like a gas, like a fuel or petrol that you could just pump into your car. And I'm okay, well, what happens to that person? This was a long time ago, probably almost 10 years ago. What happened to this person? Nothing. This person was not monetized. This person was not operationalized. This person has figured out not just the engineering part, also the business like the monetization part. He hasn't only created something, he has told us how to monetize it in his attempts. But whatever prevailing condition that existed must have been the one to have, like, so we don't hear anything about it. It's not that the plastic is gone, but we don't hear about it because it's not this person will not be somebody who will be accused of not being, you know, strong enough to go through the process of building a startup. I'm sure he's not. Its chances are the system within which he operated was not conducive for him. Or most of the time in Ethiopia, what I experienced in Ethiopia when I was working in Ethiopia, it's not because they had bad intention. It just didn't have any clue. They didn't have any clue that something like this could exist. When I was building a cold storage, I'm now jumping to another story. Sorry about that. But I built a cold storage. I learned to build a cold storage when I was working on a farm. I have no engineering background, so I reached out to some people out there in the business of cold storage. I remember, and I found these smart, intelligent, smart kids who wanted to collaborate with me at the University of California. I was in Butajra at that time. And then, so when I went to this factory that produced the insulation material, they were making those insulation. They have been making this insulation material since the emperor's time, and it has only been used for one thing. Like when they're doing construction, these high-end constructions, some high-end like big structural buildings, they just insert this tiny insulation, white insulation, made out of I forgot the chemical name for it, but this insulation, they call them sits. I don't know. Biggie probably would know the scientific term, but that's what they did. So when I saw that, you know, our company could not make a cold storage, a chain of cold storage for the farm product we were going to get from the farmers, it was too expensive. It was going to be somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000. The budget that the company had was less than like $10,000 or $11,000 at most. So I had to be cracking our head, and I cracked, and I said, why don't you build it out? So then we started figuring out how to build it. And this insulation, when I went to them and asked them with the specification that we wanted, they were like, no, we don't make that. We've been making this for 50 years this way, this dimension, this thing. Nobody has ever asked us any additional dimension ever. You are the first one to ever come to us. So I realized that moment, and then many moments after, many experiences after meeting so many government officials and public, I realized a lot of the time in Africa, you just don't know that there's somebody who's an innovator who needs protection and preserving. Yes, the prime ministers talked about it, the president talked about it, but the practical implementation of that is just contrary to that, because most people don't have it's not bad intention that stifle people, it's just the lack of knowledge. It's just not knowing the significance of somebody figuring out how to transform plastic into gas, into petroleum. Not realizing that there's a thing that as a community, as a society, that's stifled it. If people realized it, they would jump in. I want to invest in it. They would have invested in, and they would have transformed. Ethiopia would have been an oil exporting country by now, 10 years later. Because usually 10 years is enough for a startup to take off. I don't know. Somebody wanted to step in. I think Marie Antoinette has been quiet for a while.
I thought that was Jonathan.
Okay. No, like Marie Antoinette hasn't. I haven't heard from Marie Antoinette for a long time. You know, I was hoping that she probably had something to say there. Sometimes she's such a kind and generous person. She let us just go on and on and on. So, Marie Antoinette, if you have something to add, to share a perspective. I know you had a different perspective at the beginning of it. We were talking about the nature of discourse in these platforms. So we've changed topics since then. But if you want to go back to that topic, you feel free to get us back on track. Otherwise,
no, I'm fine. I don't have anything to add. I agree with what you just said, actually.
So one of the things that another side of the story when it comes to dealing with government or whenever you had an idea, I introduced about the cellular concept in 1996, and I had a bunch of investors. They want to do something about it, you know. So they all said, okay, this is a nice, just because I just launched the 1995 on the sprint side, and I knew all the bell and whistles and what it requires. So I was drafting certain things, how many sites you're going to need just to cover Addis Ababa area, and then you have this ground elevation, it's all about the terrain and how many sites you're going to be building. And then it can grow out of that. So as I planned, and I gave him the understanding, this is what you got to do. The next thing I know, I returned to US and expecting to connect and everything else. But guess what? This group decided just to launch their own system because they had this Chinese-made radio, and it covers you 5 miles radius. Bypass the government, okay? They bypassed everything. And even though I told them there's a process, okay, they cannot just use the air because nobody's going to say anything about it. So you're covering 5 miles on each antennas, and they have to buy this radio for $5,000. I mean, it was just a mess, okay?
You can circumvent, right?
Exactly. Just a little shortcut. But that shortcut cost them a lot of money because government would shut you down for using air. The air is a national security. And I keep telling them, and I said, no, first you're going to have to fill out an application and, in fact, plug into telecom. The telecom come back, they said, oh, we didn't finish our study yet. We're thinking about it. You know how it's going to drag and drag and drag, and it didn't come up until 2012. That's when they started, and maybe 2009, 2010, somewhere in the 2000.
Yes.
But I'm not quite sure the time. But I introduced it in 96. And I've done it in another country also, another African country. They circumvent me, and the next thing that they bought the base stations analog. I designed it from digital aspect of it, but they went to analog. They took that same money, okay, got them cheap, and the rest of the money is gone, and the country just went into chaos. There was no interference and all that. I mean, there was nothing studied. They grab and run with it. So there's this aspect of it. I think when I talked about not sharing is because people will be running with their ideas and they make it worse for them, basically. Before you get up, they kill it. So they ended up by dismantling everything else. And then, of course, the telecom started studying it, and then they did it's a government entity, so they get the air, no problem. So they got the frequency and everything else. But again, turning back again, they want to make something out of something. They went with the Chinese. When the Chinese came in, they sabotaged a lot of things. I don't know, as you guys know, the whole UN was bugged. They bugged the hell out of everything. So that was a no-no.
They wanted it badly, that's why.
Yeah, because all the state of head are always there, and they'll listen. I see certain things that can be better, and to get a better process, still you can make a better process, because we don't even have voicemail right now. We had voicemail, believe it or not. During Haile Selassie, there was a whole digital voicemail that was delivered, and it was collecting dust. Nobody could hook it up, and nobody bothered. It was just collecting dust. I don't know what happened after that, but it was sitting on the hallways. Just the whole PBX is there, and a whole 9-yard was there. It was paid for it. It's just never been implemented because it's not digital to begin with. You got to change. You got to change all the phones around in order to have that. Not the phone, but
that probably costs more money
on the server
to implement something, to install that thing than to actually not install it.
Yeah, they said we're going to install it, but
Because landline is expensive, right? Changing the landline system that you have.
Absolutely. So now that in 1956, when the United States understood about the cellular concept, they shut it down because it's not going to be affordable. But if you really notice how much copper that they spent in order to get those phone lines, it's horrendous,
I remember,
and it was
I remember this figure, like Biggie, verify this figure for me. I remember, like, it was a long time ago reading this, back in the days when mobiles were not yet fully implemented in Africa in the late 90s. So I was so curious about it. I remember researching. I was in Ghana. Like, first time I got this internet, one of the curious things that took me. I think they were estimating Africa would need about $100 billion to actually be able to fully, like, be like on par on landline access like the rest of the world. That was in the late 90s. They were World Bank was estimating. Is that a correct estimation?
Correct. Yes. Okay. And it's one of the things that I was telling you also. It's about $107 billion.
Yes.
And
yeah. Oh yeah. You said 107 actually. Yeah. There's probably more. Yeah. Yeah.
And it shut them down. I mean, it's just it's crazy. Why should I create something?
But mobile technology is completely much cheaper, right? There's no question that it's much cheaper technology to implement. Cellular technology is much cheaper, right?
Cellular technology, imagine you covering, let's say one cell site, even on, if you go on 800 megahertz, you got a good 10 miles radius. So you save 10 miles worth of radius, of copper, from one hub to another hub. So basically, you got to maintain it too. Okay. Yes. And that cable that you're laying out is not upgradable. You understand? Now, you can replace it with fiber. So that is going to be another additional cost to come up with the latest technology. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So that's why the 5G is still in the work in Ethiopia. On a lot of countries in Africa are working on it. But you need fiber, the connection from the antenna to radio is fiber. The main line is fiber, and everything else is interconnected is going to be fiber. So they're changing all the coaxial copper base into fiber, and then you have to put all these radios right next to the antenna, so you won't have no delays, and it's all connected through fiber again. So that delay won't be there. Yes. So there's and then there's another component, which is the baseband unit that you have to change in order to communicate with all these fibers that's coming in and right next to the antenna, so we won't have no delay.
Yeah.
So it's all connected. It's a beautiful.
But I mean, the fascinating thing is to get back to, like, to tie it down to, not to get back, but to tie it down to what we've been talking about, what we need for Africa, what is need, the prevailing need in Africa. I think that is essentially,
stop. I would say stop spending money on copper. Save the copper. You got to go fiber. So we have fiber all over Africa, but not internally, but we have already a ring around Africa, and everybody's tapping into that. Yes. So once we don't want to go to the old technology. We don't want to reinvest again on the latest technology again, and then you're going to have to rip and replace. So far, we still are in majorly using the coaxial copper for all our communication. And some of the area, I'm not calling the name of the countries, but they have rodent tissue. Okay, so they go through your copper, and they're laying one copper line after another because they got smarter. They put them in conduits, so they won't reach them. So they will cover it end to end. That again, it's another expense. You should have thought of it. You got infestation, and you see laying a copper. Hey, they will chew on it.
Yeah, I mean, so also like, the other thing that I want to tie in is like, in order to really like, I think the way Regis' points that he was pointing at is that we need all these kind of breakthroughs to really resolve so many, sticky problems that we've had. But I think we also need a breakthrough in the way we encourage and promote and invest in some of these smart, intelligent people who are out there doing actually something that is profound and that's meaningful, that they're actually making a difference. But they don't get the kind of investment they would normally get if they were located in a so-called developed country. I mean, there's nothing like a developed country, but that is, I think, also part of I think the gist of the direction of the conversation here is basically like, how do we empower Africa to find a way forward with smart, intelligent people forming part of, smart, intelligent, innovative, creative people forming the core component of our social contract.
I know how.
Erich.
By giving our power and our energy to the best ideas and not just anyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we have to provide a way to do that. So this is a problem. This is a huge problem we're trying to solve here. As long as we can get this off the ground.
My God, I thought I had the greatest possible ideas. And but nobody is liking my idea. My fellow Africans, they don't like me. Particularly South. South hates my idea.
No, man. Let me tell you.
My idea.
It's because it's because there's still no platform. There's still no solar panel to collect that energy to give power to these ideas.
No, I get you. I was just kidding.
I know.
Yeah.
But I mean, if no one knows about your ideas, it's almost like they can't support it because they don't know it.
Yeah. To me, is what people don't know, that I'm actually planting the ideas.
Yeah.
They just planting them.
Well,
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm planting the ideas. And then the ideas, if they're good enough, smart enough, intelligent enough, and then connect with you on a human level, you'll find a way to grow in themselves. And that's the way I used to do it with my students. I just planting the ideas. Like plant ideas. And I think let the agency of you have to trust human beings are capable of figuring things out.
True.
Right? Yes, they might not agree with you, but people have the human capability as is so profound. It's just mind blowing, what you could learn. The little that we know as human, right now, this moment in history, it just blows your mind. It blows your mind. And I've learned so much because I've been working in education for a long time. I tried to study the neurons, so the how neurons work, how our brain works. I mean, literally, our brain contains the exact mirror image of the galaxy. Almost the mirror image of the galaxy. The way, the number of brain cells that you have in your system. But more than that, the way they interconnect. 100+ billion neurons doing trillions of connections. And then they are constantly wiring and rewiring. As you're learning, as you're growing in life, you're constant. It doesn't matter how old you are. Your brain is always as young as possible. Of course, your body functions deteriorate. Eventually, your brain functions also deteriorate. But the incredible power of the connections. I mean, literally, we know now, if you lose your visual sight, through temporarily or long term, your brain will find a way to interpret whatever all these other things that senses are telling you, to a point where it can create visuals for you to really recognize what you're seeing, even though you're not using your sight. So to me, sometimes I trust that so much more than any kind of concoction or plan by some idiots that have had the ride of their life over the past 500, 600 years. I mean, that's what. Yes, they've been running, but in the context of time and space, they are just meaningless. So I don't bother. I don't get disempowered by, the colonialists, the imperialists, the slaveholders. They will be held accountable for what they've done, what they will do, but it's just the universe that is not dictated by them. The course of time and space is not dictated by them. It's dictated by those who recognize their abilities and their potentials that is trapped into them, but by their creator, whatever religion or faith that you have. Even if you don't have religion, you are a trapped potential energy, yearning to be activated, to come out, looking to impact and make a difference. And if you don't believe that, believe in me. If you don't know that, believe in me. You're just not there yet. So, but if you are there, just keep pushing it, and then you realize that every little thing that you do, every time you exercise that agency, Jonathan was telling us, that little meeting that would be considered little for him, it's such a big meeting for the person on the other side. That who's gonna be helped, like who's gonna feel like she's so worried and nervous whether her art, her design is meaningful or useful. But for Jonathan, it's just a meeting in the afternoon that he's excited about, but not necessarily burdened by it. But the difference it makes because they exercise that agency, and then the agency that grows in that person because they feel more confident to be with. Anyways, I'm preaching to the choir.
I find it very hilariously funny that you define that for me, but whatever you say, bro.
Hilariously,
go ahead.
But
I can hear you. I'm listening. don't think that I'm not here. I'm listening. I'm just quiet.
I'm planting the idea. Don't worry.
Okay.
It just makes sure that you're still there.
You don't know that I just planted the idea on you. You didn't even know which idea I planted. Jonathan, I just planted an idea on you. Like the Inception thing, like the movie Inception. Instead of when you
I have not seen them. I have not seen that film, but I've been listening to you, and I've been listening to everyone, and it's this is very important. These are the conversations that we have to have, and I appreciate it. And to be honest, I think I had made a comment earlier, and I'm going to keep saying it. It's I think we all have individual, each of us, right? Simply just us as human beings ourselves have a lot of power about what we do in life. And I think you kind of try to make a little fun of something, but I kind of, whatever. But you'd be surprised because what that does is much bigger. Because that not only empowers that human being, but that also empowers other people that they have to work with. Yes. And being recognized that you can do that. And I always say, we all, each of us, have way much more responsibility than we can possibly carry on. And that's why we're here at Alesso. And I cannot believe it's been 9 hours. I just looked at how many hours you've been on here. So don't you need to go to the bathroom or something?
I have resigned.
What do you mean 9 hours? It's 10 hours.
10 hours.
Which class are you looking at?
Wow.
I have resigned today. But guys, I want to wrap up in a good note at the end of this show. Really, really on a good note, so that people actually feel like they actually spend a worthy 10 hours plus thing. But first and foremost, I want people to understand that the power of rhetoric is not. Don't underestimate that. There's a lot of power in rhetoric because the mind pays attention to that, whether it agrees with it or not. The human mind is somehow tuned to that. Sometimes, if it comes across wrong, we are disgusted or we react to it negatively. So rhetoric is important. So, and I think that's a part of the formation of. If we are trying to solve education system, I think talking about it, discussing it, and an open forum that has never been done before. I don't think I've never seen any forum that talks at length about it openly in a much more rigorous way. Hopefully, I'm being rigorous because that's my goal, is to be rigorous and to allow people to be rigorous as well. Not only accept my point of view, but rigorously challenge my point of view, and which I love that Sam is doing on a constant basis. And then you got Jonathan. his ambassador in chief coming in the platform, also making sure that that is exercised. And to me, that is absolutely one of the first steps to solving problems. And if you do that, it allows people the possibility to see perspective that would otherwise be hidden from them, or perspective they already know, they already have, but they haven't found it to verbalize it. So it gives all sort of people all sort of tools and instruments, from thinking about it to verbalizing it and to acting on it. So when I brought in Nathaniel, he's somebody that reliably would say to you, it's not all agreement with Ezra when I work with him, but to the extent that I found my own niche and my own revelations, I agree with him, and this is what it is, and this is what I'm doing about it. And then that's what he's doing about it. He's actively on the ground trying to promote an education that is deeply ingrained in the liberation of the humans. So it's a kind of education as a liberating instrument, and he's fairly successful, and to the degree successful. To me, that is one. But there's so many other ways of being active agents of change, and I think that kind of empowerment that we have to feel will eventually sip into, with transition to what's called a community agency, and that's what this platform is already becoming to. It's a community agency. When we have, different shows at different time, a different topic, different magnitude, different context, different conditions, and different issues coming up, but all coalescing around the notion and the idea of bringing Africa together, and not just together out of nothing, but with substance, with meaning, with true meaningful connections among Africans. And that is actually beginning to form. And I think that is what's called a community agency. That is a sum total or a compounding of individual agency coming together, forming that community agency, where we say our actions together, our thoughts and actions together has significance in life now and in the life in the future. And to the extent that we can do that, that to me is where we are heading. And I think that's what my dedication to this platform is about. And I think that's what the dedication, I know that's the dedication of every one of you who spent hours with me. That's many, many hours with me, sharing your thoughts and keeping me company when there was nobody there. It was Mariette, and then of course Miki came in, who really helped kind of warm the conversation up to a point where we have a broad section of group of people, both in the chat room and in this platform, sharing their perspective. So I really, this is a very meaningful, for me personally, it's a meaningful endeavor, and it's a practical thing that we can do right now, given that we don't have power to do stuff. But I'm not trying to answer Jonathan's point of view, but I just, in a way, I'm saying that we are on the right path. And we're not there yet, but we are in the process of being there. So anyways, anybody who wants to chime in, and we are just wrapping up. So yesterday's, meeting went to 10 hours and 40 minutes. If I'm right or wrong, I don't know if Tanzan can tell us, remember I don't know if she's still here. But Tanzan, if you're still here, I don't know how many hours he said it was.
It was 10 hours and 46 minutes.
Okay, so now that we are almost there to beat the record, so feel free to step in. I have said my piece. My editorial piece has been said.
And in fact, you were so funny that Ezra, you said, "Oh man, no, I'm not gonna go in that." Look at you. You see what happened? We didn't know when that clock came in. We're like, what? Because you said, no, it's gonna be maximum 3 hours, 4 hours, right? And
yeah. And I had planned.
And in fact, it's in the what's up? It's in the maximum 2 hours, 3 hours. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, usually So I actually had a plan that I had to cancel.
Yeah, but again,
so literally, money that I was supposed to get, it did not get. But I'm not complaining.
Thank you, Ezra.
Thank you, really. Hey, you know,
Exeter
Sam was
Stella.
Sam was writing about the mice that that our brain, even if you're old, it keep changing, right? Well, there was a study. Actually, they injected an old mice with a younger blood.
Yes.
That mice was faster than the younger one. Actually, he was so active and chasing all the other mice. and there's that study. I don't know. Marianne can tell us on from the medical aspect of it. Is that true? That can rejuvenate if you got a younger blood. Anything on that such study?
I have a feeling it has something to do with macrophages created as a result of that transfusion, but it is controversial, though. Not everyone believes in it.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's, people always, placebo. I think we talked about placebo effects before, so it does have its elements.
Is the oxygen? Is the oxygen?
I'm sorry.
In the blood? Oxygen in the mice blood gone to the brain? Why is acting so crazy? Running around.
Yes, exactly. So
they announced yesterday that they did the first spinal surgery, invasive, not anti-invasive or something like that, and it was an Ethiopian doctor, and it's such a shame. Talk about education, and and I'm assuming you know what I'm talking about, Ezra. So
as an educator, I don't get impressed by the high achievers. The character of a good education is its ability to help those in the middle, those people with potential but don't know how to transfer that potential to something, or those people with know how to do it but just don't know their potential. So they're like that. So I used to judge the quality of our instructions and our quality of the curriculum implementation programming on that middle group. Usually they are like the top 1, 2, 3, like whatever conditions the teacher is, they're always doing well. Whether they had an incredible teacher or not, good teacher, they had an incredible resource or not, where you put them. So the top 3 is always like that. Top 1, 2, 3. Just generally, just naturally, they just nothing stands in the way.
And so I just wanted to close up with the last statement I'm going to make.
I appreciate it.
The last statement I wanted to make is that don't ever forget, Africans in general, not just Ethiopians, Africans in general, they have all of that. They have the brain, they have everything. They just don't have the capacity, right? So that's what we need to
I'm just sad that is used to silence any effort, any voice to focus on, okay, let's now activate the vast majority of the populace that needs to be activated. That is where I found it as an instrument. When I was working in education in Ethiopia, I found it as a tool for hiding somebody's lack of performance or lack of desire to do well in the education system, to change the education system. So like everybody points to that. They use it. I'm not saying you're using that as an excuse. So my aberration started from that. My detest was for not because of those people are not smart, intelligent, they know they deserve to be recognized, and they do get recognition. They'll get more than enough recognitions. But to me, what we're struggling with is the family unit. At the family unit, that's like at a very average human being unit, much better decision makings, much better judgments, but much better organization and mobilization of resources. Like those are where we are lacking on scale, and in order to really resolve that problem, you need to activate as many of those people in that between. Like, I have potential, but I don't have confidence. I don't believe in myself. Or blah blah blah. I have experienced so many of those students, and I've seen them.
Well, I just want to say the last thing that I want to say is that I celebrate every smart African that is any university or not a university. We celebrate you. You are smart, and honestly, the educational system did not fail you. We're just not giving you the capacity to live up to making it. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But the educational system failed them, or whatever you want to call it. But we have also failed them. Once they graduate, they have nowhere to go. So I just want to tell every African that might be listening today, as we're on live, and if not, if you listen to me later on, oh my God, we love you guys, and I have so much respect. That's all I wanted to say.
It's like I think you're worried that I'm offending someone.
No, it's really because it's because this is exactly how I feel. Because I think there are much more smarter Africans in Africa than there are African diaspora. Honestly, I honestly believe that there's so much more feedback there.
We're talking about scale. We're talking about 1.5 plus billion people. Okay, and the numbers I have done. So we go back to many shows in the past. I have done the numbers. We've done the numbers. And we look at the kind of like the exposure rates and the kind of like what education, like the kind of like the life cycle of a learner and what it looks like for the majority of people in the sub-Saharan Africa. And then the disparity between sub-Saharan county and everywhere, including North America, North Africa, and everywhere is so vast. Like if you would like me to go, I'll go back to that data. And you will see what I'm talking about. And to me, that failing is where we need to fix. If we fix that problem, if you fix that area, and then in order to fix that, is usually people will say, oh, we don't have the resources. Then lower the bar. Lower the bar. Lower the bar, because you're not providing them anything anyway. So just give them something more than what you're providing, which is nothing for those people. And that something more should be grounded in humanization, on liberation. Then, of those people that are going to go through that process, some of them will find the traction on it. And they will be the one to create the economy that you will need to be able to generate and mobilize resources to change the scale issue that you are struggling with education. The financing, the mobilization, the capitalization that you are required. That sticky point, that area, that inflection area, that's what I'm talking about. So I've looked at this problem for so long, and this is over many times. I realized that's where we are lacking. And it's hard for people to see the issue if we look at it from the perspective of, oh, we are decolonized, we're meant to think this way, we're meant to do it that way, yeah, they're not giving us the resources. They tell us, oh, how important education is. They don't give us education. I can see that. And then all of those things are valid, but they are not in any way activating a path for solution. They're not. They don't. And those complaints in of themselves don't generate, or those identification of problem in of themselves don't translate into solution by themselves. So the solution I begin to start to see is that we need to first realize that our education is lacking in philosophy, lacking in substance, lacking in reason, lacking in rational. There's no rationality behind the education that we have. So let's put rational to it. This is what we want. Oh, we want people who are employed at the end of education. Let's put that. We want people who are humanized. Let's put that. We want people who are expert in something. Let's put that. That is the plan. And then if that's the plan, come back to the point. Say, like, what do I need to? How do I operationalize that at the child level? The psychology of the child, the pedagogy of the child is different from the pedagogy of an emerging person and the pedagogy of a young adult. There are differences, and then based on my experience, the pedagogy of these different sections, some methods, some processes, and approaches sometimes are effective, sometimes are not effective. But they require the expertise to say, you know what, we need to think about that. Who in African academia is thinking like this? They are smart, intelligent, but are they thinking like this? If they're thinking like this, I don't see it. It's not out there. Who are in the political, social, political, academic education? They're not. That's why I'm like, I resent this kind of like paying homage to the elites. So the elites that are now, they don't resent you. They resent me anyway. They resent me. Whether they like, I've experienced that resentment so much, but has never been a material problem for me, and it would never be a material problem, because the problem I'm facing is the problem, which is the Africa that should be educated that's not educated. The 80% of kids that should have finished the high school that did not finish. So my problem: how do I create solution for that child, so that what I cannot give them, the nothing instead of nothing, what is the 1 degree just above nothing? And the above nothing is like, okay, I cannot help you with the school, with education, with resources, and with jobs, but at least you should help yourself. That is the thing, that humanizing education is about that. I cannot be the one to tell you how your life should transpire, because I don't have all the resources to do it. At least you should be human enough to figure out and navigate whatever challenge that you're going through, whether it's poverty or lack of knowledge or lack of wisdom or lack of insight, whatever thing that you're dealing with. At least you are human enough with the enough agency, not complete agency, not absolute agency, but enough agency to really see where you are, to critically understand the things, see what you can do right now and what you can do next. And that usually is much more empowering than nothing. Nothing doesn't empower anything. Nothing, I'm offering you nothing, and then I'm telling you, like, wait 10, 20 years until I get money to get the schools necessary. And by the time 10 years comes, that person is no longer 15-year-old, it's 25-year-old. And has been recruited by some rebel forces. That's what they are. So that is so we don't have that 10 years. So we need to change the philosophy first. And the philosophy is that education as we know it, we should really rethink it, reimagine it, completely reimagine it. That's essentially the assignment. How that reimagination is up to us as a society. But I don't want to detect what that reimagination is. Then it becomes my imagination. It will not be a community imagination. It will not go far enough. So what is that reimagination? In the context of nothing, what is that 1 degree above the nothing? What is that 1 degree? So that to me is what it's essentially what we are like trying to get at here on this platform. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to take down or build up what already exists. I mean, that's for itself. It's a self-sustained stuff. There's enough people. Addis Ababa University has a president. Why should I bother about promoting or not promoting Addis Ababa University? Why? It's not my job. There's somebody's job who's the president of it. You know, if there's somebody who's invented something special and then wants special attention and special recognition, it's not my job. Like, yeah, but it's not. There's nothing inspirational about for vast majority of Africans. If there was an inspirational, there would be many of them already created, but they are not. So much more inspirational for a lot of African children is that educator that's committed and dedicated to their well-being. They will always call that person teacher, Mr. or teacher. Even if you saw Nati earlier, he calls me Mr. And like he shouldn't be calling me Mr. I've told him many times, but people call me Mr. Like Mr. Like Mr. Not in a way in English people understand. Mr. is an Ethiopian endearing term. An Ethiopian educational endearing term is what they give to their teachers. Teacher and Mr. is like, because we don't call Mr. We call Ato. Ato is a normal way of just a translation. So ultimately, what I'm trying to get at is that we are looking at those people with nothing. They finished elementary school. They couldn't go any further because they have nothing. So what can I offer that kid? To empower them, to liberate them from the yoke or the sense that they don't have hope. How can I change that? Without having to burden it with 5-year more education, because there's not going to be a way for me to implement a 5-year education, another 5 years. But that's the reason why they drop out. They can't stand anymore of the same education system. They can't possibly fit into that system. It just doesn't add up. It just this whole sort of extraneous circumstance that doesn't allow them to do it. So how can I change that? So those of you with smart, intelligent people, like there's a shepherd in Borana who has to travel 24 hours to take the animals to a good grazing land. Especially now that there's droughts, that distance has gone probably bigger. Okay, it's called shepherd in English, but it's not in Borna culture. It's not a shepherd. But that child still needs education. This 12-year-old, 14-year-old kid, they have to stay overnight, camp on the way in the middle of nowhere in desert. What could learning look like for that child? In a way that is congruent with the condition and the context within which that person finds himself. How can you reimagine and re-engage that child? And there's a girl who every morning she's so eager to go to school because she thinks that school is a cool thing to do. But in 4 years' time, she might have to drop out because the family constraints doesn't allow it. But every day she travels 2, 3, 4 miles in Lalibela, in the mountainous Lalibela, looking at the cliff down here, like always in danger of falling that cliff, but jumping as if she's not going to fall that cliff. Trust me, that child exists. There is a kid who was probably aspiring to be somebody as someone from the things that they've heard from their teacher or from their class somewhere in Tigray, that right now is absolutely mindlessly hopeless about it. Everywhere you go, there are so many extreme conditions that propels people in vast sun to drop out, not just in Ethiopia, across sub-Saharan Africa. The penetration rate is almost mirror each other in every African country. Across sub-Saharan Africa, there's some light, in the vastness of the darkness, but what can we do to really make it possible for them to get to somewhere with education and learning without having, since we don't have the resources to fulfill any other higher ideal of learning. And if we don't discuss that, if you don't figure out that, who can figure that out? Who? Nobody. They're not interested. The UN is not interested. Americans are not interested. Our governments are not interested. Who is interested? The academicians are not interested. So nobody. So that's what this platform is about.
That was great, Ezra.
Thank you.
I wanted to leave you guys with my points from earlier and everything, since you said you're going to wrap up now.
Okay.
So one of my points, right, I'll begin now. So one way I believe we can move on is if power is given to the best ideas, as I said before, instead of just somebody because they can play sports or something, whatever they do. Power must be given to the best ideas, and the education that we get must be active in all areas of human activity, so that it can lead us back to Ubuntu instead of into this individualistic mentality that they always educate us and want to make us feel like that's the way to go. So we must develop a kind of collectivist mentality. And it also must be in the education. I think that Gaddafi is I heard Gaddafi is a cultural minister or something like that. He said one time during when there was being invaded that they was trying to develop a system that ties the culture, traditions, religion into the whole education system, so that they can build almost like they was trying to build the Ubuntu that we're talking about through education. But they was invaded before they can even think it, because these things take a lot of time, like you have tribes against tribes and all type of thing. You have a whole generation of children coming from these people who have fight against each other that has to be educated to know that it's wrong, and that there's more to life than just fighting against somebody that look different to you. So all that, like, education must be active in all areas of human activity. Education, entertainment, when our children take up these iPads and they go and look at entertainment stuff, it must also be a side of these entertainment stuff that educate them about their history and so on. Also, a way that people could be activated is by giving them powerful names. Give your children powerful names. Names are activations, when a child have a powerful name, they walk in that power, especially when they find out the meaning and they know that they got that name from someone who actually saw them in that light, or someone, their parents, basically. So names are also activations. We can give our children powerful names. They will begin to walk in those names when they realize what they're all about. And then education to application, as we talked about earlier, application to education, either way, it's almost the same thing. So that when Biggie's trying to tell us that we can't build big drones to carry containers, we just bring a whole bunch of engineers in one room and tell them, watch it, we need to build this thing now. And we have the money to do that. If we have the money to do that, look at Elon Musk. This man don't know nothing about rockets. Nothing at all. This man probably don't know how to build an engine. If he had to go into a car engine, he don't know nothing about it. These cars that he's the face of, he don't know nothing about them. It's just that he had enough financial power to put the right people in the right people in a room to design and make sure they had the resources to make those things done. It's not only through capitalism these things to be done. These things can be done through Ubuntu. When people have one problem at a time, even if we have to do it one problem at a time, we just do it, because we're not supposed to be into the business of trying to get clout from helping people, educating people. It's like, and that's why I feel like me and you always go back to the diaspora actually using our skills and talents to help people on the continent. It's not that we don't think that they have the ability, you know. They have the ability, but we have to strive to make sure that as much people rise together as possible, if not all. So we have to, because these people who we might think that have no education or whatever in some part in Africa, they have fresh eyes. When they look at a problem, they have fresh eyes. We're already programmed over here, but they just don't have the power, the resources to look at their problems and solve them with the stuff that they have around them. But we might have the financial resources over here, and also like the educational resources as well. Even maybe not to say that we are smarter than them, but we have more than just educational resources at our hands. So we might be able to push an agenda further than they will be able to push it there. And it's just a matter of as I said, the philosophy of Ubuntu. I also look at Africa and Africans in the diaspora and Africans on the continent as like two people backwards in a room in a chair tied together. If you want to get where, if you both want to get where, one of you have to cut the other away. You know what I mean? Somebody have to get loose first. Somebody have to untie the other person first. You know what I mean? So I think that we have the responsibility of untying them over there, because you know how the colonialists, they really have them under a lot of pressure right now, especially in that French area. I believe these people are the ones who are going to help us a lot. So as I say, like power to the best ideas, give your children powerful names, education to application, Ubuntu, collectivist mentality. We will get real far with those things. Three principles I have for Triangle. When people ask me, what am I going to do with this? I'll just tell them this. All I care about is development, social economics, and intelligent organization. That's all. With those three things, we can move further, at least further, so that our children can not be recycling themselves into this system again and again and again and again. You know what I mean? And with this individualistic lifestyle, and then we just recycling our children basically in this system. And we haven't gotten a chance yet to play a part in change. We're just witnessing change as a people. We're not playing any part in it, really. And the only part we play is when they give us a part to play. We don't have our own, like, independent firm hand in the center saying, no, this is not how we want it to go. So that's my piece for you guys. We can't hear you, Ezra.
Yeah, that's quite incredible. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I want to stress just one point, the Ubuntu parts. And I think like the difference between the rest of the world in this philosophy, that's African philosophy, that Ubuntu is recognizing truth. The rest of the world is just, hiding behind this false notion of individualism to not really recognize and appreciate the importance of community agency, the agency that is generated as community together, because that recognition, they don't want to give it, but that's how they live. I mean, you look at from your collaboration, the work that you do from your team, in workplace, to the way the countries are organized, from military to politics to economics. There's obviously people live and act as if they are, I am because you are. They live in it, but they don't want to pay homage to that essential human characteristics. And because by paying homage to that essential human characters will require them to change certain exploitative and oppressive methods. That's what it would do. If you embrace that you're actually in the state of Ubuntu, whether you like it or not, if you actually embrace that reality, then you are forced into kind of like adjusting your forced reality of subjugation and exploitation. I think that's, to me, it goes counter to that exploitative method, because it allows you to exploit somebody else. If I say I am because you are, then it's inherently built into it that exploitation is not the basis of our relationship. But if you deny that, it allows you to excuse your exploitation, your colonization, your slavery, and your subjugation of one form or another shape. So I think, to me, that's the issue, and that Ubuntu is such an important instrument, African indigenous instrument, that we need to really gravitate. I don't know if the picture you took earlier from that module that we have is one of the things that we instituted in our school as a value, so that our students and our community always felt like, I value you because, without you I am not. I don't exist. That kind of sense of what, and then it worked in magic, because collaboration was much easier. People collaborated much easily. Didn't compete as much as they would normally compete. There was no viciousness in that competition. So that was much healthier competition. So anyways, sorry to take. So today, my propensity to want to push my time beyond the breaking point is so hard that, like, anytime somebody comes up with a great idea, I have to say something to it. So sorry for extending that. But anybody else who want to follow up with Reach's point of view? Incredible, point of views. The point of view about, we educate to smart, we educate to, to really fundamentally alter and transform ourselves and in our world. And I think essentially that's a theme that I took. I don't know if I got something wrong, then I'm more than happy to be corrected on that one. Reach, but it's like, that we need to use education as an instrument that is what it is, just to really empower us and then make us even stronger and better, and be more intelligently organized and effective in what we do.
You guys have a good night. I'm gonna sleep now because I need to wake up to go to work.
And everybody's gonna make some injera and some bread. Rich, thank you so much for joining us.
It was a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, it's getting late on the East Coast. West Coast still young.
Guys, almost 10 o'clock.
And Africa's on, what? According to this time, it's 7:48 in the morning. I think Mika's awake by now. He'll probably join us.
Yeah, it's almost 1 o'clock here on the East Coast. So yeah,
Rich,
thank you, Rich.
Yeah.
Rich, go to bed. We love you. We love what you do.
Thank
what
you.
represent. You know, keep
Hey,
representing
Rich.
things. Okay?
Rich, you still there?
Yeah?
We're meeting tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Oh crap! It was supposed to be today.
Thursday.
You said Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday.
Oh, actually, today is Thursday. Oh my goodness, I forget it's after 12. Sorry.
It's 12:48. You're in the East Coast. That's what I was saying.
No way. My time is still
It's tomorrow.
I was here like it was yesterday.
My time is still yesterday for me. My time.
Yeah, it's good.
That's what I said. So today we're gonna meet.
Yes,
Put it
yes.
that way.
But after work, After I work.
Yeah.
All right.
After-
So you guys,
we said after 6.
Take care.
Good to see you guys at work again. Keep your energy up. Energy.
Salam.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys.
No stress, no fear.
Good night.
Thank
Good
you,
night. Oh,
Rich.
Marianne, good night. First time I hear you call my name. Good night. Good night to everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Well,
Good night to you.
Okay. Whoever wants to go next. I mean, so we've broken the record already. There's no need to break any more record.
no, I think I would. I need to recharge my batteries. So,
Marianne, really, Marianne Punnett, really appreciate you.
Yes.
And you broke the record. Put it this way, you broke your own record. So you've been very supportive, and you've been really putting your inputs, and we value your input.
thank you.
We really enjoy when you conversate. You just got this the tone and the depth of your knowledge. It helps us. I just want to let you know that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Biggie.
It means a lot.
Thanks a lot. So,
And they got a lot of fans. A lot of people want to hear from Maya on it.
really?
A lot of fans. Oh yeah. I'm just telling you, if I put a vote on here, you'll get 100%.
Oh, thank
Guaranteed.
you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Biggie, on that for that one. You know, really, it's a sentiment and a feeling that we all share here at the Swahili Nation and in the One Africa platform, because your presence is just extraordinary to have people like you. It's someone of your stature, personality, being present, and really yes, not vocal in all and everything, and then that's good. That's intentional. That's probably a good intentional thing to do, but it's good. So when we hear your voice, really the point of views, it gets us back on track, back on focus, back on something that is important, that's vital to the ultimate objective of what we are here about. So, and it's always an honor, and then it honors me because I know the first time you came live was on my show, so it's always honors me. It makes me feel special, really, Marianne.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Thanks. Well, I'll be back later for today's session. So I'll be back.
Thank you.
Just have to take a nap.
Thank you.
Nice to be with you today, Mariette, on live for the first time. I'm sure I'll see you again. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Thanks, everyone. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. All right.
Any guys? Yeah, like you said a lot of the things that you wanted to say, right, Jonathan?
Oh my God, I think I said way more than I should, but I had to get it out of my system. So now that it's out, you know exactly how I feel, even though I've said it separately here and there. It just got out and it was in public. But sometimes you just have to do that. So I'm so glad it happened. Yeah, it's in a good way, man.
Yeah, I see you as a very respectful person. I think to me,
yeah, I am always respectful.
To me, I don't think you need to qualify your share your perspective, share your point of view. And then sometimes sometimes you're gonna get pushback. Of course, you're gonna have to expect pushback. It's normal.
Well, I think that's I had a feeling that's what was gonna happen.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
so
the
no,
pineapple.
the pushback is
I'm all good.
It's not a no. The pushback is it's a recognition of your point of view. Like that's how.
Yeah, but my point of view is actually very real. It's not something new. But in any case, I have to say, since it's like my little two comments that I want to say, Ezra, you bring up very, very difficult conversations, and it's not an easy thing to do. Again, like I said to you before, education keeps coming back, right? So what underpins everything tends to be what your session tends to be, which is education. How you do it, and we could definitely disagree because I don't agree with everything that you say. But I really appreciated. I didn't know all the stuff that you had done in the past, but I know that you talked about it before, and meeting the milkshake Nathaniel earlier before. And I don't agree with everything, but isn't that what this whole entire idea of what we should be doing, right? Is not to just agree, but to disagree, to debate, and try to find some solutions. And even if we don't, at least have the discussion. So thank you for allowing that space. Yeah, and I had a good time. This was fun, and please do not take the religion part of it, and I meant it. And please take that into account because I think that's a very important thing to bring up. So.
No, it's important.
And Biggie, it's always cool to see you. Of course, so, yeah.
It's important, but it's just gonna be an honest and authentic. It's just gonna be an input to an honest and authentic discussion within the team. That's what I think. That's what Biggie would agree with me on that one. We're just gonna have authentically discussed, like very thoughtfully covered. Last week we were supposed to have a meeting, but we had a Somalia cover. We were covering Somalia. We couldn't have it, but I think the next week. We will discuss it at length and on depth and really think about it because it has been part of the character of the shows and this is very useful for me personally. It's useful. There's no way I could have done 9 hours without going to the bathroom. There's no way. And no, in a way that hard. There's no way I could.
No, listen. For all we know, that you're sitting on the toilet. For all we know, I don't know.
No, it doesn't matter what you know or doesn't know.
I'm just being funny. I'm sorry. I'm just that was completely unnecessary. But I don't know where you're sitting.
It's incredibly spacious toilet, by the way, right? So spacious, right? Look how big it is. Yeah.
Love the jacket, and I cannot believe that you did not give us the whole thing until much later on. That's pretty cool.
Anyways, really appreciate that, Jonathan. But I just want you to really begin to be comfortable, more and more comfortable, being able to share disagreements perspective, but be at the same time equally comfortable with a non-affirmative response. That's it. It's an important component of discourse and dialogue. It's not always affirmation that we get, and I think it's okay. But it is important that they take it seriously. So, and that's much more honest than, oh, let's do this and we'll do this and we don't do this. So I appreciate that. And then, but you should feel absolutely like a family member to be able to tell the truth. So I appreciate that. We appreciate that. Biggie, please. Let's do your wrap up. There's no way to wrap up anything better than with Biggie. Start with me and Mika. And
I know where this is going.
I would say, we had, I think this week we had great topics that's been really important for One Africa. And I hope people that didn't get to see this show, I know we're still going to be working on transcripting it and have specific area where people can really take a look at or as a whole, because it's a lot of hours that's being put in. And really, we touched so many parts.
I'm going to take a picture.
When it comes to the education.
Sorry, go ahead.
So we had so many topics that went on, within the education system. And what we heard, what we discussed, let us sink in our heart, and also come again before the next, because the education part is going to be mentioned over and over again. And I think we need to take a serious note for Ezra and for people that can respond to certain question that comes along the week topics, because I have some issues with education that refer to education during my show. And at the same time, we have other shows also that shows again. Ebenezer will show you the same thing question. This is going to be a question part of the education. So I think one thing that I would like to see, in general, is to address those specific questions in relation to the education, because I think Jonathan said it, and I'm double down, and you heard it yourself, Ezra, on some of the conversations. Take a note and start exploring those specific questions, because they keep coming. They keep coming. And thank you so much, really, for standing 9 hours without going to the bathroom, just for the record. And now we are exactly 11 hours that we've been on this discussion, and it was very fruitful. And you brought up people that really can put their idea, their thoughts. Really, it's a blessing. And the fact that we lasted this long, again, from yesterday, again, I'm hitting it again with the hours, but it's all working, and this is a working platform. We're going to need to activate what's going to be next, because from what I heard, Jonathan, clearly, what's the next immediate solution on certain topics? Not everything, but just something on the low-hanging fruit that we can think of and we can immediately implement. When I say immediately, it might take something 3 months, a quarter, or before the end of the year. So we have to project ourselves into having a complete, concrete move on things that we say we can accomplish. So I'll give you that, Ezra, to think about that, because this is required for our African brothers and everybody in the diaspora, because we're learning a lot of stuff, because there's a lot of information that's coming in. So sometimes, Ezra, you have so much information, and then some of the audience also need to follow up with the understanding of it. So it's great you laying it out. If you really want to review some of the questions, you can really rewind and see what the discussion was. So overall, I really appreciate for all this time, and to keep me really interested in the show, because if I wasn't interested, I would have just went. The same thing with Jonathan, people that have been here commenting. You got Sam still commenting. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I just need few, or very few of us that are really going to be battling these things and put some immediate action and present it. It's going to work. It's going to work. Like, again, I don't need 1 billion people in order to make something successful. We're going to need very few leaders, and we are creating leaders every day. I'm pretty sure we're not hearing it, but I guarantee you, and anybody that's been on our show and is plugged in and he understood something, they're making change. We're going to hear it. We're going to hear it in the future. So I really thank you so much for both of you. Marie Antoinette, I really, really appreciate her. She's been doing great for us, and she's got this clarity, this, you get her, and having people like her on this panel, it's really great. It feels good.
You know.
Yes.
I'm so glad she's here.
Oh, Jonathan. Oh, Jonathan.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jonathan.
Thank you. Thank you for supporting the platform.
Thank you.
And along with your membership, and then always, the tips.
Absolutely.
We really appreciate that.
Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that. Okay, personally, it's like an endorsement of what I've been saying, even though I disagree with it. Thank you.
Jonathan, appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I think we like really like we are on the precipice of a really like transformed world ahead of us. I mean, a lot of people don't see it, but we are getting in that place. We are in that, or what they call inflection point. And I think the next 10, 50 years time, I think we are going to be much more empowered than we've ever been. I mean, like the trajectory of African condition has been more power to Africa than not less power. Because like every time what Africa has managed to do through the struggles that we've gone through, from slavery to colonialism to theft and stealing to subjugations to and then continued neo-colonialism, all of those things are what we have managed to do, that we've always adapted to the crisis, to the challenge. We've improvised when we needed to improvise, and we've overcome many of these challenges, and we will continue to to overcome them. Any kind of subjugation, and any kind of oppression that is imposed on Africa, on Africans, it's not going to be sustained. It's not going to be lasting. So take heed and take confidence in the African. And the reason I am personally fighting oppression, not because only the feeling in a sense that I get as an African, because I believe it's my responsibility as an African to also liberate the oppressor. The burden of being an oppressor, there's being a burden in that too. So I know it's controversial to say that, but it's my personal opinion. It's my personal assignment that I've given myself. I want a humanity liberated. Not just Africa liberated, but humanity liberated. And fully liberated humanity will make better decisions, better choices from environment to economics to society to technology to everything that we do will be better informed, but we're a much more humane and much more human society in the world. The one that recognizes their power and their limitations, and particularly the Ubuntu. Like you are because I am because you are. That principle is the underlying of all human connections and all human relations. I could not do anything. I could not be anything if there was not so many people out there. I mean, I've talked about my story. From the day of 12 days after birth, somebody out there said, you know what? This is a child to be saved from the streets. It's thrown out on the street, let's save him. And that action is about I am because that person, when I was powerless, when I was not capable of doing anything, saving myself, okay, intervened and acted. And to me, that's pervasive. Ubuntu is pervasive across our life. We live in the world where we have individual, there's an individual in us, but we also are community. We work together, we live together, we share not just our success, not just our failures, but we share our growth, we share our aspirations, we share our all possibilities. So to me, the power of education is that. That is the power of it. And then if we can tap that education to the fullest extent possible. And to me, the low-hanging fruit is Africa. Africa is the easiest place to implement an education that's liberating. Because for a large part, oppressive education doesn't exist for most people. Because the oppressive education of the West, or the kind of, Nathaniel was talking about it, days after days of being inundated with homework assignments, you have no time for the self-reflection, moment of growth. moment of realization that I'm actually learning something profound here. Oh, I'm actually discovering something profound here in my education. It means that I actually am in the process of it. I feel so connected to this knowledge, to this wisdom. What an incredible world that we live in, what an incredible universe that we live in. That kind of ability to connect with the knowledge that you have doesn't happen for most people in the Western mode of, because you're under constant pressure from one assignment to the next assignment, one project to the next project, the need to succeed to the next, like, as if you live forever. You don't live forever. You have a temporary life. You have a fleeting life. How do you optimize and maximize that fleeting life? Yeah, some people say, "Oh, have the most fun," but fun will get. Anyways, I'm not gonna extend this for another hour. It's another hour topics adding along the way, but I'm glad to have done this today, and I don't feel exhausted and tired doing this. I feel energized and powerful doing this, and I've had in the spirit of Ubuntu. I am because of all who have been there throughout, particularly Sam on the chat room, and then everyone from Nikki to Marie from Poland and Marie Antoinette, Jonathan, Biggie, Ridge, Mondetezi stepped in for a moment at the beginning of as well, and then in Tanzania, everyone who has been on the platform supporting us. So we really appreciate you. Thank you for that. And
kind soul, I just want to add kind soul. Kind soul is someone added for a while,
okay.
And then we have Ra that came in to put things put together. So
Yes.
really much appreciated. And thank you so much for those of you who are actively blocking the Tinder X. I mean, this thing has been inundating us, and
Yeah.
there's a spam that's coming in, and when you see it again, for all, I mean, it's a dating site. We're not interested right now.
Yeah.
So a lot of people, it's just kind of distract you from discussion, because we have also complained that there are people that watch our show with their children. So we have to, I don't know. I try to block it, to report it, and nothing is coming back.
Yeah.
And it seems like they
I know
keep
it's
coming.
just sometimes YouTube, they are trying to YouTube, you know them.
Yeah,
like police companies, they are interested in trying to really stifle your kind of your like spirits, right? I really like when they feel like you're in a groove and a mood, and they want to distract you.
Yeah, I think some of these things, once again, once we got our own platform and putting it to rest, because they're not going to come down.
Hi, David Spy. I don't know how many highs, how many hi guys you can say. Well, we love you enthusiasm. We just did 11 hours.
No. Once you are really a paying platform, where you don't have anything that's going to be in a commercial or anything else, we're going to have a straight YouTube, no commercial, and nobody can filtrate on when it comes to that kind of show. You report it, they'll be blocked. So they're not going to really, since this is not, it says,
so it's basically like
YouTube.
to entice you to pay.
Well, I think what Biggie was saying is so important, because there's a lot of other areas and spaces that you might be that probably will have good conversations, and before you know it, they're cursing and they're talking about crazy stuff that I could never have my children or my nieces or nephews around listening to, and I have to, again, I keep telling you guys, keep it classy, right? And I think that's why you might not get because people don't go to classy, you don't attract those, but those people are not going to be there. Yeah, they come in whatever. That's not what they're like, but that's not what you're here for, right? You're here for a purpose.
No, they size you up and they realize, okay, I can't have this conversation here.
No, but what I'm saying to you is be very proud about what you're doing, because you're here for a purpose. You're not here for that. And I know sometimes that it might just seem like, whatever. But you guys are doing an amazing job. And I have to tell you, not only today's session, which was, I cannot believe, 10 hours, and I got in the middle of it. So I've only been up for 5 hours, but you already did 5 hours before I got on. But big idea on Sunday, and then I was on I think I listened to half of what Tanzan was doing, which was amazing, talking about feminism and the discussion that they were having. And I'm like, oh my God, like people need to. And then of course, I think Monday or Tuesday, I don't even know what day it was, and they had the live stream about Somali and
Sunday.
just things.
It was
Was
Sunday.
on Sunday or Monday with the voting and whatever. Yeah, and I was, you know, I mean, this is really much bigger than the other things that are happening on the outside skirts of it, which are very, what I would call like attention grabbing, maybe, but no
We are
substance.
serious people. Go.
So,
We are serious people.
substance adlo?
No, we are very serious people. You just haven't realized how.
No. Why do you think I'm here? I don't go there. So that's what I'm trying to say is, I know. Laura, because you know we don't get away with that. Earlier with Miki there, I was like, oh my God, there's except and I don't think she speaks Amarinya. I was gonna tell you guys exactly and Namasaganadlan for what you guys are doing. Yeah. So no. And don't get into the religious stuff because I'm not doing prayers. I'm just
Exactly, مسكنالكم. Exactly, مسكنالكم. Ezra didn't catch it. Ezra didn't catch it. Ezra. Exactly, مسكنالة.
No, personally,
No,
I
actually,
we're still on live, so I better be
if
careful.
you let me say it, I actually said it earlier. You didn't hear me. I
Okay,
said
Karta.
it. I did my prayer already. Right as we are doing the conversation. So this is the prayer part. I said that, hinted that, and then no, I didn't say the amen part. It's right now.
You're just as awkward as me when it comes to that. I don't know, like, please can somebody do that?
I'm not good at prayer. I'm not good at that kind of prayer. I pray in Amharic, by the way. Anything really.
Oh, you do? Okay.
My mind thinks in Amharic. Everything else I can think in English. But
You know, I have a question for you guys. You have two Ethiopians, and I've been asking everybody, do you dream Bamarinya? Do you count? I always count in Amharic, and I've been
I
here.
count in Amharic sometimes and then in English sometimes. But when I think about the religious stuff, I think in English because I think it's because I formed my religious point of views very young, like age 6 or 7. So I was like reading the Bible from top down. That was my storybook, man. So I had that, and then I had spent so much time religiously.
Yeah, I always think about like, do you dream in Amharic?
Form of religions, like from Christianity to Buddhism, and in between, even explored Islam like deeply to see where I should go. So there was moments and phases in my life where I explored everything. So yeah.
I'm gonna be gone all of the month of June in a different country. Now you'll see what I'm talking about, and it's completely a different religion.
Yes, I'm still on Marriott. I'm still on.
Marriott is still around.
Marriott is the one who started this conversation. You started this conversation.
Oh, Marriott. Okay,
you started
good morning.
Good
morning.
I was about like, it doesn't look like anybody's coming in the show today. It's gonna be a 3 hour show. And I was already about 2 hours mark, and Marriott came in like, let me give you company until somebody comes. We had a nice, beautiful conversation about her experience in Ethiopia. You lit the fire, okay? That fire that you lit still burning right now, 11 hours later. So actually about 9 hours later after you. So that's what Marriott he did, and so
she's Dutch, so I'm assuming she lives in the Netherlands. So
yeah, she lives in the Netherlands. Yeah.
Good morning from the Netherlands. Yeah.
She handed me over to Miki, and then Miki took over from there.
Miki, yes, okay. And then that's when I got on. Like I heard you guys in the car. That was like 3 hours in at least.
Yes, that was 3 hours.
That was 3 p.m. It was because I was just getting back from running.
And I was about to wrap up after Miki. Like with Miki, we were just about to wrap up. And then
I'm thinking I'm really impressed, man. I'm quite impressed. You kept it up, and
no, you should be proud of yourself. Like, how many hours have you been with me?
But the beauty of
5 hours, because it literally was like 4:30 when I got on. So
That's more than many people can say.
Shit, it's 6 hours actually. Damn.
Yeah.
But can I tell you what I made while I was talking to you guys? Yeah. I wish that you could see your pictures. I was craving a quiche. You know what a quiche is?
I know what it is.
So I made a spinach quiche while I was talking and chatting with you guys. Yeah, no, I have to constantly cook for myself because nobody cooks.
I haven't eaten any food the whole day.
I know,
no, don't feel sorry because I'm so energized. I'm not hungry. The moment you start talking about quiche,
I wish I could pass you a piece of quiche. I can't, unfortunately. It was a very good one, by the way.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so we have.
Anyway,
I don't think anybody's hurt like I am. You know, misunderstood. Ethiopian channel and now I miss you. My little channel, gaba. Maintain the target missing it. Now I'm proud to have a good wife. For anybody that hears it. And I know she's probably gonna hear it, but not 11 hours, but she'll probably check out the last part of it. I hope, you know, know that you are in Africa and she's doing well and she's doing a lot of things while she's there. And hopefully she will meet up with Mika. And that's the plan. And definitely, you know how Mika is.
Is Mika traveling to Ethiopia again?
Yeah.
He's be there in 2 weeks or something. Yeah?
In 2 weeks, yeah. He's gonna be there for the conference.
Shuttle diplomacy. Shuttle public diplomacy.
That's it.
So he's gonna be celebrating the Africa Day on May 25th then.
I think it is.
That's Africa Day. That's because it's May and it's probably linked to that, right?
I think some kind of a youth. It's a youth summit.
But it's probably.
And they invited him to be a speaker, so which is great, and I'm sure he's going to do a great job. This is exactly what we need in Africa in general. So thank God, yeah. By the way, Marriott, hopefully you can hear me and see me. You can't see me, but hopefully.
By the way, she knows how to.
All you can see is my big middle finger. That's like, I don't think you always talk about the building. It's not a building. It's my middle finger. Just so you.
What?
You never. Well, I mean, it's not. It's the building, but
it's a beautiful rendition of.
It's my big middle finger to the world.
No. Marriott, you know, is a classy person. So let's not talk language like that. She's an incredible person. She knows how to cook Ethiopian food. So she actually was offering. She was preparing to make some Ethiopian food for an Ethiopian friend of her, who was visiting the Netherlands, and now she's suggesting I should have some food. I've been having some incredible food. By the way, there's this Eritrean place I go to for authentic Ethiopian food here in Auckland. My God.
Really?
So it's one of the most delicious Ethiopian food that you can have.
Where? Oh, what's the name of it?
Salam. It's called Salam Restaurant.
Salam. Okay. I don't think I've gonna. You know, I lived in Auckland.
It's a tiny corner place, very unassuming place. You know, it's one of those places when you go back home, like the older people are hanging out playing cards and that kind of thing, like drinking tea, coffee. It's not like the fancy come and be seen that kind of. It's a place of people, average, regular. Mostly Eritreans, but a lot of Ethiopians that come there, because a lot of them speak Amharic too, so you could just go there. I could just hang out, stand there and get some wisdom too. But it's an incredible, but the food is just from another planet. So I've had that food. Yeah.
Karen in DC?
Oh yeah. I've been to Karen.
Is that the same?
Is it? I don't know. No, it's not. No, it's not the same. It's a little bit different. Yeah.
Right.
I think Karen is it's a little bit more classic. Yeah.
Well, I have a question. Isn't it the same thing? There's injera and there's what? I don't know. What is the difference?
What?
Well, the cuisine is a little bit different.
That's what I'm asking. What is the difference? What, is it the kebab or is it, what is it?
No, they use the same kebab.
No, there's nothing like the same in Ethiopian food, in Habesha food. Not Ethiopian, but in Habesha food. My mom told me there's no kebab that's like any other kebab. Every home's kebab is different. There's always
That's true. Yeah.
And then every home's berbere is different. And every home's shiro is different.
That's true.
The only thing that's probably similar is mitmita. Because mitmita is pure pepper. There's literally like, and then maybe sometimes people add salt to it for kitfo, but
Right.
but
the berbere and the kiwi change, you know.
Yes.
And
Yeah, because the amount of spices that they add, some people leave cinnamon out, for example. Some people add cinnamon berbere. Some people add like more berbere and less garlic. You know, everything is dried. So it's a beautiful science. I think Ethiopian food in general is not just your typical. It's not just cuisine. It's a science, you know. So Marriott, she went by herself to Ethiopia. And by the way, the middle finger thing that I was talking about, I was just talking about the image. I wasn't talking about, because everybody looks at it and talk, but that's just my middle finger to the world is what I meant. But anyway, but Marriott, you went to Addis and she went by herself. By the way, I think, right? I wish it was on.
And then she made even like,
she probably got all the spices and then exactly. She made kave. Oh my god, that's so incredible.
Like, total embrace.
Oh my god,
total embrace.
It's
of
awesome.
Humanity.
So my brothers have an Ethiopian restaurant in Virginia, and over the last, I don't know, 15, 20 years of having the Ethiopian restaurant or whatever, not only have I cooked in the kitchen, served the food, I know how to make it. Like I told you, I'm going to do a video. I'm going to do a video.
Restaurant.
Zimbalo Nile Vichano.
I think it's in Alexandria, right?
Yeah.
It's just called Nile, but yeah, it's in Richmond. But anyway, so
Richmond is no, that's far away.
And so when they were having this discussion with Tanzan, I wish she was on here. They were having this whole discussion about men cooking in kitchen. I'm like, do they even know? Look at these brothers that are twins, very responsible adult men with wives and kids that not only run it, they cook the stuff to make sure it's good. Yeah. But my mom taught everybody. But the point that I was trying to make is like they were having this discussion about men being in kitchens. I'm like, what? These people don't know how we do out here. Like, you know, people like, this is a huge business out here, you know. A lot of Ethiopian restaurants, chefs in general, you know, once it becomes a business, become to be men. And I understood what the conversation was. But anyway, so I love Abasha Migib, but the keve is not an easy thing to do. You can screw it up easily. So
you can easily screw it up, and it just not. Yeah. It becomes like, oh my god, I don't want to have anything to do with it. And then by the way, if you do it properly, you can extract actually most of the dangerous cholesterol part.
Which is the top part, which is you slowly heat it up so you get rid of it.
If you do it properly, and if you have really like depending on the age of the kave, age matters.
The top of the kave, by the way, even the brand of the kave.
Yeah. Like the cheese, like the way we say cheese age, we also look at the age of how old the kave is. It's important depending on what.
Yeah, especially in Ethiopia, you know, it's always like certain towns and certain parts of Gurage country is where you get your kebe. Because the cows and the kebe is completely, the butter that you get from there is completely different. Your best kebe comes from that, and even in Ethiopian, kebe, but yeah. I think Ethiopian cuisine is not just a science, but yeah, it is. It's definitely. I hope that you guys need to learn how to cook, though.
Marriott is melting my heart. It's like she's becoming happy.
What did she say?
I'm
becoming Habesha with a little saint.
Say, I'm living proof.
The little saint head.
Wait, I'm living proof that change comes from inside, Lord. Because outside, I will always be white, but with Habesha heart. I mean, nothing to me that's.
Marriott. Now we're gonna have to give you a new name. Then we need to get rid of that. Okay, we're gonna have to like put like a real Habesha name or some kind of name.
Marima.
Marima.
Mary, I don't know. Mary is Mary for Dutch. Is that Mary for Dutch? You know, anyways.
Wow, we're gonna have to come up with something. We're gonna have to like share chats and
so we
definitely have to give her.
Because Habesha is layers. You know, by the way, it's layers of being Habesha. So you are just at the early stage of layers, and then the beautiful layers, but there are deeper layers, and then you get there. And through history, through experience, you get. Some of us never get there. Some of the actually born Habeshas never get there. Some non-born Habeshas get so far.
That's funny. And I'm sure you all have house names, so I can't even imagine what that is.
Yeah, like no, and I this like I grew up.
So wait, I'm assuming Ezra is. I know he called Ezra is Ezra, but I think it's called Isra in Ethiopia. ምንድነው የምትባለው?
Ezra,
ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ
Ezra. You know, some
Isra
people,
አይደል? እሺ።
the people who know
የቤት
me,
ስም ማን ነው?
wait, people who know me call me Ezra. Ezra.
Okay.
People who don't know me call me Ezra.
Okay.
While meeting me for the first time. So, so, but I was like, I've always been considered agre. I'm much more docile right now, but I've always been considered agre. Never accepted anyone telling me what to say, what to do. When I was a kid, adults are sitting down talking, like they'll say, "Oh, you shouldn't be talking." Why are you letting this kid part of the conversation? Why is he butting in? Doesn't he know the culture and the tradition? And my mom used to say, "Oh, he doesn't listen to me." I keep telling him, "Stop! You're supposed to be." As soon as they turn around, she'll be like, "It's okay. Keep telling your point of view. Don't worry about it." So she will reinforce rebellions.
That's funny.
So people used to call me like, you know, by the time I got to Ghana, some people would tell me like Agre or the general. Like I could be arguing the entire cohort of Ethiopian community.
Hey, Charaketri
like there's a circle going up before our school and our hostel. There's a circle.
Oh my God.
We're leaving dinner, we're standing there, and they are circling me. What's going on? Why is this family shouting? Right in the middle,
they're praying over you. They're like, oh my God.
Ezra saying,
exercising you.
If you all, I don't agree with you, and then this is why I don't agree with you. You can shout, you can bring all heaven and earth. You're not gonna defeat me.
You're not done. That's why he left DC.
I told you. I knew
he
it.
left DC.
They took him to the church, probably like on him, like, oh my God, exercise this evil in him. But you know what? Thank God that they didn't manage. If we didn't have this, oh my God, we wouldn't have this conversation. So they couldn't get that into out of you.
So with the orphanage I grew up in, so that my mother who raised me, she was a Jehovah's Witness. So
is there such a thing in Ethiopia still?
Oh yeah, she's like an old school Jehovah's Witness. Old school, like during the emperor's time, you know? She's so she was a very devout Orthodox, but she turned Jehovah's Witness very early on. I don't know how she did. But I was so fascinated by the stories in the Bible. I was so fascinated. Like by the time I was 5-year-old, I was just eating. I sit there and listen to her read it for me until I started learning to read. By age 7, I was already reading, and I would read the Bible throughout the year from one end to the end. One of the things that I did at the Jehovah's Witness, reading the Bible. By the time I was 11, I had finished all the 4 stages of learning in the organization, and I had been baptized already. I was the youngest baptized kid. It was soon after the Derg has fallen. It was now they were allowed. During Derg, they were not allowed to practice. They were doing it hidden. But me, I would go to like Sarabate area. I would go to Mexico by myself, like accompanied with somebody, like 11-year kid. Like I would stop young people, and I would stop these Orthodox kids that are like zealot Orthodox, and I would be in a shouting match with them, all by myself, opening the Bible. This is, and that's how I grew up. I grew up really, really believing in the things I did, and then the very same character was the very same character that allowed me to really figure out. By the time I was 16. By the time I was 14, I was questioning it. And then the elders in the religion, they were not answering my questions. Man, you're already baptized. Why asking questions? Just practice. And I say, fuck it. I'm not going to activate something like that. So when I got to Ghana, the first time I got internet, I just Googled the shit out of it. Like, there was no Google at that time, by the way. There was Yahoo. You had to manually, there's no instant search. You had to go through link after link. But man, my God, I learned the shit out of it. I learned and said, this is not my religion. That's why I dropped it. I was like, I didn't take me a year, but I was yearning for it. I felt like trapped, you know? This idea, this person was being trapped. And that's how I say, you know, to that kind of like, and then moved on to other exploration. But it's my life has been that's incredible, but through all of it, there have been important, incredible people that made who I am, that were catalysts to who I am, and that's what I believe in promoting too. And I was so passionate about the education, so much about the education, because I feel like that's the most important instrument that is much more long lasting.
Oh my God, you must have driven your family crazy when you were growing up, though.
Oh yeah.
You're questioning everything. I don't know, like, "Mindine, what is this? What is that?"
Yeah. I was
That's
curious,
a good way to be.
crazy curious. Until I was like 30, 35, I was always curious. 30, 35. I read, vehemently read. Study. Looked, studied. But then now I'm more like, I think I've arrived. So
You've arrived. You're getting there. Yeah. So listen, I have a question to both of you. Actually, I think religion is kind of, and I brought it up earlier. Since, oh my God, this is actually still being recorded, so whatever. But it is what it is. So I find the whole thing about religion to be very well, what's the word I want to use? Complicated. No. I'll tell you, because I'm definitely an Ethiopian Orthodox. I have a cross on my neck. I have a big tattoo on my back. I believe that's not the point. But I saw so many things growing up in Ethiopia. I think about, believe it or not, I think me and Big E, we're about the same age probably. Most probably we were close anyway. At least we came to this country around the same time. I think you came in the 80s, so did I. And I remember growing up in Ethiopia, and the first time that I decided to think, and I was very young, maybe 7 or 8 or something like that. And I remember we went to a church. It was not your Orthodox church. It was one of these similar to like what you grew up with, possibly Ezra. Yeah. It's the ones that like scream and do all kinds of crazy stuff. And I remember I saw this woman just like jumping up and going underneath a bench, like her whole entire body, like this tall woman just became this tiny thing and went underneath. And they were praying and screaming. And I said, ever since that, like religion scared the hell out of me, because I'm like, what the hell was that? This is like one of those crazy. But that's not a traditional Orthodox church, right? So
no, but the thing about the role of a shaman. There's a lot of neurological study that has been done about how the brain and neurons actually fire up in that state of trance, and allowing you to get a lot of insights in life insights that are powerful and profound. So it is very easy to dismiss religion because it materially presents itself as very dogmatic and very beyond reason and beyond rationality. But the thing of what religion does and functions is not in the realm of reason and rationality, which does exist. We know the realm and the reality of non-rational space does exist, where reason is not the test of understanding something. Because it's a well-reasoned thing, that's how I understand. No, that's not where it is. So there are aspects of human life that cannot necessarily be understood through reason alone. And that's where religion comes to play. Now, does religion get misaligned, misapplied, misconstrued, and utilized and optimized for benefits of this or that, all of those things? That is a reality. But the fundamental purpose of religion usually is to serve in that realm that is harder for people to navigate with just reason, with this our tool of rational, and now with what's called our there's a term I forgot, our instrument for reason is not sufficient enough to deal with it. So you see all sort of weird ways. But somebody did an incredible job of doing a series on awakening from the meaning crisis. It's a documentary. It's a bunch of like series of episodes that you can watch on YouTube. And a philosopher, a cognitive scientist, he did an incredible holistic coverage of a whole host of issues regarding to meaning. And he's somebody who's an atheist, kind of like an atheist, not fully an atheist, but some kind of an atheist, who actually proposed that we actually need a new forms of religion, because with religion is like has that role it plays that art is not going to replace, science is not going to replace, reason is not going to replace, because without, in the absence of that religion, we will struggle. So he goes through the evidence to back it up, you know, but you can go and check it out. It's called Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. I don't want to promote somebody's.
Anyway, what happened to me right after that, maybe about 2 years later, we moved to New York, and I moved to Queens in New York City. And I will, like, for the first 4 or 5 years of my life in New York, and eventually different. But in the beginning, I had to take ESL class. The first year, I'll never forget. The first 2 years or something. And so everybody that I was dealing with at that age, 9, 10 years old, I had a Hindu, like with the turban, like a Sikh, I had Hindus, I had Christians, I had Muslims in my class. And religion became a very big question in my head, because their personal, we saw all of a sudden we're all learning English at the same time. These are completely, like, imagine I came from Ethiopia, and now here I am in Queens, in New York City with all these people. Religion became more of a question about what does that mean. So, like, religion to me is a very, I think sometimes we just have to be careful with religion.
No, there's this show. Remember this TV show, funny comedy show, a British show about English language? I forgot the title. It was a long time ago. It's hilarious. It's a bunch of people from India, Pakistan.
That was me, basically. I was this Habesha guy in that classroom.
Yeah, and there was a comedy show. And then, like, I don't know how come you guys don't. It's an old show. It's a very classic show. I'm not saying that you guys are old, but I don't
know it, but I lived it. So, you know, and I think that's when I started to really think about religion differently.
It's so hilarious. It's so comedic in the way that they were struggling.
We have to respect each other's religion, by the way, and it is, and that's what New York is. You have to respect everybody's differences, and so unless you're around all kinds of different people with that intense amount of religion, you don't. Yeah.
So the history of Ethiopia, if you actually study it, it is a country that not only respects differences, that actually relishes and cherishes that difference.
Well, I think the Muslims will tell you that, because we get, you know, I mean, yeah.
You know, I can tell you this. The story of the Al-Najash and how he accepted those Muslim persecutors.
Yeah, but the Jews might feel differently, by the way, huh? So you also have to admit to that. The Jewish people of Ethiopia might feel differently because they were not treated fairly, for example. Huh?
No. The Jews were in Ethiopia because of the notion and the stories heard about the safety that they could derive from the persecution of the Babylons, the persecution of the Nebuchadnezzars, and all those things that have continuously oppressed the Jews in the Middle East, from the Egyptian Empire to the Babylonian to the Persian. They've always been hard, and they found these things. I'm not talking about the history that happened later on where Jews were persecuted, but no, that's a different story by itself. That's part of the story, but essential. I'm talking about essential history. One of the reason why the prophet said, the king over there is a just king who will hear your plea for asylum, and then he will hear you fairly. He will be fair to you. Go and ask him for fair. So when the prophets say that, it's not because out of the blue. It's because it
actually happened.
Huh? It was a known legend. It was known across the known world that you could seek asylum in the Habesha land.
In a Christian land, by the way, at the time.
In a Christian land. And it's not just even before Christianity.
Well, before Christianity, Ethiopia believed, well, I mean, we know when the coins changed, right? So they were celebrating their gods were the moons and the sun. So
no, but the thing about those artifacts don't tell you the truth.
No, you got to look at it all the way to King Solomon time, where Queen Magda, she accepted Judaism.
Yeah. So the story of Queen Sheba also tells you the accepting nature, the open nature, the embracing nature of Ethiopia. When Menelik was faced with impending invasion, they had to re-strategize the concept of Habesha land and Abyssinia to the concept of Ethiopia. And the reason behind the transition from Abyssinia to Ethiopia is a recognition of the embracing nature of the broader nature of Ethiopia, the grand Ethiopia perspective. That's much larger, much wider, much more not as confined by territory as it is today right now. Like, because the notion of nation states is a very modern notion. In the old days, you have sphere that expands and shrink depending on time and area and who's the king, who's not. But there was nobody like a border guards. There's nothing like that. There was no passport until the 20th century. Passport the way we know it as we know. So to me, well, like you talk about tolerance in America, you talk about embrace and love for these things. I mean, the stories that are documented stories in newspapers, in articles, in people, and individuals that I have had the pleasure of hearing is mind-blowing. Like a highly Muslim concentrated part of Harar, a small minority of Christians that have to travel miles and miles. And the Muslims have a special meeting separately from them. Say, you know, our brothers, our neighbors. This is not 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So I'm talking about 60, 70, 80 years ago. Where they
I have family that are married within, so yeah.
No, I'm not just talking about the marriage part. I'm just saying that, you know, the efforts on the part of different institutions, not only, they will say, oh, let's build St. Gabriel. This is literally, let's build a St. Gabriel church. Because St. Gabriel is a very important saint in Islam as well, right? So that's like, let's help, because I know they were going to another St. Gabriel somewhere, but instead of let's go there. They contributed money, they actually built the church. And then to me, that story is so pervasive, so prevalent all over the place. It's too much of it around, so it was taken for granted. So it's not just a respect for different religions, it was embraced for different religions. But at different times in Ethiopian history, we will have that ups and downs. In the down moment, we become dehumanized. We ignored our history, and we eat each other alive for our religion, for our tribes, for our ethnicity, blah blah blah. But in our highest mode, in our idealist mode, we tend to exercise a much higher order of human relation than anything you've ever seen in the world. Anything you've ever seen in the world. In Rome, in Persia, China, Japan, or Korea, or America. Anything that we've ever seen. I think that's what, I mean, I'm not being biased, but I've read a lot, I've studied a lot, I've discussed this a lot with a lot of people. Consistently comes up with much higher order of appreciation for humanity. Because the Aksumites used to argue what's called the humanist principle. That's one of the things that guided them, the humanist principle. And then I remember the story goes like the difference between you, the Muslims, and us. There was a line that he drew on the sand. So like, so you need protection, you need saving. I don't have to agree with you. That's it. And then he decided against the advice of his council and against his trading partners, his economic partners. At the expense of the economy, he decided to protect the small companions of the Prophet Muhammad. So to me,
actually was two of his wives as well. By the way, it's not just his followers, a wife of Muhammad as well.
And so that's an important thing to me. Like, and you don't underestimate the peace that has been established because of.
And thank God for that. I'm so very proud about Ethiopia because of it.
Of Islam, the Arabian pacification took place. Arab was a very chaotic place, so chaotic before Islam.
Considering where Ethiopia is and where everything has happened, I mean, not to say that the expansion of Islam across the Northern African and then even West, the reason they stepped over Ethiopia was because they were told not to touch it, right? So I know the history, but outside of all of that, I have to say that
what does it mean? You have to ask, what does it mean? Where does it come from? Is it like if you take yourself, transplant yourself to the time, and then the prevailing conversation taking place in homes, in communities, in the horse of power. Imagine being there.
Wouldn't it be amazing if we behaved that way about not just religion, but
yes,
about ethnic groups today? Because there's not much of a difference to me. It's the same thing. So it would be amazing if we could do the same. But of course, I know the history of Ethiopia inside out as well. So, but yeah, of course, and even after the second Italian war that we had, Haile Selassie, even in the 50s, mind you, he could have easily, like in most other countries, hung them and killed them. And he said, that's not what we do. And he told his people not to do it, and they did not. They let those Italians go back home.
Yes.
Because in Yandeswan it's so much Aralanam. Okay, so I know the history of Ethiopia and how we are, and I get all of that. I wish, seeing what happens today, that we remember. It's unfortunate. I have no idea what has happened in the last 30, 40 years. Because this was not even the case when I was living in Ethiopia for the most part. But yeah.
For the people who wants to instigate, what is the objective? When they start a fire in, let's say, in Western Ethiopia, a fire of hatred, destruction, and killing, and tribalism, where do you think they hope that fire ends? It is on the other side of Ethiopia. That's what they always do. Whenever they light the fire, but you realize that fire lights up, and there's enough, because there's enough people who are racist, there's enough people who are narrow-minded, so there's enough hate to go around to light up for a day or two. But from the perspective of those who are instigating this thing, when they light up the tension in Gondar, it ends up in Somalia with a massive scale, right? That's what they're looking for. But why does it stop? It's not because we have a well-organized, well-oiled government machine that stands in the way of stopping it. No, like because the vast majority that we don't hear about, are grounded by their faith so well that they don't see any threat in their Muslim neighbor or Christian neighbor. They don't see any threat in the Amharas and the Gurages and the Walaitas that are living among them. They don't see. They are companions, they are friends, and they don't mind you. People joke and tease each other about their ethnicity and tribes, but they're okay with that. They're comfortable with doing that, but they're not tribal. So to me, we don't understand that's one of the reasons that keeps the peace more than the military might. It's not the military might. It's not police security apparatus. It's just like the vast swath of Ethiopia is dominated by people who are not going to take part in any of these shenanigans. They're not political force, but there's no democratic means for them to participate in it. There's no democratic way for you to know, for us to know. You have to, if you go on the ground, experience it, you realize it. When you sit down, because every time I got a chance to be in an Oromia community, or in a Somali community, or an Afar community, and Tigray community, like any real regular people, these are questions that I ask. And consistently, just most of the time, people are baffled by it. The notion that that's a possibility. Like, why would you do that? Like, why? What's wrong with them? What's wrong? Like, it's okay. Like, we should allow them. We said, that openness is so ingrained in the DNA of most Ethiopians. It's a character without knowing that that's what their character is. So, but it's not spoken that much. It's not seen that much. It's not visible that much. It's what you call, the culture principle. The culture principle, how social culture, like you say, like
it's actually called I forgot the word. No, it's like it's a structure. I mean, the Indians have it as well, but it's kind of like, it would be a lie to say that.
Underneath the water.
It's stratification. Sorry. It's social stratification. So it's stratified accordingly.
They say it's like iceberg. They say it's like iceberg. And an iceberg, what you see at the top is probably a third of what is submerged underneath. And societies are that. We don't really, we always see on what's visible and we judge what is not visible. But then what is not visible is very complex and very different and multiple layers of. So the characteristics of the iceberg outside the water and below the water is different.
Yeah.
So
well, I think we also have to be very, very, very sensitive and aware that that kind of structure existed way before, and we have to mend it. It's not perfect, huh? I would never say that it was perfect in Ethiopia. It was not, because we've always had that. Yeah. So, and we're still trying to fix that. And I'm not I'm not like folding like a blindfold saying, oh my God, everything was perfect. It's not. I think our responsibility, especially us, especially our generation, I think the middle-aged people, meaning like in the 30s or 40s or whatever, or something like that, is that the younger generation is actually much ahead of us. We are trying to fix the generation before us that still are carrying this ridiculous history of this social structure that did exist in Ethiopia. I'm not talking about it was perfect. I think the idea to act like it was perfect, I think, would be a lie. And it's obviously a lie. Yeah. And to say that is actually almost disregarding what people have faced and dealt with in whatever regions all over Ethiopia, all over the east coast of Africa in general. We're trying to fix that. So to say that it didn't exist, I think is also a lie. Yes. I'm not talking about religion, no. I'm talking about that stratification of social structures that we had on the continent in general. But if we're talking about Ethiopia, the same thing, ethnic groups, right? So we're still dealing with it.